Smooth style, precise, consistent. He can get it done, and he has many times. He's done very well in international contests, and here he's doing it again. You see him going into the deep end. He did the 540. He's doing the technical lip tricks, keeping his speed, and he's well on his way to a great run. There was an eggplant revert. That means he's going backwards here now. Going both directions in this bowl is hugely difficult, as it is in any bowl. Putting together a great run. Wow. All he needs is to finish it off here. Backside nose blunt on the steep bank. Well done, Keegan Palmer.
That is how you get your campaign started for a final.
Judges love to see you fly out of the bowl, and if you're spinning, even better. The backside grab 540, no problem. The smaller you are, the easier those tricks are too, right? As you grow, as your body changes, those tricks get to be more difficult. That was a technical eggplant revert, meaning a 360 hand plant. You don't see that every day. Keegan really did a good job of putting together a huge variety of tricks and flipping his board. That's another thing we mentioned earlier.
All right, next up from Honolulu, Hawaii, representing the U.S., Heimana Reynolds. And he is one high-flying Hawaiian, that's for sure.
He is excitement squared. The crowd loves Heimana, and that was a beautiful hand plant. Frontside invert, he did it on the extension with the extension and stall. The longer you can stay on your hand, the better. You see him kicking the foot off on the lean to tail. He's very flashy.
He's all over the place too, and that's what I like about Heimana's approach, that he doesn't really leave any transition untouched in here.
You see him covering a lot of ground on that Smith grind. That's key. You don't want to see a small grind. You want to see a skater covering territory. And doing a hand plant, the eggplant on that banked extension is very difficult. It almost takes strength.
Oh.
So close to a full run for Heimana.
All right, Heimana Reynolds bailing on the big spin backside disaster, but let's talk about the things he did right in this run.
That frontside hand plant, fully extended, all his weight on his arm, and then the kickflip frontside air. He's flipping his board way out of the top of that bank. The judges love that, and a nose grab 540, covering a lot of distance. And then alley-oop, look, he's traveling blindside. He can't see where he's landing on that alley-oop frontside air.
So Heimana Reynolds checks in with a 70, and that is with a ball. All right, Luis Francisco coming out of Brazil. What is it with these Brazilian riders? We were talking about it yesterday. They are all hungry, and this park is just straight up meat for them.
They are starving. They come out and they attack this ball. It's a total Brazilian approach, and we compare it to, let's say, some of the Japanese skaters who are more calculated
Sure.
and a little bit more reserved, but probably more consistent in that way. But Luis goes huge, and the judges love what he does. Look at that.
Wow.
That backside grab 5 onto the bank. It was massive. Backside boneless up there on the extension. Kind of a simple trick, but good to keep the speed going. See how high he was on that frontside air, and then to kick the foot off. That's just a bonus. Heel flip Indy, flipping the board, giving the judges what they want. Coming off with 4 seconds left in that run.
We talk about Brazilian passion, and it's no joke. They come out and they're super passionate as they bust into these tricks with that lip slide right there.
And a young kid with so much power in the bowl, it's such a great thing to see. That backside grab 5, he landed pretty low, but it didn't phase him at all. Heel flip Indy, flipping the board, grabbing it. Judges love that, and that's where it went wrong. The frontside blunt. A lot of people do the frontside blunt, but that trick is never easy.
All right, well, we're halfway through run number 1 of the men's park final. Keegan Palmer right now in the lead.
Let's get the inside line of today's park course shot on the GoPro Hero 7 Black camera featuring built-in hypersmooth technology.
What's up, Grant Caples. We're here at the 2019 Dew Tour in Long Beach. Let's check out this park. This park's unique just because it has really nice flowing lines and good big bowl corners, good transfers, good steep banks. It just brings a lot of variety, and that's what I feel like makes a good course, and this is what this one has. A lot of park courses, I feel like, kind of have the same routine of like what obstacles are in them. But this one, it's like the design they did last year that works, and so they ran it this year. And yeah, it's just a bowl that you can draw a lot of lines from.
Welcome back to the men's Pro Park Finals. Keegan Palmer right now in the lead. Dropping in next is our two-time defending Dew Tour champion, Corey Junot. We're halfway through run number 1, and we have one of the most stylish skaters ever to stand on a plank of wood with 4 wheels.
Corey Junot can do whatever he wants in this bowl.
It's true, right?
It's the only question is, will he? And anything he does looks incredible. There was the frontside blunt, but he slid it, which makes it 10 times more difficult. Ollieing up into a nose blunt, again, a hard trick that he makes more difficult by the way he does it. You see him going forwards and backwards, reverting his tricks. He can do it all, and he makes it all amazing with his style. A backside nose blunt, revert.
Unreal run, Corey Junot. He slides the lip super far. His lines take him all over the bowl.
Frontside ollie out of the bank, that means you're not grabbing your board. He makes that look too easy. This is a trick that's 30 years old, a frontside board slide, but he does it way better than it's ever been done. And then this huge ollie coming down, landing in the nose blunt position. There's so much that can go wrong there. And look, back, nose blunt to backside revert.
All right, well, Corey Junot, he's definitely one of the riders' favorite to watch. He's one of these skaters who, as soon as they drop in the park, they all come to the edge of the park to watch. Two-time Dew Tour champion and our current leader, a 77 flat now. Corey Junot is in the lead. All right, well, we're going to have a completely contrasting style of skating. Critiqued him on yesterday.
Wipe out and get right back up.
Get up.
Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Hop. Grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E. How we living? Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. That go far or go farther. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
Is that you? Does it look like I don't know that? What do you mean by rough your face? You know, we've all did the employee training guild. So I don't jump down my boot.
Basically just you being ready for a competition.
I definitely think it is not easy. You know, there's already so much mental pressure coming into an Olympic qualifying event. We haven't competed in a very long time, and you're getting the start, stop, cold, warm, right? So I think it's a big challenge, but I also think these skaters are up for it.
So for today in the Women of Park, we've got a couple people left to go. The average age is 19. Sky Brown is 13 years old, which is incredible. Alex, you know, you've got these skaters now, you know, on the long side of this, we have someone in their 30s, and you're up against people that are in their like low teens. Basically, I mean, 13 years old is like, you know, I was just eating candy as a food group at 13. I'm not really changing it all right now, but like, I'm just saying, like, you're so young at 13, and to be able to come and compete for an Olympic spot, like, how does that even work?
I mean, most of the field is comprised of teenagers. I mean, as a grown woman, it'd be amazing to skate with someone that could be my child, but I don't know, they'd probably beat me. So the kids have really been coming out swinging. A lot of the top 10 spots are all under the Santana, I think needs one more run, and Ariana Cremona. So the rain cut them off in the middle of this contest. And we're gonna restart today.
So what do we expect now to see from these riders? I mean, we've got the rankings after, you know, almost a full competition. We only have a few runs left today. Is there any surprises here as far as what we're looking at in the placings?
I mean, I think that we're all just surprised to see such a dominant American field on top right now after the Open Qualifiers. This was a huge global field, cut down, top 5 spots, all Americans. All right.
Well, Kim, top 20 go on to the semis. You know, you've got these youngsters right now with so much pressure on them. And you've had a chance to talk to some of these kids. What's their vibe like as far as like realizing that there are Olympic implications on the line here?
I think it depends on each person. Some of them are just coming out here to have fun. I mean, it's a win to be out here. It's a win to be on our skateboards, right? It's a win to see your friends for the first time. So I think they're doing their best to kind of de-stress and not let the nerves take over.
That is another aspect of this that is kind of odd. I mean, we've all been talking, you know, personally about how this is really the first time we've really come together, you know, as some form of normalcy after this year of just total chaos. And I mean, it just really seems to me that everyone's just happy. You know, the general vibe is happiness out there.
I agree. I think there's a lot to be grateful for. Just being healthy on your board, healthy in general, and being, you know, here in Des Moines, Iowa, able to come together for a historical event on U.S. soil. There's a lot to celebrate here.
Now, Alex, as we move on, you know, a lot of these skaters are trying to make that top 20. They're going to go up against the pre-seeded skaters that are, you know, some of the best in the world. Let's talk a little bit about what it's going to take, you know, as you adapt and you go up against more heavy hitters. What is it going to take from some of these skaters to, you know, bring it?
Well, I think a lot of the women, the elusive trick is the 540.
Right.
And we're going to start seeing them now in these later rounds coming up. We're going to see them when the semifinal starts. So I'm looking for that. I'm looking for people to take to the skies.
All right, well, Ministes is in for her rerun from yesterday. Backside feeble around the corner, trying to keep her speed up. It's kind of a bummer. You know, it did start raining. She had some great runs yesterday. She's already in good position. Frontside Smith through the corner. That area right there, that one flat wall, seems to be a place where a lot of the skaters get lost. Is that frontside lip slide sticking just a little bit?
A little bit of Groundhog's Day.
Does the humidity, you think, you know, as far as like the sliding of the wheels and the coping, just with it so humid and being so sticky, does that factor in at all, do you think?
Oh, for sure. There's different durometer wheels that these people are riding, and generally speaking in park, you're going to ride like a little bit softer, so maybe a 99A. But yeah, the humidity definitely affects your ability to slide on the coping, and wet coping that just dried can be a little sticky.
All right, guys, talk me through these replays here.
A backside air from Minna. This is the same run that she did yesterday that it started raining, and then she had to cancel it. They called it mid-run. Got feeble through the corner again.
And Kim, Minna is, she's basically one of these young skaters that is heir to the throne of what the older generation is doing, and she seems to be putting a lot of pressure on him as well.
Yeah, we've seen Minna grow up kind of in the contest scene. She was telling me that she's actually been skating a lot of street.
They called it mid-run. That feeble through the corner again.
And Kim, Minna is, she's basically one of these young skaters that is heir to the throne of what the older generation is doing, and she seems to be putting a lot of pressure on him as well.
Yeah, we've seen Minna grow up kind of in the contest scene. She was telling me that she's actually been skating a lot of street this past year.
Interesting.
And that's actually been a positive influence on her park skating.
All right, moving right along, Julia Vendetti.
Des Moines. The yeses are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
That just got away from her. I think maybe stiff, cold, getting back into it.
Like we said, the start-stop all day yesterday. It's an emotional roller coaster for a lot of these skaters too, and I think that's almost takes a bigger toll than the physicality of the sport.
This is that backside air that just got away from her. I think maybe stiff, cold, getting back into it.
Like we said, the start-stop all day yesterday. It's an emotional roller coaster for a lot of these skaters too, and I think that's almost takes a bigger toll than the physicality of the sport.
And they definitely vibe off each other, so to have to stop halfway through and come back in kind of takes the steam out a little bit.
All right, this is Ariana Carmona coming out of the U.S. Starting things off 50-50 over the low, coming up a little bit short. Almost like into the backside air, so that's going to be a popular combo spot all day long. Actually, going over the low through the backside air to the boneless seems to be a very popular line. Alex, like when you're out there and you're trying to differentiate your line from other skaters, do you find that sometimes some of these skaters get stuck in a rut and they just end up, everyone just repeats the same line?
Sometimes skate parks can dictate the line that is fastest and most comfortable, but you can differentiate yourself by doing different tricks. If you're seeing everybody do the boneless, maybe do a lip slide, maybe a Smith stall up there, just try to get some variation.
All right, well, bailing on the hand plant there at the end, but a solid run up until then. Packing a whole bunch of tricks in there, a lot of walls. Take us through it.
There's that boneless. Yeah, we are seeing a lot of bonuses on the flat bank and a lot of airs on that wall. So Ariana's kind of playing to the course. With that flip disaster was great.
So it'll be interesting to see, the judges, when the judges are basically warming up along with the skaters, the scores can be a little weird. And that's another thing too, when you stop an event and start it the next day, maybe the scoring levels and the scale was different the day before. So it's hard for the judges to find a match for that as well. But if you look there at the standings right now, there are a lot of Americans stacked on top of each other right now. Fifth place.
Yeah, Ariana jumped up into fifth place there. She's got to feel relieved. 24 hours basically since her last run.
Right.
And got into that fifth place spot. So she's shaking. I would be too.
Yes, exactly. Kim, so next up is Jordan Santana from the U.S. Heard such great things about her. One of the few elite to do an elusive trick here in this event. Tell us what you know about her.
I mean, Jordan, I think, recently was competing at the U.S. National Championships and was throwing those fives, and it was really fun to see. I love that progression, so I'm excited. I want to see that five, hopefully on this run. Okay,
here she goes, straight over the low, into a little hand plant to get her run started. There's that ever-popular frontside boneless on the flat bank. Nice layback air right there, kind of finding herself in a weird transition, trying to get that speed up.
Ooh.
Now, I mean, when you have in your head that you know that you can do the 540, it's got to be weighing on you a little bit because you just need to be able to get to that spot to do it.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that Jordan maybe didn't come out swinging with the 540. I think her tactic was maybe to get a score on the board. She's got 3 seconds left.
Outside ollie. So that's going to do it for her. Unfortunately, not able to put a run together where she could stick that 540 in there. But it's crazy to think about, you know, 1984, McGill does the first 540, and now we're just, it's basically kids are like learning 540s because they see it on Instagram and TikTok and think that they're supposed to be able to do them.
There are a few that can.
Doesn't work that way, though.
12-year-olds.
Ask my ankles. All right, Jordan Santana right now sitting in 24th place. Unfortunately for her, not able to find a spot to do that. So we're on to the other Jordan.
Jordan Barrett, you know, she hardly needs this right now. She's already qualified. She's in that number 3 spot. It's really curious what she's going to do.
Yeah, Jordan's so stylish. You know, she grew up surfing in Hawaii, and you can tell that surf style really shows itself here in the way that she flows to the goal. Frontside ollie over onto the plexiglass flat bank. Stalefish right there, putting together a nice line. Oh, weird bonus, flat bank. Comes back here into the bigger wall. Nice backside air, kicking it out. Just now looking for the final ingredients to this run. Oh, and stepping off of the backside air over Loaf Island. So unfortunately for Jordan stepping off right there at the end, but still, she did the damage yesterday, currently in 3rd place.
She's just going to take that last 10 seconds to do a little walkout.
Yeah.
She doesn't need this.
Why stress yourself out?
Nah, there's no stress on Jordan. Jordan looks like the most calm competitor. She's always collected.
Oh, it's island style.
Island style.
So Kim, yesterday, you know, Jordan was saying how big of a deal it was for her to be on the U.S. team. It's pretty amazing to see, you know, her talking to Mimi Noop right there. One of the people that has made this,
You know, in your corner.
Yeah, it's great to see that. I mean, I grew up snowboarding with Carabeth Burnside, who's basically one of the legends of this sport.
One of the few to do both, skateboarding and snowboarding.
Yeah, we could really do a whole show on Mimi Noop, honestly. We have a lot, we owe her a lot. And all these skaters really do look up to her to get some advice and to get some feedback, and she's really provided the team great support.
All right, and coming out of Japan right now is Kihana Ogawa. Nice frontside Smith grind, standing up on that. 5-0, looking for some additional tricks here at the end of her run. Backside D up there on the steeper wall. Coming in here for the final trick. She got 6 seconds left. Frontside lip slide through the corner. Japanese skaters, we keep saying it, but they are coming on so strong, capping that run off with the frontside ollie. I mean, what can you say? Japan has just shown up in the last couple of years in action sports in general.
Yeah, and we didn't see a ton of Japanese skaters in the earlier heats, but that's because they're all on the pre-seeded group. So looking forward to seeing that domination.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see. The finals of this event are going to be absolutely bonkers. Okay, talk us through this, Alex. What did we see here in the beginning of this run?
Well, Kihana Ogawa has a really powerful approach. She's got great lip tricks. That backside disaster was perfect. Great line she picked through the park. Noticed she kind of picked a different route, got to that lip slide midway through the run, and it projected her up onto this wall for a nice frontside air.
All right, so Kihana looking for a decent score here. It's going to be good. I mean, she did have a full run, a lot of technical tricks. That lip slide through the corner, judges love to see that. Second place, bumps up, 34.04, very nicely done. And you think about who some of these judges are. I mean, you've got like Brian Howard out there who's like a lip trick god. So they definitely appreciate the approach. Okay, Indiara Ask coming out of Brazil for her final run here. Now, Alex, we've been talking about her for years. One of the strongest skaters out here. Great style.
Yeah, Angie's become like an icon in Brazil for Brazilian female park skating. She's an amazing talent. She's coming off of an ankle injury during last year during COVID. Looking pretty strong. That was a little...
Yeah, a little drifty front foot. Another frontside bonus, this time with a foot on top of the lip. Frontside fast plant, I love that. No one's really doing that. Combos then into the front side ollie over the hip. So Indy having a great run here, using the entire park, putting some very unique tricks in. Goes with the stalefish, comes off, but time was done. Where do you think that's going to put her, Alex?
Well, that's a little tricky. She fell off on that last wall, and I believe it was during time. So I don't know if that's going to penalize her.
We'll have to see. You know, we talk about skating in Brazil and how it's such a big deal. Kim, can you just describe, like, we always, Brazilian passion seems like a go-to term these days. What is it really? It's just like, what makes them so hungry?
I don't know. They must be, you know, something in the water or something in the food. But Brazil, definitely a powerhouse. I mean, we have Leticia on the street side, but so many younger girls coming up, following the footsteps of, you know, women like Leticia, Ingy here. Like, it's definitely a place to look out for. Brazil will definitely show up in the Olympics.
I always said that the course is like meat to a Brazilian. I do love a Brazilian barbecue, and so do they apparently. They're just devouring this course. Indy Arasp in 8th place, so she makes that 20 cut, and so that will do it. That will wrap up our runs that we had to complete from yesterday.
But that feels really good for the skaters right now to get that Heat 4 completed, out of the way. The top 20 are going to move on to the semis. We can all kind of reset and move on. Because that was a tough day. That was a lot of challenges.
And I'll say, you know, it probably has a lot, you know, it makes you even more nervous because you don't even know if you're going to make it to the big game. So the results are final here as we have an overlook of a slowly drying skate park. Dew levels really high right now. I'm telling you, it's very, very moist out here. Okay, Ruby Lily right now in first place by virtue of yesterday. Kihana Ogawa moving into second place. Minnesota. Just stacked up. But they are going to meet up against our pre-seeded riders later on, and it's going to be a battle. I'd say it's going to be a battle. Kim, what are your thoughts now? Like, what do you think the mental preparation is of these skaters who skated this morning?
I gotta say, I mean, I think there's a slight advantage having for those skaters that just skated to go into the semifinals because they already got a run under their belt. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how they stack up against, you know, the other skaters that have been kind of sitting cold.
And also coming up is this story that's kind of been behind the scenes, the battle for the African continent. We need to get a spot sliced in there. In 35th place, 35th place, Melissa Williams right now. So it's really going to be, you have to have representation from all the continents. Getting that spot for the African continent, the battle for the African continent, Alex.
Melissa Williams having some might, unofficially make it to the Olympics is really, really profound.
I also really find if you put battle in front of anything, it really gets my attention a lot more. I'm telling you. It's just the battle for Dew Tour. Like
the battle for a dry skate park.
Think about, true. The battle for Dew. And right now, as we look out, the sun is kind of breaking through. We can see some people practicing over here on the street course. We got a lot more skating coming today. We've got men's semifinals, women's semifinals. We have street, we have park. We also have a lot more, hopefully, dry weather in our future. I'm not down with this full start-stop thing.
Please don't. Please no more.
No more. No more. I don't want to have to come on here and be like, Alex, what is a skateboard? This is Phil.
Yes, we're going to see some, especially from all these young skateboarders. I mean, we're looking at a field of like most of them being under 15. I don't know the exact stats, but even the ones that are preceded that they're meeting are also teenagers. So Brighton, Masugu, Amelia being the oldest skateboarder in here, and love you, Amelia, made the cut at 20th. So there's one person over 31.
But being the oldest at age 1 tells we have Ruby True, who's 12 years old. I think it's just so important to just not forget that it's so young and there's so much potential and so much possibility. And I'm just like so impressed because I wasn't doing that when I was 12.
I'm telling you, I didn't start skating until I was 16. And it's like, you start thinking about like these kids that are basically just, they grow up and have some energy drink injected straight into the fetus. And this is what happens. You get kids doing 540s at 11 years old. It's ridiculous. Let's look over here at the men's open street qualifier. This is heat number 1 right now. I want to talk about just the representation from all over the globe, and it truly is, you know, you think about the traditional stick and ball. You can do cool to see different skaters you wouldn't traditionally see in a competition format.
Yeah, and just the access, right? You talk about all you need is a piece of wood with 4 wheels. There's places where people are skating barefoot. You don't even need shoes, you know? There's a crew in India, the barefoot girls skate crew in India. So that's what's exciting for me for, you know, the Olympic, the expansion of the sport, the culture. It's just such a low barrier to entry, and I think that is really what makes it special.
Alex, you've spent some time judging some of these events. Can you talk a bit about, like, what is
Park is more about this completing a really fluid line. You want to hit all the corners and all the features that you see. And street, there's going to be a lot more emphasis on progression and technical ability and how big the obstacle you're going after is. So there's a differentiation in between those two things, and the formats themselves change over time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's all about foot juggling a skateboard, basically, is what we're talking about. So let's take a look right now at some of the, you know, the Olympics are coming. Whether anyone likes it or not, I just think it's going to be really exciting to see what happens, and this is what it means to these skaters at Dew Tour.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle of the Pacific to skating for my country and also my island, you know?
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls.
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
Up into first right there with the 35-0 tie. Our current leader. There you go. Put it down. Some building blocks there looking around at number 2, but nicely done there in the game. Great hustle. So we've got 9 down. Got 6 left to go here around at number 1 and 2. We're probably going to get into this pretty quick with a short amount of practice and move right along to heat number 2. We got 16s and well, we lost a lot of events yesterday due to rain. So that's a little hustle.
Able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
we get out. Fire it up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do.
Should we drive back to the real world now?
No, I like it here.
New Mountain Dew Major Melon.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today. Catch what you've been missing
45
today.
45 seconds.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
We Casey Summer of Freedom sweepstakes. The more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town.
Free Lee.
No.
15 seconds.
Oh, it's fire. Mountain Dew.
Out of commercial
Spicy
here
wings.
in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Too spicy.
Do the
1, and you could dip to black if you want. 25 till we're on the air. 20. 15 seconds. On the air in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 to red, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're on. 150 out of this.
Yeah, wipe out and get right back up.
Get up.
Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks.
Come on.
Hop on and do what you want.
Yeah.
True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E. how we living. Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. That go far or go farther. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll.
Out in 10.
Peace.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
World and welcome to Dew Tour Des Moines. This is Dew Tour 2021 and we are into Women's Park Semifinals. You see this beautiful skate park, 88,000 acres of awesome here in Des Moines, a city that has been so welcoming to the skateboarders of the world. coming through to compete for Dew Tour glory, for Olympic qualification. It all happens now. I am Chris Cote, joined by Kim Woozy and Chris Pastris, and we are very excited to say the park is dry, the skateboarders are ready. You are in for a treat. Welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa. This skate park has been providing some amazing highlights so far. Kim, what do you expect to see from our semifinalists?
I mean, I'm expecting to see some exciting skateboarding for sure. I mean, the anticipation building is an understatement. We've had a few delays with the weather, but the girls are out here, they're ready. They've, been preparing for this moment, and they're here to throw down.
Pastris, we sat through a couple quick little rain delays, making the added challenge to our qualifiers. They battled through. We made the cut from 41 to 20. Now those 20 are going to meet our 12 pre-qualified skaters. So this is where things really start to get interesting.
Yes, and we've got 32 cut to 8, so it is a hard cut. And the women that did qualify in this top 20 fought it out super hard. You had the starts and the stops with all the rain. That just creates anxiety, and it's difficult to perform under those circumstances. So hopefully we get through this comp with no rain. Knock on wood.
Everybody knock on wood, knock on wood at home as well.
Semifinal right now. I'm pumped.
That's right. We do have street skating happening to the other side of us. Both parks fully activated. And what you're about to see here in the women's semifinals, some of the best park skaters on the planet. They all have, of course, again, Dew glory on their mind, Olympic qualification. So you talk about the pressure that's about to go down, and I know these women are going to rise to the challenge because we've seen it so far. So check it out, Lauridsen Skate Park, the largest skate park in the nation, 88,000 square feet, designed and built by California Skate Parks. This is a $3.5 million skate park, and the grand opening was just May 7th, so a brand new park. We did give it to the locals for a little bit to warm it up. The pros are here for 4 days, and after that, this park belongs to the skaters of Des Moines. Well, the Olympics are happening right around the corner. You're going to have 20 athletes per discipline, that being park and skate, men and women. 3 per country per discipline. We need 5 participating continents. Each must be represented. Pastris, when you're thinking of the overall field, we think skate superpowers, right?
Yes.
USA, Brazil, Australia is in the mix. But there are a lot of countries here vying for those coveted Olympic spots.
Yeah.
What are some of the names that you're looking at here in the semis?
Gosh, I mean, Japan is really stacked, starting off with Sakura Yosizumi. Mami, with the Smith grinds and the style. So Japan's got just, I'd say, a good 3 or 4 riders that could win this thing. Brazil is always strong. Yindiara Asp, of course. And, there's our list right there. Look how international it is. You got Sky Brown, young competitor out of Great Britain, an internet sensation. She's amazing. We got the legend Lizzie Armanto, representing Finland. We got Dora, we got Poppy from Australia, so what a diverse. Kisa Nakamura from Japan, so stacked, very versatile, all over the map, all over the world, so it's awesome to see.
Well, you've got, a bunch of skaters from the USA vying for not a lot of positions, and that's kind of the story we're going to be following through. Team Japan has a lot of double qualifiers heading into this semifinals. So this is really, of course, for the countries trying to get in and the countries trying to stay in. We have so much representation from Japan, USA, and Brazil. Those are the teams that are actually going to be doing some infighting for those spots.
100%.
And, Kim, when we talk about the scene, right, this international skate scene, we have seen a lot of camaraderie down in the park and, of course, just out on the streets with everybody here together with the same goal. That, of course, is to grow and progress skateboarding as a global unit, but also, the level of competition that you have to even make your country's team, let alone make those Olympic cuts, is going to be massive. What's the vibe like down in the deck? Have you talked to some of these ladies about the pressure that they're going through?
You're right, Chris. I mean, it is very challenging to make, for example, the U.S. team. The vibe is, it's camaraderie, but also they're here to represent. They're here to, produce some results. A lot of them have been working really hard, preparing for the moment. I think it's a mental game for sure, not only with last year's sort of delay, but also, some of the challenges here with the rain. So it's going to be fierce out there, and I'm excited.
We did see at the very bottom of that list, the African continent. We are going to find a skater to represent the African continent. We have two here, one from Morocco and the other from South Africa. So we'll be watching that story as well. A big story coming into Dew Tour, of course, the teenage domination. Most of the skaters competing in the semifinals are still teenagers. Let's take a look at the field of these incredible teenage skateboarders.
All the young guns, they're coming in hot.
It seems like the generation's just getting like younger and younger.
These young girls are like coming in, they'll fully put their pads on and stuff, and you're like, all right, like she probably skates good. And then she'll go up and do like a 6-foot high 540.
When I was 15, I was super carefree. I was just like, oh, we're just skating in a contest. And nowadays, their mentality is to win.
I just want to do tricks that boys are doing, you know?
It's not like their own division where they can't compete with the guys.
We're all fighting for the top spot and wanting to be the best, but behind all that, we're really good friends.
みんな練習頑張ってるからかな。
Definitely the progression is going to go way up.
I mean, women's skateboarding in the past year has progressed so much, probably more than the past 10 years.
I think that's pushing a lot of us to like kind of step our game up a little bit.
Sakura,
she's crazy. Sky, Brighton, Lucrezia from Italy, Poppy from Australia, Kisa, Mommy. Literally, it's just insane.
To see how friendly they are and cheering each other on, but also so aggressive at the same time.
watching all the girls ripping it. Just skating with them's fun.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12. That's for sure.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12 either. None of us were, but it's happening now. We have 3 heats in the women's park semifinal, 32 skateboarders. We go from bottom to top in terms of when these skaters drop. Amelia Braca just made the cut yesterday. And you look down this list, again, still a deep international field. We got representatives from Chile, Brazil, Canada. You know, Faye Ebert from Canada, she's 11 years old and she's making semifinals at Dew Tour. That is huge. China, Great Britain, Baumette Martin ripping yesterday.
Ruby True, only 12 years old.
Yeah, so we talk about the teenagers, but there's also preteens shredding here at Dew Tour, and more of that to come. So we have 32 skaters here in the semifinals, and another savage cut coming in the next few hours. We're going to cut that down to 8. And here's a look at semifinal heat number 2. This is where you start to see some household names. We have 6 Americans out of 11. So again, you'll see how competitive it's going to be to make that American team. Brighton Zoyner will be skating for the first time here this weekend. Mami Tezuka, owner of one of the best Smith grinds on the planet. So very much looking forward to seeing that. Kim, looking at this list, who are some of your favorites to watch?
I'm excited to see Jordan for sure. Grace coming off of a double ACL surgery. I was chatting with her yesterday. You know, she just turned 18 yesterday. Happy birthday, Grace. And, you know, Ariana also not a stranger to competition. A lot of these skaters have been around, you know, competing in the U.S. scene for a while now. So I'm excited to see, you know, how they stack up against this international field.
Pastrus, a young skater on the come up. Ruby Lilly, one of our top qualifiers from yesterday.
Yeah, she's got it all, the complete package. Just smooth, powerful. There you see her on course right now, and great style. You know, only 12 years old. No, 14, excuse me, but skates like she's a grown woman.
Here are your top seeded women in the semifinals. Literal global superstars. Sky Brown representing Great Britain, Sakura Yosizumi, Masugo Okamoto, Poppy Star Olsen, Lizzie Armanto, who was in the booth yesterday talking about her wild adventures over the past few months. Kisa Nakamura, always one to watch. Dora Varela, Kokona Haraki, Isadora Rodriguez Pacheco, and of course Bryce Wetstein from Encinitas, California. She has been a huge story we've been following. I actually got the opportunity to write an article about Bryce for Encinitas magazine, and I'll tell you, a shining star, not just as a skateboarder, but as a human. And as you'll see, you know, when these women drop, you can really kind of see their personalities come out in how they skate. You know, Kim, when we talk about Team Japan, well, we're talking about ferocious competitors and also, you know, competitors that have really stepped it up. In the past 3 years, Team Japan has to be considered the most improved skateboarding super country.
Yeah, I mean, the Tokyo Olympics are happening, right? So Japan's coming out hard. We've seen this massive growth of young skaters from Japan. I love the camaraderie, I love the support. Of course, the work ethic is there. They're putting in the time, training, perfecting, style progression, all of it. So obviously Japan is in the house today.
Yeah, and I would say it started off with Kisa Nakamura, really, in terms of competition, and her coming over to the States and skating the Park Series competitions and just dominating and showing us what Japan was capable of.
Yeah, powerful skateboarding, and it's cool too when you think of the group of Team Japan. They all have such different styles. It's almost like you put together the super skater with all those styles, but you know, they all have the ability to win this event. So this is really going to be a foreshadowing of what we're going to see in Olympic women's park skating.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things is, again, these young girls out here representing. I'm thinking about all the people watching at home, the families. I'm thinking about like 12-year-old Kim getting to see girls like Kisa. You know, I remember meeting her when she was like 14 years old, and I was like, oh my God, if I got to see you on TV or on YouTube when I was that age, I would have just been so inspired. So I think that all of these women are opening doors and changing the game around the world.
Well, it's about to be on. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action live from Des Moines. This is Dew Tour 2021. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And 3 minutes out.
Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world. Your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
2 minutes, 30 seconds out of commercial.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing.
So she's saying 25 minutes. They were saying
Catch what you've been missing
2
today.
minutes out of commercial.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft.
15 minutes in between.
I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take a load up for a ride. I'm ready, I don't want to wait. 'Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on.
90 seconds out of commercial, 90 out.
Got the sunshine and the shoreline. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time. Passing that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
1 minute out. Yep. 1 minute out of commercial, 1 minute. How are you? 45 out of commercial. Out of commercial.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
20 seconds.
Does it look like I don't know that?
15 out of commercial.
Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
10, 9,
jump down my beat.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Doing spicy?
1.
Do the do.
welcome back to Dew Tour Des Moines. Street Qualifier is happening, and this is Eduardo Neves, the Brazilian, who just set the high mark. Number of the beast, 6663. But this is just another bit of foreshadowing to what we're about to see. Lots of skateboarding happening here in Des Moines. We've got double parks running at the same time. We're going to bring you some highlights from Open Street Qualifier on the men's side. But as soon as the women drop in the semis here at the park, we're going to go full coverage. Ladies first today. And you can expect us to be skating here well into the night tonight. Catching up from a couple pauses yesterday. Eduardo Neves. Of course, we know how good the Brazilian skateboard scene is. What do you think of that run from Eduardo, Pastor?
This is a top quality run for sure. And we've got over 100 competitors in open qualifiers, and he just laid it down and showed you what it's going to take. A complete run, difficult tricks like the hard flip front board, just everything. The massive frontside flip, that run had everything. And look at that, he's 30 points ahead of the second place qualifier. So
basically comboed the field right there.
That's what you need to do to make our top 20 cut from 102.
It's pretty awesome what's happening over here at Open Men's Qualifiers, as well as the Open Women's Park. You have so many nations competing. I was just watching practice. I heard skaters from Yemen, Colombia, Chile, as we saw right there, Brazil, Great Britain. So a lot of representation from all over the world. Has to be one of the biggest gatherings of international skateboarders ever. And Kim, when you see that group come together, I mean, we're not just seeing Brazilians cheering for Brazilians. People are cheering for everybody because there's a storyline for each and every athlete that comes through Dew Tour.
Exactly, and you know, skateboarding is a universal culture, a sport, a language. We see skaters becoming friends even with a language barrier because they can speak through the language of skateboarding, and that's really one of my favorite things about an event like this, an Olympic qualifier, Dew Tour in general. So many different folks from around the world coming together and really just celebrating what they love, skateboarding.
Well, diversity in skateboarding is at an all-time high, and we're absolutely loving it. So it's time to celebrate some of that diversity right now. Take a look.
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse, it's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
Absolutely loving the celebration of diversity in skateboarding. Congrats to Manny Santiago. Just got the cover of Skatism magazine. A great place to really see what's happening in the culture of skateboarding right now. Well, as we wait for the women's semifinals to start, we're going to take a peek over at the men's open qualifiers for street. This is Phil Nystrom representing Finland. So you see right there, each skater, level playing field, get the same amount of time, get the whole park to themselves. Pastors, this park looks so fun.
Oh man,
It looks stressful to compete on, but it looks so fun.
The largest, course in the nation. So yeah, the street course is huge. A lot of options for creativity. Lots of rails. you know, lots of bumps, lots of banks. You can have fun with it. You can get technical. So it's a great course.
And it's pretty cool because if you're looking at that top qualifier from Brazil, who just absolutely slayed it with a 66.63, his first run, I believe, was a 7 or something like that. So you do have 2 chances. When we do go to women's park semis, they're going to get 3 chances. So that's where we're really going to see the level rise.
Yeah, Eduardo showed you what you need to do. I believe you said his score was roughly 66, but yeah, that's the benchmark. That's what you need to do to feel comfortable about moving on from this open qualifier.
Yeah, and when you get 3 runs, you're really going to start to see, okay, you have maybe the first safety run, if you're looking at like competitive tactics, the first safety run, get your benchmark score, and then you start increasing there. As you see over on the street,
Juan Carlos coming out of Colombia. And yeah, you know, you only have 2 45-second runs, Cote, so you kind of can't do a safety run. There's just too much competition. With 100 competitors and a harsh cut to 20, you can't go out there doing board slides.
Yeah,
you just can't. You got to throw it all out on the line. You got to put it all out there.
I think when people are starting to drop 66s, a 20.
Wow! A gap tail slide. We're going to have one more chance for Juan Carlos to make that.
Now, it's similar for the men as it is for the women. With those rain delays, Kim, we didn't see a lot of practicing going down. In a way, that can be good because skateboarders obviously have that creative eye when they look at a park like this. Have you talked to any of the men or women who have competed at park? And what are they saying is what's up with this park?
I mean, I think the consensus is that it's challenging to have the start-stop for sure. You want to get in there, you want to get practice in, you want to get your runs. But something that's really cool about this park is that because this is staying here and we have 88,000 square feet, there are, you know, there's a mini ramp, there's some flat ground, there's progression here. So I've been, you know, seeing some of the skaters, you know, stay on their board and stay warm, and I think that's helpful for sure.
See an overview of the park right there. We have 2 of the biggest skateboards in the world on course.
There's just a, you know, Toyota car on a giant skateboard.
Yeah, that
totally
Toyota is a skateboard. I like to see that. This is Mario Iglesias.
Yeah, Mario in, nice 270 flip there, 360 flip. Nice nose blunt. It's a good start. Going for that kick back.
Okay, Iglesias
on the
now.
A-frame. This is a great start right here.
I want to say he's already erased that 15 on his first run.
Nollie Crooks. Bang. Front blunt. Oh, he's getting it done right here.
And don't forget,
representing Argentina.
These qualifiers will be going up against Knives of Houston, Mario McCoy, all the best in the world.
Sean Jordan, yeah, it's going to be no joke. Again, yeah, this is 6 heats of skaters, approximately 102 competitors looking for 20 spots. So this is a harsh cut.
That is a big.
You got to bring all the guns.
Now, we talked a little bit yesterday about the Cinderella stories that we're going to see forming. That's what's happening right now on the street course.
Yeah.
You're already kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of competition over here on the women's side with the semifinalists being set.
Yeah.
That right there, you need to keep your eye on the skaters in the lower ranks right now who will be going first, because that's where we're going to see the potential for some upsets starting to develop. You know, in watching street practice over there, when the big guns came out, they came out swinging. So yes, they're smiling. Yes, they're having fun at practice, but trust us when we say you're about to see some next level skateboarding from men and women in park and street. This is not a walk in the park. This is a competition.
And any skater in this competition can win this thing. An unknown skater, you know, relatively unknown like Eduardo Neves could take this.
Valadares Mota right there. He's got a 30.47, so a solid start.
I'd imagine the larger field and the newer, younger skaters coming up fuels the fire of some of those veterans and kind of puts a spark, you know, under them to come out strong.
I mean, how must it feel for a guy like Valadares to be warming up and practicing with Nyjah, you know, with that whole crew? It must be awesome, and that's how these young skaters get better. You rise to the occasion. You know, we're going to see that on the women's side as well.
He went for it on that kickflip back tail. He's got one more run to put it all together. 45 seconds goes by quick in this huge part.
the
It
level.
takes you 45 seconds just to get through the park.
Yeah,
to lap it.
If you fall, you know, we've seen other competitions
hurt.
where a fall will in park and street, you can't step off your board, you can't
Keep
fall.
going. Yeah, you can keep going the full time, the full 45 seconds.
That right there, that just shows mental toughness. Kim, we saw it yesterday in women's. Some of our top qualifiers had a slam in their run or had a bad slam that ended their run, and then they came back. You know, mental toughness, is that something that you're seeing kind of on the rise with the help of coaches and, you know, more of like a staff sport mentality?
Definitely. I think it's the coaches, it's the support, it's the community, the camaraderie, a lot of family support as well, which is important and great to see for some of the younger skaters. I think all of that adds up. It really takes a village, right? And we see with some of these superpower countries, Japan, US, Brazil, Australia, you really see that. They're out here in a crew, they're rolling deep, and that really affects their skateboarding.
And here we have someone representing Slovenia. So really, all corners of the globe out here at Dew Tour 2021, man.
Pastris, you know what it's like to skate a park by yourself. It kind of feels a little weird and eerie. Skating a park by yourself with a couple hundred people watching and a couple million people watching at home, that's got to be a little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you got to control the nerves. That's part of being a pro skateboarder, man. You know, when the time's to go, you got to throw that aside, relax, breathe, and do your tricks. And it's really setting the pros from the amateurs here with the start and stops, because you know the pros will get through it.
They know
you know
all
what I'm saying?
about
The
it.
Nija's going to get through it, but if you're an inexperienced skater, you know, waiting 15 minutes to practice or having a 20-minute delay on your run could really affect you mentally.
Spin you out a little bit for sure. And, you know, I think for a lot of these younger skaters coming to compete here, yeah, of course they would love to win, but I think a lot of them are really chalking this up to experience,
100%.
knowing that after the Olympics, I mean, this could be a whole new world of skateboard contests. It's not going to affect us going out in the streets and doing slappies and having fun, but what it could do is make skateboard contests a little bit more common around the world, because
100%.
really at the amateur level right now, you know, I think we need more. We need more growth there, local contests at your local park. So hopefully contests like Dew Tour and of course the Olympics will do that in spreading the knowledge. And Kim, I know you spread the knowledge about Skate Like a Girl, which is a high compliment in anywhere. So what are you looking at right now for Skate Like a Girl, Dew Tour heading to the Olympics? What are your guys' goals?
Yeah, well, we're already seeing, you know, with the elevation of these events and the global exposure, we see the interest. I think everyone always, all kinds of people have always secretly wanted to skateboard because it's so fun. It looks so cool. It's so fun. But there's been barriers, right? You kind of feel intimidated. You're not sure if it's for you. So with Skate Like a Girl, we're taking down those barriers. We're saying, hey, it's literally for everyone. And we're just making it accessible by providing safe spaces and things like gear access, right? Not every kid has access to a skateboard and a helmet. So we go out there and we you know, host programs. We do free clinics in the community. We do camps. We do lessons. And our goal really is accessibility and keeping it inclusive and expanding the community.
And we did hear to that point of access to gear. I was overhearing Vern and Jimmy, our on-site announcers, talking about icon legend Kenny Reed actually helping out the Yemeni skate team, teaming up with Supreme. So Supreme, Yemeni skate team, boom, that's a match right there.
Nice.
How stoked are you to have Kenny Reed helping you out and helping, you know, coach your team, just facilitate that? Well, check it out. We've got women practicing. That means we are about to light this candle. We've got the women's semifinals for Park coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Dew Tour will be right back.
Should we drive back to the real world now?
No, I like it here. New Mountain Dew Major Melon.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
With Casey's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes, the more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town. Free Lee!
No. You know what's fire?
Mountain Dew, spicy wings.
Doing spicy? Do the Dew.
Well, welcome back to Dew Tour Des Moines. We are stoked to be here at an 88,000 square foot park, the Lordson Skate Park, right here on the river in downtown Des Moines. You're about to watch women's park semifinals. I am Chris Cote, joined by Kim Woozy and Chris Dune Pastris. We're gonna make it a little bit more challenging for these women. We are gonna give them one extra run. So here in the semifinals, we do add a run. So it's 3 runs. 40 seconds. One more change, you skate until you fall. In the previous open qualifier, you could fall, grab your board, jump back on, keep going. If you fall in the semis, your run is over. So make note of that. All the skate will be dropping in first. She's representing Poland, and she is an absolute force of skateboarding off and on the board. Works with an organization called Exposure, helping to spread the word about skateboarding to young women all over the world, and she's in. 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Cote, we watched her win a Vans Park Series event in Malmö, Sweden in 2017. So Amelia's got what it takes. Nice frontside air. I like the way she's cruising through the bowl with speed and confidence. Nice Smith stall. 50-50, that pool coping corner sounds so amazing.
We talked about some of the, so right there is an example. She left 9 seconds on the clock.
Not too bad.
Not a big deal, but if you fall, your run's over. Kim, Amelia's been in the scene for a long time. Definitely an advocate for all kinds of skateboarding.
Yeah, and I'm proud to see Amelia out here because she is at age 31, the oldest competitor. Not old by any means, but in this young group of competition, she is the oldest. So she's holding it down for us, quote unquote, grandmas in skateboarding.
There's that nice frontside air. Amelia moving through the course nicely. Nice Smith stall.
She's already, I feel like she's already kind of improved, at least confidence-wise from yesterday. Score comes through 18.02. So if you look at that score compared to what we saw yesterday, I think the judges are going to keep things just a little bit more compressed because they know the level is going to rise that much more. So representing Brazil, Erica Leguzman. She's in.
Nice
I'm liking the look of those yellow wheels.
Yeah, she is cruising.
And Erica just 14 years young, so you see the age difference there.
Nice feeble grind through the corner. And there's so many, every year there's new Brazilian competitors and they're just getting more and more gnarly and talented.
Big backside air there. 16 seconds on the clock. The boneless
wall. We saw about 100 frontside bonelesses on that bank wall yesterday.
And you're going to see more. Give the people what they want. We want more bonelesses.
Amen to that.
So left some time on the clock. That's kind of leaving some fruit on the tree. You're really going to, you don't have to skate for a full 40 seconds, but the judges want you to, and you got to give the judges what they want.
Yeah, we had the makings of a solid run there from Erica if she can put it all together. Nice feeble grind through the corner.
So again, any grind variation that you do is going to be made that much more difficult when you do it into and out of a corner. So
100%.
The judges are definitely going to...
nice backside air, grabbing melon behind the foot there. We call that a melon grab.
14.63. So right there, that is kind of a message to the skaters. You need to step things up in a big way. I mean, we've got the best of the best dropping in very soon. So if you want to get the better of Jordan Barrett, Menestes, etc., You really got to represent hard. This is Faye Ebert, 11 years old from Canada, 30 seconds on the clock.
Wow, nice. 2 airs there, one over the volcano and then one on the flat wall. That was amazing. A little start there. Only 11 years old. That is crazy.
A lucky
Smith grind
feather
through the corner.
in her cap.
Yeah, loving the extra little feather there.
Nice tail slide.
Canada, of course, skateboarding superpower. Home of some of the best parks in the world.
Can you imagine 11 years old skating on this
Yeah, at this level and hanging.
international platform?
Yeah,
It's got to be a little
hanging with people twice her age.
That fall is right at time, so we'll see what the judges say there. Love the speed, some creativity in the line that she took. Great skateboarding right there from Ebert.
High speed 5-0 grind. There we see that melon grab over the volcano. There's a Smith grind through the corner. Very well done. And here we have a high speed tail slide, excuse me. I love the lip tricks coming out of that skateboarder. Only 11 years old, Faye. Good job.
I will never be mad at solid fundamentals. A good Smith grind, a good tail slide, etc. Faye's got him. 19.18. That'll be enough to get her in the lead so far.
Looks like that lucky feather was helpful.
Exactly. That Canadian, maybe it's Canadian goose feather. Ooh, I don't know. We'll have to find out. Dropping in next, we've got a skater representing Chile, Josefina Tapia Vares.
Josefina hanging on to that air. Another one over the hip there. Nice Smith grind.
One of our teenage representatives here, 19 years old.
Nice frontside ollie. 5-0 grind into the corner there. Doing it for Chile.
Some flair with the mismatched Vans slip-ons.
Stepped off that frontside air.
Chile well represented there. Great run for Tapia Vares. It's going to be really hard to be a judge today. Everyone's going to be ripping.
Lots of Smith grind through the corner.
I'll tell you, a lot of similar tricks and runs, so it's about who's going to do them bigger,
the best,
faster, longer.
And stay on 100%. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing scores right now. It's like 19, 18, 14. I think you want scores up in the 40 range to feel like you're even in the conversation.
It's almost like the judges are doing the swipe up thing. All right, come on, let's go. Step it up. But this is good. I mean, this is what we're going to see. First run, throw down your 20. Get something in the baseline. You've got 2 more opportunities after that.
Yeah, with the 3 runs, that changes the psychology a bit.
Definitely.
You can do a safety run, we call it, which is just getting 1 in the books with your basics and then building on that and getting more difficult as you go.
We've cracked into the 20s. Josefina Tapia Vares with a 21. Next skater dropping in is Victoria de Souza Bassi, representing Brazil. 13 years old.
Nice frontside 50-50 into that feeble grind in the corner. Nice Smith grind.
Beautiful Smith grind.
And another frontside 50-50. I love the sound of that coping.
High speed, powerful approach.
Yeah. Final minutes here. Oh, going for the air to fakie. Almost hung on to that one.
It's a tough trick right there. That would be a solid ender for De Souza Bassi.
Loving the grip tape art, though. Extra style points for that.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. De Souza with that double truck grind. You don't see too many frontside 50-50s in big bowls and pools because they're hard.
Even Mike, he was telling us how hard that
broke his collarbone on one. It's more difficult than a backside 50-50. And you see a Smith grind into the corner, keeping her speed. Well done.
And as the judges think about their scores, we do have the best judges on the planet here at Dew Tour. And I would say, I mean, this is going to be the similar kind of judging you will see in the upcoming Olympics. Score comes through, 15.95 for Victoria de Souza Bassi representing Brazil. Should be in 4th place for now. Lots of skateboarding to come. We have 32 skaters in this semifinals. Emily Antunes from Florianopolis, Floripa, Brazil. As we know, that is the skate mecca of Brazil.
Yes. Oh, Pedro Barros. Nice frontside air transfer onto the Toyota bank wall there. There's that big boneless on the bank wall. I like the speed she's got.
If you're gonna do a boneless, do it big. Like we just saw right there from Antunes.
Yeah, in Florianopolis, you got Murillo Perez, you got Vika Kino, you got Pedro Barros. So just such talent comes out of that small island in Brazil, Florianopolis.
And DR Asp as well.
Yeah, so you're seeing it right here. Nice frontside rock and roll.
You know our friends at High Adventure are watching, no doubt. That is a breeding ground of skate talent. Kim, so far, what do you think of our semifinalists?
I mean, I think they are all thrown down here. It cannot be easy given sort of the anticipation, the mental buildup. Like I said before, I think it's a mental game at this point. Also with the different format a little bit, you know, needing to stay on your board has got to add to the pressure as well. So with the semis, you skate till you fall. The qualifier rounds, they had a few other chances so you could fall and get back up and land a trick. But with this one, you gotta stick it out. You gotta ride it through.
Yeah, there were only a few people who were able to take advantage of that full 40 seconds and jump back on their board and reset. Once you have a fall, it gets in your head often.
We have a new leader, Emily Antunes, 24.14. Cassius, to your point, so far, we've seen all of our skateboarders with nearly completed runs. A couple seconds left on the board here and there.
Yeah.
But I feel like the consistency level has already risen as we made our way into the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, 24, I wouldn't feel completely comfortable and safe. We've got a lot of skaters to go. You know, we got another like 30 some odd, you know, 3 more heats, excuse me. So yeah, a lot more to go. A lot more talent to see.
Talked about the benchmark yesterday being around 40. Here we have Zane representing China in the park now. She's from Beijing. Impressed us yesterday and doing it again. High speed skating.
Yes.
Power skating. Loving this from Shin.
And let me correct myself. There's 2 more heats ahead with lots of talent. Minnis Des, Brighton Joyner, Kisa Nakamura. So lots of skateboarding left. It's gonna go off.
I feel like we're
nice front rock.
We're watching a run right now that's going to crack into the top 3 at least.
China has so much talent.
And so much concrete. They're building a lot of huge, awesome parks.
I know yesterday Lizzie was in the booth talking about just how impressed she was with the Chinese skaters. The progression is so fast. She said some of them, you know, they just started competing a few years ago, and here they are.
This is one of the best runs of the day so far.
New face, look at that, boneless with her foot right on the lip. I love to see that. And then a proper invert, hand on coping. Nice Smith grind, all the way through that corner.
Can I just have that trick? Maybe Shin will teach me that later, because that was just perfect. Look at that, well dipped, 28.33, well-deserved score. We've got a new leader. She is representing China, that is Shin Zhang.
So we got a 28.33. Kim, what score do you think you need to be comfortable to crack that top 8?
I don't know, that's a great question. I'm gonna pass that back to you, Chris. What do you think? Analyst?
Said 40.
I'm claiming around 40, but yeah, that's my claim. I'm not a judge. Nice backside air there.
Skater dropping in with one of my favorite names in the entire competition, Bombette Martin, representing Great Britain, living in New York, 14 years old. So far, so good.
Coolest name ever.
Nice fronted air transfer there. Front 50-50. Oh, going for the kickflip board. She had that.
So it leaves 10 seconds on the clock, but
that was a smart trick because a lot of the rest of the run was basic, and you're really going to need something to shine to crack the top 8.
A big finish will get the judges' attention, and I'm not saying that the judges are only going to watch that final trick, but if you've kind of done a medium level run, if you finish really strong, you're going to get rewarded. Bombette, a good start. 2 more runs to go for her.
Repping Great Britain out here. So she's Sky Brown's teammate.
Powerhouse
nice
team right there. Bombette waiting for the score to come through. High mark so far, 28.33. So remember, we're making a cut to 8
Yes, it's a big cut.
The number, that is hard math right there. And not in terms of the difficulty, but in terms of some of the incredible skateboarders that we will lose due to that cut. So Xin Zhang from Beijing, China with a 28.33 in the lead for now.
Do you think the skaters out there are thinking about all the math and the cut and all that, or do you think they're just trying to, do their best and have a good time?
Both. I think it's undeniable that anywhere you're in the park, you look up, there's a huge screen with your scores, with the leaderboard. It would be really difficult to get that out of your mind, but I think once they drop in, muscle memory takes over. And it's all about the run they maybe have planned. So as we go now to Madeleine Lacharon from Paris, France.
Nice fever grind there.
Years old, great style.
Yeah, she's got really good style. Nice melon grab.
I do see a little Lizzie influence, maybe. Look at the style, kind of the knocky, the arms to the side.
Love the old school board slide there. Don't see that often out of young skaters. Only 15 years old, Madeleine. Oh, invert got away from her.
So close, right at time. Paris, France, of course, one of the coolest skate scenes in the world.
Definitely.
Some incredible plazas and parks, DIYs.
And you got Marseille outside of Paris, so.
The godfather of all cement skate parks.
One of the proving grounds, one of the foundations of this type of skateboarding.
And Paris
Marseille,
is where
France.
we're headed after Tokyo, so.
That's right.
Gonna see some more talent coming out of France for sure.
There's that nice, solid board slide.
I like that right there. Just, that's looks like a little bit of decoding.
Little coaching.
Like, hey, you did great here and here and here. Maybe try to get there, and everything will be good. Fist bump and a smile. Sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, and you talked about the scoreboard, Cote. I think the smartest skaters, you guys did, both you, Kim, you do need to study the scoreboard. If you're really going to be a competitor, if you're going to crack that top 8, you're someone that's just waiting on the sidelines. You're taking note. How are the Smith grinds getting scored? How are the airs over the jump box getting scored? And we've got some people in this field that can do kickflips on the flat wall, 540s. So yeah, you gotta play it smart and do something really difficult and unique.
Well, if you're looking at the leaderboard right now, the cut is now at 8th, and Bombette Martin right under that cut. Current standings have Xin Zhang in the lead, representing Beijing, China with a 28.33. Do not be surprised if this entire list is gone by the end of our third semifinal. And that's just due to the fact that we've got such a solid field. At 13 years of age, we're looking at skater representing Germany, Lily Stefasis.
She was off to a good start there.
Left a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, 2 more runs to go, so she's just got to mentally reset. Basically pretend that never happened, because we're taking the best of 3 runs. It's not cumulative.
And maybe some nerves playing in there. Let's not forget, the ages here in this heat. We got 11, 13, 14, 15, 13, 12 years old. Just the amount of pressure, possibly never having skated in front of this many people, this many cameras in your face for the first time ever, and coming out here and trying to do your best. It's just so impressive. They make it look so easy, but I'd like to remind everyone at home, this is not easy at all.
Absolutely not. And
I love to see them all getting coached as well.
yeah, just a little pep talk here and there. I'll tell you too, looking at this park, watching it from home, it might look, oh, this is a fun, mellow skate park. Don't be fooled. This park is deep, it's gnarly. And fortunately, we haven't seen any really brutal slams. We've had our fair share. Can't say this is skateboarding. We will see slams, and that will remind you all at home that this is a sport not to be trifled with. Wear a helmet. If you're learning, wear a helmet, wear pads, do everything you can, because learning how to skateboard is not easy. You will fall.
It's a great activity for getting your heart rate up, because every time you drop in, no matter how many times you've done it, your heart is pumping.
it's good an ego check as well. When
Definitely.
you watch something like this, oh, an 11-year-old girl's ripping this park, I can do it. Then you look over the edge and go,
maybe not.
Let me check my ego at the skate park door. These are some of the best in the business. Amelia Brodka right there in 6th place will be back in the park. Right there, you see the calming, the focus, meditative before she runs in. And I like that. We just saw that transformation from nervous to stoked.
Yeah, taking some deep breaths. I know Amelia practices yoga. It's probably helpful for sure.
Nice 5-0 through the corner. And Smith grind starting off with some power. That front side air every time.
Amelia runs with a fast crowd. Tony Hawk, Steve Caballero. She's always skating with legends.
That 50-50 has been messing with her.
Her husband,
probably
Alex
the most
Beck,
basic thing in her line, and that's how it often goes. You fall on the rock and roll or the axle stall.
Right. It's that foreshadowing fall. Thinking about your next trick, mid-trick.
That's why you want to ideally have a run without a 50-50 or an axle stall.
What are you gonna do?
Keep all your tricks really hard. And if you make them, you're going to get rewarded. Amelia there smiling. She knows she's got one more run. You're okay. No, you're okay.
She's out here
I
having
love
a
the
good
humor.
time.
And hey, she improved. No, it does not. She's going to stick with run number 1, 18.02.
I don't know what
Little
else.
exposure shout out. We see you, Amelia.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Exposure, one of the largest women's skateboarding contests as well. Amelia's done amazing work for the whole community.
Been to a couple of those events in Encinitas. They are awesome. High-speed Smith grind. We're back in. This is Erica Leguzamar representing Brazil.
High speed feeble grind through the corner. I like how that front shoulder's dipped down. She's just coming at it, charging.
The judges like loud skateboarding.
Nice backside air there.
They want to hear those grinds all the way from the judges' booth.
Another nice frontside air. Get America.
Crashers, one thing we haven't really touched on that much is frontside and backside. You have to put a variety of tricks in your run. You can't do all frontside tricks. We might not notice watching, but the judges notice everything. So if you're not mixing it up, that's another reason for them not to give you a big score.
Yeah, and you got to mix it up with lip tricks and airs. You can't do all of one or the other either. You got to use the corners well, like that feeble grind right there by Erica. Use of course, very important. Most of our top qualifiers launching that big Mountain Dew volcano in the center of the course.
That is the ultimate speed bump right there. If you come out that thing landing proper, you are going to be flying heading into that wall. That's where we're going to see some huge airs, long high-speed grinds. Score comes through 17.03 for Erica. She does improve, and she is still in 7th place. Safe for now. Lots of skateboarding yet to come. Young skater out of Canada, 11 years old, our youngest in the field, Faye Ebert.
There she goes, launching over that Mountain Dew volcano to another backside air. Great combination there. And that's sort of the benchmark. If you can launch that Mountain Dew volcano with confidence and not deck check.
Look at how it set her up with so much speed.
It is impressive for her to be able to launch that far too, because she is a little smaller. You know, she weighs less, so you really got to power through.
Faye currently sitting in 5th place, so she's trying to improve on that.
Hard carve right there, trying to get to where she wants to be in this park.
Lip slide. She just stepped off at the very end. Close. To the corner.
Close.
She's got one more run to put that all together. Get him, Faye.
Faye right now sitting right there in 5th place. We'll see if that's better than a 19. She's representing Zero Skateboards.
Yeah, see, I love that she launched over that volcano into a backside air. Started off with some power and some confidence.
I want to get the story about this feather, because if that helps her skate like that, I want one.
Ooh, and that fall right at the buzzer. Is that in time or out?
Pretty good slam. But she's right back up, showing her toughness. Waiting for the score, comes through, 19.1, or 19.09, so right there with her first run. She'll have one more run to try to jump up into those 20s, maybe 30s, if she did pull that lip slide faster.
Exactly.
So that would've been a bigger score.
Faye is going to need a complete run.
You got both areas of this park. up and running. Open men's qualifiers. This is where the world gathers to try to get their flag up on the leaderboard. Big cuts happening over there as well. Give the overview of Park section. Women's semifinals happening now. Josefina Tapia Vares representing Chile. Currently sitting in 4th spot with a 21. We're all kind of thinking that 30s, 40s, safe numbers. We'll see if Josefina can get herself up into that general area on the leaderboard.
Nice little back to their transfer there. Yeah, that Smith grind, great combo.
Awesome, awesome Smith grind.
Nice frontside ollie.
Pastors in the world of grinds, where does Will Smith fall in terms of difficulty?
I want to say it's one of the more common grinds. You want to do a frontside feeble if you want to stand out. You know, you got Bryce Wetstein with the lip side Smith grind. You want to do something special like that. Smith grind revert. The Smith grind is a pretty standard trick these days. But if you're mommy and doing it with great style, it scores well.
Yeah, style definitely factoring in here. This is not a race.
Yeah, Mommy Tezuka does the Smith grinds with such authority. She travels like, you know, 6 to 8 blocks. So we're excited to see that in heat number 2. That's a proper Smith grind.
Truly some of the best Smith grinds in the world happening in the women's park division.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on how long your Smith grind is.
True, faster, longer, higher.
Nice frontside air
awesome.
there.
Just holding on.
By her toes.
I'm a huge fan of sketchy skateboarding. And I think if you can add some sketch to your run, you know, almost on the edge of out of control, the judges are going to like it. And apparently they did, 23.08. That's
Josefina, yeah, cracking in the 3rd with a 23.
Does improve by 3 points. So if you're a skater going after Josefina, you're thinking, okay, those small, subtle things are going to count for big points. Victoria de Souza Bassi, currently in 8th place, sitting on a 15.95. We'll see what she can do here.
13 years old. Love those double truck frontside 50-50s. Nice backside feeble. There's a Smith grind. Not quite making it to the corner, but well done. Another frontside 50.
Come on, big finish here.
Yeah, she needs something to set this run apart. 7 seconds. Nice frontside boneless. 5. Frontside air. Into the frontside ollie. Nice little combo there at the end.
Captured time, but still a cool
Frontside
trick.
axis stall to faking. You do not see that often. I like that.
Yeah, if you're looking at rules and regulations, if you're rolling up towards the coping, if you're right there and the horn goes off, the judges will count that last trick. And the time starts when your trucks go over the coping.
Yeah.
So you can roll in, you can drop in, you can boneless in, but whenever you go in,
everybody's
time
stoked.
starts.
Everybody's stoked because she put together a complete run. You see a feeble grind through the corner. Nice frontside Smith grind. And there's that frontside double truck grind. Don't see that too often, especially not from a 13-year-old. That's kind of an old school trick. Love to see it.
This park is kind of lending itself to a little bit of that old school pool skating mentality. You see a lot of kind of figure eights happening with skaters trying to get to the wall they want to be on, maybe kind of taking the road less traveled. Score comes through. And it's going to improve.
She's stoked.
18.51.
Yeah, Victoria currently in 6th place.
Kissing the skateboard, I love it.
And I love how
So
much
much
support
gratitude out here.
Brazil's got for all their skaters.
Emily Antunes representing Brazil. Her first run, 24.14. That was enough to get her in 2nd place. See the focus right there.
Yeah, the
Knowing what
age
she's
jumps
gotta
up
do.
to 21, so Emily got some experience under her belt. Currently in 2nd place with a 24.14. Can she improve on that score? I think she needs to.
You know Florianopolis is cheering for Emily.
Yeah, you called it. Greetings to the High Adventure crew. Getting her playlist set.
Again, one of my favorite things about skateboarding, right? It isn't just about what you do on your board. It's creative culture at its finest. It's fashion, the music. I know I always love finding out what skaters are listening to get them pumped, because it's always so different. So I'm curious what she's listening to right now. And then Dew Tour, of course, always being sort of this like explosion of culture, you know?
Art,
Obviously we couldn't have the concert this year, but that's always there, and it's always one of my favorite aspects.
Nice fronted air. I think that she's starting off with speed. Powerful boneless there. Put her foot on the lip.
A little hand drag there for style points. Not mad at that. I like that.
Nice back to air transfer. Get him, Emily. Frontside 5-0, standing up on that one. Final seconds here. Frontside air.
She's got to finish. 3 seconds left on the clock.
Frontside rock and roll.
Fully decked.
Perfect run.
Yeah, that was solid from Emily.
Tunez.
She's stoked. That's a look of
Yeah, I
happiness
mean,
and
you know,
relief.
you come halfway across the world, you really, that's all you want to do. Put together a perfect run, do what you can do, stay on your board, and you got to be proud.
That's exactly what her face
That could be a
said.
t-shirt, stoked and relieved.
Yeah. I just finished my run at Dew Tour.
I
Stoked
survived.
and relieved.
So the scores dropping for Emily.
Yeah, and we're in second runs, so all these women have one more run to put it all together. And look, that run jumps her up into second place.
Slightly higher, 24.14. We see our current leader now from Beijing, China.
Actually, Emily was already seated in second place, so correction there.
Xinzhang, focused, knows what she's got to do. She's already got a 28.33, the high mark so far on the day. I'm now a fan of Xinzhang after watching her opening run.
Nice big boneless into a nice hand plant. Hand on the coping, we like to see that. Huge method air transfer over the hip.
Best transfer of the day so far, in my opinion.
Fun fact, I actually speak Mandarin Chinese, and I'm hoping that I get a chance to talk with these skaters.
Yeah, and China is such a huge part of this Olympic qualifying, and just how many of them there are and how great they are in skateboarding, how tight they are. It's amazing to see.
Yeah.
And it's a quickly growing scene. Not a lot of skateboarding happening in China a decade ago.
Yep.
You go there now, you're going to see skaters in the streets, you're going to see new parks.
Yeah.
So much brand new, like flawless concrete everywhere,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Just-
the
it's a
unmentioned
playground.
thing. Marble
So,
everywhere.
I'm trying to get out there as a translator, as a tour guide. Alex White,
Nice.
hire me. Let's go. Because it is just like a street skater's dream, right?
Yeah. Wow, and Zin getting in there, securing that first place spot with a 30.
Love
There's
that
that
air.
huge method air.
Just the idea of, yeah, I want to do this air, but I'm also going to tweak it out and make it look that much better.
Into the feeble grind. There's that method air, another angle. And yet, every single year there's been new names coming out of China, and they're all fierce competitors.
I definitely think we're going to continue to see that, no question.
So the leaderboard stands with Zhang on top, now with a 30. So we're starting to see these scores improve. That's exactly what we expected. Your opening runs, get those nerves off. Now it's time to really open up, light things up. If you're sitting under the cut line, this is where you do the hardest trick you know how to do and just hope you make it. Because if you do, you know, you're going to unseat some big-time skaters. Here we go back into it on bent.
Nice nollie to disaster there.
The 3-run format really does make a difference, right?
Yeah.
2 runs is so much pressure.
Yeah, 2 runs, it's hard to let it all fly, but 3 runs, you got what we call the safety run dialed in, and then you go from that. Kickflip board. kickflip rock to fakie.
That was awesome.
Very nicely done.
From Mini Ram's tech. Wow, Bombette. Did you hear us talking about lifting the level?
Nice backside disaster. Bombette getting it done. Very nicely done there. Great run from Bombette Martin.
We love it.
Love the kickflip rock and roll.
New York and Great Britain behind Bombette right there. That was a huge
She's stoked. Everyone's stoked. Crowd loves it. Again, the camaraderie here, you know, all the skaters really, you know, they're here to compete and do their best, but there's just such a level of excitement when you see someone you're literally competing against land, you know, a solid run. And that's one of the things that I think is so special about skateboarding.
Well, it's the perfect, you know, kind of visualization of what we were just talking about. If you're skating against really good skateboarders, your level is going to rise. And we just saw Bombette Martin do that.
Yeah, her coming out of New York, I wonder, that G-twist there, that was awesome. I wonder if she skates Pier 62 skate park. Probably. She's got some big cement skills. And that park there in New York City is fully accessible, Pier 62.
Such a solid scene in New York, especially with the girls community. There's so many crews.
Boom. 26.79, Bombette now. She jumps up into second place.
She's got to be happy about that.
Things are escalating here at Dew Tour in the women's park semifinals. We've just seen skater representing Great Britain jump up from last to fifth, or last to second. Bombette Martin, 26.79, nearly doubling her score. Love to see it. And now that right there is just going to apply a little bit more pressure to the rest of the field, and that's a good thing because that means the level's just going to go up from here on out. After Bombette, we're going to see Madeleine Lecharon representing France. Paris will be the host of the Olympics 4 years from now.
It's going to
3
come
years
quick.
from now.
It's going to come quick,
What
yeah.
year is it? Okay.
Yeah, we got Aurélien Giraud in the street, and we'll see if France starts developing a team like we've seen from China and Brazil and becomes a true force of nature.
So far, so rad. Dew Tour Open Women's Semifinals.
Look at the shot right there. I love seeing the bull and the street park behind it, and then the river behind us. Such an epic location.
Look at the consistency for Xin Zhang. 28.33, backs it up with a 30. I would not be surprised if she goes up into 35, 36 range on run 3. Bombette Martin talks Cinderella stories. This is just the seed, potentially one. Bombette Martin doubles her score, gets up into second place. Down there on the cut line, Amelia Borodka in 8th place. She's going to be playing defense. Needs to get herself up into 30s to stand a chance. We know how good the rest of the field is going to be. So when we come back, the culmination of this first heat of the women's semifinals. You're not going to want to miss any of the action. We're live from Des Moines. This is Dew Tour. Your current leader, Xin Zhang from Beijing, China. Can she fend off the rest of the field? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. This is Dew Tour, and we'll be right back.
It's like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole, Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, or kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, casting that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks, real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug, get a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Just when you think it's safe to drop in, slight rainstorm, but don't worry, as you can see, it's already passed. We'll have these parks dried up in no time. That gives us an opportunity to catch up with some of our standings. Your men's Street Open Qualifier currently being pretty much dominated by Brazil. Eduardo Neves with the 66.63. João Lucas Alves with a 51.49. Jorge Simos, 45.21. And on down the list. Top 20 will advance. I believe there's 1,000 qualifiers trying to fight for those coveted spots. But now over to the park course, the women's park semifinals, off to an epic start. Xinzheng from Beijing, China, with a 30 solid lead. Bombat Martin just came through, doubling her score, jumping from last to second, 26.79. And on down the line, as you see there, that was just a quick little park rinse. Our crew has been so on top of it. Thank you so much to all of our park dryers. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Emily Antunes from Brazil. Pretty impressive what we're seeing from some of the newer names to Dew Tour competition.
Yeah, and we've got, you know, a 12-year-old competitor, a 13-year-old competitor, and we saw an 11-year-old competitor. So it's crazy how young this field is, but so much talent.
And so far, pretty cool. You know, we've been talking a lot about Team Japan, Team USA, Team Brazil, but right now it's China. On top. Xinzheng with that huge 30-point score. Talk about the averages from yesterday being in that 20 to 30-point range. So today I think it's going to be a little bit tougher as we make that cut 32-8. But what I'm seeing right now is China saying, excuse me, a rising superpower of skateboarding is here with Xinzheng.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that that score of a 30 is kind of on the bubble. With 2 heats left, lots of amazing talent. I don't know if that score is safe. If I was Shin, I'd be thinking of something to do to get that score bumped up to closer to a 40.
Yeah, nobody's safe right now. Nobody's safe.
Not yet.
Not even with a 30. Kim, as we go through the field now, later on in competition here in the women's semis, we're going to start to see household names. Do you ever see household names shaken up by new names they might not have seen?
I mean, I think that is always a possibility, and that's what makes it all exciting, right? So we love seeing the superstars, and we also love seeing the underdogs come up.
Stars,
yeah, and that's really what makes it fun. That's why I'm excited to watch. I'm hoping someone comes up and snakes, you know?
Your next new favorite skateboarder might be about to drop in. You never know what's going to happen at Dew Tour. Here in Des Moines, we've been provided with this incredible park, which will be left to the locals. We got a little bit of a rain delay, but we've got plenty for you to watch and experience. Take a look at what we've been seeing from Team Japan. Kisa Nakamura and company absolutely shredding. Here we go to get you hyped.
助けて。
Yeah.
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 自分が私インスパイアしてありがとう。
どういう意味？これ決心じゃないでしょ。
I really look up to her. She's really good.
スケボーが好きでしょ？好きで技。
Okay. Yeah, more than she wants to win, she wants to land the trick, like show people the trick she's doing.
そうやってそういうインスパイアしてもらいたい、特に日本人に。
Yeah, she doesn't know, but she wants to inspire more people, especially in Japan.
それでめっちゃなんやろ、自分も頑張ろうって思ってくれる気持ち。
When people see what she does, hopefully they will, try hard and believe in themselves and do their best.
アルプス一万弱小槍の上。
My brother and I have been doing everything together. He tried to do everything I do, so it was nice to have him, do stuff with him. I mean, I started before him. He kind of saw me, then tried doing it. My brother always makes everything fun. My name is Sky Brown, and I'm 12 years old. I go surfing almost every day and twice a day. I've been surfing for 6 years, I think. No. Nobody. No. Nobody. My dog's name is Waimea, and he is 10 weeks old, and we've had him for now 2 weeks, 3 weeks. After we went surfing, we ate edamame, chicken with really good sauce on it. Tamagoyaki, it's like egg, but it's different. With leek in it, it's really good. And then we have an onigiri, which is rice bowl, and it has tuna mayo and some spice and seaweed. And then I had kiwi fruits and then orange juice. After we eat, we're gonna go train, do some school, and then get some skating. Right now we're about to train at Nakoa and get some training done. It's gonna be fun. This is actually my first time here, so I'm really excited to see what's there. And I always work out other than skating. I always try to stay fit, and I always try to work out with my brother at home or do boxing and stuff. We love working out.
Competition face. Kill the competition. Good, okay, next. Rub it, it'll dry out. It's really weird, you guys will see. Now trust your strength. You got it. Yeah, that's good. Yep, angry. Good, angry.
When we were working out, I had to be on the Zoom call for school just so I don't miss anything. The school that I do is a charter school. Now it's just online, but before I used to go in 2 times a week and the rest I do it online. So it's perfect for traveling, and now I just do it all online. It's pretty easy to balance school and what I do, skating and surfing. I just do it in the middle, and it's the perfect amount of time. Okay guys, we just finished. Now we're gonna go do some skating. It's gonna be fun. So we're in Fallbrook. I've skated this ramp a couple of times, but it's been a long time since I have. So I'm excited to get back on it.
We just finished skating here. Now we're gonna go to Prince, and I skate Prince a lot, so I'm excited. Let's go. We just finished at Prince. Now we're gonna go to Chris Bors's ramp to have a little fun pro tech session. So I guess I'll see you guys there. Bye.
All right, doing good now that they came.
Christian is so cool. I mean, he's just the best. He's so sweet, and he always helps me with my tricks and stuff. He's always been my hero and Ocean's hero too. So it's just really cool to skate with him. Christian's taught me a lot of my tricks. He's helping me all the time. Even today, try to tweak it more. He helps me so much, and I'm really happy. Excited for the Olympics. I mean, super excited to start traveling and do Dew Tour. I'm excited to see all my friends and go for Britain because my dad's British and my mom's Japanese, so I basically get to bring Britain to Japan because Japan's my home, but I get to go, for my dad's country. It's kind of cool. I get to bring the countries together.
To family, to friends, and to skateboarding, and amazing filmers and photographers.
Want to try some of my Mountain Dew Zero Sugar? Try. It is tasty. And just as good as the original, but without any sugar. Be careful.
He's more careful.
What?
Hey, Dad, Mom wants...
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports, like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, woo, racing, golf. Whoa! Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
Well, things are rough.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, the floor is actually lava rough.
I can't, bro.
But you're not. Me? You're a reactor, a mover, a better than what came before you doer, a slayer, a crier. Let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You are realness and weirdness, chaos and hope. Yes! All this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
With Casey's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes, the more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town.
Free Lee!
No.
After almost 20 years of award-winning work, the Tony Hawk Foundation is changing its name, but not its focus. Now known as the Skate Park Project, we continue to support community skate park projects across the U.S. and skateboard programs internationally. Since 2002, the organization has helped fund more than 600 free, quality public skate parks in all 50 states. The Skate Park Project brings the many benefits of skateboarding to youth in underserved communities around the world.
I started skating in Leavenworth, Kansas when I was 10 years old.
I started skating when I was like about 2 years old.
I was 1 year old because it came natural into my life.
It's not like any other sport.
It's just freedom.
You go out there and you skate and you do exactly what you want to do.
Rich, poor, white, black. I mean, skateboarding, it's a form of self-expression. It's art.
It's something that I can do everywhere.
I believed in it, but nobody else did around me.
It's become such a powerful force that there's no way that they could have ignored it for any longer. Now to see skateboarding get in the Olympics, it's just like...
I mean, to make the Olympic team,
Yes!
it's gonna be really hard.
This one right here. Oh my goodness!
It just brings a whole new level, you know. The margin for error is a lot less.
Going for the win. The time is now.
Putting Olympics on the table, it's going to impact every part of skateboarding.
Whoa! I'm kind of blown away.
To represent my country and show like the sport that I love, it's kind of crazy.
This right now is some of the most important skating as we approach the 2020 Olympic Games.
We also have to represent skateboarding, represent this union that skateboarders really have and share.
It takes consistency. It's about going out there and staying on top of your game.
That is wild. Oh my God, competition on our hands.
There's nothing like a battle in skateboarding. You know, it'll teach you so much about yourself.
Oh, wow.
It's a mission on a life-changing journey, and everybody's dedicated.
It ain't over till it's over.
Welcome to sunny Long Beach, California. This is the 2019 Dew Tour, fueled by Mountain Dew. For everybody joining us today, I'm Paul Zitzer alongside Andrew Cannon. What's at stake? Well, a trip to Tokyo, Japan in the summer of 2020 for skateboarding's Olympic debut. Olympic hopefuls from around the globe have begun the arduous task of qualifying, and today is the next step on the long road to Tokyo. With the deep field of talent determined to make the cut, it won't be an easy task to qualify. Let's take a look at what it's going to take. 20 skaters per discipline will be skating in Tokyo with a maximum of 3 skaters per discipline, and each of the 5 participating continents must be represented.
I think qualifying for the Olympics really takes playing the game. You got to play the game smart if you want to compete.
It's gotten pretty crazy. You know, there's a bunch of people that are gunning for this Olympic spot. There's 170 skaters last year at Dew Tour, and now there's like over 300. It just brings a whole new level, you know. The margin for error is a lot less.
As we make our way towards the 2020 Olympics, it's kind of a battle between Japan, Brazil, the United States, and then there's some other countries mixed in. But if you're from America or you're from Brazil, you need to be in these finals to even have a crack at it, right? This matters a ton. In this street final, we have 8 of the world's best street skaters. Andrew, who are you looking forward to see? I'm excited to see Naija out there and some of these new guns. We've got Sora Shirai from Japan. Very exciting skater, bringing some fresh tricks to the course. It's a 2-5-4 finals format. Each skater gets 2 45-second runs, followed by 5 best trick attempts anywhere on the course, and 4 scores count from anywhere on the course. Andrew, what's good, what's bad? What do the skaters have to deal with on this course today?
Well, we have a great course, and a lot of the riders agree they're really stoked on the layout of it. They like all the obstacle size. The handrails are getting some good scores if you're flipping into your tricks. Judges want to see people really going for it. The Mountain Dew can hubba, they like this one a lot. Super, super gnarly. A-frame, you're going to have to bring some serious heat to it. We haven't seen curb ledge. Hopefully we see Felipe Gustavo jump in on that.
That's right.
What's nice is this course is good for both goofy and for regular. So there's no advantage to being one stance, which I personally love. It gives everyone the same opportunities. That small hubba in there, that's great for 2 trick combos. And then this zone right here, this was the Chris Jocelyn area, taking it all the way to flat, but you'll see guys like Nyjah Houston work that into their runs.
That was the Dew Tour Boost Mobile course breakdown. And here we are in Long Beach. Going to be a lot of big tricks going down. Sora Shirai, his first of 2 runs from Japan. This is his first ever Dew Tour. He had to skate his way through the Open Qualifier and quarters and semis.
Oh, man. That. Front 180, fakie 5-0. That's unbelievable.
That is not a trick you're seeing from anyone else, but Sora has that one on lock. You see him putting it in his run. Sora Shirai takes the lead with the 8.66 for his first of 2 runs, putting himself in a great spot. This is Felipe Gustavo from Brazil, and he has really turned on the heat lately in contest.
Felipe has always been a street skater.
I started skateboarding when I was 7 years old. I used to play soccer. Soccer, you depend on everybody, you know? Skateboarding is like all you.
Nice kickflip crook. Oh, crooked grind nollie flip.
The skate scene in Brazil is growing. Skateboarding is like the 2nd biggest sport. When I started like 20 years ago, it was nothing. Nowadays, the top skateboarders are there from Brazil, you know?
Well, there's that switch kickflip. It could not have been done any better.
Subtly difficult.
There's not that many opportunities, you know, in Brazil. It's like, it's rough out there. Like, to have an opportunity out here, we just really try hard as we can.
We have a new leader, Felipe Gustavo, with an 8.80 on run number 1. Aurélien Girard.
What I love about watching him skate out there is he skates super fast and he goes for everything. Nice, back 270 lip.
Arguably the most basic trick of his run.
Whoa! Oh, the hard flip over the bump, down the stairs. Look at him catching it with his legs. Nice.
I started skateboarding when I was 4 years old, then I never stopped.
Really putting together a really good run right there.
Usually I'm not skating contests with Nyjah, Felipe, and those guys. And now I'm always with them, so it's a way harder, you know that?
No one does it like Aurélien Girard. He goes huge. 8.7 for Aurélien, putting him in 2nd place. Felipe Gustavo for now. On deck, the defending champion.
Right here, Nyjah Houston, buckle up.
What should we expect?
You know what's funny? Just watching him right there, he didn't get pumped the way he normally does. I think he's gonna get this first run under the belt. Oh! Kickflip front board.
To be successful, man, it takes a ton of hard work and practice, and I would say it really just takes a strong mind. I feel like I've definitely had a strong mind from the beginning, and I feel like I got a big head start skating my first little contest when I was 6, 7 years old.
Oh, look at that, though. Half cab back Smith 180. That's a huge trick to throw into your run.
So I think all that really gave me that fearlessness and gave me that confidence.
10 seconds left for Nyjah. Going back and getting that kickflip front board. Cleaning up the run. The judges aren't going to count that against him anymore.
He's just got to pop his tail before the buzzer.
There we go.
Cavalier front board. So how much is that fall going to matter? And did he do enough to be placed among the top 3?
All these guys out here have a good chance of winning, you know? So it's never easy out there, but we'll see how it goes.
Score is in, 8.2, good enough for 4th place. Even though he's not in the top 3, he's setting himself up nicely as we move on for the rest of the competition. Welcome back to Long Beach, California. Let's get the inside line of today's street course shot on the latest GoPro Hero 7 Black camera, featuring built-in hyper-smooth technology.
I'm Leticia Buffoni. We are Dew Tour Street Course right now. And yeah, let's go have fun. street course is really fun. There is pretty much everything in this course. There is A-frame rail, there is bump to rail, bump to ledge, hubbas, small stairs, big handrails, there's quarter pipes, there's a hip, there's pretty much everything.
I think the street course is super sick. I kind of like the A-frame setup right here.
My favorite obstacle is the bump to rail and then the bump to ledges. I like skating bumps a lot. I think this course is a really good course for a qualifying event because it has all the big obstacles.
The big section will get the biggest score.
It's where you get more points, unless you do something really technical.
That was so good.
Brazil, France, and Japan are up on top of the leaderboard, but that is likely to be tested throughout the rest of this men's final. 8 of the best street skaters on the course, trying to earn points on their way to the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan.
Skating is a good fit for the Olympics. I would say fit for the Olympics. I would say first off because, I mean, it's such a well-rounded sport. There's literally kids all around the world that skate.
Skateboarding is so big, and no matter where you go, like, it's really universal.
That's a huge trick.
Skateboarding is one of the first high-level artistic ways to express yourself in a sport.
I haven't seen a 9 yet.
We started this.
Massive.
I think the only reason it hasn't been is because some of us have attitudes towards the Olympics. If you didn't want us in the first place, we don't want you.
When slopestyle snowboarding was being put in the Olympics, I definitely didn't think it was a good fit, but it does fit good. I think snowboarding and skateboarding already have such a strong connection. I think it'll just bring more eyes to the sport.
We move on to the second runs here in the men's street finals. You're watching the Dew Tour. Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal.
Making his way at that hub, a back 180 nose grind down. Nose grind across and down. Gustavo just looks so confident.
Big spin, front board fakie.
There we go, hanging on to the 360 flip nose slide. So Gustavo, good run.
7.83, so still a solid score for Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal. He is in second place for now. On deck, Felipe Gustavo down in 5th, 8.80. If he can keep that going, he's setting himself up potentially for a win.
Felipe's been dealing with some toe issues. I saw him getting worked on up there.
It's really hard to stay. I jammed my ankle like a half hour before the practice. I'm like, oh my God, that's gonna give me trouble to skate. And then I gotta be healthy for the next contest, you know? You getting healthy to break yourself down every competition because the level is getting so high. And then you gotta try hard stuff, you know?
Felipe's super technical. There you go, switch kickflip again. He's got the tricks that he is ready to go and do, and he's not gonna change.
I feel like if you're not healthy, you're not able to do those things. So staying healthy is like my #1 thing so I can keep my progression going, you know?
All he needs is a 6.9 to move into first place, and 8.1 more than does it. Felipe Gustavo, your new leader, but as we've talked about, scores are cumulative. Top 4.
What's happening here on the street course? So Vern, heat 1 is in the books. Here we go with heat number 2. 15 skaters in the mix. So again, for those of you just joining us out here on the hillside, it is 2 runs here in the street qualifier. The runs are 45 seconds in length. It is the better of your 2 runs that count. And out of all these heats, out of all 6 that we run through out here today, only 21 of these guys are getting into that semifinal round, Vern.
Oh, man, it must be dry out there on the grass. Got people chilling in the grass. We got a nice crowd. Just starting to formulate out here. I love it when we get to see these crowd shots, get to talk about everyone out here. They're psyched to see skateboarding right here in their backyard.
I mean, this park is, relatively brand new. I mean, this thing just opened up this month, and, you got 88,000 square feet of concrete, metal, and all sorts of transitional fun to play with out here, and, it's awesome. And that's just part of the overall project. They plan to do so many other things to this whole facility moving forward in the future. So what an amazing thing to have right here in your downtown cityscape.
I think I was like joking about kids playing hooky. There's really a lot of kids out here like playing hooky from school today.
You see that guy point like, what's he pointing at? That guy was wearing an Elm Street tattoo shirt. What do you know about Elm Street tattoo? We're nowhere near Dallas, Texas, sir.
Oh, man. This is a great crowd, though, man. This is a great city, man. This is a great time out here. I'm psyched to be here.
It's surreal, you know. Like I haven't been to. I think the last time I was in this city was like 1997 or something, doing some demos a long time ago. But it was just like so cool to just see all this and just walk around and like just in complete and total amazement at the size, the sheer size and scope of this facility. I mean, it's absolutely insane. But speaking of insanity, let's talk about the job that Brian Harper and the California Skate Parks crew did on this course. Like, we always have phenomenal courses every time we do a skate Dew Tour, but I mean, these guys really, like, there is so much in this course. I feel like this one's bigger than what we had the last couple of years out there in Long Beach, and going way back to, what was it, 2015 when we were in downtown L.A., nestled between a couple of old hotel buildings there. Like, those guys, no matter what size they've got to work with, what field of play they have, they always make something amazing. But I mean, this one, like, I was talking to Brian about it last night. Like, it's just, there's so much to offer, so many different features. And again, going back to what you said, Heat 1, that gap out to that lime green Mountain Dew hubble edge there, like, you got some real estate to travel to get onto that thing.
That thing is tall. You got a gap out to it. You're coming off of it. It's still high. I mean, there's a lot of factors in that thing. That's why I haven't really seen too many people hit it. And I mean, if you do tricks on it, you're really going to get. It's going to help your score.
And I still can't believe that palette of Mountain Dew right there is printed scrim. That's it looks like cases of Mountain Dew.
I was about to go down there and grab a Dew.
You're gonna reach in and just pull out a semi-warm one and just chug it.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, not only do these guys build these amazing courses, but then once it's done, that's just part of the job, because then they have to come in and they have to put all this branding on it, and they have to do all these additional features to it. And I mean, it's and then once those guys are done, it's not like, okay, we just wait till the event's over. Those guys are like, they're course marshaling and they're monitoring practices. A couple of the crew down there are competition starters. So it's really like, to that entire crew, it is all hands on deck. And those guys are always first in, last out. Like I said earlier, Brian was saying, like, they've been here in and out for 3 months, and they've seen all kinds of weather conditions, not just the rain, but he was talking about when this project started, they were dealing with some snow, some extreme heat. So they got a little bit of everything over their time here in Des Moines.
Man, that sounds terrible. More power to them. I don't know if I can handle it. I'm pretty soft, when it comes to weather-wise, living in L.A. where it's just sunny and 70 every day.
Brian's logged some airline miles and spent quite a time here in Polk County.
It's not bad. I walked down to the skate shop the other day and hung out in there. It's a great skate shop, man. It's so big. Everything you need in there. And I know they got a tent there in the village. I want to check that out. Hopefully I get a little time after this heat.
So 15 skaters. We started out with Jeff and Garvey representing Jamaica. We got Jamaica, Brazil, Russia. We got Belgium, Senegal, Latvia represented in this heat, Switzerland, Slovenia back in this heat, Great Britain, Finland, Portugal, Italy, and Canada. So a well-rounded group of individuals here in this second heat. And then, well, once we get done with this one, you and I are getting kicked out of the booth for a little while. We're going to take a little break.
It's going to be lunchtime.
Oh, well, the clock was running there, but there's still a bunch of bodies on the course, so.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
That's okay. We'll just sit here and keep talking. The good news is, it's not raining.
There's the horn.
There was a horn. Maybe that was just a test. That was a clock tester.
Yeah. I'm assuming they're winding down to the end of practice here.
You want to know a little Iowa fact?
Yeah, sure.
Are you ready for this one?
I'm ready.
I'm kind of a nerd about facts, so here you go. 1/4 of the population of this country can drive to Des Moines in just a day.
Oh, really?
Indeed. 1/4 of the country can drive here in just a day. I mean, if you like road trip adventures, grab yourself a couple of Mountain Dews, get some snacks, hit the road. In a day, you can be in Des Moines.
I've driven cross country from LA to Philly a bunch of times in my 19 years of living in LA. And I do not go from LA to Iowa on the first stint. I stop in Denver. I can make it LA to Denver in one day. And if I'm going east-west, it's usually Philly to Chicago.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that the greater Los Angeles area is not part of that 1/4 of the U.S. population stat. That is a haul right there.
Yeah, it's a haul.
I fall into that ratio. I'm pretty sure I could get here from Dallas in a day.
I do know the world's largest truck stop is in Iowa because I have stopped at that every time I've driven across I-80.
Wow.
It's amazing.
What?
It's amazing. There's like a little car museum in there, and like pretty much every type of food in the food court. It's and it's like 24 hours.
I think I was there in 2017. I think I know the place that you speak of. All these little gems here in Iowa.
Yep.
And now you've got a gem of a skate park here in your state that you guys get to skate anytime you want once we pack up and cruise on out of here.
So they have the biggest skate park in the States.
And the biggest truck stop.
The biggest truck stop.
I mean, listen, set the bar high.
There you go.
They also have a crab rangoon pizza in this town that I keep hearing about.
Oh, yeah.
Alton Brown of the Food Network called it the best thing he ever ate. That's over at Fong's Pizza. And before that little stat was given to me, I actually heard 3 other people talk about that just on the first night that I was here. It was like, crab rangoon pizza? You shut your mouth. But I hear it's a real thing.
I'll make it there. I still got a couple days left. I'm going to make it there. It could be tonight. It could be tomorrow night. Depends on how late we get out of here.
All right, here we go. It looks like Heat 2 is about to be underway. So again, each one of these skaters are going to get 2 45-second runs. So Des Moines, let's put your hands together for Jeffin Garvey getting us started here.
Looked like he was going for the overcrook on the rail.
So you do get all of that 45 seconds. If you fall, you step off the board, you get to pick up and keep going. You can use all of that 45 seconds, and it is the better of your 2 runs that count. It'll hopefully get you into that semifinal round.
All right, let's see what he's got. Back 180 nose grind down the hubba.
Coming down to the final 15 seconds.
Quick little peek at the clock. Oh, smooth on that landing on the backside Smith.
Just teasing that one out. A couple of seconds here. Some time for one more hit in this first outing. 2, 1, and that is going to be time.
Oh, the back nose blunts after time anyway, so it doesn't really hurt him right there.
So there you go. We are officially into heat number 2.
Nice solid start.
Who's coming into the booth here? Oh, it looks like Todd Richards and Andrew Cannon get to take heat number 3 with DC as our sideline reporter. I don't know if that's actually going to still hold up. We'll see. We're bouncing around. We got rotating talent out here today with the Dew Tour Live, which is our webcast show. You got friends that can't get out of work to be out here today or reside in another city or state. You can tell them to watch this all live on dewtour.com. We got the webcast going just the other side of our control tower up here.
Yeah, I got some friends driving in from St. Louis as we speak.
They're in that 1/4 of the population that could get here in a day.
Yep.
Probably a half a day for the peeps from STL. Here we go. Gabriel Aguilar representing Brazil.
Brazil. Man, I'm feeling that haircut right now. Whoa, man, everyone's making that hubba look really small, and it's not. That was a beautiful front nose slide. like he went over the top to slide to fakie on that rail from my camera vantage point.
Putting down a nice run here from there at the 10-second mark here from Mr. Martinez.
Looking good, looking good. Little floater nollie 180 to set up for the switch front feeble. What? There we go, right at the buzzer.
That's the buzzer. There you go. Let's hear it, Des Moines, for Evan Martinez.
Buzzer beater. Yes. That's how you do it right there. That was a solid run.
Check out their logo there on the Dew View, the Russian skate.
Gosh. Oh man, I'm looking at that. I'm expecting the flag, you know, but that's a pretty sick logo that they have.
Could look into that little T-shirt option, right? That'd be a cool little, little hat, maybe some stickers for the old toolbox in the garage. We got. Well, I got. Try to give this one a shot. João Alves representing Brazil.
João Lucas Alves. This is my guy. Skate with him. He's in LA right now.
He's just standing there waiting to get the thumbs up, waiting to get the green light. Like, hey man, I got 2 runs, no stress, no pressure.
Another Brazilian ripper. Not really surprised. When I say from Brazil, like they're just all gonna rip.
Still waiting on scores here.
I'm looking at
Evan Martinez. So he'll slide into third with a 38.72.
There you go.
38.72 for Evan Martinez. So that puts him in that number 3 position. So here you go. Your next skater and now has the thumbs up, and he is ready to rock here for the next 45 seconds. Let's give it up for João Lucas Alves.
Yeah, you got it. Whoa, what? Spinning all the way around. Nice crooked grind transfer into the bank, going the opposite way. Usually everyone goes out of the bank to that rail. Nollie 180 setting up for something. Switch pack lip down the rail. Here we go. Get it. Nice tray flip. Let's go.
15 seconds here.
Solid nollie crook. Stomping that landing. Front side pivot. What is that? Wally to lip slide, it looked like. It looked like he hit it on the way up. I need that behind view of that one.
Last couple of seconds, and that's going to do it. How about it, everybody? One more time. Let's hear it for João Lucas Alves.
Nice, flawless run. And didn't even look like he broke a sweat. I feel like he's got more tricks in the bag. So that's like, that's just the run to get a score under the belt. I feel like he's got a lot more to offer. But we'll see if he competes with his fellow Brazilian competitor here, who's already sitting in first place. We've had Eduardo Neves in first place since the last heat. See if he can bump him out of that spot.
66.63. That was out of heat number 1. You got Simon Deprez representing Belgium coming your way next as we play the wait for the numbers game.
Yep.
51.49.
Wow, there you go.
So there you go. Yeah, that's going to put him in that number 2 position. So got runs here in heat number 2, challenging for those top 5 spots. But let's give it up here for Simon Deprez representing Belgium.
That's right. We got Brazilians sitting in top 3 right now. There you go, Simon. Nice tray flip. It's good to see the lads have made a comeback. Nice nollie frontside board slide. And, front nose slide down the rail. I like that one. Everyone usually goes front crook, man. It's good to see something different out here. A little over crook on that rail.
You got 10 seconds, Simon.
Front feeble, going the distance on that long flat bar into the beautiful backside tail slide. That is way better than just doing an axle stall in the quarter bite.
Couple seconds ticking down, and that is going to do it for him.
I don't know if that was in time or not, but that was still good, you know. Picking up a couple coins on the ground on that landing of the hard flip down the stairs.
The coin scoop.
Yeah, you know, just picking up couple coins, you know. Pretty good run, though. Solid run.
Jean Thomas from Senegal is going to be our next skater in.
Another one coming out the continent of Africa, vying for that spot.
Yeah, there is quite the battle going on for those spots, as we were talking about earlier. All of the continents need to be represented when it comes to an Olympic sporting event. So that's kind of a story competition within the competition, if you will, as we run through the Dew Tour out here this weekend.
had the opportunity to go to Senegal once when my best friend was living there for a year, and I did not take advantage of it. Kind of kicking myself. Only other time I've been to Senegal, I had a layover there on the way to Johannesburg.
You had a layover in Senegal, huh?
I had a layover in Senegal.
From NYC to Senegal, then down to Joburg?
It was L.A. to D.C. to Senegal.
Wow.
To Johannesburg. Longest flight of my life.
So here we go on course right now. Let's bring the noise for Saldou, Jean Thomas.
Make some way up there on the deck. There we go. Nice kickflip. 50 down the rail. Man, if I had known there was a skate scene in Senegal, I would have definitely went out there. Had no clue.
Final 10 seconds on the clock here.
Nice 5-0 grind down the big hubba.
That is going to be the buzzer right there.
Oh, backside flip down the stairs.
Des Moines, give it up one more time for Saldou, Jean Thomas.
We'll see that in the next run, for sure.
Arturs Bogdanovics. You got Latvia represented here in heat number 2. Is going to be your next skater in.
You are really killing it with these names. Man, that one looked so hard to say.
That was one of the easier ones.
Really?
Yeah.
I just got to put some, you know, markers in for the phonetic pronunciation.
See, that's where Colin Bain comes in handy. He's always been money at other events that I work with the phonetic spellings.
Yeah.
But he's busy. He's out there. He's got to cover both courses right now. So he's running all over the place, making notes and keeping tabs on the competition.
There you go.
Speaking of that, 66.63 is still our high mark to beat. And that is Eduardo Neves from heat number 1. But here we go. Representing Latvia, we've got Arturs Bogdanovics.
Oh, he is in. Not wasting any time. Quick 2-hit right there. Oh, back D revert.
Hey, take that one all the way around.
Yeah. I like that one. Oh, whoa, hanging on to that pop shove it. There you go. 50-50. Coming in fakey. Oh, the half cab heel flip. There you go. It's a mate. Stay on.
Hang on to that one. 15 seconds for Arturs.
Yeah. Nice 5-0 grind. Dismount. Let's see what he's going for next.
Final couple of seconds ticking away here, and that is going to be time right there. Des Moines, let's hear it for Arturs Bogdanovics.
Just like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
Des Moines. The yeses are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, casting that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
when the skateboard's just too big. You need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred stick. Real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training.
I'm down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Welcome back, skate fans. This is Dew Tour Des Moines, acting as Summer 2021. We are looking at men's Street Open Qualifier. They've been over here ripping this incredible skate park. Eduardo Neves, João Lucas Alves, two Brazilians on top. You got Jorge Simões in third. We're going to let the men work out their qualification. And we're going to go to the women's semifinals. 32 skateboarders will vie for that top 8. And once we finish competition here, you're going to have your finalists. So far, Zhang Xin representing China in that top spot with a 30-point heat total, or 30-point run total. Remember, these are 40-second runs. Skate until you fall. You get 3 chances. After those 3 chances, your best run will be the score that stands. I'm Chris Cote, joined by Chris Pastris and Kim Woozy, and we're going to look at some highlights. Antunes.
Yes,
came
Emily.
Ripping from Brazil.
Ripping. Florianopolis represent. Nice frontside air there over the hip and at that glass wall.
Brazil always in the house.
And then we had a young skater representing Great Britain with one of the coolest names
Great Britain
of the
and
field.
New York City.
Bombette Martin, 14 years old, came through, going from last to second place.
Showing some 62 skate park skills there. Nice G-twist, stylish.
You know the score is going to be good when you see a smile like that after the run is done. We will see one more run from Bombette. And here's your current leader, Zhang Xin, Beijing, China. Kim, you know a little bit about the Chinese skate scene?
Yeah, I know that there's lots of concrete and it's all perfect and smooth. But yeah, Zhang Xin, like we actually sang her name flipped. So in Chinese, you say your last name first. And I went and chatted with her. And so
we got that
correcting
right.
ourselves.
Yes.
But yeah, had to, do my heritage justice. So proper pronunciation, Zhang Xin.
Zhang Xin.
I'm pumped for her. She's hyped to be here, putting China on the map. Definitely will see a strong Olympics showing.
I love that paused frontside rock there.
Showing elements of style. And this
there
is that
she does
method.
that method tweaker.
I can watch that all day.
Over the hip.
Right there, just current leader, still concentrating, still knows her job's not done yet. So as you see, I'm not even gonna mention what's happening in the atmosphere here. I'm just gonna say it's a beautiful day for skateboarding. And we're gonna get right back into it. Madeline Lacharon representing France. She's in, 40 seconds on the clock, skate till you fall. That's called a commentator curse right there.
Jinxed her.
I said the F word and it happened. She'll have one more go. Currently in 5th place with a 22.24. Women's Park Semifinals is on.
I think that right there is a testament to, again, the challenge of start-stops, right? Now we're seeing 100%. The sun. Got to switch out our umbrellas for some sunglasses. But that's one of the barriers, with contest settings. Like, she's obviously
waiting
not
around.
Too stoked.
Yes,
but she'll
difficult.
get
another go.
She had a 22.94. That's enough, or 22.24. That's enough for 5th place for now. We'll see what happens. Lily Stephasus will be dropping in next.
Coming out of Berlin.
I want to say she's Stop.
Yeah,
90 on her shirt. That's right.
Not a lot of German skaters here, but Lily at age 13, you know, plenty of time to progress. That's what I love about the young rippers, you know, just
yeah,
a few years.
We could see her in 2, 3, 4 more Olympics.
A few years, and you know they're on the podium. Minnesota's a great example of that.
Nice launcher over the volcano into a backside air. Nice carve on that plexiglass Toyota wall into a Smith grind.
There we go, tray for the whip slide.
The boneless on the wall. Get him, Lily. Oh, nice invert.
Stepped up.
Making her way through the course nicely. With a mute air transfer. Gotta stay on here.
5 seconds.
Yes, and she does over the Dew can into a board slide. 50-50 over the hip. That was a really, really nice run from Lily. Great job.
Solid skateboarding. All the way from Berlin, 13 years old. Lily Stefasius.
Stefasius. Almost sounds Greek. There we see that backside air grabbing behind the foot, making it sort of like a melon. Nice Smith grind, locking it in. Then there's that boneless on that flat wall.
Just like when you're playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater, combos count. The judges love to see you mix things up, throw different tricks on different parts of the park. You can do the same run 3 times in a row without
try to improve on it. Yeah, and I'd say that was much better than Lily's first run, so we'll see where the scores end up. Nice rock and roll with a little slide in there. So backside rock and roll slide.
Current standings. Lily waiting patiently to see the score that's dropped. Everybody checking out the leaderboard.
Wow.
It's going to be a big one. 25.09 for Lily.
Nice.
Jumps all the way into 3rd place. She's got to be stoked at that. She's got one more run as we head back up to the top of the lineup. Amelia Brodka. She's got some making up to do. She has 18.02 to improve on. She needs to get herself up into the high 20s, 30s if she wants to consider herself in the running towards qualification. Here we go, Amelia.
I love how she stands up on those 5-0 grinds into a nice Smith grind. Nice frontside air. Amelia is one of our veterans at age 31. She's been in the game quite a while. That backside 50 through the corner. Backside ollie. Flowing through the course nicely, 10 seconds.
Definitely leading by example in so many ways.
Oldest competitor in this heat and oldest competitor in the entire park.
Whoa! Oh.
Heavy, heavy slam for Amelia.
She's taking it like a champ.
Cavallarial and the wheels just caught there at the very end.
Showing a lot of toughness right there. Amelia Brodka representing Poland. That was a heck of a run there. Just at the very end goes down, but definitely going to get credit for the skateboarding that she did in that 38 seconds.
Love that stand-up grind. That 50-50. Yeah, if Amelia stays on, she's a threat for the top 3 right now. That cab, and she just bonked her front wheels.
I love the commitment. She tried to hang on to that to the bitter end. That shows me the tenacity.
Yeah. Ah, just barely clipping wheels there.
Oh,
that's a tough one.
You know, it's not quite the award you want, but it has to be one of the best slams of the competition so far.
She's smiling. She's smiling.
Yeah, the fact she jumped right back up. If you have a good slam, you jump right back up, everybody wins.
Yeah, she's sitting in that 19th spot right now. But she's having a good time. Her parents are here.
That's awesome.
18.55 thumbs up. We love you too, Amelia.
Shout out to Amelia's parents. Gotta love the fam support.
That's awesome.
Erga Lizima, representing Brazil.
Only 14 years young. Nice Smith grind.
She's got a 17.03 as her high mark so far.
People through that corner. Keeps her speed. Nice launch over the volcano there. Into a backside air. Ah.
Can't come down with it. This is skate until you fall. Unlike previous rounds where you could skate for the full 40 seconds, even with a fall or two, in the semifinals, if you fall, if your foot comes off the board, You're done.
Yeah. Yeah,
Still
and we
all
went
smiles.
from 2 runs to 3, so a little more time to get yourself situated in terms of strategy there.
And now we're looking at the final run, so this really is the last chance for these hopeful qualifiers. 60,000 qualification points on the line for a big win here.
See the frustration, but also just the smiles right there. It's like you can't really take yourself too seriously because in skateboarding you will get checked at some point.
You will be humbled.
By the bowl, by a rock, on the sidewalk. And that's what I love about, you know, all of these skaters. Just so much passion and dedication and just not taking yourself too seriously. That's an important part here.
Representing the beautiful country of Canada, our youngest competitor, 11 years old, Faye Ebert.
With a lucky feather in her cap.
Get him, Faye. She drops it so determined. I love it.
So fast.
Melon over the volcano there into the backside air. Come around the corner with a lot of speed. Into the Smith grind. Got 15 seconds on the clock. Nice tail slide.
So far, so good.
Done that every single time.
8 seconds left.
She needs these final seconds. Lip slide through the corner. Got away from her previously.
Gotta say, not even for an 11-year-old, for anyone, very consistent.
Very
She had
great job.
3
Yeah.
solid runs. She got
Definitely.
like 19s across the board.
Definitely should have her head hanging high and only 11 years old. This is just the beginning for Faye Ebert. Ebert.
An Olympic future for this young skateboarder, no doubt.
Fully going over the volcano, right into another backside air. Smith grind through the corner like people twice her age. Smooth tail slide. We haven't seen a lot of tail slides today. It's a little bit more risky of a trick than a Smith grind.
Youngest competitor in this heat and in the entire semifinal is 11 years young.
And that lip slide just barely got away from her.
And looking at the average age of skaters here, the average age is 17. We have 13 countries represented. The youngest is 11 years old. You just saw her, Faye Ebert right there. Josefina Tapia Varas representing Chile. Dropping in with 40 seconds on the clock.
Josefina currently in 5th place, so she's trying to best that.
You can hear her teammates, the other skaters cheering her on in the back there.
Nice backside air. Frontside Smith, a little figure 8 movement there.
Kind of
There's
shout
that
out
frontside ollie.
to pool skating.
Yeah, she looks like she can skate some backyard pools for sure.
That's a trick you were asking
grind
for.
got away from her on this run. She's been nailing that.
What makes that trick so hard?
Feeble grind, you gotta be going a bit more fast than a Smith grind. Smith grind you can kind of fall out of. A feeble grind you really gotta be dug in to get your toes out backside and come out of it. Smith grind you can kind of do a little bit of a Smith stall and just fall back into the park or the bowl. Can't do that on a feeble grind.
Josefina most likely hanging on to that. Yes, definitely hanging on to the 23.08. Still enough. Victoria de Souza Bassi representing Brazil. Right now, she's got a 15.95 and an 18.51. Looking to improve there, trying to get up into the 30s.
13 years old, there's a feeble grind.
Regaining control.
Nice Smith grind for Victoria.
It's a good looking run so far, 19 seconds to go.
Those front 50-50s we've seen every run. Locked in. Launcher over the volcano and a backside air there. Sketches, but recovers 5 seconds. Nice frontside boneless.
Last trick.
Frontside ollie at the lip.
All right. She's looking to improve on an 18.51.
I think that does it.
That's a subtle improvement. We'll see what the judges say. As we're getting down to the wire here.
And you can hear the Brazilian crew stoked. Full run.
So much love.
Your last chance qualification right here. Remember, we have 2 heats after this, 32 skaters total. Make that cut to 8 for the finals, go down Sunday. But this was a solid run, real fast, nice and fluid.
Yeah, definitely, kept her control. You see a nice backside air, grabbing behind the foot. There's that frontside boneless we see on that bank wall. Little frontside ollie action, I think that was. Nice showing, well done from Victoria.
Victoria, one of 3 Brazilians just in this heat. So clearly Brazil having a presence everywhere in skateboarding.
Coming through strong. Third run comes through 18.96. So it does get her above the cut line, but just slightly. Here we go.
This is the first time we're seeing some shadows here on the deck. Loving it.
We're back to Amelia Antunes. Her high mark so far at 24.14, currently in 4th place.
Fellow Brazilian. Coming out of Florianopolis.
Backside air over the hip there, a little melon action. Indie grab over the volcano and a frontside air.
It's all about fitting in a lot of tricks without making it look like you're trying to fit in a lot of tricks. I think she did a good job there.
Yeah, she stayed on her board, flowed through the bowl well. Nice job from Emily.
I recently learned that melon grab was short for melancholy, not watermelon.
Melancholy, yeah.
Like sad plant, melancholy, melon grab?
Melon grab, yeah, we call, well, if you do an invert that way, back grab behind your foot, we call it an andrect. Sad plant is in front of the foot, and the board's sort of the typical Jeff Grosso. The nose is pointed all the way up, almost like a Smith grind.
I always just thought melon stood for watermelon. But actually, John
Melancholy.
Rattray
I'm
taught
not
me
sure
that.
who came up with that name, but it's been with us since the early 90s, and it's stuck.
It's fun to learn about the history of all the names.
Tony Hawk's made up a bunch of them.
Pretty wild.
Jeff Grasso's Love Letters to Skateboarding, a great reference point for how and why funny names were given to these tricks. We're back.
Zong Sheen is in. Nice invert, hand fully on the coping. You love to see that.
She's currently sitting at the top.
There's that method air.
So the 30's going to have to stand for Zong Sheen. Skater out of Beijing, China. She's got to be stoked in that number, though. Highest
so far.
With Bombette Martin right there in second with a 26.79.
Oh, that was a little sad plant action there.
Skaters
sort of poking the nose up. And that method air just barely got away from her. We saw her make that every time in the other runs.
Third and final run, Great Britain. Bombette Martin, currently living in New York, traveling the world now by way of skateboard. She went from last to second. She's hanging in there with a 26.79. That's a huge score. We'll see if she can get herself up into the 30s. I think if she does a similar run, maybe just a little faster, a little higher, she can do it.
Getting a little more technical on her last run. Love seeing that.
Nollie turned a disaster into a nice Smith grind.
It just looks like she's more confident with each and every run.
Nice frontside air. Front 50. Gonna try to get to her tech trick. The kickflip board, hey.
That's a contest to make.
She made it work. She made it work. There's that G twist, nice. 5 seconds.
One more trick. Trying to get to a wall, any wall.
Woo. Body burial tail grab there. That was really cool. After time, I would believe. But
I love that trick.
Strong showing.
Love
Clean
that
run
trick.
from Bombette Martin. Sitting currently in second place.
Couple more skaters to go in their third and final run. Bombette Martin, did she do enough to eclipse the 26.79? See what the judges have to say about it. As clean on the kick flip.
She made it work.
What do you think the judges think of like putting the hand down, both hands down?
Yeah, that does not score as well as the first one. The second run
They're looking for
one that was super smooth.
Yeah, the judges did count it as a fall. If you put your hands that much, you can subtly
maybe a finger,
touch the ground, but
fingernail,
that
but
was a
not
fall.
full on touching.
So she's sticking with those run number 2 scores.
The good news, she's got that 26.79. It's enough to keep her in second place. 2 more skaters to go here in Heat 1. Madeleine Lacharon representing France. Coming from that vibrant Paris skate scene.
She's looking like she's getting her confidence back.
Nice feeble grind. Backside 5-0. Keeping her speed. Nice backside air. Gotta hit the lip. There we go. Nice board slide there. Or rock and roll slide.
One thing the judges look at is time spent in the flat bottom.
Very nice invert at time there for Madeleine.
As if you don't want to spend too much time in the flat bottom. Madeleine right there, strong finish.
Complete run.
She's looking to improve on a 22.24. See what the judges say here. Here are the highlights from Madeleine's last run.
Backside air behind the foot. There's that board slide with the drone shot. And there's that rock and roll board slide. Pretty old school trick you don't see many young bucks doing. She's only 15 years old. And there we see a nice invert with her hand completely on the coping. We will take it.
Waiting for scores to drop.
We always talk about the mental strength it takes, right? Do you think, her kind of falling on that first trick in the last run, coming in to this run, she clearly didn't let that affect her. You kind of just have to move past it, right?
Yeah, just got to pretend it never happened.
She improves. 24.75 for Madeleine Lacharon. 1 more skater to go in this Women's Park Semifinal. Your current standings right there. Nongxin still in the lead with that 30-point total. Lily Stefasius will be coming up next, representing Germany. Her last run was a 25.09.
Sit in third, and yeah, this is heat number 1. Still got 2 more heats of action.
That was a beautiful backside there.
Super good. Nice Smith grind. Proper boneless. Lily. I believe that was an Andrex. The sun was pretty bright there. Get him, Lily. Nice mute air transfer. Haven't seen a lot of those today.
10 seconds.
Oh, she goes for the 360.
Had to.
Over the Mountain Dew volcano. That was a smart move. Unfortunately, didn't make it, but that's the stuff it's going to take.
I love that she saved that trick.
Yeah, you got to pull out everything you got in the kitchen sink to make the top 8.
Well, that's going to be it for Heat 1 of the Women's Park Semifinal. Don't forget, we've got household names coming up in these next 2 heats. The highest
so
seeded
close
skaters.
on that. Need a little more speed, a little more height.
We wait for scores coming through for Lily. Run 3, 18.31. That's not going to better her 25.09. So now she gets the fun job of sitting and waiting and watching as the rest of the field drops their scores. We'll see what that cut line is going to be after this next heat. So far, 18.96 or above will get you in to the finals. But as we know, with the talent coming up, that number is going to be quickly increased. Your standings still with Zhang Xin in the lead, Bombette Martin in second, Lily in third, all the way down to number 8, Victoria de Souza Bassi. And with that, let's go down to the deck. Tina Dixon is with Bombette Martin.
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, Heat 1 is in the books, and a lot of stop and go there for you women. How did you make it through that, and overall, how do you feel now that that Heat 1 is complete?
Well, I will say I was very nervous, but I guess I did the best I could, and I'm happy with that. So I mean, I did what I could do, and I'm happy with that. So everyone else did amazing.
It's so fun to see you guys back here skating. What is it like for you to be here?
I mean, it's such an honor. When I was little, I would watch, Dew Tour with all, like, the old pros and stuff, and now I'm here. It's kind of insane, to be honest, but it's an honor.
Well, fantastic job. Bombette finishing second in Heat 1. Chris.
Well, Dew dreams are coming true. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. When you're a kid, you grow up watching Dew Tour. To be able to compete in it, as Bombette said right there, a dream come true. And tell you what, she is inspiring a whole generation with that run alone. Jumping from last to second place, Bombette Martin flying the flag from Great Britain, 26.79, enough to get her in second place. But with that, things are escalating quickly. The leaderboard will be shaken up. Just wait and see. We've got a lot of skateboarding to come. You're watching Women's Park Semifinal from Dew Tour in Des Moines. We'll be right back. Des Moines. We'll be right back.
I don't know, it's going to be different going back into it because nobody skated a contest for a year and a half now.
My biggest thing was just pushing through that and just being like, all right, I want to train like there is going to be a contest. All skate parks were being closed and stuff. It was hard to like stay motivated, you know?
Skateboarding is such a adaptive kind of thing.
And especially with how COVID happened and gave us all like a year to practice. We didn't see anybody for a year, and then everybody's just back and just like skating better than ever.
The pressure's on, but at least for me, I just try to not to think about it.
I think it's a little intimidating and nerve-wracking.
Just tell myself I got it and just picture my line.
I think everyone's been working on stuff for like
Everyone is just killing it.
It's honestly like happened way more natural than I thought it was.
I think it's going to be fun having a contest again.
And switch.
All the girls got so much better.
Figuring out a park is honestly the best session.
But the spur of the moments, that's what the contest is about.
Contest skating is all mental.
But sometimes you're just in the mood to do hard tricks, and sometimes you have to do it because you have to do it.
The worst thing that can make you not land your run is getting in your head too much.
They call your name and they say go, and you got to be ready to fire.
Want to try some of my Mountain Dew Zero Sugar?
Try.
It is just as good as the original, but without any sugar. Be careful.
He's not careful.
What?
Hey, Dad, Mom wants...
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports, like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, racing, golf. Whoa! Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
Well, things are rough.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, the floor is actually lava rough.
I can't, bro.
But you're not. Me? You're a reactor, a mover, a better than what came before you doer, a slayer, a crier. Oh, let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You are realness and weirdness, chaos and hope. Yes! All this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
With Casey's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes, the more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town.
Free Lee!
No.
After almost 20 years of award-winning work, the Tony Hawk Foundation is changing its name, but not its focus. Now known as the Skate Park Project, we continue to support community skate park projects across the U.S. and skateboard programs internationally. Since 2002, the organization has helped fund more than 600 free, quality public skate parks in all 50 states. The Skate Park Project brings the many benefits of skateboarding to youth in underserved communities around the world.
Yeah, wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like two trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skated D.I.E., how we living. Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. Yeah. That go far or go farther. Yeah. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Casey's, here for good.
And the sun has come out here in Iowa. Happy days as we welcome you back to the Lordson Skate Park on what is day 2 of this Dew Tour, and everyone happy to be outside Mother Nature, giving us a little bit of respite here as we welcome you back to this beautiful Lordson Skate Park. Todd Harris alongside Paul Zitzer as we continue to roll on with the Women's Park Semifinal. This will be heat number 2, and it is absolutely loaded, Mr. Zitzer.
That's right, Todd. Olympic spots are up for grabs, so it's dead serious out here. There's great names on the roster. Heat 1 is in the books. I would say this, though. I'm just making a prediction. A lot of the skaters that we've seen so far aren't going to be advancing. It's a top 8 cut.
There you see the numbers, 32 athletes, 13 nations, 8 alone from the USA. Average age, 17, the youngest, 11, and all the way up to 31. So if my math's correct, and I didn't even crack out the abacus, that's a 20-year gap that we're looking at. So it shows the versatility of the athletes we're dealing with here. And as you pointed out, Paul, everyone gunning for those spots, those coveted golden ticket spots to go to Tokyo this summer.
One of the beautiful things about park skating is the range of ages. You can remain relevant on park for much longer than you can on street. It's a little easier on your body.
Yep. And we have an amazing park course here in Iowa. The Dew Tour has been welcomed with open arms. The folks here in Des Moines have done a fantastic job of getting this beautiful edifice up and running. And the beautiful thing about this, when it's all done, the people here of Des Moines get to enjoy it.
Yeah, this is going to be a great place to live if it wasn't already. It's even better now.
Midwest is one of the great skate parks in America as we get set now for heat number 2. And here's how it's all going to play out as you take a look at the positions right now on the Olympic World Skateboarding Ranking. And this is where it gets a little tricky. Don't worry so much about the big numbers on the right. You want to make sure your position, and there you see the positions right now are up there. And you see the names like Sky Brown and Lizzie Armanto and Bryce Wetstein in there. And I won't say they're safe completely. They're locked in, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Right. They're in a great spot.
Right.
Those are the skaters we're going to see coming up in heat number 3 mainly. Those are the ones you gotta aim for if you're in heat 1 and 2.
The Americans, you got Brighton Zoyner we'll see in this heat, Jordan Barrett, Jordan Santana also in there, and there you see their Olympic positions. That's what everyone's doing. And it's strange as we get this close to Tokyo. I mean, you're talking about July 23rd when the games kick off, and people are still doing math, figuring out what I need to do to make sure that my ticket is punched.
But it's interesting, if you look at those rankings, you see the Olympic position over there,
right.
9, 10, 11, 12. There's skaters in between there,
right.
And the reason they don't have the position is because they're not in the top 3 from their country. There's only 3 spots per country available, and if you're not in it, you're out, even if you're the 4th skater in the world.
Paul, you talk about the ability to make the team, and there's certain nations, obviously, they're going to be a little difficult to make for, like Brazil, the U.S., Japan.
Right.
It's kind of like making the snowboarding team for Team USA. It is going to be a daunting task to make those top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be top 3 in your country. So if you're from a country that doesn't have a very deep field of talent, you're in a better spot.
There you see the overall qualifications, 20 athletes per discipline, now max 3 per country. So as we were mentioning, countries like the USA, like Brazil, like Japan, it is going to be very hard to secure one of those 3, and then 5 participating contests. Each must be represented, and this is a big event here because this is an Olympic global qualifier. So we've got literally athletes from all around the world that are converging on Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh, they have all come here. If you're serious and you're trying to make it to Tokyo, you are in Des Moines right now, and you better be ready to rip.
Give you an idea of what the weather situation has been like. Capricious at best. As you take a look at the start list, we've had rain, we've had sun, we've had humidity, and right now it's more of a wind, which is actually probably doing a great thing about drying the courses out.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I'm a skater, and as a skater, there were days when it was so windy, you'd say, it might as well be raining, because you can't skate if it's too windy and your board's flying off your feet. It's making you off balance. That makes things very tough.
7 Americans here in start list heat number 2, women's park semifinal. 3 runs, 40 seconds or until you fall. And that's key because you've seen a lot of athletes go so far, Paul, where they'll get out there and they try that first trick, fall, heat's done, their run's done.
That is tough. In earlier rounds, it was the full 40 seconds was yours.
Right.
And you could fall and get back up and finish. Now that's done.
So it'll be 16-year-old Julia Benedetti of Spain that'll get things started off with a bang here in Des Moines.
So the key, Todd, is to come in and stay on your board for your first run. That's it. If you come off early and then you go to your second run questioning what you should be doing or if you should switch up your line, puts you in a bad spot.
Same conversation I've had with my snowboarding compadre, Todd Richards, about the strategy you come in when you have 3 runs and only the best run counts. Do you go out on run number 1 and kind of get a feel for the course, or do you lay something down big?
Well, we're talking about going to the Olympics, so yeah, you want to lay something down big, but as somebody who struggled in competition, I knew that the confidence you could build on staying on your first run, even if it wasn't going to get you in the cut, may be what you need to do to get you to the second run where you do put it down.
So full pull, as they say, for Julia Benedetti of Spain to get things started off.
Yeah, that was a great start. She came out, she hit every part of the ball, did a lot of variety, kept her speed. There was a nice lean to tail there. Great skating.
Let's talk about judging criteria. What are they looking for primarily, and how are they scored?
They're looking for difficult tricks. They're looking for the use of the course. I would say those are your top 2. And then staying on is crucial. Right. You got to put in a full 40-second run or you don't have a chance.
And there you see the score coming in, 27.79, so something to build for Julia Benedetti of Spain. And we'll see how that stands up. She has 2 more runs to go. Indiara Asp out of Florianopolis, Brazil, representing Floripa. 23-year-old Brazilian on course.
Starting off with a layback air, kind of an obscure 1980s vert trick, but that's cool to see in the bowl in 2021. And Indiara coming out of Brazil, where they have such a strong scene. And I mean, it's proof that the countries that really support skating and have such strong scenes, they produce great skaters.
No question about it. She has got to be considered one of them. But again, as we talked about before the competition got started, this is also one of the nations with a very strong field of athletes. And it's going to be tough to make this team.
Oh, that was heavy. Frontside ollie over the hip, and she hung up on the coping with her truck. And that's what happened. She was committed, right? And so there's no time to get your knees back under you for the knee slide. Nope, straight to the hip.
Smile, and she is up. She will look to runs 2 and 3. 40 seconds. Remember, it is until you fall, and she almost had it all the way.
There's that layback air I was talking about. That is an old school vert trick, but still cool. Air over the Twinkie, a little bit of a hang up, but going straight into the backside air. Nice frontside fast plant. And here's the frontside ollie. You see her truck hanging up on the coping. I'm glad she's okay.
Yeah, heavy fall, as you pointed out. She hits the deck hard, so now she waits for her score. Indiara Asp out of Brazil, looking for something here, and she'll see what the judges, but obviously she's looking for runs 2 and 3 and the full 40 seconds. Got to give a lot of credit to these athletes. I mean, they have stayed so cool, and I know that's part of the skate culture, is not getting too stressed out, because that's what the sport's about, is having fun and a smile on my face. But as you pointed out, there's so much on the line with the Olympics, the opportunity of a lifetime, and you come to Dew Tour and you've got to perform. You've got 3 shots at it.
One of the really difficult things is starting and stopping and getting yourself back in the mindset of, I got to drop in and take my run, and then all of a sudden you have to wait till tomorrow to do that.
So here's the scores right now, hovering right around 30 as Indiara goes into second behind Zhang Xin of China. And she was in the last heat. She dropped that 30 to get the best score so far.
So you saw Indiara getting a great score even with the fall.
Yeah.
That's testament to how good she is and the trick she does.
And that's a bad way to start things off for Cody Tamanaha of Miliana Town. That's on the north shore of Oahu, as a 17-year-old just comes unglued early in that 40 seconds. Tries to get it running again.
Yeah, that was a risky start for her. The backside lip slide, very difficult trick.
She's going to take the time, though. So she's only scored until she falls, so this is basically practice.
Practice.
Talking Allen Iverson practice. Which Cody's probably going, who's Allen Iverson? What are you talking about? We're talking practice.
Are we talking about practice?
Talking practice, not a game. Talking practice.
So it's a bummer. When she fell,
it's a high risk reward, right?
Yeah, but you know, you fall, then the pressure's off, and then you're like, oh, it's everything I'm doing. It feels easy now.
Yeah.
Timing is everything.
So Cody will have 2 more shots at it here in the women's Park semifinal, heat number 2. We'll move on to another American, Ariana Carmona, out of Buena Park, California.
She finished 6th in the Open Qualifier, and that was a struggle. Just rain delays all week long. So to advance to this semifinal round is a big, big deal.
So 17th in the world ranking, Paul, and the Americans just have a plethora of teenagers. It just seems like the talent pool is so deep.
It is. It is going to be really tough to break into that top 3 and make it to Tokyo.
Nice job using all the force, showing the variety.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, Todd, we have the top 12 ranked skaters coming up.
Yeah, still to come.
If you're not in 1st or 2nd, it's already looking bad for you.
A little bit grim. Ariana with a nice run there, has the come off right at 4 seconds left in the heat.
Nice little frontside air. Disaster, adding some difficulty.
Well, you think the bright lights in the big city of Des Moines are going to be a big ticket item. Just wait till Tokyo rolls around, because you know, in a country like Japan that is so heavily embracing skateboarding, I mean, they're not allowing international fans, but the Tokyo fans, other than social distancing, it will be a hot ticket to have.
And everybody is going to be tuned in from around the world. There is going to be a ton of pressure on these skaters.
And being an inaugural sport too. I mean, you forever be known as the person that won the inaugural gold medal of skateboarding. That is huge. Now you see the score coming up for Ariana, checking in with a 22.28 with 2 runs to go. Grace Marhofer now out of Cocoa Beach, Florida. So we go from West Coast to East Coast. Marhofer just 18 years of age.
Oh, that was a nice 50-50 all the way around the corner. It's so important to use the whole bowl.
And you mentioned the judges talking about that. They want to see the flow, they want to see the speed, obviously the tricks and the execution, but they want to see you not just focus on one end.
Right, and the reality is, you see somebody do a trick on a flat wall that can be difficult, fine. You do it around the corner, you are multiplying the difficulty exponentially.
Yeah, no question about it. So Marhofer having some issues there, coming off with a 6.75. That's really basically a throwaway score for her. She looks to runs 2 and 3 out of Encinitas, California. Jordan Barrett now. She's got the experience. I don't want to say she's a veteran at 22, but she's been around the game long enough. She knows how to win competitions.
Absolutely. She's a name we know well, and she has the talent and the skills to make it onto the podium.
So many little nuances in her skating.
And she has a really good style.
Yeah.
She grew up surfing, and you can see that flow in her style. There's nothing stiff about what she's doing. I love that.
Yeah.
Tuck knee eggplant. It's a tough trick to begin with, but the way she does it with both knees on one side of her arm, that's pro level.
Final 3 seconds now for Jordan Barrett, and she will get the full pole on run number 1 of 3. So a nice opening run for Jordan Barrett, but as Paul Zitzer pointed out, so much talent still to come. You better throw down a big score.
Yeah, but she finished really strong. She did the frontside grind in the corner to revert. That's adding difficulty in the corner. That's good for some points. There we go. Frontside ollie over the hip onto the plexiglass bank. Beautiful frontside stale fish. That is a very awkward grab. Frontside boneless on the frontside boneless bank. That's what I'm calling it, because that is the trick of the week here. Everybody's doing the frontside boneless up there. Little backside air. And she just kept it going. 40 seconds of great skating. There's that tuck knee, eggplant. That was a great run.
Yeah, nice run for Jordan Barrett. And it's going to check in with a monster score of 36. So Barrett, the American, goes to the top of the leaderboard. 6 points difference between first and second with Jordan Barrett. And Paul, you said it, that run had it all. She had good flow, she had style, she kind of made it her own.
Well, there's so many subtle differences between doing, let's say, a frontside air that we see a lot versus a stale fish that we don't see much at all. I mean, they look very similar, but a stale fish is 10 times harder.
Talent to talent. Mina Stess now stepping on, the 15-year-old out of Petaluma, California.
Wow. Oh, wow. Taking a big chance with the kickflip on the bank. That is highly technical. And when you're trying highly technical tricks, the chances of falling rise quick. So I would advise, if you're going to get tech, save it maybe for the second run after you put down a solid one, because she has plenty of tricks that could put her in a great spot without taking too many chances. But as we've said, the highest ranked skater still to come.
Man, Jordan Barrett really laid down a monster score with a 36, and then Mina Stess has to follow that. We'll see what she can do in runs 2 and 3 as Kiana Ogawa now drops in as the international theme continues. A 20-year-old from Kanagawa, Japan. Talk about pressure. You want to skate at your home nation at the Olympics with skateboarding making its debut. Good luck making this team.
Wow, that was a massive air all the way over that midsection. Kick turn, front side, way up on the plexiglass. Oh, wow, going for the front side nose grind.
So Kihana comes unglued. Remember, we are just in the semifinals, so it's 3 runs, 40 seconds until you fall, and then all scoring stops.
We talked about America, Brazil, and Japan. In women's park, Japan, in my opinion, has the deepest field of talent, and it is going to be so hard to make that team.
Deepest field of talent and youth. I mean, they can be dominating the sport for the next 2 Olympics.
Yeah. She was going for a frontside nose grind, went too far into a nose blunt, and then got hung up. That's what happened there. Unless she was trying to front nose blunt, that's possible, but I doubt it, because that is not the trick you want to do in a semifinals first run.
You want to make sure you secure your spot in the final, taking care of business first. Ruby Lilly now, youngest member in this heat at just 14 years of age out of Oceanside. I don't know what it is about Oceanside and Encinitas, but
they breed skaters.
They breed some skaters and some surfers.
I lived in Encinitas for years, and just everybody skates there. And they have a million skate parks. That's the key. You have access to terrain, and the weather's always beautiful. You don't get snowed out ever. Rarely get rained out. That was so good. Back nose grind through the corner.
Showing some variety here as Lily's got the speed. See if she can keep it together this final 10 seconds.
And a lean disaster in the corner. And she's doing what I was talking about, Todd. She's doing hard tricks in hard spots in the bowl.
And she will get the full 40 seconds. So a nice run for Ruby Lilly. We'll see what that puts her. I don't know if it's going to put her above Jordan Barrett's 36, but nice way to start off your first of 3 runs.
Yeah, I feel as if Jordan skated with more power and speed and went higher. But, you know, there's a balance. With the judging, you have to take technical moves and take where the tricks were done in the bowl into account. That was a nice backside air. Put some distance between her and the coping. Frontside crail slide right there. Backside kick turn on the plexiglass. And there's the backside nose grind in the corner. A technical trick in a hard spot to hit in the bowl. Beautiful.
So waiting for the score to come down as Jordan Barrett maintains that lead. Look at that score, a 36, and Ruby Lilly checking in with a 32.98. So the Americans right now jumping to first and second, with Zhang Jing currently of China sitting in third. Okay.
Nicely done.
Welcome to the show, Ruby Lilly.
But remember, top 8 advance.
And that's some of the best are still to come.
Best are still to come.
Mami Tezuka now, out of Japan.
Mami is famous for her frontside Smith grind, which everybody always can't wait to see. And it is. It's such a cool style. The way she does it, one of a kind. She's also got a great backside Smith grind, and there it is.
Signature moves as Mami making quick work, and just love the way she's working this park. I mean, she is using end-to-end, top to bottom. I mean, sound alone, the grinding alone is so awesome.
Hey, Todd, I'm glad you mentioned it. Grinds on pool coping is the best.
There you go.
And that was so heavy. The rainbow rail grind is a serious move, and I can't believe she hung on to that.
Saved it at the buzzer.
Wow, that was a huge run.
Mami Tezuka, what a show for the 19-year-old. She's feeling it.
The judges love it when a skater pushes it to the limit, gets loose, and there's a chance for them to have to make the choice of bailing or staying on, and they stay on. So here we go. Signature frontside Smith grind. That's
Look at that.
Back truck on and one rail on the coping. There's the backside version. And here we go. Grinding the rail over the Twinkie. That is dangerous. Into a nice tuck knee frontside air. And she just kept it going and going. Went for the, I don't know, that was maybe a crooked grind, kind of went to board slide. It was great though.
Go back to 2019, pre-pandemic. She got 4th place. You remember going back to Long Beach, and she was just 17. I mean, she opened up so many eyes. People were like, who is this? Oh, my.
There you go.
41.07 for Mami Tezuka.
Well deserved.
No question about it. I mean, she did both versions of that grind and made them both look so clean. And as you pointed out, towards the end, it looked like she was going to bail, and she held on. So she bumps Jordan Barrett temporarily to second place with a 36, and the scores just keep going up as Ruby Lilly's sitting currently in third with a 32.98. Remember, still 2 more runs to go, and it'll be Brighton Zoyner who will wrap things up for heat number 2. Nope, we're going to go right back to the top, and Julia Benedetti.
She's got work to do. Oh, gapping up to the backside board slide on that. Extremely difficult, but coming off in the corner.
So Brighton does take some chances early on, and you got to wonder, Paul, as she's watching on the deck, the scores going up, thinking, oh my, I might have to up my game a bit.
Yeah, she's a consistent top 3 finisher, but you got to stay on the board.
Yep.
Brighton is ranked 11 in the world right now, 2nd in the US, so currently in a good spot to make it to Tokyo, but she went for the Smith grind that we saw from Mommy.
Right.
She was trying it around the corner, but that's what's tough about corners. She slipped out of the Smith grind and into a lip slide, and off you go.
So you talk about Bryce, you talk about Brighton, and then it's that group with Jordan Barrett, Jordan Santana, Ariana, and then Mina Steph battling for that 3rd position. Sketchy. 19.50, so that's a throwaway for her. So 1 run of 3 complete, and it's Mami Tezuka. Paul, she just lit it up here in Des Moines with a 41.07. Jordan Barrett in 2nd. Ruby Lilly right there with a 32.98 to round out your top 3.
I think it's important to look at what Mommy's doing and to realize that to have certain tricks that you're the best at is hugely important.
Oh, yeah.
If you can do a lot of tricks that other skaters are doing and they're similar, it just doesn't get you where you need to be. But to be the best in the world at a few things, that can be clutch.
Julia Benedetti now, she is back in. This is run 2 of 3. Remember, we saw her on the opening run. She came out to start things off with a decent score, but little did we know that we were going to be in the 40s by the end of it as she goes up and over, and she comes off. So she will lose that last 22 seconds opportunity to score.
Yeah, she was just getting started in that run.
So here's the situation for her. She comes down now to 1 run.
That's a tough spot to be in.
1 run to put it all together.
Now, you know, they only take 1 score, but you want to get that score early and then build on it. You don't want to have it all come down to your last run. That is a very tough spot to be in. But you got to put it all behind you. When you drop in, it's just you and the park.
And how good are you feeling if you're Mommy right now and you've already dropped a 41.07? You've got 2 more runs to go.
Yeah.
Is she going to play with things a little bit, maybe juice it up a little bit, or she stay with that same 1?
She should not stay with the same run.
Give the judges something new to look at.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really feeling it, you can switch out the entire run and do everything differently. But usually what we see is a very similar run where you add a trick and then maybe add another trick. Just chipping away, sort of.
Brazil's Indiara asked now. Coming out that 29 that she laid down on run number 1.
She's working the ball. Back-to-back airs over the hips. Nice backside 5-0 grind in the deep end. And there, frontside boneless on the front side. Boneless bank. Frontside fast plant. I love that trick. So much going on. Taking the foot off and putting it on the coping while grabbing the board at the same time. Oh. Timing. Timing is everything. She comes off.
So a much better run in run number 2, but does come off at the very end, but not quite the big slam that she had in run number 1. Look at this one more time. Nice combos.
Layback air, backside air. And then she really used the hips really well. Deep end, you got to do it all.
Yep. Indiara, as we mentioned, comes from one of those nations that the sport is just exploding, and it is going to be so difficult to make that team. You got to think Japan, you got to think the USA, you got to think Brazil.
I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, right? You're surrounded by great talent. That helps you become a great talent, but then you got to compete against those for 3 spots.
And it's not just park. We're talking street on men's and women's side for the Brazilians. So Cody now dropping in. Cody saw her fall hard on that first run, and that was it.
She did the backside lip slide first walk, props for coming out and putting that down and not changing a run up.
Oh,
bummer.
Drops to the knees again. So for Cody, coming out of Hawaii, the 17-year-old is going to look to the third and final run to get herself a big score to move on.
Todd, so she came in and did the backside lip slide. A lot of skaters will get a little gun shy. They'll say, hey, I bailed that trick on my first wall. I'm going to just do a 50-50 grind instead. So to see her come out and put it down, I thought that might give her what she needed to carry it through the whole run. Unfortunately not. One more run for her.
Top 8 is where you want to be to make it into the final. Mami Tezuka right now, by way of that first run of 3, a 41.07 leads the way. And I'm with you, Paul Zitzer. It was clean from start to finish. Well deserved. Ariana Carmona now dropping in. Ariana's looking for something big here. It's got to pick up that speed.
Now, you see her, she went over the Twinkie and she kind of deck checked over it. She didn't clear the whole distance. You don't get as many points. She's doing good tricks, but they're a little low. She's trying to work up speed. Oh, that was nice. Backside 50-50 around the corner.
10 more seconds to hold it together.
Little backside ollie. Frontside air disaster. I like that. Keeping it going. Time for no more. She's out.
Okay. So it started a little bit slower, but it picked up towards the end of that.
It was a good run. That is not a top 8 run. Most likely.
Yep. But she does have one more. As we take a look at this one more time, you talk about the speed. That's going to obviously generate more pop off the wall.
Yeah, you need to get that speed. And it takes years to develop the skills to be able to find the speed in a bowl that you don't get a lot of practice in. It's been raining here all week.
As you look at a lot of these athletes, especially to the nations we talked about that have such skating powerhouse talent levels, are they in the next Olympic cycle, some of them, the ones that are especially younger, that they're thinking, okay, this probably not going to make Tokyo, but Paris is definitely a possibility.
Absolutely. That said, there's a lot of time for even younger talent to be coming up.
Somewhere out there, there's a 10-year-old looking, hey, I'm planning for Paris. Planning for Paris. So Ariana Carmona out of Buena Park, California, the 22-year-old. Looking for her score to come in. As Paul pointed out, top 8 moving on to the final. We're going to see the leader here just in a minute as Mami Tezuka laid down that 41, and there's a score of the 41.07. Current standings, see some of the talent that we saw coming out of heat number 1 as we are sitting in heat number 2. And Paul, you talked about it. You better make sure you're in the top 3 or 4 after your heat, because with the talent that's still to come, yeesh.
There's a good chance that the top 8 will be all in the 40s.
In the 40s.
50s, 60s.
One thing we can all agree on, though, the rain has dissipated, the wind has dried up. The course, the street course, the park course are fantastic. Folks in Des Moines doing a great job here of welcoming the Dew Tour after what has been such a difficult year for everyone around the world. It's so nice to come back to a skate event. It's so nice to come back to the Dew Tour. I mean, it just doesn't get much better. I know you're happy with a cold dew in your hands sitting here watching skateboarding.
You know it. You know me well, Todd. No, this has been incredible. After a year off, you know what's really cool is seeing the skaters and seeing which ones have gotten a lot better, and then some where you're like, well, maybe they took a real long break. Maybe they didn't get out much.
And one of those sports that lends itself to you can socially distance and be on your own and just get your skating in. Yeah. Go to a park on off hours and get some hours in.
I'm sure it was a good chance for skaters to kind of regroup.
Well, we're sitting here at the women's semifinal at the park course, and heat 3 on the men's street course is going on. Look at that. That is a thing of beauty. And folks, the good news is it's permanent. It's not going anywhere. This isn't portable. This is staying here. The good folks at Des Moines had the good sense to say, you know what, let's do something for the community. Not only community, Paul, the whole Midwest. This is like a mecca now for the Midwest for skaters. 24.5 was the score that came down for Ariana Carmona. So she will look to the third and final run as we give you the standings so far in the women's park semifinals. Got to be in that top 8 if you want to move on to the big show.
And in heat number 3, we still have Sakura Yoshizumi, Sky Brown, Poppy Star Olsen coming up, Misugu. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some talent still to come.
Lizzie
Armano, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So Grace dropped in. Looked like she had issue on first hit.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is. We talk about high risk, high reward, and that's, Paul, you said a big trick to start things off. If you hit it, great, you got the momentum, you're feeling good about yourself. If you don't land it, yeesh. Jordan Barrett now currently sitting in 2nd place out of Encinitas, California. Man, and Jordan laid down that 36. We were thinking, oh man, that's gonna be a tough score to beat.
But look at the speed she comes in with. Frontside boneless on the bank.
Love that trick.
Well, everybody here seems to. I do like it a lot. But, you know, if you see other skaters doing it, maybe you think, well, maybe I'll do the backside boneless up there. Maybe I'll do something else. But yeah, Jordan has a great bag of tricks and a cool style coming off on the backside disaster.
So the final 4 seconds. One thing I will notice, it was a different run that she did. We saw her in her first run, so she's mixing up, showing the judges something else.
That's huge. That's important.
So Jordan Barrett showing her versatility. She comes off at 36 seconds, not the full 40.
Yeah, and different is good, but it still has to be better. So frontside stalefish there in the deep end. Frontside boneless. And you just see the difference with a skater like Jordan Barrett, keeping her speed, great flow, clearing the whole distance of the Twinkie, landing on the downslope, not landing on the deck. But coming off on that backside disaster, at that stage of the run, your legs are burning, you're tired. It's easy to fall on even simple tricks.
So she gets a 22, so that becomes a throwaway. She holds on to the 36. I guess my question to you would be, if she landed that last trick, do you think that score would have been higher than the 36?
I don't know that it would have been.
Yeah. And this is where in the last round, scores started going, I won't say haywire, but they started picking things up. Mina Stess was the one exception as she came off on the first or second trick in her run.
Yeah, so much of skating in a contest is just, can you stay on? Can you do your tricks? And then there's planning that goes into that. Which tricks do you do? Which are your best ones? Which ones do you think will get the most points? Do you need to take big chances to get the scores you need, or can you do the tricks that you're consistent at? It's always a struggle. And then it changes when you see other skaters throwing down. So, she makes the kickflip on the bank this time. So that's a trick that's going to get way more points than a frontside boneless because she's mixing it up and taking a huge chance on the bank.
Mina Stess coming off a great performance at the U.S. Open National Championships. Here she is. This is run 2 of 3, final 10 seconds.
You're right, Todd. She won the National Championship. So she is serious, and she is in a good spot to put herself in a position to be in the U.S. top 3.
See, that's big time. So she comes in with all the pressure of winning the national championship. People be going, Mina Stess, and then she drops in and falls on the first trick. It's like, oh, pressure's on. No big deal. She comes out in run number 2 and just slays.
And I like what I saw from her. She did the frontside Smith grind that we saw from Mommy, but she did hers around the corner. And there's a mute air in the deep end, grabbing on the toe side of the board, and the kickflip. I mean, she landed that so sketchy, but still managed to pull it off. Awesome.
Remember, she's sitting on just a 10.60 score, way off the pace of being in the top 8.
That frontside lip slide was a heavy move too, and the tail grab. A little bit of a deck check, but she mixed it up with the grab. I think she's going to be looking at a very, very high score.
So Mina Stess waiting to see if she jumps up with the likes of Mami Tezuka, Jordan Barrett, Ruby Lilly. That would put her above a 32. Meanwhile, over on Street, Dave Paczynski getting after it in open qualifiers. And this guy is someone you definitely stop and watch when you're walking by.
Yeah, he's a freak show. He does the wildest tricks. And he's got a great personality, friendliest guy out.
Is Dave one of those guys, though, that just goes out there and just says, I'll let it come to me. I'm not planning anything, I'm just going to let it come to me?
Well, it depends. Maybe in the session, but I mean, when you're trying to make it to Tokyo, I don't know if you just let it come to you.
Do you think he's got a full hit list?
Yeah, I think so. You know, and that used to be much more common in skating. You go to an event and just kind of wing it, but things have changed a lot.
So Chinsky doing his work over there in the open qualifier. Score comes in. Mina Stess jumping way up. Yeah, she'll drop that 10-6 zone, go to a 31.18, which has her currently into 4th. So with Mina sitting in 4th place and 1 run to go, you see the players starting to come around saying, all right, Mommy, you threw down the gauntlet. The 41.07 is the mark that everyone is shooting for. And look at that, top 7. There's a lot of talent up there, but look at that first 4, big separation.
Indeed. Now, Mommy does not have any major international wins, surprisingly. That could change.
No question about it. A big win, huge if she takes home Des Moines and the Dew Tours. Ogawa now dropping in. Quijano, we saw her earlier. A lot of speed in her first run. See if she can duplicate it.
Backside disaster. It's into the corner.
Gosh, she gets hung up there on that right leg. No harm, no foul as she walks away from it, but that was, gosh, 4 seconds away from a full run.
I don't think that run was going to get her anywhere near
the top 4.
Top 8, top 4.
Just lacked the pop.
Yeah, she needed a little bit more, maybe more tricks. There's a little too much riding around. You gotta be on the lip. You gotta be blasting airs the whole time.
I want to see you go to work. So Quijano Ogawa now will look to the 3rd and final run as no one has really flirted with the score of 41.07 that Mami Tezuka put down on run number 1, and she still has her 2nd run to go. It'll be Ruby Lily, then Mami, and then Brighton Zoyner to wrap up this 2nd of 3 runs. Weird conditions here. I mean, I give so much credit to these athletes. Paul, they've dealt with cool temperatures, they've dealt with rain, they've dealt with wind, they've dealt with actually a little bit of sunshine. And it's constantly changing. You talked about being a skater and the wind is almost worse than the rain.
It's because you're still skating. At least when it's raining, then you sit down. But when it's really windy and you have to skate and you just feel like you cannot. You're fighting for every trick. And if you flip your board, you don't know where it's going to land.
End up in Missouri. So 14-year-old Ruby Lily out of Oceanside, California, now on course. Currently sitting on a 32.98, which has her in 3rd.
She came in with a lot of speed. Oh! She made that backside nose grind around the corner in her first run. This time, not so lucky.
And those are the chances I imagine you can take, Paul, when you've got a top 3 score.
Right. Those are the chances you have to take, because you're going to want to finish in 1st place after this heat. That was nice. Front side grind to tail up on the bank. And a crail slide. And here's a look at the fall. She just didn't finish the rotation. I'm not quite sure. Sometimes it's a shoulder thing. Sometimes your truck gets on the coping a little wrong. It's hard to finish it off.
The beauty of skateboarding is that it's really, when you're watching as a spectator, it's 2 runs. You watch it happen live and when it goes down, and then you watch it in slow motion, and then you get all the little nuances, the little things they're doing. You're like, oh, I never knew they were doing that.
There is so much going on.
Exactly.
Even as you ride up the transition and down from tricks, you're adjusting, you're moving your feet, you're setting your feet up on the trick before the next trick. And if it's a hard trick, I mean, that's doubly difficult because you got to land it perfectly, set up for the next one.
Current leader in the women's Park Semifinals, Mami Tezuka threw down a 41.07 on run number 1. This is run 2.
That was beautiful.
And picking up right where she left off.
She did a front side ride around the corner, trying to 50-50 the rainbow again.
All right, she landed that on run number 1, but I love the fact that, you know, she was coming down to the final seconds and she didn't just run out the clock.
And that run would have been even better than her first run. Added a few tricks like the front side feeble.
Yeah, watch the feet in slow motion, and she's constantly adjusting things.
Definitely. That's her backside Smith grind.
Signature move.
Signature move. And the front side feeble grind.
Why is the feeble so hard?
Well, the front side feeble is hard. The backside one isn't for whatever reason, but the front side, you're dipping your front truck over the deck, and it puts you in a dangerous spot. If you slip over, then your feet are hung up on the top of the deck. And then you go in backwards and upside down.
So tougher to save.
Yeah, yes.
So Mommy's second run, she'll have to throw that one away. That 23 is going to do her no good, but she gets to hold on to the 41. And that'll take us to Brighton Zoyner. Now, Brighton needs a big score here. She's seen what has been thrown down by the other women.
She has the talent to get the score. She needs to stay on for 40 seconds.
She's like, look at her. She's just want, turn me loose. Let me go. I want to get out there.
It is torturous to stand there and just wait for somebody to let you go.
Okay, so she's looking to drop that 19.50. I think this is a huge run for her, not only because it's the second run of 3. She'd have a safety if she needed the third one, but I think she needs it for confidence and momentum.
I love that. Gap up to backside board slide on the bank. All right, she's getting into it. Frontside lip slide. Andrecht. That is a great trick with the hand on the coping. There's all kinds of hand plant variations. The Andrecht is especially tough. Front, backside 50-50 grind to fakie.
Oh!
Going 360 mute over the hip and coming off.
That run had a lot of items in it.
It really did. A lot of variety and technical grabs.
On what could have possibly been a run to put her in the top 3, comes unglued with 5 seconds remaining.
Nice, big backside air. There's the gap up, backside board slide. A lot going on there. Smith grind in the corner. And there's the Andrecht grabbing on the heel side of the board. That's a tough one to bring in. And a feeble grind. That's the backside feeble. So we saw Mommy do the front feeble.
Side.
Brighton with the back feeble. Easier trick, but still a great move. And there, 360 mute over the hip coming off at the end of the run.
So much variety and showing her versatility. That one trick where she came out switch or came out fakie, that was clean. So clean. So Brighton Zoyner still looking for that full pull top to bottom. This 26.67 is not really going to help her cause. It's got her within shouting distance. She's in nice. Remember, top 8 moving on. But you see the makings of what could be a top 3 run.
Yeah, now I guess, we got to analyze what happened there. I think you could look to a little bit lack of speed. She used the bowl really well. Yep. She hit a lot of parts of it. Hard tricks. Guess the judges were looking for a little more speed and power.
Oh, the beauty is there is one more run here in heat number 2 of the Women's Park Semifinal. Mami Tezuka has thrown down the proverbial gauntlet with a 41.07 to lead all skaters so far. Mina Stess currently sitting in 4th after Zhang Jin of China had the highest score in heat 1 with a 30. So we'll see what they can do on the 3rd and final go-round. And hey, when it's this format, Paul, only your best run counts. Someone that's sitting in dead last right now in this heat can walk away with the best score.
Yeah, if you're going to put it down, now's the time.
Juliet Benedetti on her final run, sitting on a 27 right now, needs something big to get herself. I'm thinking if you're not even, mid-30s and above, probably not going to, knowing the talent that's coming, and she has a get off there, so that's going to basically take her out of the run. If you're not in that high 30s, Paul, knowing the talent that's coming down when the final heats, it's going to be tough.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to finish this heat in the top 2, I would say.
You don't want to be the Grim Reaper of information, but that's just the way it is. Knowing and the ladies have done the homework. They know what's coming.
And to be honest, you could finish in first place after 2 heats and end up in 12th place after heat 3.
This is true. Brazil and Giara Aspinall
coming in again with the layback air. I mean, it's called a layback air. It's funny. It's a hand plant, but it was invented so early that it was still unique enough to think it was sort of an air move.
Do you like the throwback tricks?
Love them. Love them. You got to use them sparingly, though, Todd. You can't do all throwbacks because it's like
they don't want to see a 1976 run.
Right. A little tribute move here and there is good.
Much better run.
But we talk about skating being so focused on progression.
Sure.
You know? And sometimes progress means looking back in the history books and picking things that worked and updating them, giving them a bit of a refresh and breaking them back out. That works too.
Yep.
But Indiara putting it down.
Final seconds tick away, and we'll see. Looks like she came off just before the horn went off. It's an old trick, but who doesn't like a beautifully executed method? I mean, come on.
Oh, absolutely. You think of Christian Hosoi in 1988, and
Give
you're
me
like,
a clean method.
I've never seen one that looks that great ever since. There's the layback air. Frontside boneless on the bank. You know it. But I love that one.
Yeah.
Frontside fast plant. Sometimes called a sock plant or a slob plant, all kinds of names. And a frontside stalefish, over the hip.
Probably not going to put her into that top positions that she was looking for, as a 29.30 becomes her best score of the three, which has her in 6th place behind Zhang Jin. Jordan Barrett looking on, seeing what she'll have to do. Currently sitting in 2nd place with a 36 behind Mami Tezuka. We are into the 3rd and final runs here of heat number 2 of the women's park semifinal. 3 runs, 40 seconds, or until you fall is the way it plays out. Into the final, it will be 4 runs with 40 seconds until you fall, so it'll change things just a little bit strategically. But bottom line, as Paul Zitzer said time and time again, kids, you've got to stay on the board.
4 chances helps a lot.
Oh, no question.
You know, if you have 4 chances, you should be able to make 1. Okay, backside lip slide. That was beautiful. Again, going for it and staying on. Feeble grind to fakie. Around the corner. That's a heavy move. Nice. Fakie lip slide. She's keeping it going with a lot of tricks. Mommy style. Frontside Smith grind. Now what she's got to do, though, is bring some of her own flair to the course. We want to see the unique tricks, something that sets the skater apart from the competition.
Yeah, Cody bouncing back from a heavy slam earlier, so it's good to see her getting that full run in there, and a good performance, good showing of her skills.
Frontside Smith grind, dropping that rail down onto the coping. Beautifully done.
A lot of family, a lot of support, a lot of folks making the easy trek from Hawaii to Des Moines. I don't know if there's a non-stop Honolulu Des Moines. There should be. Maybe there will be now that the skate park's here. Talk to your friends at Delta and see if they can set that up.
They're on it.
Non-stop from anywhere to Des Moines and the Lordson Skate Park. This thing is a thing of beauty. It's beautifully set right on the river next to the Wells Fargo Arena. Turning over to the city of Des Moines after this event is done, and it will be something that I think people from...
This is going to be a destination.
Yeah, no question. I mean, you could be 2-3 hour drive away. Why not? You've been to Des Moines a time or two, right?
I have, but I don't honestly... Okay, here we go. I don't remember it. So now I'm going to.
There you go. Cody with a nice progression. Started off with the fall, bounced back, and she ends with a 23.05, so a good showing on the 3rd and final run for her. Getting back to Des Moines, I mean, I've been coming here for years. They have that big track meet, the Drake Relays every year, and I've been telling people, like, don't sleep on Des Moines.
Is this the city of tomorrow, Todd?
It could be. I mean, they've got great downtown. It's a good sports town.
Yeah, I like what I see.
You don't even get me started on the corn.
I won't.
Carmona now on course here in Des Moines. A little more speed than she's carried through the first 2 runs.
Yeah, but even I like that. Body burial, tail grab. You see her, you know, riding over that center feature. You want to blast an air over that.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to be in a position where you're just riding over it, because you're not losing points, but you're not gaining any. And you only have 40 seconds to just do your best work. So anything you see where a skater leaves something off the table, it's just not going to help you get there.
So the pride of Buena Park, California, with a good run. She leaves 6 seconds on the scoring tabulation.
I like that, though.
Yeah.
Alley-oop backside air onto the bank. Unfortunately, she didn't finish the full rotation.
So she will hold on to her 2nd run of 3. See where that ends up.
So Grace has come off her board so early on in her runs, but we didn't mention she had knee surgeries a year ago, ACL, full ACL. So that's a huge setback. She's back on her board, ripping though. We haven't seen it in the runs yet, but she's getting there.
Not sure that most orthopedic surgeons would say you just came off of ACL surgery, get out there and skate. They probably say maybe take a little time, but yeah.
I've heard enough of them tell you you're never going to do anything ever again, though, and see people make the full recovery. So,
oh, this is a good run for Grace.
Oh, she is killing it.
Final 10 seconds for her.
I like the style. Oh, frontside air, and you saw her smack the tail at the last minute on the coping. That's just sort of driving the point home, that she's in control.
Oh, at the final second. That was a great run.
That was a great run, and I liked that she was going for the board slide over the rail at the end. I mean, you think of a board slide as being easier maybe than a 50-50 grind, but not in this case. When you're coming off the rail and landing in that giant bank, a board slide is probably a tougher trick. But here we go, backside 50-50, using the corner, and a tuck knee eggplant with the stall. That's a beautiful thing. Backside ollie up over the hip onto the bank. And she just had great trick selection. Tuck knee invert.
Oh, I think the buzzer might have sounded before she came off.
Okay, that would be good news.
That would be great news. So Grace hoping that the judges loved what they saw and they were tuned in on that buzzer because it looked like she was on the rail before she came off the board, the buzzer sounded. So if we're going to get technical, which the judges should, and that is a nice bump for her, a 24.15. It only gets her up to 14.
Feels a little low based on the trick selection. She did some really nice tricks and she added her own flair. You can see, you know, there's a difference in her skating from some of the other skaters. I think that's important.
Mami Tezuka still just chilling with a 41.07. Jordan Barrett currently sitting in second with a 36. And here is the aforementioned Jordan Barrett ready to go.
But just check the speed and the power in her skating. It's undeniable. Oh, bummer.
Announcer jinx. But I know exactly what you're saying. When she comes out, she is on like a seek and destroy mission. She is looking for the next hit, the next wall, the next apparatus, something to do a trick on. And I just love the way she rides.
She charges it.
Yeah.
You know, it's noticeable. There's people that play it a little safe. You can see they're trying to be calculated and stay on.
Yeah.
But in skating, you want to see somebody just go for it, throw it all out there.
That's when the progression begins. So Jordan Barrett will hold on to that score that she got on the first run, the 36. Meneses now out of Petaluma, California at 15.
I love the start of that line. A tail grab over the centerpiece, and then the mute air.
Oh, wow, nice.
Landing with her feet together on that kick flip. Luckily, doing that trick on a bank is a little more forgiving, though, than doing it on the transition. So that's a smart move for her to do it there. Oh, way up on top of that. Going for
she went for it.
Rock and roll.
So Stess is going to hold on to that second. And I got to wonder, is she on the bubble? What do you think with that score?
In fourth place. You know, she will be on a bubble score very soon. And then the question is, how far out of the top 8 does she get bumped by the time we see E3? That's a prediction. I don't know, but just based on the depth of talent coming in.
31.18. Nothing a good orange slice can't fix. So it takes us down to the final 4 with their last runs here in heat number 2. It'll be Ogawa, Lily, Tezuka, and Brighton Zoyner wrap things up.
Big air over the centerpiece, into the backside air, both grabbing melon. Commonly the most basic grab. Coming off on the frontside nose grind again.
Yep.
Same trick as her last one.
She has had that issue of not getting the full run, coming off the board. It's just going to sap all. I mean, you're just basically throwing away points.
Yeah, you got to stay on. But that's Easier
said than done, exactly. So now there are 3. Everyone chasing that top score of 41.07. Mami Tezuka. It'll be Lily, then the aforementioned Tezuka, and Brighton Zoyner will have the last say. It'll be interesting to see not only what Ruby Lily does here competitively, but what Brighton Zoyner does to wrap up this heat.
Yeah, she's going to have realized already that she needs to turn it up in a big way.
And Ruby's sitting in a good spot right now with a 32.98. She's got 25 more seconds to go.
Oh, the back nose grind through the corner, hanging on for dear life. Her back foot was on the tip of the tail on the way in. That's a dangerous spot to be in. I like that. Lean air, disaster. Now, if there's a critique, Todd, it's just that it's the speed. You see it.
And right at the very end, so Ruby Lily was just getting warmed up. It seemed like she needed 10 more seconds to put a few more tricks in the bag. And the clock runs out for her. So now it's down to the final 2. Mami Tezuka, who is the current leader on points with a 41.07. Then it'll be Brighton Zoyner.
That was a proper backside air. And the backside nose grind. Feet dangling. Lean air, taking it to disaster.
And the sound says it all. Beautiful grinds as we bring you up close and personal as Ruby Lily waits for her score to drop to see where she will be. And then the real tough part, forget about all these tricks, forget about dropping into this world-class park. You got to sit and wait. You got to sit and wait and start doing math and going, am I in, am I in, am I in, not in, am I in? I mean, just.
And then if you're not in, you got to do the calculations. What's going to get me there?
What points did I get? What points do I need?
And do you feel confident enough to add it into your run? That's tough.
Yeah.
No, and sometimes you're in mid-run and you're feeling it. You're in the groove and you know you can do that trick. But before you drop into that run, to make that choice.
It will be interesting to see how these athletes respond on this first go-around for Olympic qualifying as skateboarding makes its debut in the Summer Games Tokyo 2021 coming up July 23rd, and everyone gunning for 3 spots, max number per nation, to get into that prestigious competition. So Mami Tezuka waits on the deck to get the go-ahead, and here she goes. Current leader, 41.07. She'll get the follow cam treatment.
So that's Chris Gregson on the follow cam. He's the best filmer in the world. You see it. It's beautiful. I love that. Oh, this looks so good. Mami shredding. Frontside tail slide up on the bank. Ollie over the centerpiece. And just flowing. There it is. Frontside feeble around the corner. See if she. Yeah. So again, trying that run. So what she was trying to do was a similar run to her first one, add the frontside feeble in the corner, and also still make the 50-50 at the end over the rail, and she bailed in her last 2 runs. That's unfortunate.
And how about Chris Gregson's camera work? I mean, that was, I'm going to give him a pretty good score for his run.
He is a legend, and I'm going to say this. He's good enough on a park course. He could be in the Olympics skateboarding. He's incredible.
I can't imagine doing it without a camera and the backpack on. It's like, and you know what? Give credit to Mami. You have to trust him. I mean, they have to be like, I know Chris is not going to interfere with my line. He's the best, and obviously it was a beautiful thing.
You know, there are times, though, when you're following somebody around a bowl and you think they're going to go one direction and they go the other, and then you could be in a real bad spot. But he's staying, well, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
He does this all the time.
Gives you a nice perspective of just how quickly Mami works. Here it is, the very end, and she comes off with 5 seconds remaining. But I love the fact that she went for it. She didn't just run out the clock. She's sitting on the 41.07, but said, you know what, I'm not going to rest on that. I'll see if I get something better. 23.25 is a throwaway for her, so she will end her heat as the leader and the top scorer with a 41.07. So it comes down to Brighton Zoyner, the 3rd and final run. She has slowly built from a 19 to a 26. Paul, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but look at your crystal ball. What does Brighton need to be safely, in your mind, in?
safely, she needs to turn it on up to 100 and just go. Do everything she can. That's a good start. I mean, like I said, though, earlier, that score she got seemed a little low for what she did. So, the Andrecht in that part of the bowl is a great trick. 50-50 to fakie. Off.
And that's the one she nailed on the second run. Yeah. So Brighton Zoyner comes unglued from the board, and that will end her 3 runs here in the semifinals.
Interesting finish there.
Yeah, she's.
I mean, if you do your best work and you're 10 points off the lead.
She's currently sitting 11th in the world, but what a wise voice just said in my ear is she's kind of left the door open for other athletes on Team USA, and we know how deep that pool is.
Yes, not a good spot to be.
So this is maybe the toughest part for a lot of these athletes, not controlling what happens next, as they will sit and wait as the next heat will prepare. And as Paul has pointed out many times, the talent in the next heat, oh my, it's there.
Right.
So
Bryce Wetstein coming up, Kisa Nakamura, Dora Varela.
The hits just keep on coming. So her 26 for Brighton Zoyner is the best that she gets out of those 3 runs, and she will now sit and wait. Jordan Barrett did her job. 36, pretty good run. Ruby Lilly with a 32.98. And then Minna with a 31.18, rounding out the top 4 with Zhang Xin, as we were talking about. She was the highest scorer in heat number 1. And here she is finding herself already bumped down to 5th. So she doesn't have a lot of room to give up.
No. It's not going to end well.
We will see what happens. Again, still another heat to come here in women's park semifinals. 3 more runs for those talented women. And after 2 rounds in the women's park, it is Mami Tezuka with a 41.07, distancing herself away from American Jordan Barrett, Ruby Lilly, and Minna Stess with a 31.18. If you had to get a number, I'm not going to hold you to this. If you had to get a number, what do you think it's going to take number-wise to be in that top 8?
I'm going to say 43.
A 43 will get you in. So you're basically saying that Mami Tezuka might not be safe.
I'm definitely saying she might not be. But, you know, she might end up in she could end up in first. She might end up in the top 3 or 4.
But as you look at what's coming up, and the experience that you've seen, but you know, she's done what she can do. 41.07. Mommy will sit and wait, watching some of the best in the world now compete. Obviously not hoping that they have incidents and fall, but if you guys could keep it around 40, that would be fantastic. As we take a look at the highlights, the sun came out, no rain. Might be the first heat we've had here in Des Moines, no rain, top to bottom, blue skies.
So much great skating. Backside nose grind in the corner, love to see that. Jordan Barrett flowing through so many tricks with style.
Her first run was something else. And then this dynamo came in and went, wait a second. The only time she landed that rail was right there on the first run, and it was stellar. So congratulations to all of them as we send it down to the deck. Tina Dixon with the aforementioned Jordan Barrett.
Yeah, so the second highest score so far in the women's semifinals has been Jordan Barrett. And Jordan, you did it on that first run. Break that down. Describe that run for us.
Yeah, I was just wanting to put down a run and just land it. So I was just holding on for dear life, basically.
We still have 1 more heat, so we're going to wait to see what the scores are for the finals. But what is it like to be back competing, see everyone here, and do your thing?
It's honestly the best feeling in the world, just to come back, compete. I've missed it so much, and just to see everyone, it feels like normal, and it's super, super nice. And yeah, I'm just stoked to hang out with all the homies.
Yeah. Well, we got 1 more heat, guys, so we're going to get to that.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. Congratulations to Jordan Barrett for a fantastic job on the 36. Ruby Lilly, Minna Stess, the Americans just, I mean, I made the comparison to snowboarding. Making the men's half-pipe snowboard team for Team USA is daunting. Making any skateboard team for Team USA, Brazil, Japan is mission impossible almost.
Right, because you could be ranked number 4 in the world, but if there's 3 people from your country ahead of you, you're out. I do want to rebate, though, Todd. I do believe that I think Mommy and Jordan will probably make it into the top 8.
Okay.
I do. Yeah. I fell on that try.
No, you're good. And I totally respect what you were saying because you're basically showing us how talented this next heat's going to be. I mean, there's all those skaters that are coming up. All those women could be the top 8. So Mami Tezuka's 41.07. It's a good score. We'll see how the next heat responds. Jordan Barrett looks to be pretty good. Ruby Lilly might be on that bubble right now with a 32. So if you're above a 31, 32, you're feeling pretty good. If you're not so much. But man, just get ready because the next heat is going to be just nuts as they get ready to go with perfect conditions. As we give you a look at the top 8 in the world right now, and yeah, Sky Brown's in there, Poppy Star Olsen's in there, Lizzie Armanto's in there, Bryce Wetstein, you'll see her coming up. They are all ready to show Des Moines their very best on this beautiful day here as the sun is out, the wind dissipating just a little bit, so conditions are building to a crescendo, which we will have Saturday and Sunday. I don't need to tell you that Women's Park is a huge youth movement.
All the young guns are coming in hot.
It seems like the generation's just getting like younger and younger.
These young girls are like coming in, they'll fully put their pads on and stuff, and you're like, all right, like she probably skates good, and then she'll go up and do like a 6-foot high 540.
When I was 15, I was super carefree. I was just like, oh, we're just skating in a contest. And nowadays, their mentality is to win.
I just want to do tricks that boys are doing, you know?
It's not like their own division where they can't compete with the guys.
We're all fighting for the top spot and wanting to be the best, but behind all that, we're really good friends.
みんな練習頑張ってるからかな。
Definitely the progression is going to go way up.
I mean, women's skateboarding in the past year has progressed so much, probably more than the past 10 years.
I think that's pushing a lot of us to like kind of step our game up a little bit.
Sakura.
She's crazy. Sky, Brighton, Lucrezia from Italy, Poppy from Australia, Kisa, Mommy. Literally, it's just insane.
To see how friendly they are and cheering each other on, but also so aggressive at the same time.
Watching all the girls ripping it. Just skating with them's fun.
I was not doing 540s when I was 12. That's for sure.
Just like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
Des Moines. The yeses are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, or kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, casting that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks, real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Check it out. Here's a look at what's been going on behind the scenes here at Dew Tour, brought to you by TikTok. Clay Kreiner, the people's champion. Everybody loves this dude, and that's about 6 reasons why, because he absolutely rips a skateboard. He's a nice guy, too. Welcome back to Dew Tour Des Moines. 2021 Dew Tour. So much on the line. Of course, the #1 reason we're all here is because skateboarding is awesome. Some of the other reasons we're here is to crown a Dew champion, to get some Olympic qualifiers going. I am Chris Cote, joined by a couple legends of skateboarding, Chris Pastris, Mike Valley, a new resident to Des Moines, but definitely flying the flag. Stoked to have you in the booth again. And I know one thing for sure, the future of skateboarding is alive and well, and it's happening right now. The Women's Open Park Semifinals have been incredible. We have seen some skaters from the first heat stick it out in that top 8, but we've also seen a lot of replacements coming up through the ranks.
In that last heat.
Lowest score so far right now is Bombette Martin, a new favorite of ours, representing Great Britain, skating out of New York. She's got a 26.79. Here's your start list for Heat 3, and this is where we're going to really see some big numbers. These 10 skateboarders, the highest ranked skateboarders coming into Dew Tour 2021. Leading the charge will be Isadora Rodriguez Pacheco out of Brazil, Kokona Haraki, Bryce Wetstein, Kisa Nakamura, Dora Varela, Lizzie Armanto, Poppy Star Olsen, Sky Brown, Sakura Yosazumi, and Musugi Okamoto. So you see this international field stacked with talent. So while we clear the park for the women to get back in there, right behind us, men's open street qualifiers. We told you there was going to be a lot of skateboarding happen. Alec Majerus getting ready to drop in.
Nice.
We've got some superstars over here trying to qualify.
All right, yes, men's open street qualifier. There's over 100 competitors trying to compete for 20 spots to then meet our pre-seeded top 12 for a semifinal. So lots of skateboarding's going on today on the street course.
It's funny to see when you're walking around the area. We've been so focused on the women because they're really in the semis, so we're starting to see some big stars. But let's not forget the biggest of the stars in skateboarding are all here as well. The street.
Alec Majerus with a nice backside nose grind 180 there on the rail. Coming from the Midwest, originally from Minnesota. 25 seconds on the clock. Oh, half-cap crooks. He kind of overshot that, but made it work.
This guy makes skateboarding look so easy and so good.
Nice 360 flip there. Huge front blunt on the 11 stair. 5 seconds. Alec has such good style. Big backside flip. That's kind of lucky.
Feet are still on.
I think that was after time, I'm going to say.
His feet were still on at time. When time ended, he was still on.
If that was Bill Danforth and it was 1983, it would have been me.
Here's your top 6 men in the current men's street open qualifier. Eduardo Neves still with that 66.63. Now we've got skaters of the world trying to overtake that top spot. Same thing, savage cuts happening in men's street qualifiers, and right now big cuts are about to be made in the women's park division. We're only taking 8 of 32. Mike, when you have 32 skateboarders all vying for 8 spots, the level just goes that far up.
Yeah, it just really, everyone starts pushing it that much harder.
Isadora from Brazil. Isadora Pacheco is in. She's only 16 years young. Get him, Isadora. Nice 5-0 grind there. Into a backside stalefish. You don't see that trick very often. Nice 5-0 through the corner.
I think I invented that.
Did you? I would believe it. I would believe it. Backside 180 stalefish off jump ramps. I remember that.
Isabella representing Florianopolis. One of the, 8 skaters coming from a small town in Brazil. Known for incredible skate talent.
Such a fun time over there.
So if you watched yesterday, you would have noticed that the women were able to fall, get back on their board, and keep their run going. But today, a little bit different in the semifinals and the finals. It is skate until you fall.
Yep.
So you do have 40 full seconds, but if you fall at any time, your time stops. And we've seen the judges, they're not going to let you get away with it. They know the subtleties. They know what a fall is. So you got to make it very clear that you are in control on your skateboard. We wait for scores to drop from Isadora. We're going to go to Kokona Haraki from Hokkaido, Japan.
Only 12 years old. And we saw her bust onto the scene in 2019. She won an Advanced Park Series event with me and Cote there in France. Nice Smith grind tail slide. And yeah, she was a really relatively new name in 2019. And ever since, she's just been in the top rankings and getting better and better. Backside nose grind. She stood on top of that. That was
just going to talk about her specialty.
Only 12 years old. Old school trick there with a Madonna. Nice frontside ollie over the hip. Frontside ollie. Well done. Yeah, that's
great run.
Yeah, I think that's a relatively safe run for her, and that's kind of what you want to do, would you say, Mike, with a safety run?
Yeah, if you can get your first run in there and get everything you want to make early and play it pretty safe, then it gives you the ability to open it up in your next run.
Looking for a 26.79 or better. And the nose grind, to me alone, was probably one of the heaviest tricks we've seen of this event so far.
And as we approach Tokyo and the Olympics, it's amazing to note how many Japanese skaters are in this competition and so dominant.
.32.01, that's enough above the cut line right there. We see a big jump for Kokona Haraki on her first run. That's got to feel great because now she is free to try to improve with a good solid number. Coming out of Encinitas, California, Team USA, Bryce Wetstein. Here we go. She's a magician.
Get her, Bryce. She is so amazing. Nice big rock and roll. It's the first time we've seen somebody touch that plexiglass wall. Alley-oop ollie. Nice boneless disaster, changing it up. I like that, Bryce. Evil fakie through the corner. Oh, calf feeble. Yes.
Oh, Bryce is on a good one. 15 seconds.
Nice air over the volcano. That body burial disaster. Yes, 7 seconds. Back D. Nice 5-0. Backside ollie, and that is a perfect run. Bryce Wetstein. Ollie disaster revert. She just keeps going. Bryce.
This is a person who loves skateboarding. You can see it all over.
Oh, she's the best. She actually rides for stereo, and is one of my favorite skateboarders.
Yeah, this Stoke is just so obvious. It just
artist, musician, a true skateboarder.
We're grateful to be able to watch Bryce skate. That's going to be a big score. I mean, that's kind of an easy one for the judges. Everything was right there.
Look at that rock and roll.
We haven't seen that done.
Yeah, started off with a bang. It's important to start big. There's that boneless, and she mixed it up by going to disaster, adding some difficulty, straight into that feeble to fakie through the corner, which also makes it more difficult than a standard feeble. Backside disaster, setting herself up. She had great flow, no dead spots in that run. It was that body burial disaster.
I believe I saw animated Chris Pastors on the bottom of her skateboard as well. That must feel pretty cool.
Wow, and look at that score is in 44.96. Yes, Bryce.
Yeah.
Bryce Wettstein moving up into our first place position.
It doesn't happen often, but she made it very easy for the judges right there. She was going fast, she was going big, mixing up her tricks. Mike, you had to love the trick selection there. A lot of different eras represented in her skateboarding.
Yeah, she really just kind of embodied all of skateboarding with that run.
Yeah, she mixes it up and does a lot of tricks that no one else does. That's a key to a good score.
Kobe, Japan, 20 years old, Kisa Nakamura.
Yeah, Kisa. And we saw Kisa bust onto the scene in 2016. She surprised everyone with an X Games win. That year got third at the BPS World Championship. So she's been on a tear since 2016. I think she kind of broke down the door for a lot of the Japanese women park skaters.
She's flying.
Nice back ollie to tail, hanging on.
That was
Get him, Kisa. Nice Smith grind there. 10 seconds on the clock. Into an Andract. This is a great run. Hurricane stall, and yes, an amazing, perfect run there from Kisa Nakamura.
Something about the sun coming out has really energized this field, and remember, these are the highest ranked skaters we have in this contest. And Kisa,
so awesome.
skating with a lot of heart and passion. Unfortunately lost her father just recently, and that's got to be weighing heavy on her, and it just looks like she's channeling that. Again, another skateboarder that shows us with her actions how much she loves to ride her skateboard.
Currently ranked 7th in the World Skate rankings, so this is going to do something good for her. She can score 60,000 points with a win and really move herself up on the rankings. Right now, she's got 33,000 some odd points.
Mike,
overall,
as we're seeing skating right now, it's amplifying not only in the tricks they're doing, but almost the emotion that we're seeing.
There's a whole lot more just people skating with their hearts on their sleeves. We didn't so much do that back in the day. It's just so awesome to see the smiles and the stoke.
Well, it's wide open now. Bryce Wettstein just cracked the code with a 44.96. We wait for the score. I mean, I gotta say, this has got to be making the rest of the top 8 nervous when we see Kisa skate like that. We know how good she is. We know how consistent she is. And she's definitely giving the judges something to think about.
Waiting for scores to drop. That was a great run. She's excited.
Next to her. Our judges have been spot on.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, and Bryce is our #1 ranked USA skater in the women's field right now.
So as we wait for scores, we had the opportunity to catch up with Kisa Nakamura and Sky Brown. Let's take a look at what fuels these amazing skateboarders.
Yeah. 自分が私インスパイアしてありがとう。どういう意味？これクエスチョンじゃないでしょ。I really look up to her. She's really good.
スケボーが好きでしょ？好きで技。
Yeah, more than she wants to win, she wants to land the trick, like show people the trick she's doing.
そういうインスパイアしてもらいたい、特に日本人に。
Yeah, she doesn't know, but she wants to inspire more people, especially in Japan.
それでめっちゃ自分も頑張ろうって思ってくれる気持ち。
When people see what she does, hopefully they will, try hard and believe in themselves and do their best.
アルプス一万弱小槍の上。
I want to hang with them.
Yes.
They seem like awesome people. There you see score coming through, 37.85 for Kisa Nakamura. That's enough to get her up into the 3rd place spot. And you see right down her helmet, Lawson. Well, that's a shout out to her father. He owned a Lawson store back at home. So you talked about wearing your heart on your sleeve, Mike. She's wearing her heart right there on her helmet, fitting tribute. And Sky Brown will be dropping soon.
Cheering her on, yes. It's cool to see the camaraderie amongst the women.
It's awesome. From Kisa Nakamura, we're going to go to Sao Paulo's Dora Varela. Here we go.
Dora starting off with a lot of speed. Huge method there. Making full use of the course. Nice frontside air there. She's got good style, nice tail slide. She's got to get some tricks in. 15 seconds left. Lose a lot of time by carving corners.
Sometimes when you're trying to get to that one spot in the park you want to get to, it'll take you a while. She spent a lot of time pumping and carving.
Nonetheless, great showing, smooth. She's just got to get a few more tricks on those walls. Nice fakey ollie there to end things off. Foul after time, but nice backside disaster. All right. Dora getting warmed up there.
It's a good starter. You know, we've seen what it takes to get yourself up into the 40s with Bryce's last run, but this was solid. If she can kind of just tighten things up, add more tricks. I like how fast she was going.
Yeah, she's definitely got to add a good 3-4 walls of not just carving and add some tricks to that to get up there in the 30s and 40s. But it was a nice run nonetheless. Very smooth.
Sao Paulo, an incredible city. Vibrant skate scene, art scene, music scene. We wait for scores to come through for Dora. Our next rider will be Lizzie Armanto. Lizzie, a veteran ripper, global superstar.
Yeah, we've been watching Lizzie rip these competitions for about a decade now, and got first at the women's Combi in 2019 before things kind of went silent. So she's still got what it takes, a legend in the game. We're excited to see her drop in.
Lizzie is coming back from an injury, Mike. I know you've probably had a couple injuries in your career. What's it like to bounce back, you know, your first contest back or your first session back after a good slam?
Yeah, a lot of just confidence issues, you know. It's like you got to get board time underneath you. And then rolling into a big event like this, after coming back from an injury, it could do two things. Either really get you going or have you be a little hesitant.
Yeah, and I think we've seen as she's been rolling around, Lizzie has been, you know, you can tell the look on her face. She's got that determination, and you know she's done this enough that I feel like she has that switch she can just turn on. And when she turns it on, it is incredible to watch. So here we go, Lizzie Armanto back in competition, 40 seconds on the clock.
Nice backside Smith grind there. Love Lizzie's style. 50-50. That's often the one that gets you screwed up is one of the basic tricks in the book.
Yeah, the setup tricks can
kill you.
Yeah.
The old backside 50-50 or axle stall.
The good news there, as we all know, if you fall and you know, you're all right, that can be a confidence booster. Lizzie did get second at Dew Tour in 2019, and she will have 2 more runs.
To put it all down, yeah, she can definitely crack our podium and definitely get the top 8, which moves on to our finals.
Yeah, with or without practice, we all know Lizzie Armanto can win any event that she enters. She's that good. So coming up next at 12 years old, representing Great Britain, Sky Brown. Father's from England, mother's from Japan. She's basically from all over the world. Every time I see her, she's somewhere cool doing something awesome. And what a way to start. Wow.
Yeah, huge method into that big mute grab, alley-oop method there, or alley-oop melon. Nice lean and tail up the extension. It's the first time we've seen that in competition. Sky Brown, only 12 years old.
I was just going to say, did we mention
back lip slide? He's just crushing it. It's crazy to see, Mike, the generations. I mean, there was no one ripping this hard at 12 when we were coming up in the 80s.
You were the first 12-year-old.
Thanks, man. I wasn't doing no 540s in a bowl, that's for sure.
Sky Brown.
I'm still not.
she just kind of casually lit this place on fire. Sky Brown.
Dude, that was a solid run. Hit the coping. Not a lot of carving. Not a lot of wasted momentum. Just went through the course nicely. I like how she aired over the rail, switching things up. That alley-oop mute air, tweaking it out. Into an alley-oop backside air after that. Then there's that crail slide. Just a lot of style, a lot of confidence, especially for a 12-year-old.
She makes all her standard tricks just look a little bit more special. Added tweaks.
Got great style.
Yeah, she is to call her a savant is underscoring how good she really is.
And I love how she puts her hand properly on the coping. Only 12 years old and still doing a proper invert there. And wow, look at that score.
Giant score coming through, 49.25. That is a huge number. Sky Brown is now in first place. That is something to live up to the huge expectations placed on your shoulders as a 12-year-old. Sky Brown just did that and more. We've got a new leader. Kisa Nakamura drops to second, still with a huge score. We got a big cut coming. Only 8 skaters make it through. Here's your leaderboard. Sky Brown in the top spot. Bryce Wetstein, second. Mami Tezuka in third. Kisa Nakamura in fourth. Jordan Barrett, fifth. Ruby Lily in sixth. And Kokona Haraki currently in seventh. Our 8th place skater is Mina Stess. Sakura Yosazumi from Japan, an absolute technician on the board and definitely excels in big, deep bowls. You're about to see that right now.
Dropping it right into that nice backside tail slide, showing her confidence. Floaty frontside ollie. Sakura has been dominating the Women of Park events for a few years now. 2 huge melon airs there.
One of the biggest backside airs we've seen yet.
Nice backside ollie. Lip slide to the corner. She seems so poised. 5 seconds left.
Hopefully we get to see some of her mini ramp skills come into play. She is a technical skater.
Nice blunt to fakie. That's just the tip of the iceberg there. She's a very smart competitor, so she's getting what we call that safety run in the books.
Yeah.
Just one to make sure she's got a decent score, and then she can up the difficulty for the next 2 runs.
Just drop casual 40 and keep on going.
Huge frontside ollie there.
And that right there.
Big backside air after airing over the volcano. You see a backside ollie. Smooth lip slide.
Do you guys think we're seeing a generation now that's more influenced by just strictly park skating, than vert skating? It seemed like a lot of kind of park contestants the past 5 years were vert.
I think that's definitely the case. I think it's its own genre of skating now.
Yeah, and you see a lot of skaters that had vert skills move it over to park in the last few years.
And just as we thought, dropping a casual 42 without even breaking a sweat. Sakura Yosazumi, always a contender, not only even just a podium, but to win. She's that good. Masugi Okamoto, 14 years old. Last time she competed at Dew Tour, she won. Watch out, here we go.
Ah, huge 360 air from Masugu into that massive backside air. Big carve on the plexiglass wall. Nice tail slide. Nice frontside boneless. Masugu is ranked #1 overall in the world skate rankings with 1,800 points. So she's trying to lock in that first place position moving into Tokyo.
I like her line. It's unique.
Nice 5-0. Going over the volcano into the 540 attempt. I like how she went for that on her first run.
Why not?
Yeah, she had a good run going.
Yeah, she puts that down. She's going to show you why she's ranked #1.
Maybe get to that a little bit earlier next time. Still got the speed and momentum.
Yeah, I'm surprised she tried it. Just put it all out there to hang. 360 air over the volcano into a huge method air. Grabbing behind the foot, tweaking it out nicely.
I just love the fundamentals we're seeing, the power skating that we're seeing from these young women. They've just kind of taken, quote unquote, the basic tricks and made them just that much more tough technical, that much more difficult, just by adding those subtle tweaks.
Yeah, it's just adding flavor to the maneuvers.
It just looks that much cooler and it's that much harder to do. And I think the judges also give credit to doing your tricks in critical parts or critical obstacles of the park. Even just riding up on the plexiglass like we just saw.
Sure.
That's a sketchy trick.
That's a huge
that
obstacle.
thing's scary.
Yeah, definitely.
So anyone that's messing with that big plexiglass Toyota box is a hero in my book, because that thing looks
it's an added feature. So we want to see what you've got.
Use it.
Yeah.
So Masugu's score drops 34.16, puts her in 7th place, which cracks our top 8.
And we are.
But will that hold?
We're really shaking things up, adding replacements. Isadora Rodriguez Pacheco with a 16.67. She's going to need a big number now. She needs above a 32 to get herself in the top 8. We know what she's capable of. She puts down a complete run right here.
So Mike, I know you're new to Des Moines. What's it been like for the locals to see Dew Tour pop up and come take over the city for a bit?
I mean, you've walked around. Do you see all the smiles on people's faces?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just so stoked, and I'm so stoked.
Awesome. Dora is in. Isadora starting off with some power here. Big backside stalefish. Isadora only 16 years old. Nice lean tail slide there. Big boneless. Keep it moving. Backside Smith, she hangs on to it.
10 seconds left. See this big finish.
Frontside stale, which I would say was easier than the backside stalefish she did, so she can pull that all together.
Towards the end of the run.
Even though it's just 40 seconds, I would implore any of you out there at your local skate park, set a timer, drop in, skate as hard as you can for 40 seconds. That is not easy.
Oh, and then add the stress of being in
and then add the stress. Invite 1,000 of your friends to watch you.
There's that backside stalefish.
That's beautiful.
Taking a page out of the Mike V book right there. 5-0 through the corner. I like that curve she did there. S curve. Good line.
23.99 for run number 2 for Isadora Rodriguez Pacheco out of Brazil. So she does climb up a little bit, but needs to add about 10 points to that total, 23.99. So luckily for her, she's got one more run, and now she kind of has the reference point of what it takes to get a 35, a 40. As we go back to Kokono Hiraki, an absolute ripper representing Japan. She is in. I'm hoping for one of those nose grinds. I know she's got it.
Nice India over the volcano, nice and tough knee. Smith grind tail slide, that's a unique trick you don't see very often.
See the difference here, she's already got 6 tricks.
Yeah.
In about 10 seconds.
Just outside the bubble in 9th, so she's trying to best that first run score. There's that backside nose grind, standing up on it.
Thank you. Love that trick. 10 seconds left.
Big Madonna. Okay, what's she gonna add here? The front blunt, and she hangs on to it on that big bank wall. We haven't seen a lot of moves done on that. That was huge. She is stoked.
At 12 years old, I have the presence of mind to know, I just need to add 2 more tricks to my run, and I'm gonna get a better score. She did just that. Similar run, added tricks. The judges are gonna love that.
Yes, and start with a bang, end with a bang.
That's Steve Caballero.
Is that what he said?
That's what he told me when I was a kid.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Well, you always did that at demos. I'll say that, Mike. Still do.
I love the footwork. I mean, you can see when she's kind of setting up for her tricks, it's really a good kind of technique to pay close attention to. Woo.
Popping out of that frontside blunt. She's got a lot of control.
I have a feeling she might be jumping a few places, but
yeah, she stacked the tricks in there.
All right. Scores in yet? Not quite.
Kokono Hiraki waiting for scores. One of the next, I would say now generation of female skateboarders with a big number. It's a 40. Jumps right up into a great position above that cut line. Right there in 5th place, joining Ami Sakura and Kisa. 4 Japanese skateboarders in the top 10 now. Here goes Bryce Wetstein.
Yeah, Bryce, huge rock and roll. That toe alley-oop ollie, love that, such good style. Bonus to tail this time, switching things up. Feeble to fakie. Sounded so good through the corner. Nose blunt fakie. Just getting away from her. Yeah, Bryce.
Bryce is one of these select few humans on Earth that is just good at everything she does, whether it's
music,
at a professional
art.
level of volleyball, playing ukulele, art, she rules.
Yes.
And her family unit is amazing. They built her the best backyard you will ever see as a skateboarder. Mini vert ramp, perfect iguana bowl, it's called. So definitely has the family support. And the whole city of Encinitas is behind her.
And Kisa Nakamura is in. Get him, Kisa. Currently sitting in 6th. So she wants to add a little difficulty. There it is with the nose pick on the big bank wall. That's huge. Backside Smith. And the boneless wall is now getting to see some other tricks.
The blunt wall?
Backside ollie to tail, not an easy trick. Big bowl, Smith grind. Nice floating ollie over the volcano into an Andrex. Wow. There's that hurricane. Oh, yes.
Skills towards the end there. Kisa Nakamura.
Yeah, going backside disaster to hurricane there. Adding some difficulty.
The crew is hyped. That is as good a feeling as getting a trophy, getting a paycheck. To get your crew hyped, that's what it's all about right there.
I would say that was a more solid run than the first one. She moved through the bowl a bit faster, added a little bit of difficulty there, so I expect to see Kisa's score jump up a bit from the 6th position.
So who started yanking in tricks? I want to say, Mike, you were one of the first to just grab the board by any means necessary and pull those tricks in.
Yeah, I mean, when it came to, like, especially ollieing into the tricks, you know, and then just holding on for dear life.
Judges agree at 39. We've got the potential for 6 of 8 of the finalists to be from Japan.
That is insane.
Look at this right here.
And Bryce, she stepped off in her last run, and she's running around smiling.
Yeah, she's cruising.
So cool.
She's got a 44. She is sitting pretty up in the lead. Dora Varela, representing Brazil, back in. Already flying around this park.
So yeah, we've got the 3-run format. Best run counts. Nice tail slide there. Isadora. Dora,
Paulo, Brazil. What I like about her style, right on the edge. It looks like she is pushing it all the way.
Nice, Dora. Nice air over the Mountain Dew can and the volcano into a Smith grind.
Already a much better run. More tricks, harder tricks.
Hit the lip a few more times there. Well done.
Dora Varela, Sao Paulo, Brazil. 19 years old. Traveling the world, hoping for Olympic glory by way of Dew Tour.
Yeah, Dora currently in 23rd with her first run score, trying to improve on that. And Mike, I know, I skated with you for many years. You were a street skater who could skate vert. What was the difference, and which did you enjoy?
I always identified as a street skater because I just loved the idea of adapting to an environment. But really, I was a skateboarder.
Yeah.
I skated everything.
Amen to that.
If you could skate it, I wanted to skate it.
Yes.
But I think what I did with different early on was I approached everything with that street
mindset
mentality.
Current standings in Masuko Okamoto in 8th place, just edging out Ruby Lilly, and Mina Skess in 10th. So our skater from China,
cracking that top 8. And that's who moves on to our final.
I want to just give props to Zhang Xin, representing Beijing, China, for absolutely coming through and ripping, putting her name on the list of skaters to watch moving forward. We go back to Lizzie Armanto. She needs a 49.26 for the lead, but she could settle for something above a 35 to get herself in the top 8. Here we go, Lizzie Armanto.
Track Smith gets away from her, so Lizzie will be looking at her third run. Try to put it together and crack the top 8.
She can do it. We've seen it. We know how tenacious she is. She never gives up. And usually the back Smith that Lizzie Armanto has in her arsenal is one of the best in the world.
As you mentioned, recovering from an injury, not easy at a huge competition with tons of Olympic implications.
Most of us would not be able to skateboard in the short time that she's been injured and recovered. So full credit to Lizzie for the comeback. Here we go, Sky Brown, 12 years old, representing Great Britain. She's got a 49.25, our current leader. Can she bump it up? Already going higher.
Alley-oop mute air. The alley-oop backside air. Green tail slide up the extension. I love how the difficulty's been added to that bank wall in this last heat. Yeah, so currently our first place leader, frontside nose grind, just gets away from her. But she is comfortably in first with a 49.27 so far.
It's pretty cool that Sky Brown at only 12 years old has become, influencer might sound like a dirty word, but I'm telling you, she is an influencer in the most positive way. Both my kids wearing that signature Protect Sky Brown helmet, they're huge fans of her. And that makes me happy because she's a rad ambassador, not only for skateboarding, but just for positivity and joy.
Well, everywhere I've gone all over town all week, people are coming up to me and saying, Sky Brown is here.
Do you know Sky Brown?
And then she just started following me on Instagram.
Oh,
so
nice. You've made it. Mike, you finally made it.
I have arrived.
Sky Brown right there with the throwaway run that was a keeper for most people, but for Sky Brown, she's going to hang on to the lead. Sakura Yosizumi up next, currently in third place. She's safe. This is pure
that backside tail slide, so smooth. Nice frontside ollie. Moving through the park well, nice Smith grind there. Big method tweaker there into a judo air. You don't see that trick very often.
You know Sakura's work ethic. She has no doubt been putting in the time, learning new tricks.
Yeah, she's currently in third, but she's a really smart competitor, so I expect some added difficulty.
I'm going to be expecting her to do blunt kickflips for the finals. We know she's got that.
Another perfect run put down
no
by Sakura. Yosizumi, currently ranked second overall in the world rankings.
This was such a casual way to rip this park.
Yeah, she never looks like she's really breaking a sweat. Everything's just smooth, poised, controlled.
I always say this when Sakura skates. I would love to have a backyard mini ramp session with her. She has thousands of tricks. We've seen it.
Yeah, and I've seen she skates a lot of vert as well, which is awesome to see. As we talked about that big transition, a lot of people left vert ramps behind for park terrain, so I love seeing some of these women on the vert ramps.
That's a good angle right there, showing you how steep and deep this park really is. Some of our women have said it's actually quite verty, which is a newer word that I haven't heard yet, verty, but it kind of illustrates it perfectly. This is a big, deep park. They're making it look very easy and very safe. I will tell you, while it is a perfectly built park, it is by no means a beginner park. This is a real deal skate park right here, and this is what they're going to be seeing in the upcoming Olympics, a park just like this.
Sakura looks like she stays in the third place position for now.
Coming up next, your top-ranked skater, Misugu Okomatu from
Big
Gifu,
360
Japan.
air into a huge method there. Great start. Nice tail slide there.
to our
Big boneless.
third and final runs here in the Park Semi.
Big frontside air. Nice method over the corner in the backside disaster. Sugu ranked #1 in the world skate rankings, and she's showing you why. There's that 540.
Hello. Wow. Dropping the hammer at the end of her run.
I like that she worked the hip, frontside boneless, and then came back the other way. Backside air over the same hip.
Yeah, she didn't shy away from any of the tricks that made her first run special, and just added a 540.
And she worked the features.
Yeah, being her second run right there, to be able to drop the hammer with that 540 at the end of it, that is just going to give her that much more confidence going forward.
Huge 360 air and then this big method air. That was a great combination, showing you her confidence. And then there's the trick that's going to set her apart, the first 540 we've seen in competition.
I want to say she is among maybe 3 or 4 of the current women's park field that has 540s on lock, and she did it perfectly right there.
Tail a little boned out as well.
We've got a new leader, folks.
Oh, wow.
Isugi Okamachi with a 51.66. We've got a new leader. We've cracked into the 50s. Skaters are getting knocked off that leaderboard with each run laid down. And look at that. You would think a 51 would kind of freak the field out. Sky Brown just got fired up. Be careful what you wish for.
Hey, you want to skate with the best.
Exactly.
You want the best to be happening around you. That's going to bring out your best.
Now we're looking at third and final runs for our field.
Isadora is in. Backside 5-0.
Isadora sitting down at 23rd, needs a 36 or above. Jordan Barrett right now with 36. Watching, waiting.
Nice lean tail slide there. The boneless on the boneless wall.
8 seconds left.
There's that backside Smith grind. Final seconds here.
One more trick.
There, and she pulls it, the frontside stale. Nice work there for Isadora Pacheco.
What do you guys think when only a few skateboarders are doing 540s? Do you feel pressure to have to do that trick, or does it fall into the no rules in skateboarding category? Do you need a 540 to win this event?
I'll let Mike take that first.
I think a trick like that has to up your game. You got to bring your best. If you have a 540, it's time to break that out. If you don't have it, you better step up with something else that is going to grab the judge's attention.
It's like Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Just replace it with something of equal weight and value.
Yeah, it is hard to top a 540.
But if you could get more tricks in there, if you could stack your run with more tricks, and they're all bio, and you're pushing it, then you have a chance.
Yeah, we saw it at the U.S. Nationals. Ministes busted out a kickflip on the bank wall and placed first, so it's possible.
Will Isadora crack into the top 8 on the strength of that last run? Smiles are kind of being a little bit replaced with a little anticipation. Jordan Barrett right there on the cut line with a 36. Will it stand? Oh, it's gotten awfully quiet on the deck. Judges deliberating. Isadora waiting. Comes through 26.04.
Nice.
A solid effort. Isadora, thank you for that run. That was really fun to watch. Unfortunately, not enough to break into the top 8. Jordan Barrett and Kisa Nakamura safe for now as we make our way to Kokona Haraki, 12 years old from Hokkaido, Japan.
Nice indie air into that Smith grind tailside every time. Look at that combination there.
She's so consistent.
She's currently in 6th place. So as of right now, she is in the cut, but she's going to want to secure that position. Nice backside nose grind.
Again, just perfect every time.
Zapadana every time. 5 seconds on the clock. Final moves. Front blunt just gets away from her. That's what placed her in 6th right now.
Yeah, she already did damage with that 40-point run on her second run, so right there, no harm, no foul. She's still safe above the cut line.
There we see that tail slide on the bank wall.
The signature trick right here.
The backside nose grind.
I mean, is that automatic? Was she born with that trick?
She must have been.
I mean,
that's just one of those, you either got it or you don't.
It is such a difficult trick, and to do it every single time perfect. She rips. So we make our way up through the rankings. Coming up next, Bryce Wettstein, 17 years old from Encinitas, California. Bryce is in.
Yeah, Bryce.
I love her showmanship. You know, it's kind of a different type of skating. She puts on a show for all of us.
A lot of originality, a lot of creativity. Start off with that huge rock and roll, flowing well. Feeble grind fakie through the corner. Cab feeble.
Safe to say one of the best dressed as well. Style counts, often on the board.
There's that body burial disaster, 9 seconds. Oh, and she pulls the nose blunt at the very end of her run. Yeah, Bryce.
Radical, almost like a power slide in the nose blunt.
The setup didn't look like it was going to lead to that.
Yeah, she made a lot of adjustments there, pulled it at the end of her run. Yeah, Bryce.
One thing we know about Bryce, win or lose,
third.
She's stoked.
Yeah,
she's
always smiling.
Emotional content in her skating.
Yeah. But the smile's a little bit bigger when she's winning, which she does often.
There was that big rock and roll on that massive plexiglass wall. That thing is scary.
She's fearless. I mean, that is an intimidating feature of this park.
And there, I love the creativity on that body burial to disaster.
46.53 for Bryce Wettstein.
Secures her 3rd place position a little bit stronger due to that nose blunt right there at the end of the line. Yeah, Bryce.
Just a couple more skaters to drop. Sky Brown, 12 years old, will be up after Kisa Nakamura. Here we go, looking to better. 39, she's currently above the cut line. We'll see if she can stay there with this run.
There's that nose pick stalled out. Nice backside Smith grind.
Best sounding trick.
Oh my gosh. Back tail just got away from her. But like you said, Kisa in 7th place, currently okay, but a little bit of skating left before we can lock it in.
It's smart, you know. Don't if you lock yourself into the finals, don't go too hard. Don't risk it. I mean, we all, of course, want to see the best skateboarding possible, but she's got a lot more to come, and she's safe for now above the cut line. So no reason to go above and beyond right there. See now.
Yeah, there is only a few skaters left that could unseat her.
We got Dora Varela coming up next, followed by Lizzie Armanto.
And those are 2 skaters who could make that position feel unsafe for Kisa.
Sky Brown watching her name as it stands in 2nd place, 49.25. Dora Varela, last chance to make a big impression on the judges. 19 years old from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Here we go, Dora Varela.
Nice frontside air. I like how she starts off with a lot of speed. She's got to add some tricks to this line. Nice tail slide. About 50-50 to fakie there. She switches it up a bit, adding some difficulty. Mike, what's it like seeing how international the competitions have gotten in recent years?
It's beautiful, man. It's I mean, every generation of skaters seems to add more and more and more, but to see skaters from all over the world, especially here in Des Moines, Iowa, at this moment in time, it's a beautiful thing.
You know it's fun to see too. I mean, my dad didn't skateboard, but I know most of the field, especially all the teenagers, the parents probably skate
or surf or both.
And I tell you, that generational push, I really feel that's a huge reason why we're seeing the level this high, and of course the support, with places like Des Moines, really putting a lot into welcoming skateboarders to the town instead of trying to push them away like a lot of cities do. That's going to help as well.
Lizzie Armanto in bowl, nice invert to start things off. 5-0 grind through that corner. Get him, Lizzie.
20 seconds left.
Nice Smith grind there. Great style. There's that crail slide. Signature move from Lizzie. That eggplant, 5 seconds.
Lizzie Armanto, a protege of the legendary Jeff Grasso. You see it in a lot of her tricks.
Yeah, and for coming off of the injury, that was an amazing run and showing.
Big props to Lizzie Armanto. Coming from really one of the most brutal skate injuries I've heard in a long time, to be able to come back and skate like that, that is a huge, huge story. And that's a big moment for Lizzie right there. Going into the Olympics, going into what we're going to see, more competitions coming through. You can't have a skate contest without Lizzie Armanto. It's just that simple.
I would agree there.
We're stoked to see her back.
So, and as we await scores, Sky Brown getting ready to drop in. She is currently ranked 3rd overall in the World Skate Rankings.
Sky Brown.
Only 12 years old, which is just mind-blowing.
She held the lead for a minute there until Masugu came through with the 51.66. We know how competitive Sky Brown is. Do not let that smile fool you. She is out to win every contest she enters. And she will prepare to drop in for her 3rd and final run. So as it stands now, she's qualified for the finals. Technically doesn't have to throw everything she's got at this one, but you know what she's about. She does it for the fans as well. Lizzie came through with a 23 in her last run, not enough to qualify, but huge credit to Lizzie Armanto as we see Sky Brown just ripping around the park.
Yeah, great job by Lizzie coming back and getting back out there after recovering from that injury. And Sky Brown doing what Sky Brown does, moving through the park effortlessly. There's the frontside nose grind. Okay.
She doesn't like to get 2nd place.
Big arrow over the volcano and a stalled invert. Final seconds here. Big stylish stalefish. All right, that was a great run.
And just casual destruction of the skate park.
Already
Sky
sticking
Brown.
already in 2nd. I'm not sure that run changes the standings at all, but amazing run nonetheless.
Well, she's safe in that top 8.
Definitely. Love the tweak on that Japan Air. Lean tail, up the extension.
Another thing about Sky Brown, you saw in that Japan Air she did, full commitment to the trick.
Definitely.
No half-stepping.
Yeah, for a 12-year-old, she stands up on her tricks proper. You see that nose grind there. No half-stepping. It's not underneath coping by any means.
Oh, every trick is commanding style.
That's going to be another solid score. Definitely safe in the top 8. Comes through a 50.22. Just like that, Sky Brown is in the 50 club.
Yeah, and I believe as of now, our 8 are not going anywhere because the other 2 skaters up are already ranked in the top 8. So that list is pretty much locked in.
You know who's the most excited about that right now is Jordan Barrett. Safe, right on the cut line, in 8th place.
Yes.
Sakura
Jordan.
Yosizumi, she's dropped a 42, a 43. She'll probably just go ahead and throw a casual 45 in here, just to lock things up.
Huge floaty backside air there. Oh, the lean tail on the extension. I like how she tried to add some difficulty. She can save that for the finals. Currently in 4th place.
with that last run from Sakura Yosizumi with one more skater to go, who's already in that top spot, Masugu Okamoto. We've got our top 8. Our finals are set for women's park. You hear the cheers, you hear the stoke. A lot of relief on the deck right there. That was a nasty cut.
It really was.
From 40 to 32 to 8. Here goes our final skater.
360 air. Into the 540. Wow.
Let's go ahead and do that right off the bat.
Competing against herself at this point.
Just practicing.
Smart.
Like that, high to low, boneless. She's almost kind of like exploring the park now.
Yeah.
To see other possibilities.
They've not gotten a lot of practice, so this is smart. Trying to add that kickflip indie. She can save that for tomorrow. Put your hands together for Masugu.
That's how you get a 60 and above. 540 kickflip indie. Sky Brown stoked. She gets the rest of the day off.
Yes, and let's put our hands together for all these women skateboarders in our semifinals. Great job, and our top 8 is locked in.
You know, it never ceases to amaze me. Every contest we go to, the women's division rises up. I mean, every contest in the last 5 years, whether it's a week between events, a day between events, or a year between events, they get better and better each and every contest.
Yeah, there's new names and new faces every contest, every year, every month. It's pretty nuts.
Let's have some fun. Let's make some calls. Mike V. Who's going to win Dew Tour 2021?
What? You're asking me?
I'm asking you right now. There's your list. There's your top 8.
I can't make any predictions.
Masugu is going to be hard to beat with that combination of the 360 air over the volcano into the 540. If she adds that kickflip indie, she is going to be hard to beat.
A huge story here. You see 5 skaters from Japan representing the 1 skater from Great Britain. Well, she's on the deck right now, standing by with Tina Dixon.
That's right, she is, and we will see Sky Brown in the finals. And this was just the semifinals, and it was so much fun to watch. What was your approach now that you're back competing?
I mean, I'm just trying to have fun and try to get better.
You're so modest. The finals, though, there's a lot on the line. We've got a big Japanese field. You're friends with a lot of those women. What can you say about them?
I mean, they're all crazy. I'm so inspired by them. And I can't wait what they do in the finals. It's going to be awesome.
It is going to be good. We'll see you there. Guys, it's going to be a good one on final day.
Yeah, Sky Brown locked into the top 8. Our finals are set. We're going to give our women's park finalists a break to rest, recover, and then really just make the plan. Make the plan, stick to the plan. The finals are coming. When we come back, we're going to open up men's street. The street course is looking lovely, and it's about to get thrashed. Before we go, we're going to take a look at what just transpired in women's park. Bryce Wettstein making a big push towards the finals.
Yeah, just a lot of originality, a lot of flow. There you see that big rock and roll on the plexiglass extension. Not a lot of people hitting that at all.
Low-key one of the scariest tricks we've seen yet.
For sure. And there's 12-year-old Sky Brown. Look at that knee touching the board on that alley-oop tweak Japan. Crail slide, backside air over the volcano. She had it all.
And great camera work.
Yeah.
Seriously.
All right, we'll be back with more action. You're watching Dew Tour live from Des Moines. More skateboarding to come. Stay tuned.
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports, like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, racing, golf, whoa, Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
We get out, fire it up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it. We track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew. Get out and do.
A beautiful day.
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse, it's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
Dew Tour 2021 from Des Moines, Iowa, America's heartland, embracing this skateboarding culture as we welcome you back to beautiful Lawrence Skate Park here on the river. A beautiful day as we make the transition now over to men's open qualifier in the street competition. And here's where the numbers start to fall into place. Again, just like in Park, Paul Zitzer, we talked about how competitive it is to make any of these teams, whether it's the USA, Japan, Brazil, across the board, only 3 spots per nation. And I think it's going to be, again, a pressure cooker.
Yeah, and it's the same story all week long, all year long. It's Japan, Brazil, and the United States. Those teams are stacked. To make the top 3 in any of those countries is insanely difficult. Now, you got to be in the top 20.
Right.
It's a tough cut.
No question about it. So we brought in a man that knows a thing or two about street competition. The one and only Ryan Sheckler joining us on set. And we figure if we're not going to see him skating, we might as well put his voice to work if he's not going to be out on a board. So Ryan, welcome to our Dew Tour coverage. As you look at this build-up, and I know you desperately wanted to be in Tokyo and you got the skills to get it done, but as you take a step back, how difficult is it going to be to make this Team USA?
Oh man, it's absolutely incredible how tough it's going to be. Just watching practice, you know, like the level of consistent skateboarding going on right now is mind-blowing. And you know, to make a cut like you guys are talking about, like you're going to have to be on
all the time when it counts.
We should mention, though, Ryan, you're a pioneer. You kind of were an early skater in contests that was able to turn your tricks into like every try consistency type skating.
Yeah, man, I love competing. You know, I've always been a competitive skateboarder. So, you know, being around the Dew Tour since 2005, you know, it's been, I grew up competing. Yeah. So for me, it's like it was always about consistency, and watching it now, and you know, the health and wellness side of skateboarding and how consistent these guys really are, it's amazing.
Is it difficult making that transition for a lot of skaters who go out and do parts, and then they come in just one trick, and now it's like, oh, you've got 40 seconds, you got to fill that up, and you got to be consistent and nail each trick?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you get a different level of nerves. You know, when you're out in the streets, there's no nerves. You're with your boys, and it's all good. But if you have the tricks and you are consistent, you can try to calm those nerves down and actually make a 45-second run work. And, you know, if you don't get it done the first try, you definitely need to get it done the second try.
But typically, great street skaters do not transfer into just great contest skaters. It's a different mindset. It's a different way of skating. You know, some people are great at both, but it's not for everyone.
Yeah, you said it. It's a mindset for sure. It's hard. It's hard to do it, man. But, you know, I see it more and more happening now, especially with skateboarding going into the Olympics. You know, these kids are coming up as street skaters, but they're definitely seeing the importance of being able to put runs together and compete. Competing's fun.
So we are off and running men's Street Open Qualifier. 2 runs, 45 seconds full time. So if you have a fall, you keep going. It's not like in Park where it stops scoring. As we already have our first competitor out of Mexico, Brian Correa Bachilio, on course, making the most of it. You see the sense of urgency. There's no time to set up for each trick.
No, man, and it's super windy out there too right now. So, you know, skateboarding in wind is definitely difficult, especially if you're flipping your board. So
a wise man told me it's almost as difficult as in the rain.
Yeah.
That would be Paul Zitzer, the wise man, as I was referring to.
I mean, it's not ideal for sure, and especially with the tricks these guys are trying to put down, it's it definitely adds another level of difficulty. But
before we get the scores, Ryan, I'll ask you, you've seen so many skate parks in your life. Where does this one rank here in Iowa?
Oh, man, what an awesome skate park. The whole park itself is massive, and you know, for the kids that are growing up skating here, they'll definitely have a park that is comparable to a street league or whatever it may be, an Olympic setup. They got it right here. It's awesome.
You don't have to jump on a plane and go to California anymore. You could come to Des Moines.
Well, it's designed and built by California Skate Park, so they're bringing a piece of it here, right?
Love that.
Yeah.
All right, Paul, let's talk about the competition. What needs to get done? What are these guys doing? Get the math going. It's, I mean, obviously building up to getting those 3 spots per country for the Olympics.
That's right. Everybody's got to stay on. That's key. You can't do anything unless you stay on. You got to put down a great run. If you put it in first, you're in a better spot, obviously, going into heat or run number 2. So that's clutch.
Ryan, as a skater, you come out here, and we talked about the 3-run format. The 4-run format obviously makes it a little easier, but this is a 2-run format, 45 seconds. So as a competitive skater, do you go out there and want to nail the first run, or are you building towards that second crescendo?
No, for me personally, I would definitely try to stick the run I wanted first. Right, and if you get that one done, then you maybe add a trick or 2 different in the second run. But right now, the first run is definitely key to get.
And here's another thing. So we all know that the format that we've seen the last few years is 2 runs followed by 5 best tricks, and the top 4 scores count. These open qualifiers are just runs, though. So, you know, a skater who's really good at individual tricks can excel in that other format, but this is a tough one. You got to come out and you got to do all your tricks back to back, and you got to have variety, and you have to have something to put anywhere on the course. You can't just focus on one hubba or one rail.
For sure, and I'm kind of dating myself, but this is how the skateboard contest used to be, where it was just 2 runs, you know, and that was it. You had 2 runs and the contest was over. So speaking about what we spoke about earlier, you know, like I've been used to just having runs, and then once the best tricks got introduced, that actually kind of suits a street skater more. So if you can kind of do good in your run and then put your 5 tricks down, oh yeah, you're golden.
Francis Joseph Garbaccio on course, just finished his first run of 2. Crazy international field here in Des Moines. I mean, we brought the best skaters in the world to Des Moines, Iowa on this world-class park.
Yeah, and there's literally skaters here that we haven't seen skate in international contests before, and they're good. It's not just...
They're really good.
Yeah.
They're really good. I was watching and I'm like, man, I haven't heard of a lot of these guys, but it just speaks to the power of skateboarding and how global skateboarding actually is. There's no better time for skateboarding to be going into the Olympics because of how many countries have rippers.
Right. It's a new world.
Mark Suchu, one of my favorite skaters.
Okay, he is a street skater's skater, and
yes,
he's one of
is.
the rare guys who just kind of decided to dabble in some contest skating and has excelled at it. It's cool to see because I've seen a lot of people try it and they're gone the next month. Suchu is a rare breed.
Yeah, he's definitely stuck around, and you know, he skates very carefree. He's on the board, and it's kind of whatever happens, happens. You know, I'm sure he puts runs together in his head, but once he starts skating, it seems like he's just kind of going for it. Just whatever happens, and it's all gnarly tricks.
Yeah. I love the organic flow you're talking about, Ryan, how he just gets out there and just lets it come to him. But obviously, as Paul and I had talked about before, in this day and age, with the Olympics on the line, you can't come out there and just, I'll freestyle it and see what happens. Like, these guys are laying down some serious tricks. Ryan, you and I were chatting about how serious these athletes are compared to when you first started when you were 13.
Right.
When someone would come to you and say, hey, we need to get a weight program, a nutrition program,
right,
you would have been like, I'm just going out to skate. Leave me alone.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, it's really looked at as a sport. And so, you know, to be included even in the Olympics, it's like, you know, these guys actually see the seriousness of that. And, you know, the longevity of skateboarding depends on how well you treat your body. And as a pretty much veteran in the game, you know, I've broken so many bones and had to come back from all of these things. And some of them could have been avoided, you know, if I had a little bit more emphasis on keeping my body strong.
1897 for Mark. He'll look to his second run. Speaking of injuries, how are you recovering as you maybe set your sights on 2024, which is 3 years away because of the pandemic pushback?
Right. Yeah, no, I'm healing really good. I just hit 8 months post-surgery on my my ACL, complete reconstruction, and we're feeling good, man. Feeling good.
Awesome. Were you considering trying to skate in 2020?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah, I was, and I just had a string of just bad falls, and you know, it just wasn't in the cards for me this time, and I've come to full acceptance of that, and it's all good. I'm still in the mix, and I still get to talk about skateboarding and see all my boys, and feel very blessed to be here.
Nice.
TJ Rogers of Canada now on his opening run of 2. Remember, it's 2 runs, 45 seconds full time.
Wow.
TJ switched up his whole kit, didn't he? He's got
I love TJ,
look.
bro.
Yeah, well, how could you not? He's really genuinely the friendliest, most excited
He's
guy.
Canadian. Come on.
Absolutely. He's always rooting everybody on. He's always got a good vibe going on. And he rips. The patented switch front 3. TJ's putting it together.
I always say this at events like this. It's cool to see the best skaters in the world doing their signature moves. Like, he is the best person in the world at a switch frontside 360. And to see somebody do it, like, bam! It's just like, we're lucky.
Just the way he does it, though, is like, that's what makes it, you know, his trick. A lot of people do it, but you're not doing it like TJ. Switchback tail on the hubba. He's just so consistent, man. There it is.
Look at that. So this should be a good score for TJ Rogers. He still has 1 more to go. There's a sense of urgency, but he's not skating fast. It's like, I know what I need to get done.
Yeah, if you're doing the right tricks and you're landing them, you don't need to be going super fast and rushing it. It's when you fall off on a few, that's when the hustle really comes into play.
And if you're calculated about your run, you know, a lot of these guys will have a homie time them, so they know exactly what their run should take, and if they're going to have 5 to 10 seconds at the end to maybe add another trick, or if they do have a bobble somewhere, they'll still in right at time.
Ryan, Paul and I were talking as we were watching the women's park competition going down, and we were wondering strategically, if you go out and go for a big trick, early, high risk, high reward trick early, is that something that you like to do, or you kind of ease into the bigger tricks as the run goes on?
It just depends on the flow of the course, and it depends on how you're feeling that day. Like, if you get to a course and you're like, man, I'm going to throw this one down right away.
Right off the bat.
Then go for it. It comes down to personal, like, preference on how you want to skate, for real.
Tommy Finn now on course. some of the names that are still to come with Tommy Finn here, with Chris Jocelyn and Sean Malto, Paul Rodriguez back in it agagen. There's some definite talent here in heat number 5.
Yeah, and it goes from there. Heat 6, Louis Lopez, Ivan Montero, Felipe Gustavo, so many greats here. Everybody's here this weekend.
I love it, and I love watching Tommy skate, man. Tommy's been in the game for a long time, still going strong. He's putting a nice run together.
He's great at putting run togethers because, like, there's certain tricks that he has on lock that he can do every try that are like Tommy's signature moves too.
Yep.
Like gapping out to like a backside nose blunt, for example, or something like that. It's all Tommy, and it's consistent for him. That tricks that aren't consistent for other people.
Right, and hard tricks, you know?
Yeah.
How much of this, those guys, as we are here at the Dew Tour, is about progression? You know, Paul Zitzer knows that Ryan Sheckler knows what he can do. Do the judges know that? And they're saying, hey, Tommy, that's a stock trick for you. Let me see you up the game a bit.
Well, I mean, you know, the judges definitely know what you are capable of, but it's also, I think for me, it's the beauty of the flow on the course. So yeah, you can still do some of the, you know, and they're not easy by any means, right. But, you know, to these guys that do them 1,000 times, yeah, it might just feel good for them, and they're actually doing that to get ready for a trick that's a little bit more difficult.
63.08 for Tommy Finn, which has him in 3rd place right now. Everyone trying to punch their ticket into the semifinals. And with the talent we've mentioned so far, with another heat still to go, it is going to be a tall order to get into those top spots.
Got my guy Chris Jocelyn coming up next.
He is so good at putting runs together. Also, you wouldn't expect that based on what you see on him in the streets. It's just him hucking moves, right? But he can tie the room together with tricks.
For sure. I don't know if anyone puts out more video parts than Chris Jocelyn, man. And then he'll come to a contest and destroy it as well.
Yeah.
He's an all-around skateboarder.
Jocelyn out of Hawaiian Gardens, California, on course. He's got a 45-second full time, so unlike in Park, if you fall, you keep going.
I would say a skater like Chris, though, he's probably going to excel more in an event where you do have the 5 tricks also.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, he's going to do just the biggest tricks ever.
Yeah, I agree, for sure. Let's just try to get a good run down, make it to the next level, and then really throw down the bangers.
Here it is one more time. Nice piece there.
Switch back lip, switch front lip. And then just getting back 3 away from him. It's all right, he's got another one.
2-run format. Only take your best score. And I'll tell you what, weather has been the strangest thing. We've got a little bit of, if you don't like the weather now, just give it 20 minutes. We'll get something else. And it looks like we're starting to see some blue sky, but as Ryan pointed out, heavy winds, which kicking your board up in the air, you don't know where it's going to come down, makes it a little more challenging. But these are the world's best at what they do, including this young man, Sean Malto. Had an opportunity to hear him talk about this park. He comes from Kansas City, which is roughly about 4 or 5 hour drive from Des Moines, and so this is definitely within his wheelhouse. Make a run for the weekend up to Des Moines and skate.
It's cool to see him back in competition. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
He's a legend. Fandango.
After Sean Malto, will be Paul Rodriguez coming up next. He's going to get a run on this one.
Which it's crazy to have both these guys back-to-back in a contest. You know, it feels like the old days of Dew Tour. For real.
You're right. It's kind of crazy, too, though, how things have changed so much that they're in the Open Qualifier.
Yeah.
There are no pre-seeded spots for these guys, no pre-seed for Jocelyn. You know, it's just, that's pretty shocking.
But that's where the times are right now, you know? Like, if I wanted to skate here, I wouldn't be pre-seeded either. And it's, you know, we've been competing our whole lives, but, you know, we got to make room. And there's a ton of great talent out there skating right now. There's that patented front crook, though. Always looks amazing. Love Malto style.
Glad to have Ryan Sheckler in the booth with us, Paul Zitzer, Todd Harris, and as I mentioned to Paul earlier, Ryan, we were talking about You see the current standings with TJ Rogers put up the best score so far at a 72.55. There's really two runs if you're not really familiar with skateboarding. It's the one you see with your eyes and then the one you see in slow motion. Right. All the little nuances come out. It's like, oh, look at his foot, look at the adjustment, look what he did in the air. I didn't see that tail. I mean, there's just so much going on that it almost takes replay to really appreciate what they're doing.
Absolutely, and especially in contests, man. Like, there's a certain type of adrenaline that is going through these guys' body where normally in practice you might throw a trick away, but you are not throwing it away in the run.
Paul Rodriguez, 36 years young, out of Granada Hills.
Let's go, P-Rod.
Starting off switch. That's the way he does it.
That's the way he does it, man. No one does it better.
And keeping it going. I mean, if you're not paying attention, you could be fooled into thinking that he's a regular footer for sure.
Wow, this whole run is switched so far. That is crazy. Switch guard getting away from him.
And he's still got those competitive skills. He still knows how to get it done in competition. Teeing everything out, coming back and drilling it.
Yeah, and that is the thing about a skater like P-Rod. Yep. He's just an incredible talent, but he's so smart about how to approach a contest.
Guys, he just did his whole run switch.
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
And the judges will appreciate that, obviously, as Paul Rodriguez comes out on run number 1 of 2:45 seconds. A great run, very technical.
That's unreal. He's one of the few that can do a whole run switch that is like really gnarly.
You might think he's regular.
Yeah, he's not.
Look at that. In a windstorm, too.
Perfect switch straight.
Wow.
There's certain things, Ryan, I don't know if you can attest this, there's certain things that only you can learn from experience and age. And while Paul's 36, people are like, oh, he's so, he knows some things that these young kids, they're not going to know until they've put in those years.
Absolutely, man, absolutely. And I was talking with Paul before the heat, and he's got that fire back to compete. It's not because he has to compete, it's because he wants to, and there's a difference there for sure. And yeah, it's really rad to see P-Rod back.
20 advanced. Paul Rodriguez currently sitting in 12th.
That's a pretty good spot to be, especially considering he had a fall in his run, but wow, he's got one more. So it'd be tough to skate after P-Rod.
Yeah.
And Sean Malto.
Yeah, for sure.
You get the trifecta if you had Sheckler in there.
Oh, man, soon enough. Soon enough.
So Alex is ripping, but you see it's just a little bit more standard line of tricks. I think he's going to have to bump it up. Oh, that's not standard.
No, that's not standard. Right as he said it.
That's a little bit more than generic. Ryan, when you were competing in a competition like this, are you watching the guys before you and seeing what they're doing, or are you just getting away from it and then?
Me personally, I am, because I'm a huge fan of skateboarding. Right. It doesn't matter where I'm at. Like, I love watching skateboarding. So, and especially these guys are my friends. Yeah. So that's what's so amazing about skateboarding to me, is that the camaraderie is there. It's not like we get out there and it's like, oh, hey, we're friends off today, like, until it's over. It's like, I'm rooting my guys on. So yeah, I always watch what everyone's doing, and but that doesn't dictate what I'm going to do in my run. My run still stays the same.
21.79 for Alex, so he will have to look to that second run to get into that top 20 to move on. And as to your point, Ryan, it's the sense of community in the sport is amazing, unlike anywhere else. And you see a little bit of maybe in a stick and ball sports like basketball. Like LeBron James loves CP3 and he loves Steph Curry, but when they're competing against each other, there's no love lost.
Yeah, skating's way different than the NBA.
Riso Turi will heel flip into any trick you put in front of him.
Yeah, bro, he's definitely having a good run going right now.
Wow, he is strong.
Yeah, this is a great run.
It's like a pendulum. He is just going back and forth and just
You know, it is like a pendulum going back and forth, but I would say, you know, I put a lot of value on a skater that has a little more flow and doesn't do the pop out. And hey, this guy sitting next to me, Scheckler, is the king of using the course, linking the obstacles together with tricks.
Right.
Not just doing individual moves and then popping out and dropping back in. And I think it's underrated and underappreciated, and it's hard for sometimes it makes it hard for the judges to give out those points, but when you don't see it, you miss it. I just, you know.
I feel you, bro. And you know, that's how you can tell, too, kind of a guy that's newer to competitive skateboarding because of the way it's kind of just back and forth, which is cool. But the way I've always addressed the course is like, I'm going to use every possibility on this course, and the last thing I want to do is in the middle of my run, stop, get off my board, and then go drop in. I'd rather do a grind or find another way to get to that next level. So it's a full 45 seconds of consistent skateboarding. But, you know, that's why skateboarding's an individual and personal. Yeah. It's whatever makes you feel good. But I totally understand what you're saying.
The interpretation part is real as Turi will look for his score. It's a 43.15. So he is seriously on the proverbial bubble right now as he sits 12th now, moving ahead of P-Rod, top 20 with one heat still to go, which means that someone could bump him out, Mickey popping out of Vancouver, BC on course.
And Mickey is a trickster. He's going to do the hardest tricks. And you see some hustle. He's got some hustle going. Mickey's serious.
Yeah, Mickey's definitely serious and seasoned competitor for sure, and can flip into anything.
Yeah.
Mickey's got a good one going so far, 20 seconds remaining.
Ollie crook into the kick for back lip. Yeah, he's got a full pull going right now.
Final 5. Oh, give it to him. That was a great run from Mickey Papa out of Canada.
It had a lot of variety.
Yeah, it did.
He did a switch. He did a switch front salad, 180 out. Yeah. Did a lot.
This course, man, is amazing. It's
Did
really
you,
cool
did you
that
roll around on it?
I haven't got to roll around. I got in late last night, and then I was just watching a bunch of the Instagram clips, and I was like, man, this place is huge.
It is.
What an awesome park to have right here.
Competitively speaking, though, Ryan, is this the kind of park that you can get lost in? Like, oh my gosh, I focused too much on this area and I forgot about this area.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when everything's kind of taken down and you can actually just get a full look at the whole park, yeah, it's going to take it'll take a few weeks to get comfortable with everything here for sure.
No time to get comfortable as the Olympics are on the horizon, and this is the only Olympic global qualifier. TJ Rogers leads the way ahead of Nevis and Finn, with Alec Majerus currently sitting in 4th at 60.08. 20 moving on, so man, you got to be in that with one heat to go. Paul, we talked about this in the women's park competition. What's safe? What's position safe?
Because the last heat has the highest ranked non-qualified semifinal skaters.
So
in
there's
it,
12 guys in that could they could take 12 spots.
They could take the top 12 spots.
I'm thinking a 70. If you're 70 or above right now, you could be okay.
Jean-Carlos Gonzalez covers by way of Columbia on course.
And this is a kid, he's been on the amateur tour for years, just shredding. He's incredible. Contest skater, hungry, goes for it. He can go huge too.
Yeah. Holding on.
Oh, that's a bummer.
So just to let you know, coming up next, it'll be Alexander Midler. He'll be the last guy to drop in on heat number 5, and then they start all over again with their second and final run.
It's tough in a contest run, man, when you're trying a trick and you kind of land a little bit off, not how you wanted, and then you're still thinking about how you landed and trying the next trick, and then you fall, and then it kind of all falls apart.
Yeah.
It's hard to stay focused and stay present where you forget the trick, go on to the next one.
How often would your legs kind of fail you? Would you get that, the nerve legs, where you're going up for a trick you can do and should do, and then your legs just say you're not doing it?
Yeah, you're not doing it. And that was like, that's a real thing. And, you know, it's hard to explain what that actually feels like. But you could be practicing, but the second it's competition time, your legs are like, nope, nope. You have no pop. It's like, wait, I had this all day long. What just happened? Because of this 45 seconds, I can't do it. But, yeah, I mean, it's competitive skating, you know, and that's something you learn how to deal with, too, is like, you know, like for me personally, I know those nerves are going to come. And so I welcome them. Whereas before I used to, like, try to fight them, but now I just welcome them, and it's like, all right, this is how it's going to be, and it's okay, and you work through it, and you surprise yourself.
But you really do only learn those things from years of skating contests. You have to suffer. You have to go through all the, like, the heartbreak. Like, why? Why did that happen again? How do I do something differently next time so it doesn't happen?
Yeah.
Alex Midler. Okay, he's been around forever, even though he's still kind of just a kid.
22.
Kind of a newish pro. But he blossomed late, kind of, and went from, like, yeah, Midler's good to, like,
Midler's
whoa.
great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this kid, man. I've been around Midler since he was 8 years old, and to see him and to see his growth, and literally his growth, the guy shot up a foot in height, and he skates like a full-grown man. His power, his tricks, everything about him, his consistency, and his drive in skateboarding is insane. I haven't seen anyone take the slams that I've seen Midler take and get back up and actually land his trick. All his video parts, he really goes for it, and he's a good kid, man.
Alex Midler, 22, out of Los Angeles, California, and the time runs out on him. So that is a complete run through heat number 5. We saw some great stuff go down. Guys, this is going to be awesome because we got one more run. Glad to have Ryan Sheckler join us here on the call from Des Moines.
Really good run.
Midler 270 and anything easy. Barley coming out forward. And the back over crook. Nice.
And he had one little step off, but it was like on the quarter pipe, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know how the judges look at that, where it's almost like it's an A to B trick. It's not really a trick that you're like in your run, so it'll be interesting how they scored that.
I've judged plenty of contests to know that you're not going to count it as seriously as if it was one of his main tricks.
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't help, but it's not as big of a strike against you. You're right.
So at a 40 for Midler, it has him at 16th place right now. I don't know if he's thrilled with that. Maybe the Paul Zitzer wannabe judge didn't give him the score he needed right there, but it's, it's got to make that top 20. And right now, TJ Rogers with a 72. You heard it called here on set. As Ryan Sheckler says, you got to be in the 70s because another heat's coming down and there's some heavy, heavy talent in that next heat. So if you want to keep yourself there, bump it up. We're in the middle of heat number 5. We'll be back for the second and final runs, heat 5, when we return to beautiful Des Moines. You're watching the Dew Tour 2021.
Just like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's the good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, passing that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks, real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Toyota. Let's go places.
Beautiful day on the banks of the Des Moines River here in Des Moines, Iowa. This is Dew Tour 2021. We are in the midst of heat number 5 in the street competition for the men's open qualifier. Todd Harris, Paul Zitzer, and the one and only Ryan Scheckler joining us on air as we bring you the competition. The second run's about to drop. TJ Rogers just laid down 72.55, and we've got 13 of the very best to get it done on this beautiful Lawrence Skate Park here that the folks of Iowa have put together. This thing is a thing of beauty. It has gotten the Ryan Scheckler seal of approval, so we are good to go with all competition. And there is the Heat 5 start list. We'll start things off with Pacilio. Getting Paul Rodriguez back in here. Rodriguez, the oldest competitor here, but he has followed right on the heels of a guy named Sean Malto. Chris Jocelyn's in here. Tommy Flynn. Suchu's in there. So the names just keep on coming. And, oh, by the way, heat number 6 is coming up as soon as we are done. Everyone trying to get into the top 20 to punch their ticket to move on to the next round, which will be the semifinals. So the pressure doesn't get any easier. It's like, oh, just getting out of the open qualifiers. Oh, yeah, and then there's the semis, and then there's the final.
Yeah, man, it's absolutely insane, especially to make this top 20 cut. So these guys are going to have to put it down for these second and final runs if they want to get to the next level of this event.
2 run, only your best run counts.
Ryan, when you were skating, though, did you feel like sometimes you had more nerves trying to make it into the finals, and then once you made the finals, there was some of the pressure off, or no? I've heard that.
Yeah, I mean, once you make it to the final, once you make it to the big show, yeah, the nerves are down because the hard work is done. Now you can actually, I would always be able to, like, focus a little bit more on harder tricks because I didn't have to, like, stress to get there. At the end of the final is the end of the final. That's fine. It's getting to the big show is the nerve-wracking part for sure.
And Pacilio have his issues. Remember, it's 45 seconds here on 2 runs. As we mentioned, only the best run counts. And so, man, big falls towards the end of that run. Obviously, you want to leave the judges, Paul, as your judging hat goes on. You want to leave the judges with a nice taste of something to finish off that 45.
You got to do a great run and then finish big. Yeah. You know, we saw it from TJ. But the wind really is terrible. It's terrible. We're way up high over the course. If it's anywhere near it, like it is down there, no fun.
Yeah. It's hard to skate in the wind, man. It really is, especially if you're flipping your board a lot. And then really all these guys are flipping their board every other trick. And so, you know, it kind of puts more on your mind of like, was the wind going to catch my board? It's just more to think about. And yeah, it can make it a little bit harder for sure.
So Pacilio goes into that 20th position, and he'll hold on to the first run scores. We continue on with Joseph Garbaccio of France. Ryan, I was going to ask you this earlier, but I thought, man, it's such a broad question, but you've got a little time to percolate a bit and warm up the pipe. Toughest place toughest competition, toughest place you've ever skated before. It was like this is brutal.
Man, brutal would have been like when I was younger, skating in like California Amateur Skateboarding League, and we would skate in Hemet, California, in the middle of the summer, and I was dying. I was just dying, man. So heat for me, if it's too hot, I fry out pretty quickly. But you know, as a skateboarder, you skate in all the elements, you know. But in competition, you don't really have a choice. Ooh, kind of went down. Glad he got up.
But it's so important to be having fun. That helps to do well. And there's times where you're like, I am just not having fun. This is terrible.
You definitely touch on something. It's definitely a mindset, you know? It's a mindset to compete at this level and to be competing with these many incredible names and trying to make a top 20 cut. Like, if you can stay happy, which is hard, right? Or if you can keep the smile on like TJ Roger does, then you're pretty much good, and you're good with whatever happens.
You're right.
It's when you're hard on yourself like I am, or if I don't do well, I'm a wreck for a week and no one wants to be around me.
Mentally implode after a hot day in Hemet and say, just get me out of here.
You know, but it's skateboarding, man. It's the nature of the beast. Someday it's someone's day, and other days it could be your day.
So that 45.48 is the one he will hold on to, which has him in 12th. I've just given an update, guys. So 21 skaters will actually move on because we had a drop. So 21 will move on. So I guess that gives you a little more breathing room if you're a 19th or 20th. Hey, I'm in by one spot. But you definitely do not want to mess around because, as we mentioned, Heat 6 is still to come. And as Paul has mentioned, 12 will just take all top 12 spots, and there's leaving 8 for everyone else.
So Mark Suciu, back on the course. He's a personal favorite. If it matters, Todd, to you.
Okay. Because you like his style.
I just love his style. He's makes things look really natural and casual.
Wow. Save that beauty.
Wow.
That was crazy.
He's just so not what he was trying, but he's that good of a skateboarder that he just kept it going. Go with the flow. This is a great run.
And Ryan, you can speak to this. When you do something like that, momentum, you get the confidence. It's like, give me another 20 seconds because I'm feeling it.
Oh, yeah, you get stoked.
Oh,
no.
Right at the end.
But he's having fun.
Suciu with a smile on his face might have been the save of the competition as he brings it around, and you know he's selling that. Oh, that's what I meant to do. You know, that was the whole thing.
And he's a skater that's real technical. If you watch him in the streets, he tends to skate ledges and just smaller stuff, but it's so impressive to see him. He can step to the big stuff like nothing, too.
All day, and he's got the big tricks on the big stuff. That was incredible. That was incredible. He can skate everything. He's a skateboarder skater, you know? I don't think anyone has a problem with Mark Suciu's skateboarding.
I think you're right.
Ah, so close. I'm surprised he didn't pivot out of that.
So Suciu's time comes to a conclusion. His 2 runs are complete. 21 moving on to the semifinals. You want to be in those top 21s. As Sean Malto's telling me you should have pivoted out of that. That's what Sheckler was saying. 30.91 for Suciu's not going to get it done. But, man, it was great to see him out there, especially on that second run.
I feel like the falls are really counting hard against people right now. A few mess-ups, and you're just not even in the picture.
Canada's TJ Rogers now on course. He leads with that 72.55. It's got to be a great feeling, Ryan. You're out there, you have the lead, just let it rip.
Yeah, now it's fun. Now you can actually really kind of progress the last run you did, but you know the mindset stays the same. He's like, well, let's see what else I can do here. Switchback tail. Wow. And he started his run with 3 fast tricks real quick. Kept the speed up, kept the style up. You know, he's gotten 6 or 7 tricks into this run already, and he's still got 15 seconds left. TJ knows how to play the game.
And as a competitor, you know when someone's on. I mean, if you're watching this, you're like, man, TJ is on it today.
Yeah, he's ripping. So his last run, he did the switch front 3 there, and he switched it up to switch back 1 over the hubba, and it's all good.
Right. It's cool when people do have the opportunity to switch it up, and they do. It's always such a letdown when they don't.
Right.
When they just do one little rinky-dink change, it's like, no, we wanted more. You had the chance.
It's almost like they forget that they have that opportunity, you know? You're already in the first seed. It's like you can actually step up on those runs, and you know, that's something that I do all the time. If I know I'm sitting pretty, I'll throw something real random out there.
That's awesome. Everybody likes to see that.
I just want to see him go for it.
So TJ in a good place right now, as we mentioned. He's currently sitting in first place with a 72.55. And if they're taking 21 and he finishes in first, Paul, help me with the math there. He's pretty much locked himself in, correct?
Yeah.
You're getting there.
Just, you know, I didn't have to get the abacus out. TJ's like, yeah, packing up. I'm good to go. I'm in the semis.
Yeah, he's in there.
Tommy Finn now looking on, sitting in a 63, which normally you think, okay, sitting in third overall, but again, 12 more to go. You might want to maybe add a few points to that just to make himself safely into that top 21.
But he is looking very solid.
Yeah.
Tommy's just got a cool style, really good flow through tricks.
Yeah, pretty effortless. Doesn't really look like he's trying too hard, which I really appreciate in skateboarders. It looks like it's meant to be on a board.
Final 10 seconds now for Tommy Finn on his second of 2 runs. Currently seen on a 63.08.
So he's out of time.
If only.
That's a trick you'd win a best trick contest with.
Yeah. That was incredible.
And that's when you're hoping there's a little carryover, like the judges haven't looked down to put pen to paper yet. They're like, oh, well, that might sauce it up a bit.
You know, I don't think the judges can overlook the time here. In other contests, yeah.
But it's
skating.
strictly the horn sounds.
Yeah.
So how does that work? Is it, what if you're popping as the horn's going?
You have to hit your tail before the buzzer.
Before the buzzer.
Yeah.
All right.
Complete the trick before the horn sounds. Because we saw that in the park where she was still on the rail and she didn't land it, but the horn sounded when she was on the rail. So
I'm not counting that. But
Come on.
If you pop, you got to just pop your tail before the buzzer.
Okay.
And then so time's out. If you're still in mid trick, that's fine.
So if you crash after the buzzer, does the crash not count?
The crash would count. Then the crash
Because you have to
counts
complete the
because
trick.
you popped your tail. You tried.
It's like continuation in the NBA.
Yeah, that makes sense.
TJ Rogers, 72.55, leads the way. Nevis and Tommy Finn currently sitting in third place. Chris Jocelyn now set to drop.
All right.
Needs a big score.
Now, if anybody can get a huge score, it's Jocelyn.
Yep. All right, switch blunt. Okay. Jocelyn's one of the guys, too, that feeds off the pressure. I relate to that, where it's like, you have one run to make it count. This has to be the one. And a lot of times you see really good results out of him when it's crunch time like this.
If the only thing I've seen in a negative way from Jocelyn is that sometimes when he could tone it down a notch and win, he doesn't, and it costs him. Because sometimes he comes off his board when all he needed to do was stand. That run, though,
was great.
That was awesome.
There
That's
it
good
was.
to see. Yeah.
There it was.
You can see he's relieved.
For sure. You know, that back three gave him some issues in the first run, and he put the whole thing down. And you know, now it's up to the judges to see what that looks like.
But you guys called it. Pressure, he needed a big run. I mean, that was solid.
Ryan called it.
Ryan Scheckler. No announcer curse here.
It's crazy at the end of a 45-second run, too. You would think these guys have been skating for 10 minutes, man. It is so crazy what 45 seconds of adrenaline will do to you. You know, it's like you could skate for hours all day long, but when it's time to do it, that 45 seconds feels crazy. But Jocelyn put it down. Stoked for him.
Yeah, this should be a huge improvement on what he had on run number 1.
Yeah.
Not just going to get him in the 70 club, but it should be a big improvement.
Should be good. That back three was bolts.
Top 21 moving on to the semifinals. Men's Street, we're here in the Open Qualifier, so the next step would be the semifinals where it goes to 2 runs, 45 seconds, again, full time. Same format as we're having here, but the scores obviously will not cross over. So Jocelyn waiting to see what he gets. Oh, wow. Nice bump up to 61.
All right. 4th place. He's looking.
That's a show-worthy performance, yeah. See, you know the math. Scheckler knows his math. 4 plus 12 is 16, 21.
Yeah.
There you go. It's no algebra.
I could have seen a higher score for him, too, on that run.
Well, that's good for the rest of the event. You know, now he knows kind of where he stands and can keep building on that.
Right.
We got Malto up right now.
Right in Kansas City, Sean Malto on course needs a big score to jump himself and secure that top 21.
That's all you need to see from Malto. I mean, you want to see it all, but any front crook from him, anything nollie. That was insane.
Man, gave him problems on the last run, too. Just surprising. But you're right, that front crook is something of beauty.
Is there a temptation, Ryan, as a competitive skater, to go back to that trick that he fell on and show the judges, oh, I have that unlocked, watch this, and just go back to it?
He might do it right now. Oh, no, he switched it up. Yeah, of course. In your mind, you're like, it's not really for the judges, it's for yourself to be like, man, what was that? Like, come on. But, you know, we all go through it.
And that's another trick, though, that he would expect that he's going to make. He's not like trying something that he thinks is like, whoa, I don't know.
And when you think you have it that good, you know, sometimes you relax on it when, and that's the nature of the game. It's like you practice it so many times, you know, you don't really think you need to put all the effort into it. But man, those minor adjustments at the end there, like, get scary.
That's so true, though. There's a point where, like, you want to relax to a point where you feel comfortable, but then you don't want to over-relax and feel too comfortable.
Right.
You got to be right in that sweet, like, the zone where you're going to be focused and comfortable.
Yeah, Sean Malto spent a little time in the zone a day or two, and man, this guy is just so tack. As you said, just love the way he rides.
Yep, regular switch, he can do it all.
So Malto now waits to see what his score is, and wow, the judges dinged him on that, a 19.23.
Yeah, they hated that.
Oh man, he gives some love out to he's like, you don't respect? Come on.
It's all good. It's just great to see Sean skating, man. It's
Great
great to
Paul
see this guy.
Rodriguez, yeah.
Love Paul. Huge fan of Paul, and just so rad to see him back in the mix. All right.
He's sitting 15th right now.
Okay. All switch run again.
Yeah, 15th is not a comfortable spot.
No, I was going to say that's got to be brutal, knowing what's coming up.
If he doesn't step off on this run, though, he would be now trouble. That was announcer curse.
Still time, 15 seconds for Paul Rodriguez. Now we sit on a 41.55 and having issues there with the final 10 seconds and does not seem to have a sense of urgency. And he'll wave that off. So maybe this is the toughest thing, Ryan. As a skater, you are done, and you have to sit and wait and see if your score is going to be good enough to put you into the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. And crazier things have happened. You know? Right. Like we could see Paul make the cut for sure. It depends on this next heat and what these guys actually put down. So it is a scary position, but it's also crazier things have happened.
No question, a fan favorite. I think if you took a poll here of the folks here on the banks of the Des Moines River, they would all say, put Malto in, put Paul Rodriguez in, put Ryan Scheckler in.
Hey,
we want them all.
Soon enough, man, soon enough. But yeah, seeing P-Rod out here was like, that's nice. That's rad.
So he holds on to that 41 that he got on run number 1, and now the hard part, sit and wait, not only to the end of heat number 5, but heat number 6 that's coming up.
But you know, it's one of those things where if it is really windy down there like it is up here, sometimes it doesn't matter how good the people are coming up. You just, like, it's up to fate and chance and wind gusts.
Absolutely.
So he could be sitting in a great spot.
Top 21 are moving on to the semifinals. And there you see the 21st position currently be held down a man from this heat, Brian Correa-Bachilio, 37.57. I wouldn't want to be in 21st right now, but I don't think I'd want to be in 15th either, knowing what's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you really want to be in the top 6 or 7.
It's better than being in 41st, though, as Alex is right now. So he has work to do.
2 run, only best run counts.
Yeah, it
there it is.
The hop and hope. I call that the hop and hope, because Jim Thiebaud did that in like a trick tip in 1989 or something.
That's a Thiebaud move?
Yeah, as far as I remember. I could be called out by Lance Dawes at any minute for being way off, but I think it was Steve-O. Hop and Hope.
I was born in '89.
Just gonna leave it alone. Just gonna leave it alone.
Just leave it alone.
I tell you what, he's going the reverse Paul Zitzer curse because he's feeling it right now.
Yeah,
I said, forget this 41st place.
Right. He's putting it together.
Whoa.
That's a risky trick in the wind. Late shove it.
Yeah, because you don't get to catch it and adjust. Once you shove, then it's up to...
It is what it is.
Up to Mother Nature what she's going to do with your board.
That was a pretty good slam right there.
That was. It's like one of those, like the gut blaster where it's like,
I think skateboarders are some of the toughest humans on the planet.
Yeah. Everything was looking good. I mean, he was feeling, I'm not going to stay in 41st place.
Yeah, it was a really good run.
And clean.
But we've seen it. Judges want you to land everything.
That was so
that
close,
was it.
man.
Got up close and personal with the Lawrence Skate Park, so it's slight improvement of just 24.60, which is not going to help his cause.
I felt that run was pretty good for that small of an improvement. But that's, judging is tough.
And here's Turi sitting in 14th place with that 43. So comfortable, yes, but not maybe confident.
It's really hard to reset after you fall on the first trick of your run. It's doable though. Here we go.
Yeah, and then at least if you make that second trick, you get back into it real quick. But if you bail, I mean, it's better to bail the first trick than the last trick, probably.
I would say
you're right. Yeah, hard to come back to.
Kind of keep the momentum going if you step off on the first one.
Nice little wind gust coming off the river right now. No problem for Turi. Final 3 seconds. Would love to have gotten that.
Yeah, he cleaned it up nicely.
But it is one of those times where you bail the first trick and the last. It's like a bad first impression and then a bad send-off. And I know also as a judge, you can use that almost, as an out. You're like, well, 2 falls, that'll give him a 10.
Is the converse of that true, though? If he came out and landed the first one, had issues in the middle, and landed the last one, where you're like, oh, I'm thinking more favorably about this.
Yeah, when the falls happen can matter.
Yep. It's a dangerous thing trying to get in the mind of a judge, and that Paul Zitzer judge is even more dangerous, but it's definitely worth noting. So it's not an improvement for Turi. He sticks with the 43.15, and now the weight game begins for him as this heat will end, and then heat number 6 will take place. Top 21 moving on to the street semifinals. Got to figure this guy's going to be there, Mickey Papa.
Yeah, if he can finish this heat where he is right now, then he's done.
Yeah. He's so consistent, man.
And Ryan, we were talking about that before this heat. A consistency, the change that you've seen in competitive skating, it's consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are putting in hours and hours on single tricks instead of going out and trying to have, they're having fun for sure, but it's not like there's a plan to the day nowadays. There's a plan to what tricks you're going to work on, what tricks you're going to actually put a lot of time into. And Mickey's put time into all of these tricks. And so that's why you're seeing him able to pull all of these out and link this incredible run together.
And I think another thing that's important is that, like in the past, everybody didn't have access to great skate parks.
Absolutely.
So you were doing your street skating in the streets where you don't get as consistent as you can at a skate park, where you're there's more like of a training element sometimes.
Yep.
So that's helped a lot because there's skate parks everywhere.
For sure. And it was still a good run. He just stepped off at the end there like we were talking about. But his standing is good. We will see him in the next chapter of the event.
2 competitors to go here in heat number 5. It'll be Gonzalez and then Alex Midler will wrap things up. Everyone trying to get into that top 21 with 1 heat to go. 12 competitors coming up in heat number 6, but some of the who's who of street skating competing there, and they're going to take some positions. Not an improvement. Mickey stays on the 52.56, so he is going to sit and wait, but he should be safely into the semifinals, currently sitting in 7th place.
Yeah, this heat number 6, man, is stacked, too.
You're looking at the start list going, whoa.
I'm like, wow, man.
Those are the highest ranked skaters that are not pre-qualified into the semis.
So it'll be Giancarlo Gonzalez on course now to Columbia, and then Alex Midler to wrap things up here, heat number 5.
Starting strong.
Keeping it going. And I think at this point, a skater like Giancarlo is going to need to make every trick.
Yep.
If he falls, he's out.
Got to stay on. What's he doing? 10 seconds left.
Oh, nice.
Little bobble on the push, still pulled it out.
You know, though, it's one of those things where you wonder. He stuck to the hubbas and the rails exclusively, right? So it's like, okay, you see he's ripping, but there's other things you're not seeing, and judges are taking that into account, you know.
So what you're saying is what he did, it's not what he did, it's what he didn't do.
Sometimes, yeah. If your skating is like too one-dimensional, it can be a problem. Not that his is. I'm just pointing it out.
A single line, though. Yeah.
I mean, he did a cab back lip and the switch lip. That's technical stuff, but he wasn't flipping his board, not hitting the quarter pipes, you know.
Yeah, I like good quarter pipe tricks.
Me
Get
too.
Get some air in your run.
So maybe left a little meat on the bone is what you're saying.
It's all good though, because it comes down to preference of how you want to skate.
It's his interpretation.
What you're comfortable with.
Ryan Sheckler's pretty good at this TV thing.
Yeah, he knows
how to break it down. He knows how to break it down.
Thank God I've been in this world for a long time.
Born in '89.
Yeah.
TJ Rogers 72.55. Davis sitting second. Tommy Finn a top 3 with Chris Joslin with that great 61 to bump himself up into 4th place. And the score coming in, it's 37.81, so right on the cut line.
Yeah, that's basically putting him out of the cut.
Because you know what's coming up. So just didn't have enough today for Gonzalez. That'll take us to Alex Midler, who will have that last run here in heat number 5. A short break. Let the guys get warmed up in heat number 6, and then it's on to find out who's going to be in the top 21. Alex Midler now sitting in 17th place on a 40. Ryan Sheckler, if you were advising Alex Midler, who you've known since he was 8, what would you tell him?
I'd tell him to go for it. I'm telling him
Surprise.
to go for it. Yeah. You know,
specifically meaning
at this point, you know, I think he had a step off on his last run, and you know, I would just tell him to just focus, have fun, and put it down. He knows what to do. At this point, everybody in this competition, they know what to do. They know what it's going to take to get to that top 10. And so you just got to put it down.
And Midler has been skating contests, I'm assuming, since he was probably when you met him, when he was 8.
Oh, yeah.
He's been around forever.
Oh, yeah. Midler's been in the game for a long time now.
14 years of competitive skating for Alex Midler. Last man to drop in here on heat number 5. Looking for a big score to keep himself in the top 21 with 1 heat remaining.
There we go.
He got past that little alley frontside ollie this time, which is good. Yes.
Okay.
There we go, Midler.
5 seconds. And he will finish clean. There you go. He took the advice of one Ryan Sheckler. So Alex Midler should be safe, and he's already claiming it.
Yeah,
bump those scores up. Bump them up.
Midler's a character, man. Always been.
But for real, the difference between putting down an absolutely perfect run compared to the last one with a step off could just, you know, a few points bump him way up.
Well, you got to figure it in too, like the time it takes to fix the bobble, then you actually are missing one of the last tricks that you had planned in your run. So it will affect your score completely.
And that back 180 nose grind, hanging on,
holding on,
switch manual landing. Ish.
Hey, he rolled away. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Contest make.
Midler waiting for the score to drop. I got to think it's an improvement, guys. I mean, I think he's got to have a better score than he got from run number
Yeah,
one.
if he doesn't, that would be a problem.
You don't think this matters to him? Look at that. He has just dropped my score. So coming up, it'll be heat number 6, and then the line will be cut. 21 will move on to the semifinals. We haven't forgot about Alex Midler. We're waiting for that score to drop.
Trying to improve on a 40.
Yeah, there you go. Alex Midler to 50.18. So he goes into 10th place with 10 skaters still to take 2 runs. So mathematically speaking, if all 10 of the 12 guys in the next heat do better than that 50, he could get bumped. But more than likely, that's not going to happen.
Like I said before, we've seen
stranger things have happened,
bro.
Current standings here after 5 rounds. TJ Rogers lays it down with a 72.55. Nevis, Flynn, Jocelyn, and Majerus. Paul Rodriguez is in a transfer position as it stands right now in 16th place, and he's standing by with Chris Pastras.
To see you here in competition, the fans, the pros, everyone is so excited to see you here back at Dew Tour. What was the experience like for you?
Oh man, the love's been crazy. All the love I've been getting, it's kind of overwhelming, but I feel great. I'm so happy to be here. It's been so long.
And we had this contest in Long Beach forever. What is it like to be out in Des Moines for you?
Well, at this point, just to travel anywhere feels great. Des Moines has been amazing. The town's been amazing. All the people have been really awesome. The weather seemed to open up for us today, so that worked out. No complaints here.
Amazing. And what were the biggest challenges? I know you guys had a lot of stops and starts with the rain and the wind. What were the biggest challenges to laying down a decent run?
Well, for me personally, the biggest challenge was like not having skated a contest this size for so long, like just getting over my own nerves, my own like mental stuff. But you know, of course, you know, the practice being always kind of cut short because of the weather and things kind of being up in the air the whole time was a little distracting. But I think everybody's kind of working through it. We're all professionals, you know.
Especially you. And we are so honored to have you here. Thank you so much, Paul. We love you.
Chris Pastras sending out the love here in Des Moines, and it is good to see Paul Rodriguez. When Rodriguez is here skating, everyone wins. The fans, the commentators, the technical staff. Currently sits in 16th place right now. Will that be enough to get him in the top 21 and moving on to the semifinals? A lot of folks have their fingers crossed that Paul Rodriguez does make the next move. But one thing is certain, the legend is back here in Des Moines.
I didn't know P-Rod was coming back, which is a little bittersweet because he is one of my all-time favorites.
When you see P-Rod skate, like, switch the whole thing. Young kids can't do that now.
Paul's an alien, though. Like, no matter, like, he's just good.
If Paul is there, he brings a certain flavor.
Paul, he worked so hard in his career, and there were so many contests.
I just kind of saw it when he was taking a step back, and I was thinking to myself, like, why is he doing that?
It like hurt me inside to know that I was gonna be at the Olympics up there and I wasn't gonna see Paul. And his response was, actually, I was thinking about it last night.
I thought I was done with contests back in 2016. I decided, you know, I'm gonna take a break from contests. I'm gonna go back, focus on the street, and get in touch with the roots. And then once I got hurt, this whole other gear shifted in, you know, like, nah, you can't hang it up because of this. Everything was so like past tense, like you wear this, or just skate. People just want to see you skate. Like it doesn't matter what you're doing. Like those little things like just didn't sit right with me. Like I was like, nah, I'm not ready to be put out to pasture.
I definitely can see the fire, and I see him getting clips after clips after clips.
That healthy anger that pushes you to like, come on, keep going, came back to me. Maybe I'm just putting it in my own brain. Maybe I'm thinking people are out there already writing me off as I'm done and I'm gone. I like the challenge of just getting in the mix and like just seeing where I'm at with it, you know?
And he's skating the best I've ever seen him skate. If that doesn't have Team USA competitors shaking in their boots, I don't know what does.
Yeah, let's get the world premiere right here. That's exactly what I wanted right here.
I keep getting better at street skating. putting together a run when you're younger, you're just kind of like, these are my tricks, I'm gonna do them all, and you don't really think about it. It's not as calculated. That's something that I started to enjoy more as I got older.
Kids nowadays, they look at Instagram, they look at this stuff, they only want to do those things because those are trendy now. They don't learn the basics, you know? Why have you skipped, you know?
When you're younger, I feel like you don't really know what the judges want to see. You're just like, I'm gonna do the best, hardest tricks, and they better know that that's sick.
There's a lot of training involved. Like, you really got to stay on top of your game, and that adds up.
I feel that's the OG stuff. You know, we've been around for so long and we see it all.
For being a little bit of an older guy, I think the oldest guy. No, I'm not. Okay, good.
Paul, Manny, Shane, all those dudes have been in Dew Tour and every other contest for like 10 plus years, so they have it dialed to just like a snap of a finger, they're ready to go.
It's a patience game. It requires a ton of patience to compete in these contests. The young kids don't get that yet. But it's definitely a pleasure watching them skate because they go for it. And I like that.
I'm older than Manny. I'm 36, yeah. I'm older, so I am the oldest.
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse, it's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy they get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle of the Pacific to skating for my country and also my island, you know?
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls.
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
Want to try some of my Mountain Dew Zero Sugar?
Try.
It is tasty. And just as good as the original, but without any sugar. Be careful.
He's not careful.
Hey, Dad, Mom wants...
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports, like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, woo, racing, golf. Whoa! Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
Well, things are rough.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, the floor is actually lava rough.
I can't, bro.
But you're not. Me? You're a reactor, a mover, a better than what came before you doer, a slayer, a crier. Oh, let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You are realness and weirdness, chaos and hope. Yes! All this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
With Casey's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes, the more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town.
Free Lee!
No.
After almost 20 years of award-winning work, the Tony Hawk Foundation is changing its name, but not its focus. Now known as the Skate Park Project, we continue to support community skate park projects across the U.S. and skateboard programs internationally. Since 2002, the organization has helped fund more than 600 free, quality public skate parks in all 50 states. The Skate Park Project brings the many benefits of skateboarding to youth in underserved communities around the world.
Welcome back to Des Moines. We are in the middle of qualifiers right now in the men's street competition. We are in heat number 6, yet another hero heat. I'm Todd Richards, joined by Andrew Cannon. Hi, Andrew.
How are you doing, Todd?
This is this list of people that are in this next heat. This is heavy.
It's very, very heavy. Yeah, we've seen some great skating so far in the open qualifiers, but this next group of 12 skaters is going to be gnarly. We got 2 45-second runs, best run counts, and we are taking our top
21 skaters are going to meet the pre-qualified skaters in the finals. And this heat right now, I mean, basically, maybe even more pressure than when you actually make it to the final drop, because this is all about getting those points to qualify and making it to the big show. And there's so many big names. Andrew, how does this format work? We've got we got 2 runs, 45 seconds. How is that in relation to like what we may see later on during the final and how things may shake out later?
So in the final, we're going to see the 2-5-4. So it's 2 45-second runs, 5 best trick attempts, and it's all about your top 4 scores. So I'm actually really excited to see what happens out here, because that 2-5-4 format allows skaters to, maybe they can punt a run and then they're like, all right, I've got these tricks that they're ready to do. But this one is, you got to be really, really on point.
So you got to be on point for 45 seconds. Best run counts. Each skater gets 2 chances at it. Louis Lopez up first.
Louis,
veteran at 26 for sure.
Absolutely, and he's one of the guys that comes in and has those great runs. He knows how to put a run together, skates the whole course. I mean, he's just an all-terrain vehicle. Love that right there. Wally over with that Wally North. Nose grind up. 180 switch 50-50. He's going to have just about 15 seconds left. Nice frontside feeble right there. Ooh, I like that 360 flip up to the top. And a beautiful back blunt. Nice frontside flip. Really skating the entire course.
Typical Louis Lopez, casual style, super smooth. Bails after time.
You know what? So this is what's so impressive about Louis right there. Put together a great run, but he went for that half cab feeble, kind of got into board slide, and it didn't shake him even slightly. That is the mark right there of someone who is really, really good mentally.
Yeah, it makes everything look super easy. Talk us through these replays.
So we got that nice dipped out front feeble, nose grind, up the ledge. He can skate everything out there. Look at that, 180. That's fakie 50-50 down. I love this. 360 flip, super comfortable. And then you can see the way he gets into this back blunt. He is so vertical on that. That was exactly how a back blunt's supposed to be done. All the weight on his back foot, that front foot guiding him down, and then a nice frontside flip right after. I'm excited to see where the score goes for that one.
So right now, the score to beat is a 72.55 put up by TJ Rogers in the last heat, destroying the course. So that is what it takes to take the lead right now. Remember, it's the top 21 moving on. A little bit of wind kind of blowing into the course, so, you know, maybe it's going to be affecting these guys as far as the flip tricks down the big stair set as Ryan DeCenzo, coming out of Canada, drops in.
Nollie front board to start things off. DeCenzo also a veteran out here. He has skated so many contests in his day. He knows how to put together a great run. 360 flip up. Nice frontside nose blunt.
So Louis Lopez scores just came in. Get a 62, currently in 4th place right now as DeCenzo is just destroying this course.
Switch 270 front board down the double set rail. 10 seconds left. Nollie crook. Oh, so close with the nollie heel flip board slide. Man, if he can put that together in the next one. Oh, it looks like maybe he hit his head a little bit right there.
A little bit of a memory eraser. But he can forget about that run and concentrate on the next one.
That was a good run though.
Yeah, super good.
Across the board. Here's another look. Nice frontside blunt slide down the hubba. This gap to nose blunt off the bump. Really solid. There's that switch 270 front board. And then that nollie heel board.
Ow.
Oh, and he
did crack his head hard.
Yeah, he definitely hit the right side of his noggin. Oh,
dang.
We're just going to send him a lot of positive energy right now because that's no good.
But let's get 17 looks at it.
Yeah, I just want to hug him right now. I don't want to see him getting hurt. He looks like he's doing all right though. Scores in 51, currently in 11th place.
With a fall, with a solid fall. So if DeCenzo can land that, it's going to be a much higher score. So moving right along, Ivan Monteiro from Brazil is up next.
I'm excited to see what Ivan brings to the course. Super technical skater. Oh, back 270 nose blunt to start things off. That's risky. You can see how windy it is out there.
Wow.
360 flip nose blunt. Down the double set. All right, nollie frontside board slide. Back 270 lip. Man, he's just got like the back 270 button. Just boop, boop. Engage. All right, we got just about 10 seconds. He's coming at the big set. Nice 360 flip down. Can he get another one in time? 5 seconds left. Oh, and the nose slide nollie heel flip. That is going to do it. Grabbing that shin. Hopefully he's all right.
Super, super technical beginning of that run.
Yeah, that was wild right there. I'm excited to see those replays. I hope he's all right. Shinner is no good. Oof. A really, really good out the gate run though for Yvonne. So score to beat right now to get into our top 21, 38.72. Here's another look. You got the back three nose blunt. Ooh, double angle. That back foot was pretty much off for most of it.
Very drifty.
360 flip nose blunt. Making it happen. This was really well done. 360 flip down the stairs. I like that double angle business right there. That rolling in fisheye. And then the nose slide nollie heel, catching it primo. Ooh, it looks like he might have taken a one of the truck bolts to the shin.
Ouch. So hopefully he can just rub that off. Currently in second place, though, 68.17, even with that fall at the end of his run. Heavy run. Like I said, this is a hero heat for sure.
Absolutely. We're going to see a lot of moving around the leaderboard. Next in.
Coming out of Belgium, Axel Kreuzberg.
Axel, such a unique skater out there. Oh, I love that. Lip slide up to fakie and then the switch feeble down. Such a good combo. Really nice kick flip up to the top. Locked in on the front feeble grind. Down the bump to rail. 20 seconds left. Back 360 lip, super comfortable. Yes, gets the impossible on the little pyramid. Coming in with a lot of speed. Oh, the nose blunt gets away from him. Give it up for Axel Kreuzberg, though.
Yeah, that was a super solid run. A lot happening in the beginning of that run. Bails on the nose blunt. So probably, a decent score, though, just for everything that he put down.
High speed, front lip to fakie, coming in switch. Locking in on that switch feeble grind. Looking so comfortable.
It was a great overview of the course. There's so many different options. These guys haven't had a ton of chance to skate this course just because the weather's been so horrible. You see right there the nose blunt coming away from him.
Looked like he was maybe just a little heavy on that front foot. Pretty common on a nose blunt trick. But really, really good run from Axel.
So coming up next, Felipe Gustavo coming out of Brazil. TJ Rogers still in first. Ivan Monteiro jumps into second place. Remember, only taking 21 out of this round. As I was saying, Felipe Gustavo, a name.
All right, Axel scores in 39.31, now in 21st place. So he has taken over that bubble spot. Look at that amazing course. I'm really excited about Felipe's up and coming run right here.
Here we go, Felipe Gustavo about to get his run underway. Veteran of competition, has been in the game so long.
He has one of the best kick flips on the planet. It's like he catches it and it just continues to levitate up with him. It's amazing.
Getting ready to take his run. Felipe Gustavo's on course.
All right, starting off with a nice nollie frontside board slide. Beautiful frontside flip down the double set. Felipe, another technician. Kick flip crooked grind. Nice nollie crook down the hubba. All right, 180 up, getting set up to come in switch. Oh, switch back tail.
7 seconds left. Felipe Gustavo can get one more banger in before his run ends.
Oh, nollie flip crook would be very heavy right there.
So So Felipe, a couple mistakes in that run. He does get another run of 45 seconds to try to get it put down.
If he can do that, that's going to be a really solid score, especially if that nollie flip crooks in the end.
Just the beginning of Felipe's run, just the way his feet land so perfectly, setting him up for the next trick he does. That nollie crooked grind.
Here he goes, that switchback tail. Oh, man. Just looked like maybe he didn't come out all the way.
Felipe will get another shot at this. Next up, out of Brazil as well, Lucas Rebelo.
Scores in 28.82. That's got him in 39th place right now.
That is a throwaway, and he knows it. He can come back and get this.
But I will say it's definitely getting windy, and flip tricks in the wind are tough.
I just wonder, though, if a little bit of the course is blocked from the wind down there, just you can kind of see by virtue of like all these other structures that are down there. But up here, it feels really windy.
Lucas Rebelo, really excited to see what he's going to bring to the course right now. He's got a very unique bag of tricks. Nollie front nose, crooked grind up. So close. Not like 270 lips, so close. Lip slide to fakie. Ooh, fakie back tail down the hubba. That is so difficult. That thing is steep. And that's time right there for Lucas Rebelo. He's going to look towards that next run.
It's going down a couple times. So how hard is it, you know, when you're planning out a run here, you know, and you're kind of like watching what the judges are scoring on? What's it like? Do you have to like sit here and like kind of re-rack your thoughts about what you're putting places depending on what the judges are rewarding on?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, it's you're skating your own contest, but at the same time, you've got to adapt by virtue of, hey, what is actually getting scored?
Right.
It is a little bit interesting, though, because it's so run-based and it's not about your best trick. You can't really pick a specific obstacle.
So 34th place right now for Lucas. He's got another run. Once again, current score that's in first place, I believe is a 73, TJ Rogers. Shane O'Neill, another one of the tacticians out here.
So stoked to see Shane on the course. Switch big spin, and then we got that switch back tail. Clean nollie front board.
Shane putting out some of the craziest clips you'll see on Instagram from his backyard, doing the nuttiest combos ever.
Making his way switch. Switch back lip.
10 seconds left on the clock. He's got about enough time for one more banger here.
Oh, crook nollie flip, so well done.
Cow.
And a big spin into the bank. That's going to do it for Shane O'Neill on run number 1. That is just barely
technical.
That was definitely very technical, but honestly, that was like tip of the iceberg for him. He's so incredibly good.
Scratching the surface, representing Australia.
Here's another look.
It's just insane how comfortable he is foot juggling on this course.
Switchback tail and that little gap to hubba. Nollie front board, really well done. We've got the switch backside lip slide.
Just feet,
and then boom.
Perfect every time. Body quiet. Landings are just so solid.
It's amazing.
I wonder where this is going to score. TJ Rogers, 72.55, has him in the lead.
It's definitely a top 21 score.
Oh, by far.
So 72.55 score to beat for TJ Rogers. But there's quite a bit of wiggle room between that and top 6. 61 being Chris Jocelyn in 6th place right now. A lot of opportunity to get in there.
I mean, obviously judges are taking into consideration the size of obstacle that you're doing tricks on, as far as difficulty. They're taking their time, though.
It's important. Just monitoring how much butter was slathered on the course.
There's nothing like having a camera in your face while you wait for your score and just trying to act natural like nothing's happening.
Just turns around like, don't bother me anymore, please.
What does it mean when judges take this long?
I mean, you know what? The judges are just trying to be super on point. It's hard. Honestly, I always say judging is the hardest job.
It's a very thankless job.
All right, scores in 60.35. Shane O'Neill now in 7th place overall. Solid score.
All right, moving down the line. Next up, representing Canada, Matt Berger.
I'm stoked to see Berger out there. His practice clips were pretty heavy.
Matt Berger in course right now.
Crooked grind up. Nice, back 270 lip. I love the combo where people are skating up and then skating the double set. Nice nollie heel flip. Kick flip back lip. Super difficult. Oh! I think that was nollie front crook.
I think so too.
That is very difficult. All right, we got 8 seconds left. Back tail. Oh! Gosh.
And that's
you know
time.
What? Really good run up until that point. Even threw in that kickflip back lip mid-run. Still had 20 seconds left. There's a lot of risk right there in that. So we'll see where the judges go on that score.
Goes down the back tail slide. But wow, I can't wait to see the replays in this run.
I know that nollie front crook, and I saw Gregson getting in there with the fisheye. So here we go. Take a look at that kickflip backside lip slide, and that was mid-run. So well done. Oh, man.
Squeaks it.
That was great. From up above, really getting a solid turnout and a lock-in. Oh, and it just looked like his wheel just slipped out, honestly.
So Matt with one fall. Be interesting to see where this one gets scored. He's got that super sweet frontside crooked grind.
So score to beat to get into top 21 right now is a 41.09. Gabriel Aguilar scores in 49.33. He is 15. In. That's nice.
That is nice.
Especially because he had a fall in there. So there's some opportunity. Now, Paul Rodriguez on the bubble in 21st place right now. Can I just sabotage the contest because I want to see Paul?
It's rad to see Paul out here. Okay, here we go. This is Carlos Ribeiro on this run.
Look at that!
Coming out of Brazil, just another Brazilian
wizard. Crooked grind 180 and then switch front blunt down the double set. Love the kickflip up.
Everything is full bolt.
Yeah, Carlos, he's just got so much control. It's unbelievable. Coming in switch. Look at that switch backsmith down the big hubba like it was nothing. We got 6 seconds left. Oh, the switchback lip getting away from him. It's like this heat is just getting robbed of their last tricks right now.
Everyone has last trick bail, but I mean, there was so much action in that before.
Yeah, that was a really good run. There's that switch front blunt, locked in beautifully.
Switchback Smith, dipped, perfect.
Just the weight. The amount of weight that you have to put on that back foot is so sketchy going down 11 stairs right there. Take a look at how beautifully he locked in on that.
The Gregson angle does not lie.
and that's where it went wrong. It just looked like maybe he caught a little bit of wheel bite on that back truck. He's gonna have another run though. We'll see where the score goes. So Paul's score 41.55.
10th place
and that
right
score
now,
is
Carlos.
in 54.84. That means Paul Rodriguez officially pushed out. And now Richard Turry on the bubble in 21st with that 43.15. I mean, we talked about it before coming in. This is a very, very rad heat.
Yeah, these hero heats, the last two heats have been like the who's who of just, you know, skate street park crushers.
Super excited for this guy right here.
Giovanni on course, yet another Brazilian. Oh.
Giovanni has such a unique bag of tricks.
How hard is it to re-rack once you have an early run bail and just to kind of get back on your flow?
I would say it's the mark of like a true seasoned contest skater. And Giovanni's been skating in contests for years now.
Right.
So, looks comfortable.
It's just, it's so cutthroat right now to make that top 21 that it's almost like if you fall and you don't back it up on the end of your run with something super heavy. But he will get one more run, another 45 seconds to possibly qualify in that top 21.
Look at that right there. Going for that half cap nose grind, kind of getting into a little bit of a nose manual. Front tail to fakie. Oh, it looked like
missing
maybe,
a little bit.
Maybe half cap back Smith. We'll see it on the next one though. I've got nothing but faith.
Wasn't able to lock on that back Smith after the half cab. It's one of those things when you commit to a trick and it's not where you think it is on your board.
48th place right there for Giovanni, but we're gonna have one more run.
All right, one of the most lovable human beings to ever compete on a skateboard. This is Manny Santiago coming out of Puerto Rico.
Oh, I just love this guy so much.
Also, Massachusetts pride for this guy right here. One of the legends of the New England skate scene who's gone on to make it huge.
Manny has also a very, very unique bag of tricks. We saw the big spin board slide right there. Nollie crook. Ooh, kick flip, crooked grind. That was like, hi-ya flick. That was great. Oh, front shove it, backside 5-0 down the hubba. Really well done. And that is time right there for Manny Santiago. With a really solid first run. We saw that fall on the first trick. The impossible lift, Manny's delight. But if he can put it together on the next one,
still
it's gonna
solid.
be a solid score. Yeah, and again, everyone's trying to just get up in that top 21 right now to make their way on.
Manny representing for the island of Puerto Rico.
Big spin board. Here's another look at that nollie crooked grind. Ooh, look at the flick on that. So fast, so well done. And then the front shove, backside 5 down the hubba.
Oh, scary.
I cannot stress to the people at home watching this enough. That hubba is steep. So we're just waiting on that score. All right, 50.54. Manny Santiago now in 15th place. And he's still got another run yet ahead.
All right, and this will be the last competitor in heat number 6, Yukito Aoki, coming out of Japan. Yet another one of these Japanese whiz kids.
17 years old. Whoa, nollie backside 5-0 to start things off. We've got quite a breeze too right now. That nollie inward heel definitely could have been taken by it.
This is a big gust of wind that's coming through right now. You can see his shirt just flapping.
Oh, back tail attempt. We got 10 seconds left.
And one more run. So pressure's on. You want to make that top 21 to advance on.
Ooh, going for the gap to back nose one. That is not going to be the run for him right there, but we've still got one, and it's best of two.
I don't know what's worse, having it rain or just having it be like super blustery during your run. At least with the rain, it's like your run's over and you get a rerun if it starts to rain during your run, according to the rules here.
It's like that Mike Carroll quote where he's like basically saying, at least when it's raining, you know not to go skating.
Right.
Yeah, wind is tough.
All right, so we are halfway through right now in this final heat of the day here in the men's street qualifiers. TJ Rogers still on top with a 72.55. Yvonne moves up into the top 3. All right, as we go to break here, we're going to check in with Manny Santiago, the Puerto Rican wonder child, who has been such an inspiration to many kids, not only on that island and also in New England, currently sitting in 15th place. This is Manny Santiago.
I started skating right before my 15th birthday in Lowell, Massachusetts. One day I was leaving the Boys and Girls Club and I just so happened to walk by a skate park they had built next to it. As I was walking by, I saw a bunch of kids, Asian kids, having a blast. And I like stopped, and typically when people are having fun, since I like to have fun, I want to do what they're doing. So I step on the board and try to push, just eat shit. And ever since that day, when I left, I was like thinking about it. I was like, for that like 10, 15 minutes, I was so present in that moment. Something about skateboarding and the fact that it was so hard, but also that I didn't need anybody at all, really drew me in. And within not needing anyone, I was in my own world. It's almost like a plant started to sprout, but there was no plants around. And I was just like, that was my rose. And I just wanted to see it blossom. 21 years later, I still feel the same way about my skateboard. And that goes to show that why people are addicted to skating.
I keep getting better at street skating. Putting together a run when you're younger, you're just kind of like, these are my tricks, I'm gonna do them all, and you don't really think about it. It's not as calculated. That's something that I started to enjoy more as I got older.
Kids nowadays, they look at Instagram, they look at this stuff, they only want to do those things because those are trendy now. They don't learn the basics, Why have you skipped,
When you're younger, I feel like you don't really know what the judges want to see. You're just like, I'm gonna do the best, hardest tricks, and they better know that that's sick.
There's a lot of training involved. Like, you really got to stay on top of your game, and that adds up.
I feel that's the OG stuff. We've been around for so long and we see it all.
For being a little bit of an older guy, I think the oldest guy. No, I'm not. Okay, good.
Paul, Manny, Shane, all those dudes have been in Dew Tour and every other contest for like 10 plus years, so they have it dialed just like a snap of a finger, they're ready to go.
It's a patience game. It requires a ton of patience to compete in these contests. The young kids don't get that yet, but it's definitely a pleasure watching them skate because they go for it, and I like that.
I'm older than Manny. I'm 36, yeah. I'm older, so I am the oldest.
All right, well, we are back with run number 2 of heat number 6. And just listening to Paul Rodriguez in that piece, you're just the oldest 18-year-old. That's how it goes. You think about it like that. Yeah, you may be in your 40s, but you're really just the oldest 18-year-old out here. So here we go.
He's just got the most experience.
Right.
That's all.
Yes. Debatably the oldest knees. All right. Here we go into Run number 2. We are trying to take 21 on from this round. TJ Rogers currently in the lead. The score to chase down to take over the lead is a 72.55. But that score that is on the bubble that gets you in is a 45.48. Joseph Garbaccio currently right now on the bubble. So he's going to be sweating it because there were some people that had some really good runs up until their last trick.
We got Axel. We got Lucas Rebello. Let's see. Anybody else? Oh, Felipe Gustavo right now in 44th. No way. Not happening. Next run, he's putting it down. He's getting in there. Giovanni Viana. We got a lot of skaters on the outside right now, ready to crack in there.
Well, we also have the Japanese wonder kid, Yukito Aoki. He had some, you know, just mistakes on his first run. I would chalk that up to just how windy it was.
It was windy, and also, I mean, 17 years old.
Yeah.
Big contest. I mean, that heat is wild.
Yeah, it is wild. All right, Louis Lopez is going to start us off once again. Run number 2, 45 seconds. Put it together. Currently in 5th place with a 62.12.
Ooh, that was an awesome way to start it off. 3-trick combo right there. I love that. Back 5-0, front 180, half cab feeble. Oh, just the kicking the foot off. Man, it's so cool. Nose grind. 180, 50, 50, 50. We've got nice front feeble 360 flip. Oh, the back blunt getting away from him. 5 seconds left.
That run was going so well.
Louis is in no danger, though. He's in 5th place right now overall, 62.12. And I think the fact is we can all just agree that Louis Lopez is one of the sickest skaters of all time.
Yeah, he was just stacking moves. So tight in between, not a lot of setup time in between.
Look at that.
That is so sick.
Just kicking the foot off like that.
The Wally North.
There's so much control. Into the nose grind.
Yeah, and everything was just right on top of each other. Not a lot of setup time. And that blunt just landing a little bit too hard on one side.
Just like, laying there.
Meat sacking into the ground.
All right, so score is in 52. It's not going to outdo that first one. He's going to stick with that 62.12 in 5th place. Hopefully that is where he will stay. But we've got lots of great skaters still to come. 14th place right now, Ryan DeCenzo. Nollie front board. Coming in with some speed. Nice front blunt. Senzo talked about it in that piece. He's like, man, I'm getting better.
There he goes.
Nice nose blunt. 180 up to set up. There you go, that switch 270 front board.
Super clean so far, Ryan. Looking for maybe one more big banger trick.
And there we go, nollie heel board. That's definitely going to improve the score. So right now in 14th place with a 51, that nollie heel board is going to add a little bit of spice onto that score.
And he went down on his last run, nails it this time. Lots of perfect setups in this. Look at that front blunt, just so perfect. Pop out, perfect. Landing, perfect. Nose blunt as well, looking so clean.
And then there's another look, nollie heel backboard. Look at that right there. Oh man, just catching it right below that front truck. But he held on. Super well done.
Top
DeCenzo.
What do you think?
I think it has potential.
9th?
Yeah.
8th, 9th?
So to get into our top 10 right now, score 54.84. I could see that beating that one out with the nollie heel board, but we'll see. Scores in 67.07.
Wow, DeCenzo.
3rd place. Yeah, Ryan.
Jumping way up.
That is fantastic. Man, so cool to see. 51, and then he gets the nollie heel board.
Yep.
Boom, bumps him up. So many points right there. Good for DeCenzo. And you know what? I hope we see a lot of that in the rest of this heat, because we saw a lot of skaters that were so close and weren't able to put that last trick down.
He's on. Montiero currently in second place, chomping at the bit to get this run. Oh my gosh.
Back 270 nose blunt to start things off, setting up for the 360 flip nose blunt, unable to get it. He's sitting very pretty right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any worries. This is kind of a practice run for him.
Setting up nollie front board. So we got just about 10 seconds left. He says, nope, I'm gonna save it. I'm in second, I'm chilling. Smart move.
A lot of work done in run number 1. Run number 2, basically just to practice. Leaving homie chilling.
Just leaving
That's
him
right.
hanging right there. It's Carlos Ribeiro. You do not leave him hanging.
So his day is done out here. Run number 1. Got a lot of work done.
Yeah, he's hanging in second right now. Next skater in, though, outside in 25th place right now, 39.31. But we know he is capable. Axel Kreisberg.
Axel Kreisberg coming out of Belgium.
Lip slide to fakie into that switch feeble down the double set. Such a cool combo. Kick flip up, locking into that front feeble. Just looks really comfortable on the board. All right, back 270 lip.
I'll do it at the airport.
Axel having the potential to go to the Olympics along with his wife, which is something definitely needs to be noted.
Which rules?
Yes,
he gets the nose blunt, and that is time. All right, so he had pretty much everything in there. We got some flip tricks, did the back 270 lip, big nose blunt, skated switch, skated regular. That was a really good run. So that's going to boost him.
Solid effort for him. Remember on run number 1, he went down that final trick.
Take a look. Switch feeble. That looked like it was regular. It was so well done.
Locks into the frontside feeble grind.
And there's a look at that nose blunt that got away from him on the first one.
Back foot was just floating.
That was 100% heart right there. Like, we're doing this.
Sick run, puts it down all the way through.
I'm excited to see where this one puts him overall.
Let's have another look at this.
There we go. Super good nose blunt. We have the tiniest bit of patty cake in there, but just a smidge. Just, just tickling the ground.
It's not like he did a layback at it.
No, absolutely not.
Come on, let's be real here.
All right, so score
nice.
is in 47.67 in 17th place, making his way up into our top 21.
Which is it in this last heat number 6. That is a decent place to be right now. He can breathe.
Felipe Gustavo, though.
Yeah, 44th currently. Felipe Gustavo, just a competition crusher. Part of Team Brazil.
Nollie front board.
Last year, 3rd place at Dew Tour. Well, last year, I mean, like 2019. Just that whole
The
thing.
last time we did
that
this.
thing happened. Currently happening.
Oh, beautiful
There we
kickflip
go.
crook. So well. Just locked into it perfectly.
So casual on his landings.
Up, setting up.
There it is.
Yes, gets the switchback tail. All right, we've got 5 seconds left.
Oh.
Yes, he gets the nollie flip crook. That is going to be a great score.
That was heavy. Start to stop.
My heart is racing right now. I wanted him to get that nollie flip crook so badly.
There are 3 people from Team Brazil right now in those top positions. 6 men from Brazil battling for 3 spots to represent their country.
He really needed that right there. He pulled through. So here's another look at what he did so well. We got that frontside flip down the stairs. So casual. I love this up above kickflip crook angle.
There's just, I mean, the way that he sets up everything, there's a lot of intent. It's super smooth, but there's so much focus when he's staring down the obstacles when he's about to hit him.
Yeah, he is an incredibly focused competitor. And he's just a really consistent skateboarder in general. Here we go, setting up for it. You can see that back foot. So perfectly done. That lock was incredible. Oh, effortless. I can't wait to see where the score goes on that one. That is definitely a top 21er.
Oh, you think?
Definitely. Look at that score! 74.06, now in first place, Felipe Gustavo. Amazing.
Well deserved. Perfect from start to stop.
That was just incredible to get to see that.
Next up, another Brazilian, Lucas Rebelo.
Let's just take one more look right here at what did it for him. Totally locked it down. This nollie flip crooked grind. Beautifully popped off the nose, flicked with the back foot, and he just locked in so perfectly. That's the exclamation point right there to an amazing run.
Just did some surgery on this course.
All right, so look at that score, 74.06. So not only is he in first, but he's in first by over a full point. And there's quite a gap between the rest of that top 5, top 6.
All right, Lucas Rebelo coming in from Brazil. Currently in 39. Let's see if he can feed off of. Oh! Goes down on the first trick.
Now Lucas is definitely a better contest skater, so I'm hoping he can put it all together after that. Nice front tail. Coming in nollie. Yes.
Once again, this is the final heat of the day to qualify for that top 21.
Coming in fakey. Oh, the fake back tail. Man, it is looking really windy out there right now. You can just see it. And that is time. Unfortunately, I think that means that Lucas is not going to be able to make it into our top 21.
Very competitive quest to make it onto that Olympic team to represent Brazil.
Take another look at that right there. Nollie 270, front board, down the rail. Oh, he just got his truck on. But he was able to get his business out of the way.
Right. You don't want to tag your business on the rail, ever. So that will put us next into Shane O'Neill coming out of Australia.
Shane currently in 9th place right now overall. But to put it plainly, that run was light work for him. Switch to the front board. Nollie front board.
Sitting in 21st right now, Maxim Habenek out of the Czech Republic. He's got to be sweating it.
Oh, looked like switch flip back tail. He's going to call it right there. But he's in a good place. He's in that top 21. And I can't wait to see what he brings to the course as we head into our semifinals.
So tomorrow we're going to re-rack. Hopefully we don't get any rain. You know? definitely down. These weather forecasts have been kind of off, to say the least.
So Shane's going to stick with that first run score.
Next up, Matt Berger, coming out of Canada. Matt Berger on course.
Currently down in 19th place. Back 270 lip. Really nice nollie heel flip off the bump. Kickflip back lip getting away from him. That's a tough one. Anytime you're flipping into anything mid-run, you're risking it.
It's a strategy, you know, if you come out and try something crazy on your first trick, yeah, you can get big points, but
I think some of that is confidence, though. Some of these skaters are just like, no, I know I can do this. I'm going. It's not trying. It's more like, no, I'm doing this. There we go. Back tail.
Went down on that run number 1. Gets it here.
Whoa! Big flip front board at the buzzer. Yeah, Matt Berger.
Currently in 19th place.
So we saw him fall on that back tail in the last one. I think that we may see an improvement just based off of, he fell on the kickflip back lip, but we got that big flip front board. Here's another look, back 270 lip, down the rail. Nollie front nose. Now, he did have the nollie front crook in that first run, so we'll see. I would say this is the wild card right here because the big spin flip front board is such a difficult trick. They may give him higher points, but only time will tell.
Yeah, the judges want overall impression of your entire run. So he does bump up a little bit, 12th place.
All right,
more breathing room.
6'5". Nicely done, Matt.
Looking good to qualify in that top 21. Carlos Ribeiro, coming out of Brazil, is up next. Can we just talk about Felipe Gustavo's run again?
Oh, it was magical. But I'm anticipating magic from Carlos right now.
Brazilian teammate. Getting ready to drop.
All right, so crooked grind 180 to start things off. I love that switch front blunt, taking it all the way around.
Currently in position to qualify for tomorrow's competition.
Kick flip up. And a beautiful back lip down the rail. Oh, the switchback Smith, just done so perfectly. A huge score for Carlos Ribeiro. 13th, no more. That was amazing right there.
So heavy.
Oh, I just want to break this desk. I'm so excited about that.
Break me.
I know, but it's just, man, the way it was so like, is he gonna make this? I can't wait to see the replay. But first, we got the switch back Smith. Look at that, dipped so well down. You can really see how steep it is when you see how dipped that front foot is on the back Smith. All right, look at this right here.
Would this be your Andrew Cannon trick of the day?
Oh,
and
man.
Cannon?
That would be, it was just so beautifully done. Look at that. And you could see his weight was leaning a little bit far that way, and he was able to wrangle it back in. He's got to be feeling really good right now. I could watch that all day. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect.
Keep it going. No, let's see some scores. I'm really excited to see, too, how that one stacks up to those upper runs that we've got right now in our top 3. So right now, Felipe, TJ, and Yvonne, I think that has potential to get into our top 3, man. That was a really good run.
Should be in the 70s. technical tricks, landed everything super clean. Bolts on, oh my
Yes,
God.
scores in 75-22. He does it. Carlos Ribeiro now in the top spot. Felipe Gustavo in second place. And we were talking about it. There's that battle for those top 3 spots from Brazil right now. 3 skaters all fighting. I'm sorry, 6 skaters fighting for those 3 spots.
So heavy.
Oh man, that was a great run.
So feeding off of what Felipe Gustavo threw down, Carlos throws down, ends up in first, and now yet another Brazilian. Giovanni is up next.
Yeah, Giovanni had a tough first run, but if he can stay on, he's got the tricks to do it. Back blunt to fakie. Ooh, cat back lip. He's a great fakie skater. I mean, he's a great skater across the board, but just has a really unique bag when it comes to tricks that are fakie. There you go. There's another look. So that half cab, front side nose grind. You don't see anybody else doing that out there. Frontside tail slide to fakie. Wow, there we go. Half cab back 50. Is he going to be able to get another trick in? Does not look like it. That is time right there for Giovanni Viana.
But still, what's this going to be? Doesn't actually land on it.
That is enough, though. I think that's going to be enough to get him in.
So we are going to have a lot of Brazilians potentially in the event tomorrow. Going to be curious to see where this shakes out.
Cab back lip, taking it to fakie, really smooth. This is that half cab to nose grind. Look at that. Keeping those shoulders nice and straight. Oh, that back foot. He was definitely landed heel on that. And he was able to pull it.
It's all about just staying comfortable on your board. Don't do any crazy movements. So where's this one going to shake out? Obviously, huge improvement from his last run.
Yeah, I think it's enough to get him in there. I'm curious how high it's going to get him on the scoreboard. We didn't really see any flip tricks, and that's definitely a piece of the puzzle when you look at those top runs.
Judges want to see you flip in, flip out of stuff. 24th, right outside.
It doesn't do it. I thought wrong on that, man. I thought that one was going to go in there. So I think that means right there that the judges are going to want to see you flipping your board.
All right, well, next up, Manny Santiago, currently in 17th place. In qualifying position right now. He's good for tomorrow. There's only one skater left that can bump him off. Actually, it's impossible for him.
Yeah, he can't get bumped out of there. Not at this point.
Maybe you can breathe a little sigh of relief. Chase, it's all about qualifying.
Oh, look at that kickflip crook. I can't get enough of that. Oh, he goes down.
So that's it for Manny Santiago. We'll see him tomorrow in the semifinals. One of the people that's having the most fun, and his fun is infectious, that's for sure.
But I will say,
what's that?
You can tell it's serious out there, because normally we'd have a dancing, you know, just laughing about Manny. It's like, no, man, this is serious. This is the Olympics. But he's looking clean to get in there. Now, our next skater in, Yukito Aoki, down in 65th place.
Yukito about to drop in, having some problems on his first run. A lot of wind on the previous run. But look at this in the top 6. Brazil and 2 Canadians.
Wow. That's awesome. Brazil's like, oh, we showed up.
Oh, yeah.
We are here.
They always show up. Here we go. Yukito dropping in, currently in 65th.
I love that nollie backside flip. Caught so well. With the big spin board slide. Oh, kickflip back tail to fakie.
Now we're seeing it. This run is coming together.
Coming in with a lot of speed. Oh, the back nose blunt. We got 3 seconds left. Don't think that's going to be enough to get anything in, and that's going to do it. That was a really good run up until that back nose blunt.
Yeah, so perfect. Unfortunately goes down, so he will not be making the big show. Well, I guess the step to the big show on Sunday. Tomorrow. That Nollie 5-0 down the Hubba ledges.
Look at that kickflip back tail to fakie. Really well done. That's such a difficult trick. I love this nollie
Watch the
inward
back
heel flip.
foot was crazy.
I know.
Catch.
Caught it with the back foot. The front foot just hung out. There you go. Switch big spin board. I'm curious if it's enough. I don't think so.
So much weight over that front ankle as well. 32nd. No, it won't be. So that wraps up heat number 6 out here. So our semifinal is set. We have a serious Brazilian contingency right now in the top 6. A couple Canadians. Top 21 are moving on with Carlos Ribeiro leading the pack with a 75.22. But guess what? All these scores get scratched for tomorrow. We re-rack them. We go through a semifinal and try to whittle it down to our final on Sunday. Chris Jocelyn is in there for the United States. Alex Midler is in there for the United States. But
I'm excited. We got Shane O'Neill.
Yep. It's all the who's who. The legends are in. Paul Rodriguez, unfortunately, the veteran, not making it in to tomorrow's show.
But we love you, and we're so glad you were here.
Yeah, he showed up for his first contest in God knows how long.
It was a long while.
But, I mean, overall, I'm pretty excited to see what's going to go down tomorrow. There's going to be some heavy action.
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see the Brazilians go into finals mode.
Well,
which is a completely other gear.
It's rad because we've got this crew of 21, and then we've got our 11 pre-seeded.
That's right.
So tomorrow is like a whole nother round of qualifying. And then you're trying to get into that top 8, which is going to be a really heavy cut.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go down to Chris Pastris right now. Dune, you're with Felipe Gustavo?
So Felipe, that second run was amazing. Put you in second place. Describe the relief you felt or what you felt after laying down that second run.
Bro, it was a little pressure, to be honest, you know. But after I did my second frontside flip, I was like, all right, I'm feeling good. This is it, you know. It felt cool. Stoked that I made it, you know, for tomorrow, you know. It's been a long time coming for this Olympic game thing, and then should be cool to be in it, yeah.
Yeah, and you got 5 Brazilians headed into semifinals. Describe what that feels like.
It's more and more pressure, but we're going one step at a time. You know, tomorrow's a new day, and I feel like we all the Brazilians, we are representing well, and then whoever goes to the Olympics should be, you know, should be fine.
Got each other's back, that is clear. Thank you, Felipe Gustavo. Great job. Much love.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, geez, you want to talk about just some insane skating. Felipe got the ball rolling on heat number 2.
Just the amount of pressure right there. You know, we've had many Dew Tour events in the past, but there's just a completely different level of expectation when you're like, I'm representing my country.
Right.
Here's another look.
You know, I do think Brazil does well to represent Brazil everywhere they go, as far as, you know, being one of these nations that people have a lot of pride. You know,
Absolutely.
At any event around the world that it has skateboarding, you see the Brazilian fans come out, and they are some of the most passionate fans. Keep saying that word, passionate, but they really are. There's no other way to describe it. So that was it for heat number 6. And we are going to step out of the booth here, and the women are going to take to the course. You can see them just coming out for practice right now. But we can't leave without talking about this guy right here.
Carlos Ribeiro. So controlled, just really put it together out here today. There's a look at that switch flip back lip that really locked that high score down for him. Pulling it out there just right at the buzzer.
I mean, the camaraderie out here is second to none in skating. Everyone has each other's backs. It really is a brotherhood, but look at this right here. It's so perfect.
Down a handrail. That is, sometimes you almost forget how hard all of this is, and that is incredible.
Well, it's because it just looks so darn easy. All right, when we come back, we're going to have the men's open qualifier for Park. As we leave you, these are the women practicing for their qualifier over here. It's beautiful out right now. You are watching the Dew Tour coming from Des Moines, Iowa. Much more when we come back.
Just like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind. Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, casting that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks, real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
Fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
Most of us are like coming from a very like poor family and like very humble like youth. So you get hooked on skateboarding and you just do it for fun, but then once you see like, oh, there's a career involved, I can do this. So there's only one option, make it or make it, you know, so you just go like all in.
It's like everything is hard out there. Like it or not, you have to be better than other people every day, you know? Like, I don't speak English that good, I'm not American, you know? And then a couple skaters, they're starting to know, you know, like Rodrigo TX, he made it, he came here, you know? I was like, damn, it's possible, you know?
Most of the Brazilians, they don't have access to a lot of cool things. So they gotta make coolness with what they have. You know, it's my different style and my different self of what I can do with this, my interpretation.
My city is like 80,000 people. It's like super small, and now last year I got like second place on the world ranking, and they sent me money to do a skate park. Don't have skate park in my city, and now what they gonna do, you know? Just because I'm in a ranking, it's crazy.
I've been competing my whole life, and I'm always competing for Brazil, but we never had that like Olympics before. Like we never had to wear a Brazil jersey. The Brazil team, it's really helping us. It's the first time that we train as a team. It's the first time that we have a coach. So everything is like super new to us. And I can't wait to be in the Olympics and represent Brazil.
I don't know, it's gonna be different going back into it because nobody skated a contest for a year and a half now.
My biggest thing was just pushing through that and just being like, all right, I want to train like there is going to be a contest. All skate parks were being closed and stuff. It was hard to like stay motivated, you know?
Skateboarding is such a adaptive kind of thing.
And especially with how COVID happened and gave us all like a year to practice. We didn't see anybody for a year, and then everybody's just back and just like skating better than ever.
The pressure's on, but at least for me, I just try to not to think about it.
I think it's a little intimidating and nerve-wracking.
Just tell myself I got it and just picture my line.
I think everyone's been working on stuff for like a year now, so.
Everyone is just killing it.
It's honestly like happened way more natural than I thought it was.
I think it's going to be fun having a contest again.
Coming in switch.
All the girls got so much better.
Figuring out a park is honestly the best session.
But the spur of the moments, that's what the contest is about.
Contest skating is all mental.
But sometimes you're just in the mood to do hard tricks, and sometimes you have to do it because you have to do it.
The worst thing that can make you not land your run is getting in your head too much.
Like, they call your name and they say go, and you got to be ready to fire.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle of the Pacific to skating for my country and also my island, you know?
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls.
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
Let's get a chant. USA! USA!
Team USA is definitely the most stacked crew.
This is kind of where skating's from, so it's just the place to be if you're skating. This is probably the hardest country to go for.
To represent the Olympics for the U.S. in general is obviously extremely tough. You're going up against some of the best skaters in the world.
Oh my God! It's crazy to think about that I'm up on the top of it because All these guys I've skated with since I was young, they beat me in contests. We've like gone back and forth. It's an amazing feeling.
I think it's a big eye-opener for people that we're just not hoodlums. We're like actually dedicated ourselves to something that we love.
You know, it's a sport. We're all athletes, and I think it just brings skateboarding to more households.
There's 4 people underneath me that are just a couple thousand points behind me, so this next contest, the Dew Tour one, is going to make a big difference.
It's going to be tough, you know? One more event.
I'm competing against a lot of my friends because we've been skating together for years.
It's going to be a good contest. Everyone's going to be definitely going for it. It's the last one, so the Dew Tour's the last chance to make it.
All right, next skater in. No introduction needed. Beaver Fleming. Crowd, make some noise.
Beaver busting a big air to start it off. He definitely knows how to play to the crowd. Kickflip Indy. Beaver Fleming, 50-50.
Let's see if he's going to switch it. Oh!
Backflip again.
He boned that one out, though. Mid-backflip, he, like, tweaked it.
Beaver, transfer up onto the Toyota. Extension, pumping around for more. What's he got for us, folks?
Come on, Beaver, get one more crazy trick that you have.
Oh,
no!
He's looking for the lean 5.
That's like one of his easier tricks.
Yeah.
Like,
that's kickflip Indy. What a show from the boy from Tennessee.
That's right, crowd. We might see him in the semifinals. He is currently in 3rd place with a 75.7. We'll see what he gets from that second run. Send me some of that Laird superfoods also when you get a chance, Beaver. I'm waiting for that package to come. They make some great stuff. I am jealous. When I see somebody with like the cool sponsors, I always get like super jealous. Stuff that I actually use on a daily basis.
Well, you don't have enough wheels and bearings?
Nah. I want stuff outside of skateboarding.
Oh, I see. You're done with the hard goods.
Yeah. So Beaver's going to keep that first score. Still in 3rd place. We're going to bring in William Cortez out of Mexico for his second final run. Heat 3, we're winding it down. We have 2 skaters left, and then we're going to go into heat number 4 of the Park Open Qualifier. Trying to make that top 20, make the cut. It is a tough cut to make. All right, we're getting a thumbs up, so let's bring in William Cortez.
William Cortez skating for Mexico. Big transfer onto the Toyota extension, right into a 5-0.
Feeling that one.
Big boneless.
Ooh, smacking a tail on the way in, too.
Backside Smith grind. He's off to a really good run.
Showing control. Go.
Nice little Indy bone.
Yeah, tweaking it out.
And then stale to disaster.
Hanging on to that one, too.
Let's turn this into a really good run with 10 seconds left.
That's right, he's in 14th, currently in the cut, but trying to...
Whoa! You first I shove it to Mellon,
yeah,
and then try and kickflip Mellon.
Man.
God, right at the buzzer.
Andy Mack, if you're watching, someone stole your tricks. Crowd, make some noise right there for William Cortez. Throwing a couple Andy Mack maneuvers out.
The frontside shove at Mellon?
Yeah.
That's an Andy Mack.
Yeah, that is an Andy McDonald special right now. See that one in the Boom Boom Huck Jam with Tony Hawk.
Maybe he'll bring it into style.
Yeah.
William Cortez.
Never know. 50-84 in that first run in 14th place. Hopefully he bumps up a little bit. Made a couple extra tricks that run.
Yeah, if you remember in his first run, he fell on the first at the very beginning, and this time he fell at the end, and it looks like they rewarded him with that. Giving him a 59.08 for William Cortez, bumping him up into the 10th spot.
That's nice. Good moves right there. And our last skater in, currently in 4th place. Had a nice solid run, smooth style. Let's bring in Jack Fardell out of Australia.
Jack Fardell, fan favorite, skater's favorite skater.
That's right, man. It's like Jehovah.
Yes.
You know, like a skater's favorite skater.
Gap up to frontside 5-0 on the Toyota extension, right into a big beefy frontside 50-50 around the corner.
It was beefy. That was a good adjective right there.
5-0 over the rainbow rail. Frontside Smith grind through the corner. Fardell is all over this park.
Yeah, he is. That's what I want to see. I want to see everything. Hit everything.
Hit everything. Like a madman. Oh, and just as we said, hit everything. He went to hit that.
That's
and
hard.
It hit back.
That's hard. That thing, that little wall sits a little high above the bank.
It's a really narrow spot. Be super accurate getting your trucks up onto that.
Oh man. Well, that's going to be it as soon as we get Jack Fardell's score. That was our last skater of heat number 3. I don't know if he's going to bump up from that 68.50 from the first run. 'Cause that first run was solid. He stayed on. I was feeling the second. I'm always feeling Jack skate, man. He's got one of the better
Great
styles.
style. Just so controlled, so calm.
Yeah.
No flaring, no any extra movements. He just holds on, goes fast, grinds along.
Does it right. No, he's going to keep that first score for sure. That 48.82 is not going to help, but he's still sitting pretty there in 4th place. And that's going to be it for heat number 3. So crowd, make some noise for all of our competitors from the Open Qualifier. So Carl Berglund is still sitting pretty there in 1st place after that run there in heat number 2. And Hampus Weinberg, man, that little kid was killing it, sitting there in 2nd place. And Beaver Fleming rounding out the top 3. Man, I love watching Beaver. And still in the hunt, though. Let's see. No, I don't got the hunt on there. But what I do need to do, still in the hunt, though. We got Jack Fardell holding on to 4th place and Elias there in 5th. Rounding out William Cortez 10th and Noah 11th. Leonard 12th. James Clark in 13th. Indro 14th, Jose. Oh, Pollo, look at that. My boy Pollo out of Colombia is sitting there in 15th. Hopefully he can hold on to that spot. Ryan down there in 16th, Yam in 17th. And Damian, another Colombian, holding on for that 18th spot. Good to see my Colombian brothers out here holding on for that cut, but coming up here in heat number 4. We're still looking for the skaters in heat 4. Brian Harper's telling me to spread the word. So if you're in heat 4, we actually need you up here because you guys are going to go soon. So get your practice on. Euro, Nagahara, Jericho Francisco, Vinicius Barbosa, Zion Wright, Andy Anderson, Trey Wood, Josh Dirksen, Andy Hopkins, Kevin Kowalski, Rune Glithberg, Danny Leone. We need you. Heat 4 is coming up. We can't start the contest without you, or maybe we can and you don't get points. I don't really know how that works. Because at the moment, Brian Harper told me there's only 3 skaters from heat 4 currently in the park. All right, stick around, crowd. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with heat 4 of the Men's Park Open Qualifier.
Shall we drive back to the real world now?
No, I like it here. New Mountain Dew Major Melon.
When you're pushing along and you're smelling that fresh air, you're going to feel alive. And that energy is going to go to the people that aren't as fortunate as us.
It is love,
Encouragement.
Compassion,
strength,
awareness,
and amazing positive energy.
And we're wishing you guys much love and all the best.
Amazing just to be out here with all these men and women who are so strong.
The more we do events like this, the more awareness gets raised and the more a solution to a big problem can be fixed, you know. And it's just one day at a time, 1 year at a time. And if you keep coming back to this event every year, it just gets bigger and bigger, and the sky's the limit, so.
Don't check your boobies.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guarantee.
Well, things are rough.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, the floor is actually lava rough.
I can't, bro.
But you're not. You're a reactor, a mover, a better than what came before you doer, a slayer, a crier. Well, let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You are realness and weirdness, chaos and hope. All this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks. Real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
I spend most of the year in like crazy hectic cities like Paris and Sao Paulo, and then just get to come home and like enjoy the nice air and like the trees and just like the quiet. Hi, I'm Tristan Rennie, and we're here at my house in Crestline, California. It was the day after Father's Day. I found out I was having a baby, so I was like, wanted to get just a house, and like, I didn't really want to rent, just wanted to be able to like own something. I like flew back from Salt Lake, bought the house, and then flew to Brazil the next day. So I was like signing papers in the hotel room at like 1 in the morning their time. It was pretty crazy. I looked in every city in California, from probably like north of LA to like all the way down in San Diego, and there's nothing. I started looking in this area once I realized how affordable it is, and then met with a realtor. We looked at probably 30 houses, and then finally found this one with like a nice yard, 2 bedrooms. It was just like the perfect house in like the good area of town. It's right by the lake and stuff. This is Lake Gregory. This is pretty much everything in Crestline is centered around here. There's like water slides over there, there's fountains. This is the living room. It's been kind of taken over by the baby at the moment. She's chilling in the swing. So yeah, this is where we just hang out most of the time, just kind of relax. Did a lot of like renovation work. We redid the whole floor, like put in the tile countertop. So yeah, the goal is like come off this, have more patio space, and then hopefully one day build a little mini bowl over there. I just want to be able to wall bash the shed. This is the dog's racetrack right now. They come in around the tree, jump the stairs, and then hit the berm. It's like the people that owned that house also owned this house.
Welcome to sunny Long Beach, California. This is the 2019 Summer Dew Tour built by Mountain Dew. With skateboarding set to make its Olympic debut in the summer of 2020, passion and excitement are at an all-time high, and today is the first qualifying Pro Park event on the long road to Tokyo. How's it going, everybody? Todd Richards, joined here in the booth by Paul Zitzer. Paul, we have whittled down from a whole mess of skaters to the top 8. Olympics are coming up. These guys are dealing with a lot of pressure here today.
That's right. The game has changed. Top 8 skaters all fighting for points. Only 20 skaters are going to Tokyo, and the most from any one country is 3. So if you're from somewhere like Australia or Brazil or America where the field is super deep, you want to finish high up in the rankings.
So this is the way it breaks down. We have 2 Americans, 2 Brazilians, 2 Italians, a lone Australian, and a lone Spanish skater. Olympic spots on the line. Paul, how much do you think that factors in with the riders that are out there today? Do you think they're really starting to think about it?
I think they're probably thinking about it as they come to the contest and maybe when they leave. But today, forget it. You're thinking about doing your tricks, setting it down and ripping. You're not thinking about points.
Going to the Olympics would mean a lot. It's like every athlete's dream. It's going to be really hard to qualify for.
The level of competition's definitely risen over the last couple of years. Everybody's out there, like, working hard. We're seeing a bunch of new skaters from a bunch of different places. They're just doing tricks that you would only see the top seeded guys in the world doing it. Just skating insane.
Now let's take a look at the Park Finals format. We have 8 athletes. They take 3 runs for 45 seconds. The best run counts. Each run is scored out of a possible 100 points. Paul, what are the judges looking for here today?
They want to see skaters flying out of the bowl. If you're going 6 feet high, you've separated yourself from the pack. Lots of big spins, 540s, flip tricks count for a lot of points, and a skater that can use the whole bowl and keep their speed, it's going to pay off for them.
All right, well, let's go down to Tina Dixon, who is on the deck with some more information.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. And there's no doubt that men's skate park can be one of the most fun events to watch. But for a judge, they really need to pay attention to those finer details. I spoke to Judge Vanessa Torres about it, and she said, you know, we look at the number of tricks, the lip tricks, the airs. They do judge it on overall impression, factoring in a skateboarder's unique style like Pedro Barras' explosiveness and Corey Juno just being smooth. Todd.
Well, thank you, Tina. Let's take a look at the Boost Mobile course breakdown. What do these riders have to contend with?
Well, first of all, there's that very tall 9-foot layback bank. It leads to that pocket. You'll see skaters using it to gain speed. There's a 6-foot hip, and there's the Mountain Dew extension. You'll see a lot of vert-inspired tricks on that. Here's the other banked wall I was talking about. Skaters will be flying off of that into the deep end of the bowl, and this is where you'll see the biggest airs and the longest grinds.
Well, that was the Dew Tour Boost Mobile course breakdown. All right, we're about to get underway with Keegan Palmer out of Australia at 16 years old. Will start us off. Big future for this kid right here. And, I mean, definitely one that has his sights on making the team going into Japan in 2020.
That said, the Australians have a deep force in the bowl. There are so many great transition skaters from Australia. But Keegan, very calculated, smooth style, precise, consistent. He can get it done, and he has many times. He's done very well in international contests, and here he's doing it again. You see him going into the deep end. He did the 540. He's doing the technical lip tricks, keeping his speed, and he's well on his way to a great run. There was an eggplant revert. That means he's going backwards here now. Going both directions in this bowl is hugely difficult, as it is in any bowl. Putting together a great run.
Wow.
All he needs is to finish it off here. Backside nose blunt on the steep bank. Well done, Keegan Palmer.
That is how you get your campaign started for a final.
Judges love to see you fly out of the bowl, and if you're spinning, even better. The backside grab 540, no problem. The smaller you are, the easier those tricks are too, right? As you grow, as your body changes, those tricks get to be more difficult. That was a technical eggplant revert, meaning a 360 hand plant. You don't see that every day. Keegan really did a good job of putting together a huge variety of tricks and flipping his board. That's another thing we mentioned earlier.
All right, next up from Honolulu, Hawaii, representing the U.S., Heimana Reynolds. And he is one high-flying Hawaiian, that's for sure.
He is excitement squared. The crowd loves Heimana, and that was a beautiful hand plant. Frontside invert he did on the extension with the extension and stall. The longer you can stay on your hand, the better. You see him kicking the foot off on the lean to tail. He's very flashy.
He's all over the place, too, and that's what I like about Heimana's approach, that he doesn't really leave any transition untouched in here.
You see him covering a lot of ground on that Smith grind. That's key. You don't want to see a small grind. You want to see a skater covering territory. And doing a hand plant, the eggplant on that banked extension is very difficult. It almost takes strength.
Oh.
So close to a full run for Heymana.
All right, Heymana Reynolds bailing on the big spin backside disaster, but let's talk about the things he did right in this run.
That frontside hand plant, fully extended, all his weight on his arm, and then the kickflip frontside air. He's flipping his board way out of the top of that bank. The judges love that, and a nose grab 540, covering a lot of distance. And then alley-oop, look, he's traveling blindside. He can't see where he's landing on that alley-oop frontside air.
So Heymana Reynolds checks in with a 70, and that is with a fall. All right, Luis Francisco coming out of Brazil. What is it with these Brazilian riders? We were talking about it yesterday. They are all hungry, and this park is just straight up meat for them.
They are starving. They come out and they attack this bowl. It's a total Brazilian approach, and we compare it to, let's say, some of the Japanese skaters who are more calculated and a little bit more reserved, but probably more consistent in that way. But Luis goes huge, and the judges love what he does. Look at that.
Wow.
That backside grab 5 onto the bank. It was massive. Backside boneless up there on the extension. Kind of a simple trick, but good to keep the speed going. See how high he was on that frontside air? And then to kick the foot off, that's just a bonus. Heel flip Indy, flipping the board, giving the judges what they want. Coming off with 4 seconds left in that run.
We talk about Brazilian passion, and it's no joke. They come out and they're super passionate as they bust into these tricks. Look at that lip slide right there.
And a young kid with so much power in the bowl, it's such a great thing to see. That backside grab 5, he landed pretty low, but it didn't phase him at all. Heel flip Indy, flipping the board, grabbing it. Judges love that, and that's where it went wrong. The frontside blunt. A lot of people do the frontside blunt, but that trick is never easy.
All right, well, we're halfway through run number 1 of the men's park final. Keegan Palmer right now in the lead.
Let's get the inside line of today's park course shot on the GoPro Hero 7 Black camera featuring built-in hyper-smooth technology.
What's up, I'm Grant Caples. We're here at the 2019 Dew Tour in Long Beach. Let's check out this park. This park's unique just because it has really nice flowing lines and good big bowl corners, good transfers, good steep banks. It just brings a lot of variety, and that's what I feel like makes a good course, and this is what this one has. A lot of park courses, I feel like, kind of have the same routine of like what obstacles are in them. But this one, it's like the design they did last year that works, and so they ran it this year. And yeah, it's just a bowl that you can draw a lot of lines from.
Welcome back to the men's Pro Park Finals. Keegan Palmer right now in the lead. Dropping in next is our 2-time defending Dew Tour champion, Corey Junot. We're halfway through run number 1, and we have one of the most stylish skaters ever to stand on a plank of wood with 4 wheels.
Corey Junot can do whatever he wants in this bowl.
It's true, right?
It's the only question is, will he? And anything he does looks incredible. There was the frontside blunt, but he slid it, which makes it 10 times more difficult. Ollieing up into a nose blunt. Again, a hard trick that he makes more difficult by the way he does it. You see him going forwards and backwards, reverting his tricks. He can do it all, and he makes it all amazing with his style. A backside nose blunt, revert.
Unreal run, Corey Junot. He slides the lip super far. His lines take him all over the bowl.
Frontside ollie out of the bank. That means you're not grabbing your board. He makes that look too easy. This is a trick that's 30 years old, a frontside board slide, but he does it way better than it's ever been done. And then this huge ollie coming down, landing in the nose blunt position. There's so much that can go wrong there. And look, back, nose blunt to backside revert.
All right, well, Corey Junot, he's definitely one of the riders' favorite to watch. He's one of these skaters who, as soon as they drop in the park,
They all come to the edge of the park to watch. Two-time Dew Tour champion and our current leader, a 77 flat now. Corey Junot is in the lead. All right, well, we're going to have a completely contrasting style of skating in this park by Ivan Federico. A lot of flipping that board, a lot of catching that board, maybe more of a more technical approach.
Absolutely. He's a tall, lanky skater, so he doesn't have quite the same type of flowy style that we see from Corey Junot. But he has a cool style, people like it, and he has a lot of very technical tricks, like the kickflip melon grab backside disaster that he can do all day long. He has a few tricks that he and only he can do every single try.
There's another one right there, the kickflip body jar.
There's just so much going on
When
there.
you watch Ivan skate, I mean, the thing that I critiqued him on yesterday was he has several moves that are based on flipping the board into basically the same grab. Do you think that hurts him with the judges at all?
Well, to some degree, maybe. But look, he finished with the big twist, which is huge. There's the kickflip body jar. He has to grab the nose of the board and slap the tail on the coping. That is difficult and dangerous, and he can pull it off so consistently. It's really hard to figure.
Do you think that tall skaters have an advantage when it comes to flipping tricks?
I think, to be honest, this may sound crazy. I think skaters with long arms and big hands have advantage flip grabs.
I think
That's
so
it.
too. Makes it easier for him to grab. They got a bigger wingspan. We're going to get Ivan Federico's score right now. Third place with a 74. But let's head down to Chris Pastris with some more info on Pedro Barros.
What's up, guys? I am as excited as you for Pedro Barros' run. Andre said yesterday he basically freestyled that entire winning run because he had some sketches that threw him off and got him a bit lost. But hey, it worked for him to just freestyle that line. And he said normally Pedro plans the beginning of his line and then leaves the last 2 to 3 tricks open for interpretation. Seems to be working out great here in Dew Tour Finals.
Thanks, Chris. Well, we're going to be checking back in with Chris Pastris through this event, but giant 540 here, and that's just one of the tricks that we've seen so far.
Yeah, he is on fire. He's doing exactly what we'd expect. He's using the whole bowl, going huge, doing typical Pedro tricks, which are all on the edge. Frontside grind off that bank into the deep bowl. That's dangerous. Now you see him landing backwards. He did so much, though.
Huge.
Giant. And it's not that you're taking a risk necessarily to go that high, which you are. It's that you're able to generate the speed to go that high. You have to make that speed yourself. It doesn't come find you.
Wow, 73.0 puts Pedro Barros in fourth with some tricks to be desired, perhaps. We're going to check out more from the Dew Tour here in Long Beach when we come back to the Men's Pro Park Final. Don't go anywhere. After run one, it's Ivan Federico, Keegan Palmer, and Corey Junot leading the charge. And unfortunately for Jamie Mathieu of España, coming out of Spain, fell on his first run really early. But I was saying to you, Paul, in practice, I saw him do some pretty crazy lines like this one right here.
I also heard, though, that at some point the shirt came off, and that's when he really went wild. So maybe that's what it's going to take.
It's 100% true. That shirt was off all during practice of the finals, and he seemed like more of an uncaged animal.
So look for a less refined approach from Jamie. It's kind of like his technique isn't there. It's more just willpower and sheer energy carrying him through. Frontside blunt, coming up a little short, but still hanging on. Struggling for speed here in the end of his run.
And that, how much is that like the judges? They don't really like to see you looking for speed as we see one of the craziest transfers. No one is going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Right. I am curious to see what the judges will give him for that run, because it wasn't that technically advanced. He didn't go huge.
Well, it did have the gnarly factor, and that trick that he did there. Well, look at that one-footed frontside invert, but I'm going to talk about that nollie backside 180 in. It got him into the final yesterday. It was his one big move in his qualifying run.
Right, and it was a tough cut. So obviously the judges responded well to that nollie back 180.
Well, he's got one more run regardless of this score, and I know he has a kickflip in, but right now he's in 6th place with a 69 flat. He's like, what? He's stoked. Keegan Palmer, the Australian, currently in 2nd place. Youngster, 16 years old, a lot of style, a lot of good lines.
Very precise technique for Keegan. You're not going to see him get wild or sketchy. It's going to be very controlled, but he's very talented and has difficult tricks. And I like that. That was a 540, but he grabbed Indy, meaning he used his backhand to grab it.
Oh, and talk about that right now. Just some of the significance of where your hand is placed, especially on the spin tricks. For the people that don't know skateboarding, what differentiates each one?
Every time you grab your board in a different place, it changes your balance. And it sounds like you might just have to change your balance. No, you need to relearn the entire trick from the ground up, because you have to figure out how to take off and land at a different balance point.
Keegan Palmer, unfortunate fall is going to hurt him. Hey, Chris Pastris, we're going to go down to you now for an update on the Flying Hawaiian, Heimana Reynolds.
Heimana's trying to lay down the same line as semifinals, but add some technical difficulty. So he's really focused on trying to land that 360 flip tail grab and add one other flip trick to his line.
All right, thanks, Chris. And that 360 tail grab will be his last trick.
Part of the beauty of Heimana Reynolds, it's not just the style you do your tricks, it's what you show up wearing. Sometimes that means no shirt and slip-on shoes. I mean, he looks like right after this run, he's headed to the beach.
Also an amazing surfer, and his father as well. They're watermen. They've got history in Hawaii with board sports. It's great to see. It's a family affair over there at the Reynolds household.
Heimana is doing a great job of putting a ton of tricks together, really linking them together in this ball. And Todd, you were saying it the other day, it's like putting a puzzle together. You got to use the ball. You got to figure out where your tricks work and try to place them in the ball and link them together without losing speed. It is a difficult thing. He did a great job of it. I love that run.
All right, well, Heimana Reynolds completes that run. We didn't see the 360 flip tail grab.
Yeah, that's a good point. We might have to wait till his next run to find that out. But what was smart is he did some of his best tricks and finished the run by popping out. I love that frontside invert all the way on his hand. That's a dangerous trick. And this, look at him kicking the board, kickflip, frontside grab, little stinky we call it, with the arm between the knees on the way in. Not like extra bonus style points for the landing on that kickflip frontside air, but the judges seem to be backing it, so he might as well keep doing it.
Moves into 4th place, 73.66.
You just see the excitement, though. He brings a lot to the ball.
Welcome back to the Dew Tour, built by Mountain Dew. We followed along with California's own Lizzie Armanto for an inside look at this year's Women's Pro Park event.
Once again, the Women's Park Final has gone final. All of these skaters are going to try to grab points. The competition level is so high. Just getting into a final is a big deal, but to get on a team to represent next summer, that's going to be even bigger. 8 athletes taking 3 runs. Best run counts.
This year, the stakes are way higher, and the level of skating's gone up a lot.
The future is now, and the name is Masugu Okamoto at 12 years of age. Comes out and absolutely blows minds.
Backside 540 with authority. Her level of riding was so far and above the rest of the competitors.
Since the competition's so tough, you have to bring your A game, and you have to be in the mode.
Lizzie Armanto now.
She needs to start with a bang.
Because this is an Olympic qualifier, there's so many more people, and the level of skating even more intense. But at the end of the day, I just want to do my best run possible and leave the rest of the judges.
So a great run for Lizzie Armanto. That bumps her into 2nd place.
Look, if anything, this final is really showing that the Japanese are super committed to podium dominance once it gets over in their home country for the Olympics in 2020. That was a great run.
My biggest threat in the competition is myself.
She's going to have to do a lot more if she wants to catch these Japanese riders.
It amps me up to skate better myself, but in the wrong situation, it can definitely mess with your head. When I've done a run that is my best run, the feeling's so surreal. It feels like time doesn't exist almost. I feel like that's what I chase now. For skating to go to the Olympics, I think it's so cool because people like all over the world will get to be exposed to skating, and it's so cool to be able to share that feeling that I get from it, and I hope many other people like find their own passion.
Masugo Okamoto takes the win with a 63.16. Second place going to Lizzie Armano representing Finland out of Oceanside, and Kokona Haraki finishing in third.
So she wasn't expecting to win here, so she's surprised herself too.
Japan certainly letting their presence known in the world of skating.
I can't wait to see where women's skateboarding is next summer. Welcome back to sunny Long Beach, California. This is the current standings right now. Corey Junot still on top. Keegan Palmer in second, and Ivan Federico in third. This is the men's Pro Park Final. We are underway. Luis Francisco is in the bowl right now, coming out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. A truly international affair here at the Dew Tour with Olympic implications on the line. Paul, what are we looking for here in this young Brazilian skater?
Well, the power of the Brazilians shines through in everything he does. He goes absolutely huge. I haven't seen too much of it yet in this run, but there you go. In the style. He tucked the knee down and pulled the tail of the board skyward. That adds a lot of difficulty, and it should add some points. Whoa, he's hanging on to the end. All right, that last trick, he just had to throw the board under his feet to ride away from it. It wasn't necessarily technically done right, but that doesn't matter at that point. He stayed on, and the crowd loves it, and that should be big points coming his way. Here is a really solid part of the run, though. Backside grab, 540. I would say that's the easier of the grabs on all the 540s, but still, to take it onto the bank at that height.
Though.
There, you see the tail is over his head on a frontside air, pure style. And sloppy heel flip Indy, again, showing he's just going for it. And the varial flip Indy, throw it down.
All right, moving into fourth place, 73.88 with run number 2, an improvement over the 67.33 he got in his first run. So you're building a house here. You're building towards that final run. If you can get yourself some confidence, you're going to be able to throw down hard on third run. Corey Junot, two-time Dew Tour champion, and he's about to take his second run in this Pro Park Final.
His first run was a warm-up. If he can stay on his board, he can do anything in the world. Wow! That's huge. Ollie up the backside nose blunt. Again, a trick that only he flies into. Just that casual style, making his tricks look easy. And there's the frontside kickflip. And here's why that's so hard. He never grabbed his board, didn't have to.
It looks like his feet were just trying to find the deck the whole time it was coming around. That was insane footwork.
He's the only skater to fly out of the bowl with that trick and consistently land it. Keeping it going. Now, same finish as he had in his other run. So, expect great things from the judges here.
Big highlight, that kickflip, not to mention the super long frontside board slide. He's got every move on the lip.
Frontside board slide, that trick was invented in 1980 something, and he does it better than anyone ever. There's the frontside flip, look, no hands.
Oh my gosh.
He barely got his feet on ever until he actually landed on the bowl. Backside nose blunt, turning blindside 180 on the way in. What a run. Corey Junot giving us what we came for.
81 rockets him into the lead even further. Corey Junot, could this be the day for a three-time Dew Tour champion? Me thinks yes. As we get ready for Pedro Barros, coming out of Brazil, a powerhouse, goes bigger than everybody else.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. If Pedro Barros stays on his board, I mean, he's a contender every time he drops into the bowl. Can't wait to see what he's got.
Currently in 6th place, trying to chase down Corey Junot, who is on top with a completely different approach to riding this park.
Massive frontside air out of the bank. And again, a staple in a Pedro run. Backside grab 5, way out. He landed that indie air exceptionally low. He is hurting for speed, but he can pick it up real quick.
And I think Pedro is really good at landing with an exclamation point towards the end of his run and always leaving the judges with something to freak out about. I think that's one of his big strengths. Whoa, another 540. So repeating multiple tricks, what do you think? Even though they're different grabs, like how do you think that's going to fare with the judges? As he basically almost falls his last trick.
It was a good run. There were a lot of tricks. He did 2 5s, but they were different grabs. He got off a little bit, off balance, landing low, and fought for speed for too much of the run. It looked a little too difficult and not typical Pedro. Watch the squat right there. See the squat on that landing? That's safety on a 540. You're on your board, but it doesn't count as that much of a make as a pure stand-up move.
Well, the judges liked it enough to put him in second place, 79.33. So Pedro Barros makes a big jump up the leaderboard. So here we are after 2 runs. Corey Juneau still on top with an 81. Pedro Barros makes the leap into second place. Keegan Palmer, he's going to sit right now in third. 1 more run to go. Best of 3. Stick around. When we come back, it's the third and final runs. Olympic implications on the line. You're watching the Dew Tour from Long Beach.
This summer, it means so much on so many different levels for skateboarding. Obviously, it's the lead-in into the Olympics. It's the last contest on U.S. soil, so I hear people chattering about it, getting excited for it, nervous for it, all of it, and for good reason, because they haven't competed in a while. And one thing I can say from watching the skaters, you know, at the Nationals is the level has increased so much, I guess, with the downtime that people have had, especially in the women's category, in the women's park. It was a completely different contest than you saw in 2019. So I think everybody's pumped. The levels are high. People are excited. They're excited to see their friends, which means they're going to be excited to skate because their friends are there. And ultimately, they're there to impress their boys and have fun and have a session. And I think that's going to make Dew Tour hot.
No, yeah, seriously, like, this is like the first event since 2019, so I really think everyone's just excited just to get back out and skate, be back in a competition. The Olympics, I seriously never thought skateboarding would ever be in the Olympics. Like, you know, when I started skating a long time ago, that was like the furthest thing, like, in our imaginations. Like, you know, if you made it to be pro, like, that was like an accomplishment. So now being on this stage, for people outside of skateboarding to see, I think that's huge, and that's just going to grow the sport.
Welcome back to Dew Tour Des Moines. You're about to see some men's park action. The Open Qualifiers is underway, but we are about to break right back into it. I'm Chris Cote. This is Chris Pastras. That's Alex White, and we're here to talk you through some amazing skateboarding that you're about to see. We've had 3 heats already underway, and from what we've seen from the men's side of things, it is going off in the park right now. We have women's qualifiers practicing behind us, tons of skateboarding happening. So far, it's been an incredible Dew Tour experience. We just watched the women's semis go down, and what a party that was.
So heated, just amazing skateboarding from the women's field. And yeah, this men watched a little bit of the first 3 heats there. The action's heavy, and yeah, this heat number 4 is going to be no different. Definitely some big names in there. I see Zion Wright, Trey Wood, Josh Dirksen, Rune Glifberg, the legend, Kevin Kowalski, Danny Leone. Super stacked heat, so this is going to be a good one.
Big names, big tricks about to go down, Alex. These are going to be some very unique takes on this park. This is a really, you know, random group of skaters right now that are going to take a totally different line than we've seen.
I've never seen Andy Anderson and Zion Wright in a heat together, so this should be really exciting.
So here's what we're looking at right now. Carl Berglund sitting on top with a 75.92. Hampus Winberg, Sweden, coming through. So obviously, the huge skate presence in Sweden is working because they are ripping. We got Beaver Fleming in 3rd, all the way down to 16th right now. Brian Van Oopapong. We're going to take 21 of these skaters, put them in the semifinals, then from there we're going to make even more cuts So it's all about cuts in these opening rounds. And it's really cool. Again, each division we've seen a deep international field, all these flags flying across the screen. This is a beautiful thing for skateboarding.
Yes, and how cool is it to see Carl Berglund sitting in first place? Carl's got a super rad style. You know, not so much someone you think of being at the top of competition, more of a style guy, but I'm super pumped that he's in first place so far. It means it's going to be a good contest.
So we're seeing 40-second runs, 2 runs happening. Alex, fast and furious. This is really, you have to just start it off quick. There's no extra chances. The current Olympic World Skateboarding rankings for men's park, Himano Reynolds in that top spot by a long shot. Luis Francisco, Corey Juno, Pedro Barros, Keegan Palmer. And what tells me when I'm looking at these flags, Alex, the battle is for that third place spot because there's not a lot of room at the top for these heavy-hitting teams.
Yeah, it's like the USA team is kind of cannibalizing itself. Got to get 3 of them out there, and so I've seen more than 3 USA flags there, Chris.
There are many USA flags.
And first place here gets 60,000 points, so this can be completely re-racked.
Yeah, 60,000 points is basically a game changer. You win here, you may have stamped your ticket to the Olympics. As you see it going down there, we've got skaters from all over. Some of them have an Olympic position already on the board. Others are fighting for that. So Team USA, as we know, is so stacked. The barrier of entry is very high. How hard is this team to make? Well, let's take it from the team riders themselves. Here's Team USA.
Let's get a chant. USA! USA!
Team USA is definitely the most stacked crew.
This is kind of where skating's from, so it's just the place to be if you're skating. This is probably the hardest country to go for.
To represent the Olympics for the U.S. in general is obviously extremely tough. You're going up against some of the best skaters in the world.
Oh my God!
It's crazy to think about that I'm up on the top of it because all these guys I've skated with since I was young, they beat me in contests. We've like gone back and forth. It's an amazing feeling.
I think it's a big eye-opener for people that we're just not hoodlums. We're like actually dedicated ourselves to something that we love.
You know, it's a sport. We're all athletes, and I think it just brings skateboarding to more households.
Massive!
There's 4 people underneath me that are just a couple thousand points behind me, so this next contest, the Dew Tour one's gonna make a big difference.
It's gonna be tough, you know? One more event.
I'm competing against a lot of my friends because we've been skating together for years.
It's gonna be a good contest. Everyone's gonna be definitely going for it. It's the last one, so the Dew Tour's the last chance to make it.
Last chance for park skaters to make their way to the Olympic Games. We've got 3 strong American contenders in this heat. So to remind you all watching, the format we're going for right here in the Open Qualifiers for men in park, 2 runs, 40 seconds. You can fall, jump back on your board, and get back into the park. Once we move into the semis, it's skate till you fall. Vibe is up. Zion Wright is ready to rip. Unfortunately, Trey Wood is out, and Ethan Copeland is out as well. So before we even begin, the cuts start.
I love to see Zion getting pumped there. That was awesome.
He had a grill in a minute ago. He must have taken it out to compete. That was just the practice grill. Rune Glifberg, legends. We got icons competing with the rookies. This is awesome. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better group of skaters right
I
here.
met Rune in like 1991. 1990 or 1991, and he was competing then. So to see him still out there in the park is amazing. Decades in on this.
We saw Rune win in Sweden a couple years back in the Vans Park Series, but now we're back into it. This is Dew Tour Des Moines, starting off with skater representing Japan, Yuro Nagahara.
Get him, Yuro. Nice amount of speed there. Huge. Front to air transfer into a 540.
Okay.
Nice.
Solid combo right there.
Okay, he's like, I've arrived.
I'm just gonna go ahead and pretend it's the finals.
Flying up that Toyota plexiglass extension. The thing is gnarly.
Alex, did you talk to some of our women's finalists about some of their favorite elements in this park?
Well, a lot of people are liking that big flat bank wall. Seems to be a favorite obstacle. And that transfer that Euro's doing right there, that centerpiece too, we've been seeing some really good action in the women's too. Euro just showing us how it's done.
There you see that spun 540, grab melon. So sick.
Amazing how he landed and was able to carve straight out into the next wall. Look at that. So perfect.
There's the elements of an amazing run right there if you can put that all together.
The rest of the guys in the seat are going, we're doing 540s already? Come on, this is the qualifiers. Yes.
The open qualifiers.
It is not going to be easy to get into the semifinals. We can tell you that much. A savage cut will come. Right now, it's at that 21 mark with Caleb Nichols. He's got a 41.81.
Yeah,
and that's
so
the score that people are looking at.
10th place right now with that run.
Not a bad start for Euro Nagahara.
Yeah, he fell at 10 seconds and still 10th place.
Jericho Francisco representing the Philippines. Watched him warming up in practice. He was ripping.
Yeah, this dude is no joke.
Oh, man.
Big pressure alley there. Lip side Smith, so high speed. Big boneless disaster. I like how quick that was.
Oh, that was amazing.
Toe backside ollie. Into the back Smith, into the 540, over the hip. That's the first time I've seen that. Front feeble through the corner. Going off. Frontside invert.
He's already got 15 tricks, and he still has time left.
I love it. He had to make such an adjustment on that backside nose blunt, but he made it happen. That was a great first run.
That was a stellar start for our skater representing the Philippines. He is psyched. Zion appreciates it, but you know that just put a little bit more pressure on Zion after you see a run like that.
For sure. That dip back Smith right into the nose grab, 540 over the hip.
Going into that big flat bank wall, really difficult.
Pastris, you ride rails. Does that help you with lip tricks?
You know what? I love rails for curbs, but I prefer no rails on pool coping transition. Yes, it's slippery is all heck.
Does it help you grab frontside bonelesses?
It does help grab a little bit, I gotta say, from the jump ramp days.
So
There's
far,
a huge backside ollie.
Jericho has one of the fastest runs we've seen yet. I mean, speed demon all around.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tricks in that 40-second run, so I expect a big score. We shall see.
Trying to get above that 21 cut. I think it's pretty cool seeing kind of some uniforms coming in.
Yeah.
Like that's a cool looking uniform right there. New Balance hooking up the Philippines skate team.
Yeah, we saw them out street skating and filming first night we were in town.
Oh yeah.
Gnarly team.
Phenomenal. In the uniforms?
No uniforms.
They only wear the uniforms for competition.
Our buddy Anthony Clairval was out filming them, and they were shredding.
Oh yeah, coming up next, one of our favorites, Vinicius Barbosa, AKA V.
Yeah, V is such a positive person and skateboarder.
Look at that, you can't hold V back. He just went. He didn't even wait for them to call his name.
So he's gonna get the reset there. Get him, V.
V has some of the wildest tricks you will see. Deep end 5-0 to fakie that we've seen so many times that is so scary looking.
Backside Smith revert. Yeah.
He's got a deep back.
Yeah, 2 40-second runs, best run counts. A lot of pressure there with that.
Another skater representing Florianopolis. We saw the women from Floripa come in correct, and I'm sure we're going to see the same thing from the men. Here goes V. Barbosa, Vinicius. 40 seconds on the clock.
High speed 5-0 there. Woo. Smith grind. One of the longest ones we've seen of the day there.
Incredible Smith grind.
Get back Smith there. Love the speed. Nice in-the-air transfer from the hip.
A rare corner bonus.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how V and Erlo Pereira and Pedro Barros feed off each other in a session. Nice 5-0.
revert there for B. Florianopolis boys and women bring it.
Oh, there's the Smith revert that we were just talking about. The Barbosa right there. Definitely see shades of Peter Hewitt. This guy is pure power.
Style.
I like that comparison to Peter Hewitt.
Solid run there for Vinicius, representing Florianopolis, Brazil.
And look how many blocks he travels there on that Smith grind to the corner. Dip back Smith, high speed. B is exciting to watch.
He runs with a fast crowd as well. You always see him skating.
Yeah, that 5-0 revert, so sick.
Murillo.
There's that
was
trick,
awesome.
the back Smith through the corner, trying to take it to fakie. We hope to see that in run number 2.
Just making a really dangerous trick that much more dangerous.
Going through a corner and going revert.
Which we like to see, and the judges do as well. If he gets that trick, you can expect probably 5 to 10 points added on. Well, Heat 4 is underway, a 64-7-3 for Vinicius Barbosa. He jumps up to 8th place. Solid. Coming up next, presenting Jupiter, Florida, Team USA, Zion Wright. Doing double duty here, street and park. Fan favorite, skater favorite.
Oh, yes, backside Smith grind on that rainbow rail. Ooh,
up and over the hard way.
Over the volcano, that was so sick. Showing the street skills there. Big body jar. Zion known for ripping the streets, but as you can see here, has a lot of tranny skill. Great style, speed, nice front blunt. Heel flip Andy, pulls it.
Zion. 5 seconds left. He's like, do I have to use
I love
that 5
that
seconds?
fakey ollie over him. That combo there was so sick. Yeah, Z.
What? Oh. Zion Wright is in the building. Make way in the top 21.
Z is in the house.
You're going to see an incredible variety of styles. We've already seen it. From your Zions to your Andy Andersons.
Doing a heel flip Indy with no pads and no pants.
Yeah.
Wearing shorts.
Amazing.
So much could go wrong. It's incredible.
Yeah, I haven't seen Zion do that trick very often, but that was solid.
Zion's been skating a lot, coming back from a couple injuries. Obviously, he's looking 100% and stone.
There's that floater ollie,
wow.
Traveling the hard way over the volcano. Showing some street skills right there.
He could have cleared 2 of those volcanoes with that ollie.
Big frontside air.
That was massive, right in the middle of his run, too.
And then there we go, the heel flip Indy catching it perfect.
I mean, so much could go wrong right there.
There's a lot happening in that trick.
But it all went right.
Judges have a lot to think about with that run from Zion Wright. He used every part of this park.
That backside big spin was, I can't even explain how difficult that is on that Twinkie hip there.
No repeated tricks. I don't remember a wall pumping. I just remember tricks on every single wall.
I love you, Mom. I love you, Dad. I love you guys. 78.
Shouting out his parents, and there you go, first place.
The judges love you too, as they should.
8.4, wow.
Well-deserved leap up the leaderboard. See you later.
Goodbye.
Job's done. Good job. We'll see you at the Olympics.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a run that I think it's safe to say will make it to the finals.
Coming up next, Andy Anderson, representing BC, British Columbia.
Saw Andy took a gnarly slam in practice. I'm glad he's all right up there, about to drop in on the extension.
I feel confident in saying Andy has the most tricks of anyone in this entire competition. From freestyle to vert to park to street, authentic Andy Anderson is a ruler, and here he goes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Definitely has some original moves. Nice backside air there. 50 on the rainbow. Nice.
Over the hard way, too.
Oh,
Yes. Frontside shove it. Melon grab there into a Madonna. Yeah, Andy. Oh! Heel flip varial lead. He just threw that under his feet. Then hitting that rock and roll like it was nothing. Wow. That was amazing.
I gotta make it.
Oh, he is stoked. I saw him totally slam and, you know, kind of tweak his leg, and he's just back in full force, so stoked.
I went full fanboy. The only skateboarder I've got a picture with this entire week, Andy Anderson.
Nice.
My kid's favorite skater, my fiance's favorite skater. I'll put him as one of my favorite skaters, and obviously he's one of Zion's favorite skaters. Skateboarding rules. Love it. I mean, again, a totally different run. They had a couple similar tricks, but this is why being a judge is so hard. How do you compare these two runs?
Yeah, you don't. Andy's definitely his own unique skateboarder.
Look at that. There's a lot that could go wrong right there. Having that coping on the other side of the volcano kind of adds an element.
That is so difficult. Yeah, just throws it under his feet.
That was incredible.
On a wing and a prayer.
That was like one of those things you land because if you fall, you're going to get really hurt.
Yeah.
Like you have to land back on your board. It's the best case scenario, even though you're down the transition at the very bottom.
I like that foot plant. Going to tail. Throwing his board down. He's psyched.
I feel good about that run. I saw Andy earlier today. He just said, I feel like skateboarding. I feel so good. And when you feel that good going into a contest, good things are going to happen. Andy Anderson waits for the score, 76.27. Flying up the leaderboard into second place.
Hey, that's the same year Powell started.
76, that's the same year Powell started.
That's no water.
He's a student of the game. If you still want more skateboarding after Dew Tour ends for the day, go to YouTube, check out Andy Anderson's videos. You will be stoked to skate. Coming up next, New Hampshire, Josh Dirksen.
Yeah, Josh is a gnarly high-speed beast of a skateboarder.
Full powerhouse.
Saw him at the National Championships just a week ago.
He was one of my favorites at the Nationals.
Yeah, I was calling him Thor.
Thor.
He's just an animal.
He almost broke through the concrete.
Get him, Josh. Not Josh. Nice backsmith there. Smith grind transfer into a big Madonna.
This guy was rip of Burbrand as well. Very well-rounded.
Oh!
Is he trying to come into faking?
He has that blunt slide back disaster. He's got those on lock, so I think maybe he was trying to pop over for that.
Well, he did. He just left a few seconds up on the clock, so nothing too bad there. The judges had enough to work with to throw out a solid score. The leaderboard is being devastated by this heat. Zion Wright in the lead, Andy Anderson in second place, Carl Berglund drops to third. We'll see what Josh Dirksen gets here for this run. A lot of solid tricks there.
Yeah, big Madonna. Like how he mixes the old school and the new school. Backside ollie up on that extension. That thing is no joke. And there's that blunt slide, like you said, Alex. I think he was trying to go to disaster, possibly. Hopefully we'll see that in run number 2.
So far, everyone in this heat has made the cut. Breaking news.
Breaking.
Heat number 4, lighten it up.
Josh Dirksen is just one of those guys that you just want to keep watching him skate. You know, he's
For
really
sure.
fun to watch. High flying, 63.61. That will be enough for Josh to make the cut. Let's just take heat 4 and put them all above that cut line, because that's what the trend seems to be. And the hop coming in from Ontario, Canada. Adam Hopkins has been on a hell of a road trip across the USA. He winds up in Des Moines, and boom, he's in. 40 seconds on the clock.
Alex is a contest vet at the age of 31. Reeled in that tail slide somehow. 25 seconds. Nice lean air transfer into the judo. Got away from him with 15 seconds on the clock there.
He is, if he's not traveling around the world skating these parks, you can find him on the beach, Hastings Beach, the Hastings skate park. So the hop will have another opportunity. 40-second run, skate till you fall.
I think it's safe to say he's going to be looking at his second run. Make things happen, but that was still a rad showing. Love how he tweaks that lean air transfer into the judo.
That's a cool looking combination right there. Just a little bit off. Again, that gives you a good scale of how big this park actually is. Adam's a big kid. And right there, he was dwarfed by that boneless bank. Now we call it the blunt bank after hopefully Adam makes that nose blunt right there. He'll get another go.
Yeah, Adam is a veteran of the game. We've been watching him travel the globe the last few years, and yeah, one of the most solid skateboarders and excellent human being as well.
Yeah, he's put out some really epic video parts too. So Adam Hopkins comes through right at the cut. So the trend continues. This whole heat is moving through. Adam has room to grow. He's got a 47.62. Most likely will not stand now. Kevin Kowalski, get ready for some unique variety of tricks. Old and new, Kowalski always ruling.
I like how he started in with that 5-0 grind into the bowl. Big 360 judo, frontside invert. Yeah, Kev. Kevin is another veteran of the game in contest. Nice backside nose pick there. Doing it for Blood Wizard. Trail slide on the top of that huge wall.
Up on the Toyota sketch wall.
Surrender that body jar. And that backside bowl is so gnarly. On the extension into the hip.
Just locking the back truck up there for good measure. So at the end of the 40-second run, he does jump off his board, but did some damage right there. This guy is known for doing some of the biggest, heaviest transfers in all of skateboarding, and I know he's probably looking around this park thinking, okay, where is the scariest gap that I can do? Let's do a solid run right here for Kevin. I would say that right there, signature trick, does it perfect every time.
Yeah, and right into that stalled frontside invert.
How do you go from spinning to the wall, frontside, I mean, the physics right there alone.
Tons of experience.
Yeah, it seems like with Kevin, the harder the obstacle, the more comfortable he is.
Yeah.
So he's going to find the weird stuff.
Yeah, that crail slide to end off his highlight reel was proper. We haven't seen a lot of lip tricks done up on the top of that plexiglass extension.
I don't even think I could get to the extension. I think it's big.
It's slippery.
Zion's just
Who do you think he's texting?
Probably his pops. His pops is such a rad dude. Comes to a lot of the events.
He's TikToking his run.
Current standings right now, Zion Wright still in the lead, Andy Anderson in second, waiting for scores to come through for Kevin Kowalski. Judges, they have to, you know, with every run that starts, you got to readdress what you're about to see. A 63.
13th place.
So Kevin Kowalski.
Not bad. 2 heats left, but hey, Kev's in the cut for now.
Up into it. Well, coming up next, this man needs no introduction. You know exactly who we're talking about, the Danish national champion, 46-year-old Rune Glifberg. It's not a typo, he is still skating at an elite level at 46. For all of you grown-ups out there watching, keep skateboarding.
Danish champion, big Madonna there. I love Rune's style. That Smith grind. One of the best styles in park terrain, in my opinion.
Definitely super influential too. You see people actually trying to skate like Rune. – 12 seconds left.
Oh, that backside tail through the corner. Yeah, Rune.
It looks up. Yep, 4 seconds left. One more trick.
Ball right at time, but nonetheless, sick line there.
I believe that's the first back tail I've seen through that corner. Then a hard carve off the volcano back up to the back lip.
There we see that huge Madonna going so fast through the park. Yeah, and like I mentioned, I met him in 1991 overseas in Italy at a demo, and he has been just on a path of destruction ever since I met him for the first time.
There's that backside tail slide. Textbook.
Yeah, and no signs of slowing down. There's no like swan song feeling to this. I have a feeling that Rune Glifberg is going to be skating in events into his 60s. 54.90 for Rune Glifberg, and that's enough to get him above the cut line. So again, Heat 4 has decimated the leaderboard. All skaters in Heat 4 have made the cut.
So far.
Coming up next, Danny Leon, representing Spain. Stoked to see Danny competing.
Yeah, Danny is no joke. Big front to air transfer there into the 5-0 to the corner. 50 on that rainbow rail. Whoa, crazy ollie transfer there into the big boneless. Yeah, Danny.
Loving the creativity of this line.
Wow, backside stalefish.
Full of
Love how he tweaks that. It's front blunt there. Get him, Danny.
Into the run. Boom, completed. 40 seconds for Danny Leon. And I was about to say no pressure, Danny, but I don't think he was feeling any pressure at all. I think this cut line is going to be the one feeling the pressure. There's not a lot of room in the top, but everyone in this heat so far has made a case to make it up above that 21 cut.
Yeah, he had a pretty unique line, like you mentioned. There's that backside ollie. Haven't really seen anybody approach that hip.
You can't understate how easy it is to get lost in these big parks. You could spend 40 seconds just pumping around the flat wondering which wall to hit.
Yeah, and you know, with all the rain and the weather delays, these guys have not gotten a lot of practice. So to get in here for 2 40-second runs and just rip and have a perfect run like that, like Danny Leon, is not easy.
68 for Danny Leon. Yet again.
8th place so far.
Yeah, new member of the Above the Cut crew. Unfortunately for Rune and Adam Hopkins, they have now been bumped out of that cut line, but they have another run to go. So there is some wiggle room above that 21 skater cut. We do have Heats 5 and Heat 6, and they're jam-packed with some of the world's best. So
there you see our leaderboard.
Don't etch the leaderboard in stone yet. Lots of skateboarding yet to come. Zion Wright, your current leader, flexing the chain right there. This is how he got himself into that top spot with the 78. Basically did everything perfect.
Yeah, he had elements of a gnarly, you could see his street element there with that ollie, and then a super transition trick with the heel flip Indy, putting it all together.
And doing it with joy, which I love to see. You know, it's fun every once in a while to see these skaters stressed out trying to make that score, but it's also fun to see them do it with a smile. So this is the last chance for these skaters in Heat 4 to put a number up on the board. Yuro Nagahara, representing Japan, started off with the 59. We'll see if he can improve.
Nice front feeble there. That slop transfer. Currently in 17th place, trying to best that score for 59.39.
Oh my gosh. You saw it going slightly wrong as he was coming down from that incredible 540.
Yeah,
nailed that.
Just had a little bit, need a little bit more speed on that.
Well, big ups. Big ups anyway to Yuro Nagahara.
Yeah, and so far he is in the cut. We shall see 2 more heats to go. There, we see that nose bone transfer. It's that 540 that he got in the first run. Ow, just getting away from him. Ending things off with a hipper, unfortunately.
So as Yuro recalibrates from a heavy slam, he waits for his score. Obviously not going to better his previous score.
He started off things with such a bang, so yeah, crazy to see.
Currently in 17th place. That's a worrisome position because we know the next 2 heats filled with hammers.
Stacked.
From the Philippines, Jericho Francisco. Seen this guy ripping in deep bowls all over the world.
Yeah, and currently in 5th place, which is a good position to be in with only 2 heats left.
It's a big statement.
He's going to try to improve on that. There's that lip side Smith grind, high speeds. Almost disaster. It's like you don't even see him hit his board.
Ah, that backside here.
That was even bigger than the first one.
Not grabbing.
540 getting away from him.
We've seen Jericho in a couple combi contests doing those big backside ollies.
For sure. And yeah, sitting in 5th place, like we mentioned, he'll likely be sitting on that score, which is somewhat of a safe spot right now with 2 heats left, so we shall see.
I love how fast.
Look at how high that was.
He's fun to watch.
That was a head high. And there we see that nose grab 5.
Oh,
just barely under rotates.
Alex, when you're in the air like that in any trick, knowing that you're probably about to fall, what is going through your mind?
Just really
Stay
hoping.
loose.
Stay loose. Tuck and roll.
Vinicius Barbosa with a 64, currently above the cut line.
Yeah, loving seeing him currently in 11th place. He's going to try to best that.
If I could order a trick, I'd say Smith grind revert.
Oh, that'll happen.
We'll see.
Frontside or backside?
Frontside.
I'm fine either way.
He can do them both.
Straight up, flying around the park.
Nice backside ollie there. Into the Indy over the hip. Big boosted boneless.
I like how he's doing them on the other wall, not the boneless bank.
Frontside nose grind, popping it in, so sick. There's that 5-0 revert.
Yes.
Get a beat.
One more trick.
Oh. 360 ollie, just getting away from him there.
You could tell he was thinking, I think I'm done. One more trick. Yeah, V.
Yeah, so far in the cut at 11th. We'll see if that bests his first run score. Traveling a lot of blocks there on that frontside Smith grind. Then into this huge boneless. Florianopolis represent. Proper nose grind popping in.
He's a killer. And if he, if he stays on for a full 40 seconds, he's always going to get a big score because every trick he does is so hard.
Yeah, I'd love to see him make the cut into our semifinals.
I'm with you. I want to see more V.
We're making a cut to 21.
64.39, so just under what he got in his previous run. Still looking good in 11th place. So there's a chance, no doubt. So from Vinicius Barbosa, we're going to go back to Zion Wright, your current leader, sitting on that 76.27 that Zion got for us now.
Nice 5-0 grind on the rainbow rail. The backside air, there's that floaty ollie. Going the hard way over the volcano.
We got that world famous Chris Gregson follow cam happening. Loving that.
Massive frontside air, get him. Yeah, Z. 5-0 into the hip. I think he was going for the signature frontside shove it on that bank wall. But yeah, Z is in a safe place right now. 78.40, our current leader.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to knock Z off that top spot. I got to give accolades and credit to all of our cameramen out there. I know each and every one of them, and they all rip at skateboarding. That's why we're getting all these amazing angles.
Yeah, there you see Chris Gregson follow camming through that park. This park is no joke. That is not easy with expensive camera equipment. With a mask on as well.
Yeah, protocols. What's up? Boom.
Massive frontside air into that 5-0 into the corner. There you see him going for that frontside shove it. I want to see that in finals.
If you've watched a skate video in the last 10 years, it was probably filmed by one of the guys that's filming up on this deck.
That's right.
Just know.
We'll just give Zion the floor after his runs.
Yeah, Z thanking his family once again. He is stoked, our current leader.
Thankfully, he's so good at skateboarding still because he could be a commentator any day. He's good at everything. He's one of those people. So Andy Anderson has opted out. He's going to sit on the 76.27.
Yeah, I saw Andy take that slam. Hopefully he's all right and going to be able to reset. I think he's pretty safe in second place. We should see him in our semis.
Yeah, smart move sitting out.
Because when you get a score like that, you're up in second place. You do have, what, 20 skaters after this, so it will be a stressful couple of heats, but we'll see what happens. Here we go. Josh Dirksen, Team USA.
Lip slide, sugar cane, that front feeble.
Or hammer.
Thor, he is in. I love the way he just looks like he's gonna break the park in half. Massive Madonna there. Josh currently in 13th. There it is!
Oh my goodness.
Alex, you called it. One slide, back D.
No one else is doing those.
Both of those tricks on their own.
Big body jar. That is gonna improve on that 13th place run number 1, I'm gonna say.
Josh Dirksen
Josh.
coming through right there. Full 40-second run.
Yeah, the Thor from New England.
Power skating. Power skating will never go out of style.
There's that lip slide, throwing it around a sugar cane. Love that trick. Right into that front feeble through the corner. Nice mix of lip tricks and airs. There's that blunt slide. Back D so quick.
Just low-key doing some of the seriously hardest combos we've seen yet. Judges loving it. 72.04 for Josh Dirksen.
Puts him into 5th place so far. Yeah, Josh.
Yes, you are in 5th place, Josh.
Take a breather.
You did it. The judges love combinations, and he just threw 3 amazing combos at us. Adam Hopkins started with a 47.62. Here we go. The hop is in.
Yeah, sitting just outside the bubble in 24th. He's going to try to best on that first run score of a 47.62. Nice backsmith through the corner. Yeah, and when we were traveling up to 540, just got away from there. Had that. When we were at Hastings, it was cool to see the hop fans in the crowd.
Tons of hop fans
so many
all
fans.
over the world.
Yeah.
And right there, I mean, it's rare to see Adam Hopkins fall on a 540. You see maybe a little over-rotated right there. That could have been really bad, but fortunately...
Yeah, he went for it. He knew he needed something really difficult to crack that top 21.
Fortunately, these guys know how to fall, which is a kind of an underrated element of being an elite skateboarder.
Yeah, he's not phased. That slam would have crushed me.
Yeah, the new helmet rule now for 2021 that all park skaters need to be wearing helmets to help prevent head injuries.
I gotta say, I'm not hating on that. The anxiety I used to feel when people hit their head is next level.
Coming in next, we've got Kevin Kowalski, representing the Pacific Northwest. Kind of your ideal Pacific Northwest skateboarder right there.
Yeah, definitely. Grew up, like you said, in the Oregon area, skating all the parks. Burnside, Lincoln City. Nice nose pick there. Got a lot of concrete experience. He's actually got a huge concrete park in his backyard. His family's super supportive of skateboarding. That's Saran wrap body jar. You don't see anybody doing that or that. Backside boneless into the corner. Front blunt, and that is a nice run from veteran Kevin Kowalski. Yeah, Kev.
Seems like time flies when Kevin drops in because you're so
watching forever
in what he's going to do next.
Just getting those really tight transition parks like Burnside, really packs it in. Even though this park is a lot bigger, finds all those lines, that gives him a lot of opportunities.
That 360 judo air into the frontside invert like clockwork. There's that crawl slide. Extension is no joke. Then we see that backside boneless transfer into the hip. Only person I've seen do that all weekend.
Kevin Kowalski currently sitting in 14th place. Does improve slightly, but still 64.70. That'll have him above the cut line and safe for now. Team Blood Wizard.
Yeah, 13th. Let's hope that Kevin stays in that top 21. 2 more heats to go.
Current standings, hanging in there with Zion Wright, Andy Anderson, Carl Berglund in your top 3. Hampus Winberg, the youngster out of Sweden, hanging on that 4th place spot. Josh Dirksen from way down to way up, 5th place. Jericho Francisco in 6th. Christopher Beaver Fleming in 7th. Zion's done for the day. He's going to watch, no doubt, one of his idols, Rune Glifberg, drop in next. Rune currently sitting on a 54.90.
Yeah, just outside the bubble in 22nd place. So we hope Rune puts it all together here. Get him, Rune.
40 seconds on the clock. You can use your full time.
Went for that signature heel flip frontside air, got away from him. But we are stoked to see Rune ripping for decades.
25 seconds left. It's going to give us a little something for the fans right
Talk
here.
about a park terrain legend. This is one right here. Is that tail grab? Trying to redo that for the stoke of the crowd there, that heel flip frontside air.
Regardless of the outcome, it's always great to have Rune Glifberg at a park event because
it's a legend.
He is your favorite skateboarder's favorite skateboarder.
That's right, doing it for Denmark.
46 years old. He looks like he could be 16, 26. I mean, the guy does not age.
He doesn't age.
We'll see. I'm sure we'll see Rune back next year and the year after that. I hope so. I can't get enough.
Maybe heel flip frontside airs are the fountain of youth.
No doubt.
Yeah, look at that crowd. Thank you for sticking with us. We had some rough weather, and now we are in the sunlight, having an epic competition.
Danny Leon ripping into the park, currently with that 68. He's above cut line.
Nice nose bone to start things off. I like how he poked that out. Big frontside air transfer, 5-0. Nice 50-50 on the rainbow rail. Well, so much can go wrong there. Big boosted boneless. Danny currently at 9th place. There's a signature stalefish hanging on. This is the only person you see do stalefishes like that. Going for the kickflip stale to end things, but Danny is in 9th place. Very respectable. Yeah, Danny.
We might see an increase with that run. That fall was after time. Everything was just a little bit bigger, a little bit more controlled. But again,
high speeds.
I'm going to leave the subtleties up to the judges.
There we go with that 50-50 on the rainbow rail. I love seeing that. Keeping his speed through the corner. Traveling through another corner on that Smith grind. And there you see he went for the kickflip stalefish. That's another Danny Leon signature move. Hopefully we will see that in our semifinals. We're going for a cut to 21.
Similar score right there, 67. So just under the 68 he had previously. Still in 9th place. The park cools down after being burned up by heat number 4. We got 14 Americans ahead of Zion Wright for now. You know that will change just judging by how he's skating. Top spot belongs to Florida's Zion Wright with that 78.40. Authentic Andy Anderson in 2nd. Opted out of his 2nd run, is going to hang on to the 76.27. Carl Berglund, Hampus Winberg, 3-4. Dirksen jumps out of the depths up to 5th place. Jericho Francisco with a 71.50. Beaver Fleming with a 70 as well. The rest of your leaderboard stands for now. The cut is 21. So some of your favorite skateboarders from 10 to 21, here's where you start to worry for them a little bit because the next 2 heats are stacked to the gills with absolute rippers. Men's Park qualifiers rolling on. This is what we just saw from Zion Wright.
A look at our #1 qualifier so far. That huge frontside air. Toey ollie over the volcano, traveling the hard way. then that heel flip in the air. That's one of the first times I've seen Z do that.
So with that, Heat 4 is in the books. We're going to go down to the deck. Kim Woozy has Zion right.
I'm here with Zion. Zion, congrats on taking that first place spot. It's been a minute since we've competed. How do you stay focused and throw down a run like that after it's been a while?
I mean, honestly, yeah, I'm just here to have fun, and I'm just not even letting all that get to me. And we're here in the now, so let's just get it over with and, yeah, continue on.
For sure, and I saw you giving mad props to Andy, shouting out the fam back at home. What does it mean to you to be here in Des Moines, Iowa for like this historic event, Olympic qualifiers? What's it been for you?
I mean, it means a lot, and I'm just here to have fun and put on for everyone. So if I'm able to show that love back and give it to all you guys, here it is. So,
all right, thank you so much, Zion.
And I respect the floss right there with that grill. Diamonds and platinum, what's up?
Yeah, and you see it, he said he's just having fun, man, and it shows. You gotta have fun to place first in a contest as heavy as this one.
When a skater of this caliber is also having fun and skating like that, watch out, Fields. Zion Wright's coming for you. We got more skating to come. You're watching Dew Tour Des Moines, and we'll be back with more men's Park Qualifier. Stay tuned.
Want to try some of my Mountain Dew Zero Sugar?
Try.
It is tasty. And just as good as the original, but without any sugar. Be careful.
He's more careful.
What?
Hey, Dad, Mom wants...
Summer's here, and with a great deal on a new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer sports, like softball, beach volleyball, triathlons, woo, racing, golf. Whoa! Someone needs lessons.
What makes an amazing deal even better? How about that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan with roadside assistance.
Get your Toyota today.
Toyota, let's go places.
Who really has the best beef? Meet the facts. Fact, Hy-Vee standards are so strict, their cattle have to be hand-selected. And only about 6% of all beef is able to bear the Hy-Vee brand. Only 6%. Many claim to have the best beef, but it's time to meet the facts. For more details on Hy-Vee's strict standards, go to meetthefacts.hyvee.com. Hy-Vee has the best beef guaranteed.
Well, things are rough.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, the floor is actually lava rough.
I can't, bro.
But you're not. Me? You're a reactor, a mover, a better than what came before you doer, a slayer, a crier. Let me tell you about this funny thing that happened. You are realness and weirdness, chaos and hope. Yes! All this talk about good things to come? Nah, you're the good thing.
Nothing feels quite as free as being out here.
Except this free soda.
Where'd you get free soda?
At Casey's, you can win all kinds of free stuff.
I love free.
Then you'll love this. Bought this jerky, won this free donut.
I love donuts.
And these chips can win me the big one.
What?
A free concert from country music superstar Lee Brice.
I love free Lee Brice.
With Casey's Summer of Freedom sweepstakes, the more you buy, the more you can win, including a free Lee Brice concert for your town.
Free Lee!
No.
After almost 20 years of award-winning work, the Tony Hawk Foundation is changing its name, but not its focus. Now known as the Skate Park Project, we continue to support community skate park projects across the U.S. and skateboard programs internationally. Since 2002, the organization has helped fund more than 600 free, quality public skate parks in all 50 states. The Skate Park Project brings the many benefits of skateboarding to youth in underserved communities around the world.
There's so many rad sensations within skating. Grinding is one of the most cool sounds probably in this world. The grinds and the ollies, the snapping of a tail. This is skateboarding, this is fun, this is rad. So stoked. That's perfect.
Good right there?
Yeah, yeah.
So why are you getting the mermaid today?
I don't have a good answer for that.
No? Well, it works.
Yeah. I grew up on the North Shore of Oahu, one of the best places in the world to grow up if you want to be a surfer. I always loved surfing, I loved the water, but I was never competitive in it. And all my friends that are still pro surfers to this day, like, they were so good at like age 6. When I started skating, I realized that I have that same passion that they have for surfing, that I have that for skating. And that's like really where I found myself, and like I found my people, I found what I love to do, and this is my thing. This one back here, my first tattoo with you.
Yeah.
Still probably one of my favorite tattoos ever. It's so good.
That's awesome.
So sick. And then
we did the camera.
Yep. A lot of those skate videos that I've watched over and over and over are all from like the 80s. Looking back, a lot of the tricks I do, I don't even think about it, but I do a lot of their tricks and stuff like that. Watching these 80s skaters skate in the 80s and also now, and that's kind of like where I get my inspiration from. Since I became a part of Team USA, I'm training, but I'm also like, make sure I'm having fun. If I'm not having fun, there's no point. Skateboarding is to have fun at the end of the day in my eyes, like, and that's it.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. I mean, that's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle of the Pacific to skating for my country and also my island, you know?
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls.
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
Man, like, skateboarding is just family. We get along so quick, it's crazy. It's so, you don't see that any other sport.
It's very diverse. It's worldwide, you know, like every continent on this planet has skaters.
You can be from Brazil, Mexico, South America, Japan. You can be from anywhere all over the world and just come together as like one when you're skateboarding.
It's always protected that aspect of like diversity. There's never been any pressure to like force that on people, you know? Everybody skates, every gender, every race.
Skateboarding has always fought for what's right, especially here in the US. Skateboarding has helped bring light to a lot of issues.
We share from the same passion. It doesn't matter if like you don't enjoy his style. Who cares? It can't go to those directions.
With the Olympics now, you know, there's so much more equality and so much more going on for the women's side as well. You know, there was just a few women skaters. Now there's a lot.
There's really not much requirements to skate. It's all personal preference, and I feel like that draws a lot of people in the world to just gravitate towards it.
Anyone who steps on a skateboard and actually goes and skates and tries to learn and realizes how hard and difficult and frustrating this thing is, you form this bond because it's like hardship.
It's crazy to get so many different races, so many different type of people together in one thing. That's the reason why I love skating, you know? It's like, it's awesome.
No better way to spend a Friday night than here on the banks of the Des Moines River here at Dew Tour 2021. Todd Harris, Paul Zitzer as we get set for heat number 5. With one more heat to go after this one, it'll be heat number 6. Everyone trying to get into the top 21 in the open qualifiers of men's park. And I'll tell you what, we have seen so much great skating already. You go back to heat number 4 that we just saw with Chris Corte and company, Zion Wright, Andy Anderson, Carl Berglund. What they put up, that was pretty amazing.
Those are some of the best park skaters in the world, and they turned on the heat. And we're going to see more to come in this heat, and then one more after this. The biggest names in park coming up.
No question. There are your current standings right now. Zion Wright, by virtue of his showing in heat number 4 with a 78.40, threw that down on run number 1. The cut is at 21, Paul, and that seems like a lot to go into the semifinals, but when you look at the talent, this is a global event, and these are the 21 best park skaters in the world.
Yeah, so there's 20 skaters still to come in this open qualifier. Any of them could be in the top 20.
Sure. Teus Melo now out of Campinas, Sao Paulo, Brazil, a 25-year-old set to go here in Des Moines. Looking for a big score here. Remember the format. You get 2 runs, 40 seconds full time to the fall. We'll see what he can pull off here.
And if we're talking about this event as an Olympic qualifier, coming from a country like Brazil makes it so difficult for skaters to have a shot to make it. You're just, the chips are stacked against you from the first moment.
The talent pool is deep in countries like Brazil, the U.S., Japan, and trying to get one of those 3 spots is just a monumental task. If Melo is on course, see what he can do here. You got to take some inspiration what you saw in that last heat with Zion Wright and Andy Anderson, what they did and what the judges responded to.
Yeah, that's the skating that's going to get you into the semifinals and finals. So Melo ripping, coming off of his board. Going to take more than that,
no
much
question.
more.
You've talked about it a lot. The key to this thing, the first advice you'd give any skater in this competition, stay on your board.
Right. And that can be insanely difficult, but that is step 1. And then step 2, do hard tricks. That was a great Madonna. But it takes a lot of speed. You got to be blasting airs. You got to get tech on the lip, around the corners, and over the hip. You got to do it all.
Seems like a simple equation, but putting it all together in a action-packed 40-second run and being clean and giving the judges something that they respond to is a whole different story, especially with the world's best skaters here competing in Des Moines Dew Tour 2021. So we'll see what his score is, but remember, it'll be a 2-run format. More than likely, he's going to look to that second run. It's a 2-run format. Only your best score counts. Clay Kreiner is getting warmed up, ready to roll.
Clay Kreiner is an absolute maniac
in the best kind of way.
Yes, he does he always picks the most challenging things you could imagine in a park or bowl and goes for them.
Out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, the 24-year-old Clay Kreiner on course. Oh my.
Wow, see the height of that backside grab 540. Incredible.
Talking about what the judges like, what they respond to, going back to that Andy Anderson run. He had the fans all hyped up, what he was doing, and what Zion is able to do when he comes off. So Clay Kreiner will look to run at number 2, but I just think the judges seem to be responding to that explosive, powerful skating, I guess is the best way to say it.
Yeah, but when you're watching hundreds of skaters over the week, you respond to that thing that's different. Bringing something else into the bowl. That was a giant frontside boneless. And the backside grab, 540. He was too far over the nose, I think, and realized landing was probably going to be a bad idea, and he was going to land low. Sometimes you got to abort mission.
Live to fight another day. Clay Kreiner looking good in this middle section, just working those transition areas, and there's where it went wrong.
It's good to see Clay out here, though. He has not been focused on competition so much, so anytime we get to see Clay skate live, we're psyched.
Clay not thrilled with that one. We'll see what the judges think of it. Remember, right now, Zion Wright has the top score of a 78.40. Everyone trying to get into the cut line, which is 21. Top 21 gets you in to the semifinals, which will be 3 runs and 40 seconds. So a 67.61 for Clay Kreiner has him in 10th. Something to build on for him, no question about it.
And if he stays on the full 40 seconds, I mean, the way I see it, shoe in to the next round. Just the way he skates, the speed he can generate, counts for a lot.
22-year-old Kensuke Sasaoka of Japan. Same issue that we've got in the States, they have in Japan. There is so much talent, only 3 spots on the men's park team. Seems like as a host nation, they should get a waiver, because they can field 6 guys with aspirations to make it on the podium.
Although the Japanese women's team is stronger than the Japanese men's team, I'd say.
I don't think you need a lot of people to disagree with you on that.
Right.
Kensuke has problems there early on in the 42nd run.
That was a cool transfer he was going for. That's a stretch.
And let him know he still has time and he's going to take advantage of it. Why not?
Spent a little bit too much walking around just now.
Well, the course is yours. You might as well utilize it. His time comes to a conclusion. So Kensuke also a situation where, like Mateus Mello, he's going to have to look to run number 2. 2-run format, best run counts, trying to make it to the top 21. That gets you a date in the men's semifinals where you get another run. So let me talk to you about this. And we were talking with Ryan Sheckler earlier. It's a big difference between 2 runs and 3 runs.
Absolutely, and then if you make it to the finals, you get 4 runs.
So here are the Olympic World Skateboarding rankings as they stand right now. Hyman Reynolds on top by a large margin. Then you see a lot of stars and stripes coming in. And this is where the battle's going to come in, because this event, if you win it, Paul, 60,000 points. So there's a lot of folks that are way down on the ladder. If they would win it, now they're in the conversation.
But if you notice the skaters without an Olympic position next to their name, even though they're up in the top 20, that's because they're from those countries where only 3 skaters can make it per country, and they're not in the top 3.
Well, you've got 16 American skaters in that top 30, and Clay Kreiner and, of course, our friend Zion Wright, they're not even in that mix. So right now they're looking, hey, you know, 60,000 points would certainly look good in my account.
Absolutely.
Pedro Acosta Carvalho of Brazil, another nation that is just loaded with talent.
Yeah, they support skaters there. They just have the skate mentality. Skateboarding is huge in Brazil.
the way he's skating, it's with purpose. He is making quick work of this course.
He is, but he's going to have to bring some serious tricks and start doing them quick. Now, the frontside boneless on that bank, we've been talking about it all week. That's the trick on the bank. It might be time to think about switching it up, because it's after a while, it's not going to get you any points if everyone is doing it. That was nice. Backside Smith grind around the corner. Working the lip a little bit, 50-50 to fakie, but that is not the type of skating that's going to send you to the next round.
But it was a nice way to start things off, so maybe he's thinking, I'm going to build on something here, get my confidence up, get some momentum going, and then just crush in run number 2.
But the judges are going to want to see some big airs, maybe flipping the board, spinning a 360, a 540.
10 skaters in this heat number 5. Pedro Acosta Carvalho is number 5, so halfway through run number 1. And to your point, I was talking about how I liked how he was working the bull, generating a lot of speed and momentum, but that's not getting you points.
Right. Well, it helps. You need to be going fast, but then you really need to put it to use. You got to blast out of the bowl. Hopefully, spin a 540. Do some unique transfers. Mix it up a little bit.
65.85 for Pedro, so he will look to run number 2. Currently sitting in 12th place, top 21, moving to the semis. But remember, we've still got heat number 6, and it is loaded.
Yeah, as we've been talking about, Heat 6 is the highest ranking non-place skaters into the semis. Those guys could all make it very easily.
Tyler Ettmeyer out of Germany now on course.
Guess what? Frontside boneless on the bank. That's nice though. Frontside disaster on top of the Toyota box.
That's nice how he stalled that out, hang out for just a second.
That obstacle is massive.
Yeah,
it's way overhead high. It's one of those things where it's hard to get the speed just to get up there and then to judge it for a trick, and it's virtually invisible also since it's plexiglass, so tough to skate.
Just at the end, Ettmeyer comes off. But a good run for him, made use of almost every feature on the course, had good precision, excellent execution until the very end.
But with the stakes as high as they are, and only you have 40 seconds, you got to use them all. If you come off your board, you're done.
Okay, what did you like about this run? What do you think the judges will like about it?
Well, I did like that 360 Indy. I did not love that frontside boneless. What will the judges like? Speed. They're not going to love it, though. That front D was heavy duty. That's serious. 360 over the Twinkie, but deck checking on the way in? No. It's not going to get you there. Oh, that was great, though. 50-50, the rainbow the wrong way into that section of the bowl, that's really difficult.
The judges liked it to the tune of 69.81, so that puts him in 8th place. And there are the current standings right now in Park Open Qualifying. Zion Wright has set the pace with a 78.40. Need to be in the top 21 if you want to move on to the semifinals. Next competitor dropping in. Whether there's snow on the ground or he's at a skate park, Ayumu Hirano will grab a little bit of attention. Folks will stop what they're doing to see what he's going to do as he drops in the 22-year-old. He is just explosive.
Look at that. Backside grab 5. Nope. Too much weight on the heels on the way in on that one, I think.
Might have been able to save that had he been in a half pipe on snow, but not as forgiving here in Iowa on the concrete.
Ooh, that's a tough start. So 2 runs only. He has 1 more go. And then the question becomes, does he drop in and try that 540 straight out the gate on his next run? We'll see.
Still has possession of the course for another 15 seconds, so why not use it?
Yeah, this is a good chance to just stay loose, get some practice in, save it for the next run.
So Ayumu coming off the board early in his first of 2 runs. Let's look at this again.
Frontside grab over the Twinkie. 540 melon. It looked solid. Maybe just a little bit too much weight on his heels on the landing, causing his wheels to shoot out from under him.
So Ayumu Hirano will look to run number 2, currently 15th spot on the Olympic World Rankings. Again, Japan is just loaded with talent. Heracles Fagundes Gale of Brazil set to drop now. Take a long, hard look at this one.
So many great skaters from Brazil, and they attack the bowl. They don't hold back. There's nothing reserved about any of their skating, and it's so cool to see. Oh, I like that.
Talk about a nation that has embraced the sport. Brazil is all in on supporting their skate program and the skaters in that country, and it shows.
Alley-oop, frontside 50-50 grind. Taking a chance, flipping the board.
All right, so with 10 seconds left, he's going to hustle up, get a little more track tie in. Maybe work out a few kinks, or just do some nice grinding.
Wow, that grind is so hard because he's doing a frontside grind around the corner, but then instead of coming in forward, takes it to fakie.
Yeah.
So it all starts up top with the shoulders, and you have to keep them from turning, and that puts you in a dangerous place in the corner. If things go wrong, they go really wrong. He's great in the corners. I really like to see that. Sometimes on the flip tricks, when you put the board back on your feet, it sticks to your feet too early, and like it stuck to his toes, and he didn't get his whole foot on the board. And so if he would have gone for it, could have been bad.
Curran Caples will be the last athlete to drop here in heat number 5, top 21, moving on to the semis.
Wow, what a start. Frontside nose grind on that handrail. Straight into the lean to tail in the deep bowl. Oh. To ollie up into a grind over the hip.
And then to run out of it.
Yeah. Wow, just the frontside flip you just saw from him just shows the talent.
Yeah. Curran has got so many tricks, and it's just like, which one do I use? Where do I go? How do I make the transition? And this time it just didn't work out for him, as he's got the final 5 seconds to kind of get a chance to, as you say, stay warm.
But yeah, he has the tricks, but at the same time, he has just an incredible flow in the bowl. He is one of the best in the world at generating speed.
Yeah.
And maybe he just wants to do that, just go fast. Blast. Just came a little short trying to get into that frontside grind.
Man, I love watching him ride. Yeah. So good. So that's it. As we complete run number 1, heat 5, 1 run still to come. It's only your best run counts, so don't count out a guy like Curran Caples just yet. But it is Zion Wright that leads the way. Came down with a 78.40, absolutely just lit it up. And then Andy Anderson went right after him, and he put down a 76.27. So those are the two guys that just came out swinging big and just, I mean, connected with the judges, no question.
Zion Wright is just a magician. He's an incredible street skater. You don't even think of him as a park skater, and he's one of the best in the world. I was talking to him earlier, asking him what his plan was. He was almost like, hey, I know what I'm doing. Just kind of just leave me alone. I'm going to just go out there and do my thing. And he first go, put it down.
How about this? We were just walking around the skate park, and I bump into, hey, this is Ryan Scheckler. He might know a thing or two about skating. Ryan, good to have you back, buddy.
Hey, man, it's good to be back, dude. Yeah, I was watching Zion's heat, too, man. He's an all-terrain vehicle. That guy can skate anything, and when Zion's on, it's really hard to beat him.
It was so impressive how explosive his riding was, and it was so smooth. Transitions, everything. He just seemed like he checked every box.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's smooth. He's a smooth skater, and like, you know, you were saying, it's like he can skate street. He could skate the skate park. He can skate bowl. He can skate vert. He grew up skating everything. He's an all-around vehicle. It's amazing.
I want to take it away from Canada's Andy Anderson, because Andy Anderson came right afterwards, and you know what, I think I'd do something. Had the crowd on their feet. Everyone had their phones out. We did the monster drop. That was awesome.
That was so cool to see, because sometimes Andy Anderson does tricks that are so outside the norm that they don't score well because the judges don't know what to do with them.
Right.
But I feel like he tuned it down a little bit in that regard, but his run was incredible. Like such hard stuff, great flow, mixing it up. He's like he's a wizard.
Anyone that thinks that Ryan Sheckler just got in his helicopter and went back to his expensive hotel, he's been here all day long. The man loves him some skating. And
yes, I do.
Jex, it doesn't matter if it's park or street, you are all invested.
Hey, man, I'm a fan of skateboarding, so I like watching it. And, you know, these guys are putting down some work right now. And I'm here as a fan at this one.
Yeah, you're working now. We're putting you to work. Here we go. Second runs. Matias Melo of Brazil needs something big here. Melo, remember, coming off that 61.41. Top 21 are moving on to the semifinals with one heat still to go.
So as we were talking about earlier, for a guy like Matias Melo to make it into the top 3 of the Brazilian coalition is a tall order. But he's ripping the bowl, but hurt a little bit for speed. 540 over the hip, landing low. That doesn't help with the speed factor. And that's one of the subtle difficulties about skating park is you have to be really good to find speed wherever you are in a bowl. It doesn't necessarily just come to you. Right. You have to work out the corners and figure out how a line works. And when somebody can make that look natural and like that's what should be done, that means they're good.
Yeah, and I think bowl skating comes down to a matter of inches. You know, when you're doing airs and you're coming back into the transition, if you don't come in exactly where you need to, like you say, you lose speed. So when these dudes are having runs where the whole run is speed and they're using everything to the absolute ability, that's when you know it's a good run.
So we'll see if the judges like what they saw in the second off-read of Matias Melo of Brazil. Trying to get in the top 21, that's the key. 61.41. I mean, if you look at that, did he do that much more in run number 2? You would bump him up even 4 or 5 points, possibly?
I'm going to leave it to the judges.
All right.
I've been proven wrong so many times on these calls. Sometimes it's like, well, you know, maybe I'll let you be the judge at home, and we'll see if you agree with the judges here. It was a good run, but if I'm a judge, it's going to stay in that zone. That's all. They're taking their time, though. They're listening
they are.
to us.
They're really working on this.
It was a good run.
Yeah, no,
it was a good run.
It was clean.
But I like we were talking about, we want to see the skaters bringing something unique to the bowl that you're not getting from anyone else. Not just lean to tails and lip slides and bonuses. We want to, you know, we want to see the blunt slide to lip slide or something crazy. Like, whoa, that's
through the
crazy.
pocket. That was awesome.
That was amazing.
So it is a bump up for Melo, a 64.5. So his night is done, and we will see if that gets him in to the top 21, as Kern Caples will be the last man to drop. So he is getting a full view of what everyone is doing, and maybe giving a little scouting report to find out what the judges are responding to, what they like. What they seem to be really liking is Clay Kreiner now off of that 67.61. We'll see if he can get a full 40-second over.
And in Clay's case, we just want to see him rip because he is incredible.
Yeah, man, he skates with so much power.
See, and he took some time off from competing, and then to come back, you just want to see him put it down, and then to bail some tricks that you know he can do all the time. It's frustrating. That's all.
And I think the adrenaline starts pumping up at this point too, knowing you just have one run left and it's got to count.
So Clay Kreiner more than likely will stay in that 11th position, knowing that there's another heat coming with 10 more athletes. Safely in, not safely in?
Not safely, but I'm feeling good about his chances.
And remember, guys, this is just to get into semifinals.
True.
Oof. That next cut is going to be brutal.
I can't wait for these next couple days, bro.
It's going to go off.
The level of skateboarding just in park and bowl, like, it's unbelievable.
No question about it. As we take a look at the current standings here in the open qualifiers for men's park, Zion Wright, 78.40. If you didn't see it, it was amazing. Andy Anderson was awesome. Carl Berglund had a great run. And right now, Clay Kreiner is in 11th place, 67.61. 21 of these skaters will move on to the semifinals. Kensuke Sasioka of Japan, saw him come off the board early in his run. We'll see if he can work the kinks out, sitting on 18.48.
Coming in with a body guard, the front stale on the flat wall. But when you're in a bowl, you gotta look at those corners.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a crazy transfer.
Caught the back end.
We'll call it a make.
Well, it just goes to Ryan Shetner's point. It's a matter of inches. I mean, 2 more inches of distance and it's not a problem.
Yeah. But he held on.
Yep.
That goes back to the adrenaline we were talking about, man. Normal run, you barely, but contest, you're trying to roll away.
Time runs out.
So he kind of made the gap.
Yeah. That's just frustrating. He's like, oh my gosh, if I'd listened to Ryan Sheckler and gone 2 more inches farther, I would have made that transfer easily.
No, man. I definitely think he's not thinking that.
And that's at a weird angle.
Yeah,
You're skating like a V hip right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still impressive that he did what he did on the rollout.
I love the fact that he just held on. He wasn't going to get off the board.
Yeah.
I'm not coming off.
That's the contest make.
Well, you know in street, when you fall off during a run, you step back on your board and you're rolling.
Right.
In park, when you have to run out of the bowl, and that zorges energy out of your legs, to make anything after that can be so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be like at the bottom of the barrel, but 21's the same as first.
So Pedro Acosta Carvalho is set to drop in. This heat, which was supposed to be 10, is now down to 8 with a loss of Woolley and Cini.
That's gonna help.
It's gonna help people, especially if you're on number 19 or 20. You're loving that.
So he did the nose grab 540 over the hip. The big move. You can tell us what that was, Todd.
Exactly.
So many frontside bonuses on the bank.
Seems to be the trick for the bank, huh?
The trick du jour.
But it looks good.
Well, what do you think, Ryan? Paul was talking about if everyone's doing it and everyone's having no problem with it, it becomes so stock that the judges don't respond to it points-wise?
Yeah, I believe that's true. So even noticing that, it's like you kind of want to switch it up a little bit. But like I said, it also comes down to preference. Like if that's what's fun and that's what is building up your confidence for your next trick in your run, then leave it in. But I have seen a lot of them.
Yeah, we're not mad at it.
No.
But if you're trying to win, you might think about freaking it out.
And there is no truth to the rumor that every time a boneless bank happens, Paul gets a case of Mountain Dew shipped to his house. So he's up to 3 pallets and a half a semi.
I love the backside Smith grind around the corner, though.
Yeah, that's hard.
When you're in the park, Todd, you gotta be using everything.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to spend too much time skating the flat walls. The park has corners and hips, you gotta use them.
Pedro taking care of his sponsor. Zion Wright still leads the way. Andy Anderson second. Carl Berglund sitting in third. Top 21 move on to the semifinals, which will be 3 runs and 40 seconds. Here in the open qualifiers, it's just 2 runs and 40 seconds. Best run counts. Pedro waiting for his score to drop, hoping he's in that top 25. Reminder, Heat 6 is coming up. And the names in that one, yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, we have Jamie Mateo coming up. Gavin Botker, Oscar Rosenberg, Steven Pinheiro. It's going to be heavy.
Last opportunity for these park skaters to get themselves into the semis. Look at that, 68.70. So Pedro feeling really good about things now, currently sitting in 9th.
Nice. He's stoked. You love it when the dudes are stoked.
Happy for him. Tyler Ettmeyer knows what he needs to do. Currently sitting in 8th. Good position. Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
different line.
And see, just being able to figure out the line that no one else is doing, that's hard to do. Oh, backside Smith over the hip.
That's right.
That is.
He's just holding on.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good run.
That is a great run.
Really good
run. Yep. I think last run, I sold him short. I think we were blabbing away, and I kind of missed actually how great he was ripping. He 50-50 the rail going the opposite way.
Yep.
That's tough.
Yeah, this was solid start to finish. Look at this long way transfer over the Twinkie.
Yeah, backside grab 540 straight out of it.
Landed a little low, but kept his speed.
Yeah, and then to get, I mean, that thing is 7 feet tall.
Found the juice to get up top and then stalled out. Didn't end there. And you notice when he got down to like the final 5 seconds, you know he was thinking stay on, and didn't go cheap. I mean, he brought it.
Yeah, into the deep end, frontside blunt. Great run.
See what the judges do with this. This might be worthy of a few extra points from what he did from run number 1. Already in a good position, safely into the semifinals. Tyler Ettmeyer representing Germany.
That was a fun run to watch.
Yeah, and it's because, right, he took a different approach.
Yep.
Everything, you didn't know what he was going to do.
Nope. Super unique. It was a very unique line.
Here it is. Current standings. Zion Wright, 78.40. Andy Anderson, Berglund, Winberg, Josh Dirksen had a great run in that last heat, 72.04. I'd be really surprised not to see Ettmeyer. Look at this, up to 5th. I was going to say top 6, but I hedged my bet a bit. 72.50. Nice. Tyler, well done. Into the top 5.
Yeah, well deserved.
You want to talk about pressure? Well, everyone knows what he can do on a snowboard, and now Ayumu Hirano needs something big, huge, because he's currently sitting at 25th, top 21 is the cut line.
We'll see if he comes back to this 540. He does. Yes. Now, hang on.
Yeah,
serious thread. Nice frontside Smith grind around the corner.
Super sick stop.
So 50-50. He's keeping it relatively basic. Yeah. It's no huge surprises here. Well, and I don't know that he's as good of a skateboarder as he is a snowboarder. You know, he's great. He just ripped. I'm sure he's going to get a solid score because he put in 40 seconds. He used the whole bowl. He did a great 540. But you saw there were a number of relatively basic tricks in it.
A couple walls missed, but still a great run.
Yeah.
That 540 was awesome.
So Ayumu Hirano looking for something big enough to put him in. You got to think you got to be the top 13 or so to get him into that 21. I would think they're going to probably get at least 6 or 7 guys in that final 10.
Yeah, the next heat is full of shredders.
Here it is. Here's the one he came off of. That's some confidence to go back to it.
Yeah, yes. Well, and just to do a backside grab 5 that high in the deep end, no pads, that's confidence.
Yeah.
Let's see what the judges do with Ayumu Hirano. And it's a 64.08, so that puts him in 18th place, and that is precariously close to that cut line.
Close to the bubble.
Knowing what's coming up. Safe for now, but he will certainly be scoreboard watching when heat 6 drops.
And other than that 540, I think the judges realized there just wasn't enough difficulty there.
Very pleased with Fagundes Gali now of Brazil. Final 2 competitors will be Fagundes Gali and then Kern Katie will wrap things up. When you watch some of these guys, Paul and Ryan, I'll ask both of you, can you tell by the way they ride or their style that, oh, this guy spends a lot of time on a surfboard or a snowboard?
I can't. No.
You don't see it? It doesn't translate, Ryan, do you?
I mean, sometimes, dude. Sometimes I think like, this guy surfs for sure.
I think of that about Keimana Reynolds. That's the only one.
Yeah, the way he...
And I don't even know if he surfs. I would assume he does.
Zion surfs too, and Zion rips.
Yeah,
man. I think it translates, dude. Skate, surf, and snow. If you can do one, you can be okay at the others.
When I see Todd Richards skate, I know he probably snowboards really well.
Yeah, he does. He does really well. I mean,
Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, I've been around the world with him a few times, and yeah, he gets it done on snow, no question about it. But Rich is also good on a skateboard. But I was just thinking, like, a sport like baseball. You see a guy that plays baseball, and they'll say, hey, stay away from golf, because you can see when a guy gets into golf too much, and it's like, hey, it's going to get into your swing. And I guess as you guys do a little math here, where do you think the cut line is going to be? What is the number? Give me a number. I did this to you last time.
Yeah, I'm done with numbers. Nah.
Ryan, what do you think? If you've got to be, what do you think the cut line is? Get your U.S. Open hat on right now. Where is it going to be to make the move?
I mean, I think you're safe above 71, 72.
Yeah. Good
Looking
call.
at where we're at.
Yeah, so if you go off of 71 and then you back off 10, so it's got to be somewhere, what, mid-60s, high 68-ish, 67?
Look who we have in the park.
Kern Capel, he'll be the last one to drop here on heat number 5.
Look at the speed! That's what makes him so good. Nice, a frontside nose blunt on the bank. Thank you. Wow. Was he going back nose pick?
I don't know, man. He was going to go with whatever it went into. Kern ribs. It's always fun watching him skate.
It really is. And you just want to see him stay on and do what you know he's capable of, because it's so cool to see.
Yeah. Got so much style. Kern Capel's there having not his best run on run number 2, and he needed something big to get in that top 21, or at least in the top 15. Started off well.
Yeah, that high-speed tail slide right here.
Yeah, that was the highlight.
So sick.
Well, and the nose blunt was great too. Yep. There we go.
So he gets up on the plexi.
Oh, was he going for back nose blunt?
He may have been going for back nose blunt.
Amazing.
Yeah. But he could have tuned it down, stayed on, and cruised through to the next round. That's what's frustrating when you're like, if I was a coach, I'd tell him, like, hey man, turn it to 70% and you'll be in there.
It's hard, man. You get under the lights right now. You got the crowd out there. You just want to go for it.
Right.
Kind of feed off the energy, and you know, sometimes it works and sometimes it just doesn't.
Tyler Ettmeyer, the highest placed skater here in heat number 5, as he currently sits in 5th place. As we go down the list and look at the top 21 with 10 more to go, 10 more skaters going to drop in, get 2 runs, and look at the 21. Omar is right now shaking in his boots, and you got to figure anyone 5 within 21 is thinking, I'm in trouble.
Hey, Omar doesn't need to worry. He's going to be out. I'm sorry.
Way to give him some hope. Paul Sitzer. Omar probably in trouble. But you know what? Melo's probably in trouble too, and he's sitting in 15th. So you figure anyone within 7 or 8 of that cut line. I mean, I think if you're not in the top 13, you might want to stick around and see how it works out. All right, as we get set for heat number 6, we check in now down on the deck with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, thanks. With Clay Kreiner, who, if the contest would finish now, he would be into the semifinals, sitting in that 12th spot. But I gotta say, it's just great to see you back skating. When was the last time you were skating at an event like this?
It's been like well over a year for sure. So it's like just been a blessing to see all these dudes again and be back on the road. Yeah, stoked to be skating with all these dudes. Man, this next heat's gonna be insane. They're gonna put on a good show for you guys.
What does it mean for you to just be skating also?
Yeah, I've actually only been back on my board for about a week now. I broke my kneecap a little while back, so just like I'm like little kid juiced again. Sometimes you need a little bit of time off to rejuvenate, you know? So feeling blessed, like I said.
Yeah, I think everyone's feeling that like little kid attitude down here. We'll wait to see if that score holds up. Todd.
All right, thank you very much, Tina, and congratulations, Clay Kreiner. Hope he heals fast on that broken kneecap. Come on. I mean, who does that?
It's good to see him back, man. I know what he's going through.
No question about it. So happy to have Ryan Sheckler joining us, Paul Zitzer, Todd Harris. All right, guys, we get set for heat number 6. Ryan, I'll start with you. Who are you looking forward to? What's going to keep you on the pool deck watching?
Man, I mean, all these guys, bro. I can't pick one. I'm just like to watch this style of competition, and knowing that it's heat 6, like these guys know this is the last chance to get into the rest of the weekend. So I'm looking forward to all these guys.
As he said, Ryan Sheckler is a fan. He's been here all day watching not only the street course behind us, but the park course. As you look at the big picture and you look at what's going on now, I mean, you can relate to what these guys are going through, Ryan, the pressure they're on, what's going to, transpire over the next 2 days.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, this is the last step to get to the big show, so it all comes down to this. These last 10 guys got to put on a good show and try to make that top 21, and it kind of gets easier throughout the weekend if you make it through this first cut.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
Knowing the talent of all these guys, though, they just really honestly need to stay on their boards. If they do a few of their good tricks, not even their best stuff, stay on, they're going to breeze through. So that would be my advice. Oscar Rosenberg coming up, Tristan Rennie. It's going to be great.
Yeah, top 21 will be moving on to the semifinals. Had an opportunity to talk with the top skaters and get their take on what it was like to get back into competition after what a crazy year 2020 was. 2021 could not come soon enough.
I don't know, it's going to be different going back into it because nobody skated a contest for a year and a half now.
My biggest thing was just pushing through that and just being like, all right, I want to train like there is going to be a contest. All skate parks were being closed and stuff. It was hard to stay motivated,
Skateboarding is such a adaptive kind of thing.
And especially with how COVID happened and gave us all a year to practice. We didn't see anybody for a year, and then everybody's just back and just skating better than ever.
The pressure's on, but at least for me, I just try to not to think about it.
I think it's a little intimidating and nerve-wracking.
Just tell myself I got it and just picture my line.
I think everyone's been working on stuff for a year now, so.
Everyone is just killing it.
It's honestly happened way more natural than I thought it was.
I think it's going to be fun having a contest again.
Coming in switch.
All the girls got so much better.
Figuring out a park is honestly the best session.
But the spur of the moments, that's what the contest is about.
Contest skating is all mental.
But sometimes you're just in the mood to do hard tricks, and sometimes you have to do it because you have to do it.
The worst thing that can make you not land your run is getting in your head too much.
They call your name and they say go, and you got to be ready to fire.
Just like that. Nestle the Mountain Dew into the fresh snow. Let's add a little more. Make that bottle nice and cold. Remember, it's your world, your delicious dew. There are no wrong choices. How about we add some happy little droplets? Sometimes in life you get a little thirsty. And when a refreshing opportunity comes along, you can just... shoot, that's good.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Do you want to get better at skateboarding? Perhaps you're just starting out and you want to learn some basic tricks, or you're already an accomplished skateboarder and you want to fine-tune your craft. I feel that I can help you do that. I'm Chris Cole. Welcome to Stomp Sessions.
I'll show you how to unwind.
Come on, babe, let's go outside and take the boat out for a ride. I'm ready, I don't wanna wait. Cause the only time I'm feeling free is when I got that ocean breeze, so kicking it out on the lake. Get on board. Got the sunshine and the short line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Have a good time, casting that line. It's a good life. Get on board, get on board. Get on board.
When the skateboard's just too big, you need a handheld rig. Tech deck, the world is your skate park. Tech deck, build your own skate park. Tech deck, with tiny little shred sticks, real skateboards and super sick graphics. No need for a plug in a socket. All the pros have one in each pocket. Start small, go big. Tech deck.
fun fact, you know Mountain Dew and spicy chicken is the perfect combo?
Does it look like I don't know that?
Okay. Didn't mean to ruffle your feathers.
You know, we both did the employee training, Gary.
Okay, don't jump down my beak.
Doing spicy? Do the do.
So the question is that, we saw how snowboarding had some challenges, going from snowboarding to the Olympics. What are your thoughts around skateboarding going into the Olympics?
I feel like we won't really have that problem as far as staying unique, because we have a group of amazing people who really try really hard to keep that unique factor, and they put a lot of time and an effort to keep that. So I feel like as far as going into it and after, it will still be solid, and that will be the unique thing that people will take away, is that it is very different. You're looking at a group of amazing people who really try hard to keep those factors into play, and they're doing a great job. So.
You look at the history of snowboarding and what happened, it's going to blow up both sides. Both sides of skateboarding are going to benefit off this. And, the sides who are competitive that want to compete for Team USA, it's been a goal, it's been hung on their wall. They've written down on paper when they were 7 years old and put it on their wall. Those type of athletes are finally get to do something they've always dreamed of. And I know most pro snowboarders now, and I know that they love competing, and I also know they love street snowboarding, going out and filming projects. And at the same time, you look how accessible skateboarding is. You look how accessible is what we do. You can go out anywhere. You can skateboard in your kitchen. You can go to a skate park. You can cruise down the street. You can do it anywhere. And I feel like that's why skateboarding is just going to be put on such a pedestal going into this.
Yeah, I would agree with both of them for sure. We definitely have a team that's making sure the cultural side of skateboarding is going to stay the same, but I also just think it's skateboarding is such an individual thing that it's really up to the skater as to where they want to take it. If they want to go for the Olympics, then they can absolutely do that. If they just want to go and cruise and just have fun, then they can absolutely do that. I feel like the core of skateboarding is always going to be there, and it's kind of just like a tree. The root is always going to be there, and you could branch out to as far as you want to go to. And I feel like that's the beautiful thing about skateboarding.
Yeah, skateboarding is definitely one of those special things where it can mean different things to different people, and no one can take that away from you. So that's a great question. All right, one more question down here, and then I'm going to...
Let's get a chant. USA! USA!
Team USA is definitely the most stacked crew.
This is kind of where skating's from, so it's just the place to be. If you're skating, this is probably the hardest country to go for.
To represent the Olympics for the U.S. in general is obviously extremely tough. You're going up against some of the best skaters in the world.
Oh my God!
It's crazy to think about that I'm up on the top of it, because all these guys I've skated with since I was young, they beat me in contests. We've gone back and forth. It's an amazing feeling.
I think it's a big eye-opener for people that we're just not hoodlums. We're actually dedicated ourselves to something that we love.
It's a sport. We're all athletes, and I think it just brings skateboarding to more households.
Massive! There's 4 people underneath me that are just a couple thousand points behind me, so this next contest, the Dew Tour one, is going to make a big difference.
It's going to be tough, One more event.
I'm competing against a lot of my friends because we've been skating together for years.
It's going to be a good contest. Everyone's going to be definitely going for it. It's the last one, so the Dew Tour is the last chance to make it.
The Brazilian, the Mexican, the Japanese, the American, everybody in the end are truly united.
To be able to represent America and represent Hawaii as well would be really special.
I get to compete for Great Britain, but be in Japan. That's just a dream.
The Olympics is an opportunity to bring something for your country.
I'm not only representing USA, but coming from Hawaii, there's so much pride. Who would have thought that I'd come from this little island in the middle of the Pacific to skating for my country and also my island,
I think the Olympics is going to impact the world in ways no one ever thought it could. It's basically putting skateboarding on this pedestal for the whole world to see.
You're showing skateboarding to a broader audience, new people, younger girls,
I think it's only going to help skateboarding.
It's going to introduce skating to so many people, millions of people.
Everybody who's in those top spots really worked hard for it. It definitely pushes me to try to stay up in the top 20.
I'm just trying to keep not too much pressure on myself, trying not to think about it too hard.
I want to go. Let's get it done.
It's me and my best friend Bryce. We talk about it and laugh all the time that we met each other when we were 8 years old and now we're competing to get in the Olympics.
It'd be a dream come true, I feel like, after so long.
Sharing the same space, sharing the same area, and sharing that same passion.
It's the Olympics. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I can't wait to go, you know. I want to go so much.
Dew Tour Under the Lights, powered by Mid-American Energy, as we welcome you back to Des Moines for Dew Tour 2021. Lights are up, athletes are out, and we've got one more heat. And I'll tell you what, when they say they've saved the best for last, this might be the case. Chris Pastras, Ryan Sheckler, Todd Harris, glad to have you with us. Thanks for staying up with us here in beautiful Des Moines. And guys, this is kind of the heat that a lot of us have circled and said, okay, we can't wait for this one to go down.
Yeah, it's so heavy. I mean, Jaime Mateo, Gavin Bodker, young teenager Vincent Matheron, Liam Pace, Merlo Perez, Oscar Rosenberg, who's been one of my personal favorites to watch. Just such amazing style coming out of Sweden. So this is going to be action-packed.
Ryan, we talked about the musical chairs aspect of this. There's only 21 seats to move on to the next round, so there's 10 guys here.
Yeah,
what do you expect?
Well, I agree, man. It's like if these guys just do what they know they can do and don't go absolutely crazy, I think all 10 of these guys have a shot to make it into this 21. I don't think at this point that you have to go completely out of your mind. You know, the score to get in right now, I mean, looks like mid-60s.
Yep.
A little bit above mid-60 and you're in. So I think it's going to be awesome. They definitely saved the best for last, and it's nice, man. Weather's cooling down. Nighttime's here.
Lights are
on. It's game time.
Let's do this.
Two-run format, 40 seconds, and everyone's still talking about Zion Wright's run. He came out on his first run and did this.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because Zion is mostly known for street skating. You see that massive floaty ollie.
Straight ollie
right?
backwards. Like, he looked so focused and determined coming into these runs, and look at him, man. He's just happy.
Having fun. It's all about having a good time, staying loose, and he did just that and is our top place qualifier.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
78-4-0. That was a huge score. Andy Anderson, what impressed me was Andy Anderson came right on the heels of that and said, oh, I see, that's pretty impressive. And then he lit it up to the tune of 76.27 to grab second place.
He took a really awkward slam, and I think that's why he didn't take his second run. So I was amazed to see him get on the top of that extension and take the run he had. I saw the slam in practice, so props to Andy Anderson. I hope he heals up tonight and is ready for the semis.
As Ryan Sheckler pointed out, it's the top 21, and so the cut line right now is 60. That's getting you in the top 21, but man, I guarantee these guys are going to be, I just have a feeling, Ryan, you know how competitive these guys are. No one's going to go out there and go, I'm going to put down my 62 run.
Right. No, it's impossible to do that. Even if you think you're going in with a game plan of like being mellow, you know, the lights are on, the crowd's out here, everyone's supporting you, and it's, you know, you're the last heat. So I think these guys are going to bring it home, and this is it.
Well, in celebration of Dew Tour, Toyota and Dew Tour have teamed up to give one lucky winner a brand new 2021 Toyota Corolla Apex and a limited edition Summer Dew Tour Des Moines prize package. DewTour.com/Toyota Sweeps for entry details. Ryan Sheckler, Chris Pastras, you cannot enter to win that car.
I wish I could. I could use a new ride.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
That's not bad.
I mean, come on. Car, a little prize pack. I think everyone was just so happy to be back at competition and seeing things. I mean, you go back to the last time really a competition like this took place, what was it, 2019 in Long Beach, California? That seems forever ago, and here it is, and the Olympics are right around the corner.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, and everybody, I mean, that I've talked to, they're just stoked to be on the deck with their friends. Yeah. Everybody's been isolated and, you know, not sessioning together as much as normal, and the contest crews are just so hyped to be back together again.
And they're not casual about the health here, though. I mean, you guys are all rocking the daily check on the, on the wristband, and health
serious.
checks, temperatures. They're making sure that we are set to go.
And we just got word Trey Wood is not on the start list, but he will be dropping in first.
So Trey Wood
is a monster. He's so
what a
fun
treat,
to watch.
man.
How about that? Nice little late
I'll tell you
that.
I've never seen a safety run from Trey Wood ever.
No, never.
So just a quick reminder here in the open qualifiers for Park, it's 2 runs, 40 seconds full time.
Yeah, so Ryan, let's talk about that safety run sort of psychology. What would you say that's all about?
I think so it sounds like safety, but it's not safety. It's not going out and not doing tricks. It's just kind of doing tricks that you know without a shadow of a doubt you have like a 60 to 80% chance that you are going to land. Not the tricks that you kind of just been working on, and you save those for the final if you put down a good run. There's definitely strategy to every type of skateboarding. I think these guys right now, though, are feeling it. Trey's definitely feeling it. He's about to rip it up.
Yeah, coming out of Arizona, 20 years old. Get him, Trey. Oh,
wasting no time.
Stalefish to tail slide. That was a surprise for me. Nice Smith grind through the corner. High speed lip slide. Yeah, and I never see this dude just hold back. He's always 100%. Is that a backside bonus? Crazy. See the grind through the corner, he's going nuts.
Final 5 seconds coming up
Stay
here
on.
for Trey Wood. Oh, he goes for it.
He never takes the easy route.
No, that was not a safety run.
I was going to say, he just goes with a straight air or something. He's bringing that thing home, and no. Got to put some rotation in that bad
Yeah,
boy.
he likely would have made it without the 540, so yeah, he's going for broke. I love it.
Trey Wood, a late add. Chris Pastors, he made the most of it from the get-go.
Yeah, there's that Stalefish tail slide up that Toyota extension, 7 feet high. That is no joke. Right into that Smith grind through the corner. High speeds, there's that Stalefish. Oh, dude, the precision there.
What a trick, man. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, to lay that down on a 7-foot extension, just the precision there. Tail slides in transition, I feel like, are a little bit inconsistent, you know, compared to like a lip slide or a
definitely. Very
so,
risky.
Then you do a Stalefish, you go up a 7-foot extension.
People grind through the pocket. A lot of cool tricks. Great run.
I love the heart
Trey
on
will
the grip
check
tape.
in
Wow.
with a 74. And so the judges, they respect the fact that he did not go for the safety run. He went for it from all 40 seconds. That is a stellar score for Trey.
Yeah, and a late add to competition. We are psyched.
Late add, Annabelle, and just 74.
Still in the top 5.
Well deserved.
But you know someone around the cut line's going, oh, great, Trey Wood just got a 74.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to respect it, man.
No question. Jaime Mateo now set to drop in. 25-year-old coming to us by way of España.
Yeah, he is, a Marseille local and has a lot of contest experience. First at Red Bull Bull Rippers 2019, second in 2020. Jaime knows how to get it done.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Switch boneless 180 in.
I was not expecting that.
Me neither. I thought he was just dropping in nice people grind through the corner.
Chris, I got to ask you, when you talk about the origins of a run, where they come from, is he just sitting there going, you know, what if I just drop off the big plexiglass and you boneless on this thing to get it going?
Yeah, well, he's a Marseille local, and that's one of the founding parts of this style. It's from the early 90s, so Jaime's got tons of transition experience. He knows how to get it done.
Certainly had the wow factor to start off his run. Unfortunately, he comes off mid-run. He'll look to run number 2. Remember, it's only your best run count, so don't count him out just yet. Here it is one more time.
There is that switch boneless. Surprised us all.
Unreal.
How do you stand up there and look at that trick?
I don't know, man.
It's a nice drop.
That was surprising. That's awesome. He had a solid run going for sure.
That Indy 360.
I'm excited for his second
just
one.
getting away from him. He's an animal. Hopefully he'll be back with a perfect run in run number 2.
Think about all the guys that are sitting on the deck right now wondering if they're going to be in that top 21. Jaime comes off at 52.79. Obviously, you don't cheer for anybody to, you know, have a bad run, but man, there's some guys sitting around, I guarantee, 15, 16, 17 going, dodged a bullet there.
Yeah.
Dodged a bullet there.
Heat number 6 could completely change the leaderboard right here. It's crazy because there's just been a build-up, and it seems like every heat has gotten more intense. So we'll see if this one's the same. Gavin Bodker, only 14 years old. This dude is one to watch.
Yeah.
Little man.
Gavin's sick.
Big old alley-oop air. Another air disaster there. Yeah, Gavin. Big nose grab 360. I love how he grabbed his nose and then into that 540. 50 on the rainbow rail. This is a sick line from Gavin Bodker. Wow,
such good style.
Can you believe this dude's only 14 years old and skates like this?
No, man, but this is what skateboarding's doing, man. These young kids are coming out and skating like grown men, and it's just awesome.
You know what it is? It's progression and no fear.
Yeah.
I mean, they just come out and it's just, they just let it go. So Gavin, with a great opening run, just another one of the talented skaters coming out of the Oceanside, Encinitas area. I guarantee the number of pro skaters who come out of that area, the numbers just got to be huge.
Yeah,
per capita.
When you talk park terrain, because there is just parks every 5 miles.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But like you said, for a 14-year-old to come under here under the literal bright lights of the Dew Tour.
That huge 360 into that 540, that is no joke. That is big boy stuff. Love how he smacks down that disaster on the boneless. It's another lean disaster. Lodi over the volcano.
It's a great run.
Obviously, he has physics working against him. It's harder for him to generate speed as small as he is and the weight factor, but man, you could not tell the way he rode.
Yeah, awaiting scores. He had that fall right at 1 second, so I don't know if he's going to get docked for that. We shall see.
73.50. Gavin, welcome to the show as he gets into top 5 position.
Well deserved, man.
Yeah, and already 4th and 5th place as we're kicking off heat number 6. Things are going to shuffle.
Vincent Matherin now.
Nice flip slide up the extension. Into that Smith grind.
Love those long Smith grinds.
Vincent also familiar with the Marseille, France park. A local. That's been a spot that the European skaters have been gathering around since the early 90s, so he's a local there. A lot of park experience.
I gotta think, Chris, as you kind of a historian for the sport, you think about the Marseille skate park and that whole vibe that's coming out here. What do you think this skate park's going to do to the Midwest and expanding areas?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Mike V about it. It's just been such an impactful thing already for Des Moines. It's just, you know, hugest park in the States, 88,000 square feet. So amazing that this is put down, and it's going to change the game. There's going to be 14-year-old Gavin Bodkers coming out of Des Moines.
And there's so much talent on Team USA. We've talked about it time and time again. Just making this team is going to be huge. And there you see the Olympic positions right now. There's a lot of stars and stripes in that top 10, and it's all about points. And again, 60,000 points to the winner of this event. So things can change in a hurry. If you're on the outside, Ryan, looking in, and all of a sudden you get 60 grand put into your account.
Yeah, bro.
Number-wise, it's a good weekend.
It's not bad.
Yeah, Tristan Rennie, another experienced contest skater. Tristan just got second at the USA Nationals last weekend, so he's fresh off of that. He's got fresh legs, nice Smith grind through the corner there.
Yeah, his run last weekend too was incredible.
Yeah, Tristan is someone who could win this whole competition if he puts it all together. Nice front feeble there. He's got all the makings. Nice back D. Lodi backside ollie. Back to
seconds. Here we go. He's going to get a full pull. Tristan Rennie, such a cerebral skater as he comes through. That might leave a mark or impression on the judges, but Guys, I just, the way he skates, he always seems to be in control. Knows where he's going, knows what's going to happen. Yeah, it's just, I know it's happening. Slows everything down, but he just skates so well.
Yeah, he comes from a skateboard family. His dad is a skateboarder as well, so he's grown up around skateboarding his whole life, and it shows.
You
He's
can
so
tell.
smooth.
Yeah.
Coming from the Badlands, one of the original parks out in California, so his family's got the genes, and it's passed down to Tristan from his pops.
Love
Smooth
that.
rock and roll there on the extension. Nice floaty backside ollie, and yeah, I feel like that was like second gear for Tristan.
Yeah.
He's just trying to make it into the semifinals.
Which is smart. That's kind of what I was talking about before. It's like,
yeah, you don't need to risk it for the biscuit, so to speak.
67.17 for Tristan, so
looks like
looks smart.
Yeah.
After time, but
he's only got to crack 21, so we'll see.
Top 21 gets you into the
If he can get that
semis.
540 in there, we got to run.
Liam Pace coming out of Tucson.
Arizona, yeah, Liam,
Skate
another
scene in
one.
Arizona.
That was killing it last weekend at the USA Nationals. Got 4th place, only 20 years old. Gets it done. Massive 85-40. Yeah, Liam. Yeah, we've seen Liam at Phoenix Am for years now, and he's kind of bust onto the pro skateboard contest scene in the last year or two. Been getting it done. Nice Indy 360. Big body jar there. 5 seconds. Nice Kogan drive. We haven't seen that yet.
Oh! Final 2 seconds. I was just going to say, man, he is so good, whether he's riding switch or regular. I mean, his skating's just spot on.
Yeah, I think that had the elements of you know, top 10, even with the fall.
That was a great run.
Very technical, good run.
Ollie truck bash up that 7-foot extension. Here you see another Ollie 50-50 frontside grab out into this huge Indy 540. Liam Pace getting it done in the pro competitions. I've seen him ripping AM contests for years. So good to see him out here representing. Big body jar there after that. 360 over the volcano. Well done.
Liam Pace looking for a big score here. See what the judges think of that. It was well executed. Zion Wright still has that mark to beat, a 78.40. He's safely into the semifinals. Top 21 are in, so the cut line is coming here after this heat number 6, and everyone will know their fate. And then the pressure cooker starts all over again tomorrow. Josh Dirksen will be in the big party.
Yeah, I call him Thor. He's an animal. Love that, watching that guy skate. Power.
Clay Kreiner, good to see him back out in the course. Elias Nilsson, one of the talented international members. And then you see the flurry of that green flag, the Brazilian team.
Coming out, and a lot of them skate together, hang out together, and feed off each other.
Look at 21 right now. Ayumu Hirano is on the cut line with a 64.08, and we still have 5 amazing skaters to go. So Liam just pushing Ayumu Hirano off that cut line with a 73.77.
Very nice. 5th place with a fall.
No question about it. Liam will be in the semifinals as we move on now here in heat number 6. Alessandro Mazzara.
Coming out of Italy, big 360 air, start things off into a massive 540. Wow. Nose blunt on that big bank wall. We were calling it the boneless wall earlier. Now the tricks have stepped up. Nice disaster on the Toyota extension. Massive backside air.
That extension is no joke.
Yeah, the 50-50s over those rainbow rails.
I love the rainbow rails.
Yeah, such precision, timing. Big in the air to fakie into the extension. Cap disaster got a little lost there, and it got away from him. So it's still a great run.
Left, Mazzara comes off, but you said, Chris, that was a great run. And you know, this is no surprise, guys. We knew coming in this heat number 6 was going to be heavy. Guys are going to be putting down some amazing tricks.
Yeah, it's based on rankings, so we're seeing the difficulty increase as we go.
Does that surprise you, though, to still see Zion's 78.40 still sitting up there as a top scorer?
It's amazing. I mean, he did it. He got it done, you know. The heel flip in, he surprised everybody. He had elements of street, elements of park.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Elements of vert, the way he was getting out. So Alessandro Mazzara waiting for that score to come in, and it will be a 66.06, which has him into that top 21. You're in the show at 18th right now.
Yeah, on the bubble right there. Let's see if he hangs on for the 21st spot or better, and then he will be in our semifinal.
Murillo Perez now.
Yeah, Murillo is such a nice guy. Just another Brazilian out of Florianopolis, Pedro Barros and V. Caquinho. They're such a rad crew.
I feel like Floripa is the equivalent of like Oceanside and Encinitas to the States in Brazil.
It is. It's a surf town, a skate town. So those guys have really put that place on the map as far as skateboarding goes. And Murillo will be looking to his second run. And yeah, it's 40 complete seconds. So if you want to throw it all out there and get back on your board within 40 seconds, you can do it.
And he's thinking about this one, not taking a lot of time to get. And the buzzer sounds, so Perez time runs out for him. Down to the final three. You know, I don't feel like this is like a pressure cooker for him, because he's been in a situation before, and you know he can go 60% and get enough to get into that top 21.
Yeah, Murillo definitely can crack the top 21. He just got to stay on his board. This next guy's got such positive energy. Yeah, he's skating, representing Puerto Rico, lives in Florida.
I love the fact that he's already rocking the Olympic jersey. Look at this.
Yeah, this guy's got great style. Huge stalefish there, starting things off. Big backside air disaster. Big 360 air over the volcano. 540 just gets away from him. Steven's got to put that together in run number 2. It's a great line. So Ryan, normally we see 3 runs in a competition. How does things change with only 2 runs?
2 runs makes it a little bit more serious, you know. With 3 runs, you can hopefully you get a good first run, but if you don't, second run, you're like, third run, you got to put it down. But with 2 runs, man, it's if you don't get that first one down, you really got to buckle down, get focused, take some deep breaths, and put that second run down.
Yeah, we're talking about 80 seconds of skateboarding.
Yeah,
for an Olympic qualifier.
Right. You train thousands and thousands of hours, and it comes down to 80 seconds.
Oscar Rosenberg now gets set to take his first run of 2. Is it safe to say fan favorite? I mean,
we call him Oski. I love watching this dude skate. 24 years old, coming out of Sweden. He's just my favorite as far as style goes. And,
definitely
love the flash helmet. Yeah. Big lip slide up that extension.
Cool town too, Malmo.
Yeah, Malmo's got a massive park that fans lay down years back, and Oski's been a local and just shreds, as you can see. Super smooth. Wow! Was that like a frontside pivot he grabbed?
Yeah, it was.
That was crazy. Nice nose blunt.
So smooth, man.
Comes off that extension.
360 air to end things off. That was a great run from Oscar Rosenberg.
So he comes off that extension fakie. I mean, it's hard enough dropping off that, regular, but he comes off it fakie just to show the control and the abilities, and that was a tremendous run. That's got to be a top 7, top 8?
I would guess. I mean, the cool thing about watching Oscar is you almost never see the same line twice. He's just got such a deep bag of tricks, and he's just super creative and fluid. So you just never know what you're going to do, what he's going to do. It's exciting to watch. You can never guess what his line's going to be. Oh. That was so close.
Yeah.
Hold it.
Well, Ryan, you talked about how Park was different than Street in this game of inches. I mean, you could be 3 inches off in this thing and you are done.
Yeah, he lost speed completely, but he's right in the pocket the whole time, and landing a fakie like that, some of my favorite, man. Yeah. And like I said, his helmet is awesome.
The flyaway with the lightning bolts, I love it.
Yeah, that's good.
There's that pop shove and tail grab at the end. Just throws it in there all casual.
Yeah, that was
why
awesome.
not?
That was awesome.
One of the hardest things we've seen all weekend.
That was awesome.
Rocking the
Wow.
SB's
Yeah.
a 77.04. So Oscar Rosenberg does not disappoint, lives up to the billing, and he separates
pumped.
Zion, and Andy Anderson slides into second.
Yes, Oski, we will see you in the semifinals, my man.
Well deserved.
He's stoked, and well, he should be.
Yeah.
So strategically, he doesn't have to take a second run, but more than likely he's going to. Would you say, dude, let it all hang out or just walk?
I mean, at this point, he's made it through the next level, you know? Kind of comes down to what he wants to give the crowd.
Yeah, and we've seen some skaters take a second run just for practice.
Of course.
Because they haven't gotten a whole lot of practice with the rain delays, so.
Mateus
some
Orochi
people,
now.
Woo!
Oh, and the Brazilian takes a
Wow.
heavy.
Massive body jar.
That's
up there.
That's a get up and walk it off and make sure everything's okay. And I'm not sure he's feeling everything the way it should be right now.
Mateus Hiroshi, that was a huge body jar. And we talked about the game of inches.
Yep.
That's a huge error. And then you're trying to smack your tail. If you're 1 inch off, you know, things can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for him just to.
Trying to shake it off. That was a very, very heavy slam.
Oof. The adrenaline in skateboarding is so crazy because you saw him take the slam and then immediately stood up, walked around for a second, like, all right, kind of assess the damage right away.
Yeah, he didn't have a confident look about it either. It wasn't like, oh, everything feels great. It was a, oh.
Yeah, just take
There
a
you
breather.
go.
Nice.
And we are stoked to see Mateus get up and walk out of the bowl on his own accord. Hopefully he can have a second run with that heavy of a slam.
Oh, Mateus. Might not feel it as much tonight, but tomorrow morning, I guarantee Mateus is going to remember what happened in the
Mateus
evening here in
Hiroshi
Des Moines.
coming out of Brazil, and the Brazil crew is just stacked in this competition.
All right, let's take a look here.
This is going to hurt just to watch it.
Yeah, do we want to watch? Started things
Nice.
off with that
Weird
huge
that I want to
in the
see
air.
it.
And then there we go. Massive backside air, trying to smack down that tail. 1 inch separates that thing from a disaster.
Yeah, tailbone. All right, well, here's the
Look
one.
at this, where we hooks off on his tailbone.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll feel that little whiplash.
See, right here, he's going, everything's working, maybe it's not.
Yeah, yep.
One run left in the men's Park Open Qualifier. Zion Wright continues to lead the way with that 78.40, but just moments ago, Oscar Rosenberg just lit it up with a 77.04 to move ahead of Andy Anderson. The cut line is 21. Clay Kreiner looks to be pretty good. And now you see the Brazilians are starting to be in a seriously tough situation.
That's a bit of a traffic jam there.
Yeah, look at some of the names that have been pushed out.
Yeah, Kevin Kowalski, we saw some great skateboarding from him.
Oof.
Alex Halford just getting pushed out as well.
When you see those kind of names getting pushed out, you know it's pretty serious.
It's heavy.
Yeah, no question about it. So we're down to the final run here. It is a 2-run format here in the Open Qualifiers. 40 seconds. That, of course, is Ryan Scheckler. That, of course, is Chris Pastras. And I'm Todd Harrison. We're glad to have you here on the banks of the Des Moines River here. Dew Tour 2021. It's been a long day, guys, and everyone's, I don't say they're tired, but, man, it came at us fast. Because of the weather, everything's kind of been condensed, and it's like, hurry up and let's get skating. So tons of competition as Trey Wood gets that late ad to drop in, and he came out on that first run, the 20-year-old out of Chandler, Arizona. He just flew down to 7-4. How about that for a grind?
That's the best sound ever.
Smith grind into that backside bonus. Nice feeble grind, sitting in 5th place with a fall. So Trey looking like he's getting it done again. Well, I think it's safe to say we will see Trey in our semifinals.
He was playing with house money, so he comes out there and
probably just get some practice under his boots there.
Giving the fans a little love.
There's nothing better than the sound of that Smith grind, man.
That was awesome.
Just raw.
The fine folks in our audio department are going to give you the full replay. Sound up.
There we go. Look at how many blocks he travels there. That was one of the longest Smith grinds we've seen.
One's good.
Right.
Find out another.
Super long feeble grind. I love Trey's style. 110% all the time. Excited to see him in the semifinal.
I love the fact that he was a late ad. I mean, we literally get told right when the cup is starting, oh, Trey Wood's going to drop first late ad. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, and then to crack the top 10 like it's nothing.
Bust out a fifth place run. Yeah, that's strong.
All right, let's check this bomb drop out coming up. I think he's starting up there again.
Yeah, Jaime doing it for España. He's been ripping in Europe for years and just came stateside a couple years ago.
We were talking about the weather situation the last couple of days and how much rain, and usually we're going to have one event going at one time, but guys, we've got simultaneous courses going. I mean, right behind us is the street course, and the women are just doing work over there. It's killing Ryan Scheckler's going to get kink in his neck because he keeps looking over there going, what did I miss? What did I miss?
I know, man.
I want to see something. But we've got action all around here. This beautiful skate park here in Des Moines. The weather has cleared up. Rained the last 2 days. It is beautiful tonight. Perfect conditions. The wind has dropped down. And here you go.
There's that switch 180 boneless.
So awesome. Such a random trick.
Yeah, it's his own signature move.
I love it.
And yeah, I first learned about this guy in Europe at the Simple Session contest. And yeah, he's come stateside the last few years. Been on a path of destruction. Hopefully stays on his board. Oh! 360 just getting away from him, and he's bummed. But the crowd still hyped. Got a little time left on the clock for the fans.
He's like, I still have time. I own this course for another 10 seconds.
At least he's having fun.
Yeah, get it, Jaime. Oh,
trying to spin a 540 over that volcano. He took a slam on his tailbone as well.
Yeah.
He's gonna go take a hot bath.
Solid showing though, man. We had fun. That's what it's all about.
Jaime always lays it all out on the line. Him and Trey,
how great is that?
They never skate conservative. It's like 110%, make it or break it. I dig it.
All right, Gavin. Gavin came out on run number 1 and dropped a 73.50. That's big boy skating right there.
Oh, yeah.
Here he is, looking for a little more.
Yeah, we call him Gavo, currently in 7th place.
Whoa.
Wow.
That was insane.
Yeah, he rips, man. It's so fun to watch. Just the compact power.
I love how he nose grabs on that 360 over the volcano. 50 over the rainbow rail. Gavo getting it done, 14 years old. He smacked down Disaster so fast, we almost didn't see it. And yeah, it's a game of math, and it's safe to say he will be in our semifinals at this point.
Get it. There
you go. So another full point for Gavin Barker.
Oh, man. That judo air 360 over the hip was no joke.
The speed that he can generate is incredible.
Oh, yeah. It looks just effortless. He looks like he belongs on a skateboard, and he does, clearly. It's amazing.
Yeah, Gavo already in 7th place, excuse me, so I think it's safe to say we will see him again. So amazing. It's like a body varial Indy 270 over the hip. Nice high-speed lip slide. Madonna Disaster. And then here it is, the 540.
So rad.
Yeah, I love how he's kind of got an old school style to most of his tricks.
Yeah, buddy.
Awaiting scores, currently in 7th.
Love to see his name move up as he's currently in 7th place with a 73.50, so he is safely into it. How about this one more time? Watch this backside work.
Whoop. Ah, floaty backside ollie.
See, if I just saw him do that, I'd be like, yeah, he surfs for sure. That's how you want to do it.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
We've seen a lot of frontside bonuses on that wall. We have not seen many people
There you
smack
go.
it
Yeah,
on
nice
disaster.
improvement up to third with a
Boom.
76.74. So Gavin puts on a show and gets himself in third ahead of Andy Anderson and Carl Berglund, Trey Wood, and Liam Pace rounding out that top 7 with Zion Wright still holding down top honors with a 78.40.
Yeah, it's good to see 2 Swedish flags in the top 7. Yeah, this next skater in Vincent Matheron, another European destroyer who's been in competitions in Europe for years, but kind of just came stateside in the last few years and really making waves. Huge Smith grind there. High-speed tail slide into the 5-0 on the rainbow. Get him, Vincent.
There it is.
Stood up on that nose grind.
Now this should be a huge improvement on his first score of 48.24. Trying to get that top 21.
Nice indie air there.
That back tail is pocket, Brad.
The 50-50 disaster off the extension. I gotta say, I think that got it done.
Yeah, no question about it. Vincent Matheron, a big improvement for him from run number 1. Trying to just make it into the top 21. You're into the semifinals if that's the case, and he's feeling pretty good about things right now, and he should, guys. That was strong.
Yeah, definitely. Some good lip tricks there. There we see the 5-0 on the rainbow rail. Some good airs. Nice mix of both combinations of lip and air work. There we see a backside tailslide through the corner. No joke. Nice smooth indie air. I give him extra points for the suicidal tendencies sweatshirt as well.
I was waiting for someone to comment on it.
Listen to that band. Red Dog from Dogtown's brother, legendary band, Suicidal Tendencies. Biting his nails.
Oh, yeah, he must be nervous. Come on, feel good about yourself. Look at
There
this. Vincent jumping up to 8th place with a 73.50.
That's worth a smile.
That'll work.
He's like, yep, got it done. All right.
So Tristan Rennie now, spotlight on him. Currently in a solid position. He had a great opening run, guys. You talked about his style, the way he rides, coming off that family gene pool that he has.
Yeah, and Tristan, first place at the USA Nationals 2019. Got second just last weekend. And we're seeing why. Tristan can definitely put it together. Wants to do better than 19th, I'm sure, to be safe in our cut.
Love how these guys are doing 5-0 on that rainbow rail. It's not the most ideal trick. It can go very wrong real fast. They're just throwing it out in the middle of their runs.
Yeah, Tristan, very fluid, solid run. He's just got to stay on. There it is.
Right in the horn.
The 540, that's the trick he needed to make that cut, and he knows he likely got that done.
Squeezed it in right before the horn sounded, so this should be an improvement as Tristan Rennie was sitting on a 67.17, guys. And I would say it wasn't a safe position, but he was in 19th with a lot of talent still to take their second run.
Yeah, I would have been nervous in 19th.
Yeah.
And there you see that massive blunt on the extension to start things off. The determination, indie air over the hip. And that big 540, he needed that to be safe. 19th was on the bubble. Boom, right at the buzzer.
Feeling pretty good about it as he hangs out with Vincent Matheron. Tristan Rennie now looking for a nice bump, maybe get him out of that 19th position.
Yeah, awaiting scores as he gets props from the best follow filmer in the business, Chris Gregson.
The best follow filmer.
Yeah, Gregson's no joke. I'm going to score him on the next run.
Seriously,
Skates
man.
through the bowl as he films people.
With a backpack on and a leather jacket.
And a mask.
Yeah.
You guys seen his clips on Tony's ramp?
73.89, so Rennie goes way up from 19th to 7th, and he will be safely into the semis.
Amazing. Yeah, and Tristan's somebody who could podium here, so it's great to see him move on.
So Liam threw down a nice run of 73 on run number 1. Here he goes. This guy wasted no time.
Oh! Going up the extension, but he is safe in 8th place.
8th place. Why not take a chance and try something new that he might need for the semis?
Yeah, now it's just practice.
I can ask you, Chris, how many of these guys will translate this run that they did tonight into the semis, or will it have to be some major overhaul?
The judges love the element of surprise, so I think, Ryan can speak to this more than I can, I think, but if you're doing the same exact runs you do in qualifying, I think you're getting docked.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons a guy like Oscar Rosenberg, does so well in competition, because he changes up his line every time. The element of surprise is huge, and I know you can speak to that, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, that's what keeps everybody on their toes, even the crowd, the crowd's out here, and, if they keep seeing the same run over and over again, it's still awesome, but, if you can switch it up and add some new tricks and change the variation up, it's fun to watch.
Is this the look of maybe something he was unveil in the semis, but then he comes back, gets on his board, and drops that in?
Just 540.
Yeah. Nice way to exit.
Just testing the water.
Love that all you faking, traveling up the extension. Gap back D. Huge Indy 360. And there's a trick that got away from him, that massive kickflip in the air.
That slam looked mellow, but that was right to his hip. He's going to feel that one.
A few ice baths going down tonight here in the greater Des Moines area. So Liam safely in. Alessandro Massara, we saw him earlier. He is, look at that.
Talk about the bubble, 20th place. Man. Big nose grab, 360 into the 540. All right, here we go. Gotta make this nose butt, wow! That went wrong and he made it work.
Wow. He's just holding on.
I think he was going for a disaster up the extension and just hung on. He knows this run is critical, sitting in 20th place. 10 seconds on the clock. In the air to faking, traveling up that extension.
Get it.
Back
there you go.
Fall after time.
Yep.
Wow, he really.
So now it's the crunch time.
Yeah, let's see.
So now you guys can get down to the final 5 guys.
Yeah.
You know what the cut line is at 21, at 65, and they're going to start placing these guys. Okay, was it better than this? But this, what a way to start.
Yeah,
explosion.
I would say, again, I'll ask Ryan this question, but you want to start with a bang and end with a bang.
Absolutely.
Talk about that a little bit.
And when you start with a bang like that, too, it gets your adrenaline going. That's why he landed that. His adrenaline is just fired up. He's stoked. You got the 2 hardest tricks out of the way right out of the gate, and it kind of sets the tone for the rest of your line. Obviously, he wanted to get a big banger at the end, but, he held on. He stayed on and falls after time. So, all in all, that was a great run.
Yeah, and there's only a few names left that can knock him out of the semifinals.
But there's a few big names in there that are...
Shout out to Ricky Biedenbaugh, filming. Doing a great job.
Just a slight improvement, guys, a 66.20. So Alessandro Mazzara sitting in 20th. He's going to start watching the scoreboard very intently.
Yeah, that's
a nail biter right now. Murillo Perez now. He needs a big score. You figure after what he did in run number 1, he's going to come back with something big here. He's going to take a spot. Sitting on 11.87.
Yeah, Murillo skates with so much power and speed. One of my favorites. Nice 5-0 through the bowl corner there. Eyes beat tail slide. Backside alley to tail. He's got to add some difficulty here. Oh! Yeah, and that I don't think is going to get it done for Murillo and his showing, but yeah, amazing skateboarders from Florianopolis. Such a good crew. We love having them out here at Dew Tour, bringing the vibes.
Mandatory flat ground pop shove. Yep.
Just to show you can.
Thank you.
And then there were 3. So if you're sitting in 18th place right now, you're feeling things are getting a little bit better.
Yeah, you're right.
Steve Pinheiro.
Yeah, sitting outside the bubble.
Yep.
Can definitely get it done. Doing it for Puerto Rico. Steven's got such a positive attitude. I love seeing this guy at events.
That's the Puerto Rico vibe, man. Manny Santiago.
No worries.
No worries.
All good.
Yeah, currently in 57th. He's got to best that. Big melon 360. Into a melon 5. Yeah, Steven. 20 seconds. Got to stay on here in the final 15 seconds. Disaster hangs on. Nice blunt.
Oh!
Backside nose blunt.
As he runs the
sits on
clock
that deck,
to
he's
0.
like, I cannot fall right now. I cannot fall.
Almost seemed like he was waiting for the buzzer.
Yeah.
Steven awaiting scores, see if he can crack that top 21 to move on into our semifinals.
So Oscar Rosenberg's already in the top 21, so that's not
yeah.
a position. So if he can get something, and doing some quick math here, if he can get something that gets him in 19th, 20th place, he is golden.
That was a huge 540. And the bonus on the bonus wall. In the air, smack it down, disaster. And there's that backside nose blunt. Just adjust.
Yeah,
his
all right.
footing hangs on.
Love that.
Well, he was sitting in 57th place, but that's going to be no more. As Steven
Yeah,
waits
we're
for the
definitely
score
throwing
to
that
drop.
score out.
No question about it. Where will it put him as they tease him a little bit with the current standings? Zion still leading 78-40, top score. As we move through top 21, moving on to Silva holding down that 65. So he needs to get above 65-5, 66 to be safe. Look at him. Come on.
Yeah, the bubble score of a 65.
Come on, baby.
Waiting for it.
Snake eyes. Let's see it. It's a good sign or a bad sign. The jury's still out.
I know, this is always the most nerve-wracking time, for sure. You know you put a good run down.
They're taking their
and
time.
You just wait. You just gotta wait.
So Oski clearly is already in our semifinals. So Mateus Hiroshi will be our only name that can possibly shift things around.
Above, yeah, if he gets above a 66-20, he's guaranteed.
And
there you go.
Judges
65-7.
21st place.
Not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, one more skater that can shift
as you
that
pointed out,
around.
Oscar's going to go. He's already in. So it's going to be either him or Mateus Hiroshi. And that's if Mateus goes. Remember, he had the hard fall in run number 1. So exactly.
Yes. Bringing the hype. I love it.
He's stoked.
That's a cool place. You ever been out to Puerto Rico?
Yeah, man.
That is such a cool place.
Oh, yeah.
I wish. I've not been yet.
Headed to old San Juan and just spend the day. It is some cool peeps. Oscar Rosenberg's going to give a run for the fans because he's currently sitting in second place with a 77.04, but who doesn't want to see that helmet under the lights again?
We love watching Oscar skate, and yeah, he never backs away from a run, even when he's safely in the semifinals.
I got to think, Ryan, with him already being in, knowing the semis are in his future, is this a time to maybe try some new product? Maybe run out a few new tricks?
I mean, it just looks like he's having fun, man. Yeah. There it was, you know, back nose one up there. Just having fun, you know.
Get a little practice time in.
Just staying fresh. His
Yeah,
first
these
run
guys,
was incredible.
Yeah.
These guys haven't gotten a ton of practice with all the rains, and Ryan, what do you think of all the stopping and starting? How has that affected the skaters psychologically?
I mean, it's hard, man, because, you know, you'll get warmed up, you're ready to go, you've got your mind mentally ready to compete, and then if you got to wait another hour, that means you have to completely get your mind back right to competing, and you have to get warmed back up, and hopefully in that meantime, you know, you didn't build up a bunch of lactic acid. There's a bunch of factors to that for sure.
Staying loose, staying warm.
And then trying to stay calm.
Yeah, getting back in the bowl. He knows. He just wants to keep it loose, like you're saying, Ryan. Wow.
So we're being told that Mateus Hiroshi unable to go on his second run, so that means Steven Pinheiro is into the semifinals.
Nice.
Does not have to wait and see what Mateus Hiroshi does. And guys, take nothing away from Mateus. That fall was
we wish the best for Mateus Hiroshi. That was a gnarly, gnarly slam.
I would have been surprised to see him come back and skate again after that hard fall. So Steven Pinheiro is the beneficiary. Does not have to sit through one more run to see if he's in. He is in.
Yeah, you're in, buddy.
Really?
Yeah, and amazing.
Yeah, they just told him Oscar's already in. So here we go. Top 21. Zion holds on to it. Oscar Rosenberg gets in on second. How about Gavin Bodker going in? What a performance. Liam Pace was strong throughout. Vincent Matherin's second run was really good at 73.50. And there's the magic number. 21 belongs to Puerto Rico's Steven Pinheiro, 65.27.
Yeah, buddy.
Congratulations.
I was nerve-wracking.
That's huge. And Alessandro Mazzara also making that cut. It wasn't safe for him either, nervously awaiting. He gets 20th place.
You don't make your first run, dude.
Awesome.
He's explained to everyone how bad it is to sit on there and wait and wonder if I'm in and then do the math. And, oh, man, someone actually got injured, so I want them to heal fast. But I'm into the top 21. Congratulations. Scores will be wiped away. Start fresh. And in the semifinals, guys, good news for the skaters because I know, Ryan, you love this. Not 2 runs, 3 runs.
Yep.
So take a little pressure off and expand it just a little bit. Still 40 seconds until the fall.
Yeah, 3 runs, best run counts. So, yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Ryan. Big change when you go from 2 runs to 3.
Absolutely.
You can add some difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see. We will see more intense skateboarding.
Oh, man, what a great day of skating in the park courses. We send it down to Tina. Catch your breath.
Oh, yeah, what a day. A full day of park qualifying down here. There's been some really good stories, one of them being Steven here, who did make it to the semifinals very last minute. How do you sum that up?
You know, honestly, like the 2-run format, kind of like it's a little nerve-wracking because if you don't make your first run, you have to put all the pressure on you. The second run, so then like, you know, it gets a little stressful. But like, you know, I'm glad I was able to manage something to like kind of just get me through tomorrow. And then tomorrow, like on the first dude, the last dude, I'm okay. Like I'm happy, like because tomorrow is when the real magic happens. We got 3 runs, and it's really gonna like. I'm really going to show what the fruits of my labor have been, and I'm excited.
Yeah, with that 3-run format, you will get an extra run, so the strategy there does change.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, the whole format in general, like when you have 3 runs, different people, different things, everything changes. So, you know, like you can play around, like risk it, and like go a little bit more intense. Here, it's kind of about securing a run, making sure you make it to the next day. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for tomorrow, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you made it past today. We'll see you tomorrow. Well done, sir.
Yes, Puerto Rico in the house. You already know. Siempre estamos representando, papá.
That is one happy Puerto Rican. Steven Pinheiro getting in on the last spot, 21st position, but he is in. All scores will be wiped away. Tomorrow the semifinals will take place. It'll be 3 runs, 40 seconds until the fall, so it will not be full time. That is the one slight change, but the 3rd run, that is huge. Ryan Sheckler happy enough to take us on the inside of what it's like to be a skater on these pressure-packed situations. So you go back, some of these guys ice bath it up, Ryan, and then they come back tomorrow fresh, clean, ready to roll.
Well, they're going to feel a little sore, but they're coming back in with a full brand new, you know, adrenaline meter and get after it, you know. And like they said, it's 3 runs, so you can actually mess up on your first run and still feel a little bit okay because you know you have 2 and 3. And hopefully these guys just bang it out on their first runs, and then we actually get to see them improve upon their second and third run, and then we see the best skateboarding you possibly
Chris,
see.
The pressure's not off then. Then you got to make the cut to get into the final.
8, yeah, so
Right.
it's going to be amazing. I mean, tomorrow, you know, the level's just going to be brought up, and everyone's going to be battling it out for those top 8 spots. We saw some amazing skateboarding today, and it built up as the contest went on. That's because of the Olympic rankings. So, yeah, I expect the semifinals to be even more intense. People will bring tricks that they didn't do in their qualifying run. As Ryan said, you want to just get in there safely, and then you can do some real damage.
Ryan talked to me earlier about the consistency, and that's how competitive skating has changed so much. These guys are so much more consistent. But with 60,000 points, Olympic qualified points on the line, you got to be. I mean, you got to bring it every single run.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Well,
with 60,000 points, that can completely change the game.
the landscape
Well,
of
it
everything.
can change your life.
Yeah,
That's
100%.
the thing. It can change your life.
They certainly brought it in the park qualifying, no doubt about it. Curran Caples had his issues. It's always good to see him out here. Ayumu Hirano not making the cut. That's kind of a surprise. But, guys, some of the things we saw here, it's like this is the appetizer. Andy Anderson, how about his run?
Taking that slam I saw in practice and still getting it done. I hope he can get ready for tomorrow. Zion Wright, our first-place qualifier.
Just
Joey Ollie. Oh, man. Primarily known as a street skater, but, man, as you see, his transition skills are no joke.
No joke.
All-terrain rider, no question about it, as Zion came out on run number 1 and just threw down a 78.40. That was in heat number 5, so that score withstood all the talent that came up in heat number 6. Woo, what a performance by Zion. Oscar Rosenberg, Gavin Bodker, I'd like to see what he's going to do. Andy Anderson, I hope he's healthy or somewhat healthy and he can throw down some amazing stuff. Trey Wood, late ad, comes in. I'll just go ahead and pop myself into a top 6 position. Come on.
Tristan Rennie in 7th, Liam Pace in 8th, Vincent Matheron 9th. Amazing contest. Hampus Wimberg, 10th place.
Well, that'll wrap it up, and we've got 2 more exciting days here, Dew Tour 2021. It has been amazing so far. My thanks to Ryan Scheckler. Not very often you get a world-class guy to just pop in and lend his hand. And Scheck, man, he is rock solid. Rookie of the Year on broadcasting.
I appreciate you guys, man.
Chris,
Thanks for having me.
Chris Pastras, always
Todd,
a legend.
always a pleasure.
Run with this guy anytime. For the entire crew, everyone here in Des Moines, the folks that kept the lights on, the hardworking camera folks, the guys up in the truck, the ladies and gentlemen that have worked all day long despite the rain, despite the wind, despite everything else, and the athletes, we thank you for being here. We've got 2 more days of Dew Tour 2021. Everybody take a deep breath, embrace, and let's get ready for the weekend. Good night, everybody.
All right now.
Yeah, wipe out and get right back up. Get up. Wax the ledge, we can't get stuck. Courage on deck like 2 trucks. Come on. Hop on and do what you want. Yeah. True freedom, they need us to stunt. Backside 180s to front, yeah. And we know struggle like we knows grind. Hustle for runs, all in due time. Repetition, repetition. Might switch stance, but not the mission. Much more than a competition. We risk it all to get these tricks in. Sacrifice ain't nothing given. Skater D.I.E. how we living. Scrapes, scars, bruises, lessons, pain, joy, victory, blessings. From the block to your skate spots. Kick, push, and flip skate cops. Love park to your skate shop. Got ollies with more pop than GameStop. Skate for justice, we all in. Skate for change like BLM, yeah. Probably take a knee on my board. Ghetto kids all day, shout out to the board. This that thunder in your heart. 45 seconds to go rad at the park. That go hard or go harder. That go far or go farther. That 5-ring camaraderie. 4-wheel polyurethane world society. And all eyes on we. And all eyes on gold. All praises be. United we roll. Peace.
Dadal, final skater of this heat. Oh, not able to hold on, first trick. Ow. Looking like that one hurt.
Elbow.
But Margie is
Lip slide through the pain.
resilient.
Frontside 50. Frontside 50 again.
Yeah, Margie.
Holding her arm up. She is tough.
Tough as nails.
Tough as nails. Backside 50. Frontside Smith grind, pulling it off.
Staying on for that one.
God. Yeah.
Looked like her elbow's really hurt. Hopefully she's okay. Great job, Margie. Yeah, these skaters out here, tough as nails. So much respect for all of them. The coolest and most badass people I know. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Badass? I said it. All right.
She's just doing the fingers.
That is Heat 3. We are looking at the overall results. Top 9. Jasmine, Momiji, Poe, Nanika, Samaria, Isabelli, Julia, Anna, and Laura. Those are your top 9. Next set, 10 through 18. Katoni, Itzel, Charlotte, Aldana, Kate, Paige, Andrea, Margie Lynn, Funa. And here is the third set. Asia, Sarah, Rizu, Megan, and Faye making it into that top 23. That will wrap it for Heat 3 of the Women's Street Open Qualifiers here at Dew Tour in Des Moines, Iowa, presented by Mountain Dew. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow.
Woo, get some sleep.